This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 899. Wu Hung chatted with the wood elf for a while. When the time was almost up, the other party bowed and left. Philippa took him back to his ship on the skeleton dragon. Wu Hung was still in the cabin, sitting on a chair, drinking tea and thinking about the content of the chat with the wood elf just now. The history of this world is even longer. The reason why I value the ruins this time is that I want to restore the missing real history. More than 1,000 years ago, the polytheistic sects withdrew from the stage of history, and the holy see of the temple began to crack down on all other sects by cleaning up pagans. To put it simply, it is to unify beliefs, destroy gods and destroy religions. In the long-standing campaign to destroy religions, many sects of different beliefs gradually disappeared, and now that the association occupies a dominant position, the Holy See is no longer so strong and overbearing. But the new sects are still avoiding the Holy See. It makes sense why the Holy See would be the first to investigate the collusion between the Great Prince of the Yeko Kingdom and the sect. This is a feature left over from history. The artifacts found in this site are believed to be from the ancient polytheistic period. It is possible to restore some unrecorded history. Destroy the gods and destroy the sects. Unify the faith. Wu Hung repeated the word again. The former Holy See was so awesome. Thinking in his heart. 3 ghosts flew back from outside. Grinda said, there are quite a few people on the 2 ships. There are more than 10 people above level 15, and the remaining sailors are also around level 10. Wu Hung said, the first batch of archaeological teams have disappeared, so they will definitely arrange some high-level professionals. That's right. Xiao Xiao floated aside and said, Uncle, give me the doll, I go find Philippa. Wu Hung took out the doll and told, don't get close to the side of the boat, there will be no doll if you fall off. Got it. Xiao Xiao possessed and ran out directly. Glinda continued, in fact, whether the ruins are related to your world is not very important to us. Your next step is to become a god. The church knows that you are upgrading quickly, and it is very likely that they will not leave you alone. You still have to focus on collecting faith. Wu Hung also understood what Glinda meant. The speed at which he became a hero made everyone unable to react. The church knew that his exaggerated improvement speed would not continue to let him collect faith. Exploring the ruins may reveal some secrets, but it cannot solve the threat of the church. Compared to exploring, improvement, and solving threats are the main things. I know. The statue of the hero is already being made. The church will be open when we return. Wu Hung replied. It's good that you know. I asked you to bring me the book. Grinda said. Benny also said, and my tablet. Wu Hung handed the book and tablet to the 2 souls, and laid down beside them. He began to think about some things in the future. The 3rd day. Wu Hung stood on the deck, followed the skeleton's jump, and did some close combat training. Since the level was raised, the swordsmanship training has become less, partly because the power of the spells has become more obvious, and the other point is that he no longer needs to fight with zombies in close combat. The strange item instructor's long sword was also left in the island owner's mansion to increase the efficiency of the maid's training. Wu Hung exhaled and stretched out his hand to signal the attacking skeleton to pause. Today's training ends here. The skeleton jumped and put away the dagger, standing aside in a proper manner. Wu Hung returned to the bathroom to take a shower and rinse off the sweat on his body. Ring, 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 in the locker room, a mobile phone rang. Wrapping a bath towel around him, he picked it up and took a look. It was a video call from Minnie. After the call was connected, Minnie's face appeared on the screen. Master, why are you not wearing clothes? Minnie exclaimed. When the word master was spoken, Robe, Anvir and Annette also ran over, squeezed in the screen, and shouted master. Wu Hung sat down and smiled. I just trained for a while, and am taking a shower. Are you all doing well? We are all doing well at home. Minnie said, and then continued, Master, the association sent 2 letters today, one from the headquarters, and one from the Lopez City Association. Lopez City? Wu Hung was not surprised by the letters from the headquarters. After all, he always had correspondence with them. In Lopez City, he seemed to have only been to the local Snake Emblem Consortium. There was no intersection with the local associations there. Open it, and see what's written inside. Wu Hung said. Okay. Minnie tore open a letter. After unfolding it, she began to read the contents inside. Dear Leader Wu Hung, I am very happy to receive your reply. Regarding the payment method for cooperation, I agree to cooperate through newspapers. But the production of puppets is extremely complicated and costly. Each puppet requires a lot of precious materials. I am willing to exchange 3 carefully made puppets, for a chance to appear in the newspaper. I hope you can understand my difficulties. If you agree, I can start preparing for you immediately. Looking forward to your reply, Mortimer. Last time I wrote to the puppeteer, I mentioned 5 puppets in exchange for a chance to appear in the newspaper. The reason why I decided on 5 puppets was to give the other party a bargaining space. Just as I thought, I bargained down to 3 puppets. For me, the newspaper itself is collecting information from the outside world, so I will not lose no matter how I calculate it. Master, do you want to hear the second letter? Minnie asked. Go ahead. Minnie continued to tear open the second letter and read it. On this occasion, on behalf of the Lopez Snake Emblem Consortium, I congratulate you on becoming the leader. The annual auction of Emerald Sea is about to be held. We hope that this year's auction can be held in Treasure Island. If you can agree to hold this auction in Treasure Island, we are willing to give 5% of the final profit of the auction as a return for the venue. If you are interested in this matter, we can discuss it with you further. Snake Emblem Consortium Lightalai. After listening, Wu Hung nodded subconsciously. Lightalai is the head of the Snake Emblem Consortium in Lopez City. The cooperation between the two has always been smooth. Moreover, the other party is a very smart and measured woman. Contacting her will not make people feel pressured. In addition to congratulating myself on becoming the leader, I also want this year's year-end auction to be held on Treasure Island. As the leader of an association, it is a bit unreasonable for the Snake Emblem Consortium to hold an auction. Wu Hung said, Where is Shannara? Sister Shannara is busy with the statue. Minnie said. Then wait a moment. I will tell you how to reply, and then you can write 2 letters and send them to the association. Wu Hung said directly. Minnie whispered, My handwriting is not very good. Let Sister Wire write for you. Okay, I will call you back later. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Wu Hung put on his clothes and returned to the cabin where the ghost was. The puppet was lying crookedly on the sofa. Xiao Xiao was watching TV with Bernie in the form of a ghost, and Glinda was still reading a book on the side. Wu Hung wiped his hair, sat down on the side, and said, Minnie called and said that the puppet master replied to us. The 3 ghosts turned their heads to look at him. Granda asked, What do you mean? The other party said that the price of $5 is too high, and they are willing to exchange the price of $3 for the opportunity to be published in the newspaper. Wu Hung said, That's the same as our previous price. Bernie also said, Yeah. Wu Hung nodded. Xiao Xiao asked anxiously, What's the matter? What's the matter? Bernie whispered about the incident aside. When she wrote the letter, she went out to play and didn't know the details. When she heard about custom dolls, she immediately understood. Granda said, 3 dolls are also fine. Wu Hung nodded and said, I make a call, and you guys discuss how to divide it. The 3 ghosts nodded, flew aside, and started to discuss. Wu Hung took out his phone and continued to dial Shannara's number. After 2 rings, Shannara's voice came over, Have you seen the ruins? It's not here yet. Wu Hung continued, The head of the Snake Emblem Consortium in Lopez City wrote to me and asked me to hold the auction at the end of the year on Treasure Island. Sayonara said, This is a good thing. After the incident with the Holy See, fewer and fewer people came to Treasure Island. It's just right to attract a group of people to the island, and the entertainment city can also be opened at this time. I just became the leader of the association. Would it be a bit bad to let the Snake Emblem Consortium hold the auction? Wu Hung asked out his concerns. You dared to kill the Pope, and now you are afraid to hold an auction? Shannara complained, and then asked seriously, Did the other party promise benefits? 5% of net profit. This is a regional commercial activity. There is no problem. You can understand it as the Snake Emblem Consortium renting one of your stores to hold the auction. The association will not care about these things. Shannara said directly. After Shannara said this, Wu Hung felt that there was no problem. Treasure Island originally focused on commercial development. As long as the other party rented the venue, and did not violate the prohibitions of the association, there would be no problem. I understand. Then I will let Wire write a letter to agree to the other party's request. Wu Hung said. Shannara continued, You can also advertise it in the newspaper in advance. After all, the current situation of Treasure Island is not good. More people coming is also good for the island. Okay, I understand. Wu Hung nodded. The other party reminded him to pay attention to safety, and come back early, and then hung up the phone. Shannara was good to me, but she felt like she was treating me like a child. She kept giving me instructions. The mobile phone was put aside, and the 3 ghosts had almost finished their discussion. Granda said, 1 for each of the 3 of us. Xiao Xiao said shyly, I said no, But Auntie and Sister Benny said that this doll of mine is not as cute as me, so they asked me to make a new one. Benny explained, Wu Hung, don't you have a photo of Xiao Xiao? Make one that looks a bit like her, and make dolls based on this one in the future. The doll that Lilith customized for Xiao Xiao was made by her memory, and it was somewhat similar, but if it wasn't Xiao Xiao, you wouldn't recognize that they were the same person. Wu Hung had a photo of Xiao Xiao before her death, which Zhao Yanqiu gave him. It was just right to make a new one that looked more like her. Okay, then one for each of us. Open the mansion technique and build a full-face doll. After Xiao Xiao made some adjustments, she determined the final style and took a photo with her mobile phone. Then she sent it to Andweiler, and also marked the height and some waistline features. Wu Hung felt that waistline was not important, but Granda and the others didn't think so, so they wrote it more clearly. After all, it was customized, so this requirement was not bad. After sending it, he called Andweir and asked her to print the photos, and replied to the other two. After this incident, the maid should know how many ghosts they have. But it's nothing, they are all family members. After everything was explained, the three ghosts began to discuss some things after having a body. Before leaving, I heard Xiao Xiao talk about registering a mercenary group and going out to hunt monsters. Wu Hung listened for a while, and felt that he was not mentioned in the Three Souls topic, so he left the cabin and returned to the next door to rest. 2 more days passed. Wu Hung was chatting with the ghost in the cabin, and Philippa's voice came from the loudspeaker, Wu Hung, you can see the island. The topic between Wu Hung and the ghost suddenly became quiet. Finally arrived? Let's go out and take a look. Wu Hung got up and walked outside with the umbrella ghost. When he walked to the deck, it was already dusk. The sun was slowly sinking towards the sea level, dyeing the sky orange and red. On the deck, Philippa held a telescope in his hand and looked far ahead, while the association ship on one side was also full of people, gathered together and looked into the distance. At the end of the sight, there was an island, which suddenly appeared on the empty sea. And in the middle of the island, facing the direction of the fleet, there was a huge crack, like a hideous wound, piercing straight into the deep mountain. Is this where the first archaeological team disappeared? The ship of the missing archaeological team was not found. Did it sink? Or did it enter the crack? I didn't know there was such an island in the Emerald Sea, Philippa said, while holding a telescope. Pirates claim to be the masters of the sea, not only for bragging, but also because they are familiar with the terrain. Whether it is the navy of each country or the association team, pirates can always use many ways to escape when facing their encirclement and suppression, which is due to their understanding of the sea area. Where to hide, and where to temporarily replenish supplies are all in their minds. Philippa saw this place he had never been to, and there was still some surprise in his eyes. Wu Hung walked over and said, pirates are wandering around the route. It's normal that they haven't been here since it's too remote. It's a bit biased indeed. Philippa agreed. Wu Hung took out 3 walkie-talkies from the space ring and said, you use one, and send the remaining 2 to the 2 elders. Philippa picked up one and pinned it on herself. She knew how to use the walkie-talkie. The other 2 were hung on the neck of her trained parrot, and she waved her hand and said, go, send them to the 2 elders. The parrot glanced at its owner, and then looked at the anti-aircraft guns on the ship. Philippa said, that weapon is not fired, go. The parrot staggered into the sky and flew towards the 2 association ships in the distance. Wait for the parrot to fly back again. Wu Hung picked up the intercom and said, can you hear me? Press the button on the side and you can talk. The first voice that came over was the rough voice of the dwarf. Oh, this prop is convenient. Then, it was the voice of the elf, Chief Wu Hung. I can hear it too. Philippa, the 4 of us have this prop, so we can communicate directly. Wu Hung held the intercom and said directly, yes, Chief. Understood. Philippa didn't speak, but she still straightened her chest when she heard the words on the intercom. I thought to myself that the elders of the association have never seen anything. My own mobile phone can also call Treasure Island and Rentam City. What is this? I don't know when it started. I feel that the headquarters is not as good as Treasure Island, and it is far worse. The voice of the dwarf leader continued to come over, saying, Chief, the tamer has checked the front, there is no danger, and you can continue to approach the island. Be alert and follow your plan. Wu Hung said. Yes. The elf elder replied, and then said, go full speed ahead and rest after docking. The 3 ships, moving at full speed, began to approach the island. As the fleet got closer and closer to the island, the wind and waves became stronger. The waves hit the ship violently, splashing several meters high, and the ship underfoot began to shake violently. Philippa rushed to the deck, looked down for a few times, and came back and said, Wu Hung, there is a problem with the water flow in this sea area. It is not in one direction. There is a problem with the water flow? The danger is underwater? Wu Hung said to the air. Xiao Xiao, go to the sea and take a look to see if there is any danger. Okay. Xiao Xiao replied in the air, and then passed through the floor and went down. In the perception, Benny also flew over. The voices of the two elders, who realized it later, came from the intercom. There's something wrong with the wind and waves. Who has the ability to explore the sea? Go check it out. I've used the scroll here, and I didn't find any traces of the monster. Damn it, let the ship slow down. It will capsize sooner or later. The two elders were in a mess. The two ships had already put down their sails, but they were still shaking violently like tumblers. At this time, Xiao Xiao and Benny flew back from the sea. Xiao Xiao said hurriedly, Uncle, there are many sunken ships below, and then there is a particularly large stone platform magic circle, which seems to affect the waves. Wu Hung and Philippa's eyes were fixed. Let me see. Xiao Xiao went straight into the body, and the scene under the sea was also shared. In the depths of the dark and turbid seabed, there were dense and decaying sunken ships, and a huge magic circle formed by a tall round stone slab. And with the magic circle, the sea water was rotating regularly. It's really a magic circle, and it's such a large-scale magic circle. It's a whirlpool. There's a whirlpool ahead. Turn around. The dwarf shouted in horror. At the same time, you can clearly feel the hull tilting and being pulled by the current. Philippa hurried back. It's really a whirlpool. Squeak! The ship shook more violently, and the metal hull made a teeth-grinding sound. Chapter 900. The ship swayed violently, and Wu Hung and the skeletons driving the ship all held onto the handrails tightly. Philippa asked solemnly, What did Xiao Xiao see under the sea? Wu Hung watched the shared picture, released Xiao Xiao again, and said, A large magic array can affect the flow of seawater. Using the flow, a vortex was formed. Philippa confirmed it again with some disbelief. This magic array is too exaggerated to be able to affect such a large sea area. Xiao Xiao floated aside and said, There are still many broken shipwrecks below, more than the last time the pirates attacked Treasure Island. Philippa was not in the mood to talk to Xiao Xiao about this, and looked at Wu Hung. What should we do next? Retreat and withdraw from this area, Wu Hung said directly. Philippa turned around, staggered to the driving skeleton, and said, Get out, faster. The battleship began to retreat to the rear in a violent shaking. Wu Hung pressed the intercom and said, Let the ship retreat and avoid this place first. It's turning around. The voice of the elf elder came over. The ship of the headquarters was pushed by the current and rotated violently. The ship should be equipped with special props. Both ships were wrapped in a silver-white barrier, trying to reduce the impact of the current. The whirlpool is getting stronger and stronger. Our ship can't move at all, the elf elder said in a hurried tone. The previous archaeological team may have had problems here. The voice of the dwarf elder also came over. The elf elder complained and rebuked, Is this the time to say this? If we don't think of a solution, we will all be in danger. Wu Hung looked toward the sea, and the water flow became more turbulent. In the center of the vortex, the seawater spun rapidly at an astonishing speed, forming a deep and bottomless black hole. In order to reduce the weight, the two ships threw wooden barrels into the sea, which were stirred wildly by the water flow, swept into it, and swallowed up. The large ships that humans think of are like fragile toys at this time, and they are spun towards the center under the drag of powerful forces. The barrier is broken. A shout came from the intercom again. The barrier of the ship where the elves are located suddenly shattered, and at the same time, a huge gap was torn on the side of the hull. I don't know who used the props or abilities, but vines quickly grew out of the hole, climbing and entwining, barely blocking the broken hole. Chief, my ship can't hold on, the elf elder said loudly in the wind and waves. There is no longer the elegance of the elves, and the composure of the elders. The dwarf elder also said, Chief, I am also pulling towards the center of the vortex. If we continue like this, Wu Hung pressed the intercom, I will let the flying dragon pick you up. Those who can fly can come directly to my ship. Okay. Understood. The two elders responded hastily. Wu Hung said, Philippa, approach those two ships. Okay. Philippa glanced outside, and gave the skeletons another order to approach the other two ships. Wu Hung continued, Skeleton flying dragon, jump, flash, go pick up as many people as you can. Whoosh! The flying dragon and two winged skeletons flew into the sky, and quickly flew towards the distant ship. After Philippa finished explaining the task, he also walked to the edge of the deck and blew the horn in his hand. A shark formed by water element gathered on the side of the ship. Philippa pointed, "Go and bring all the people who fell into the water." The water element shark quickly swam towards the people who fell into the water, swallowed them into its stomach, brought them to the side of the ship, spit out water, and sprayed them onto the deck. The battleship approached. The two ships on the opposite side began to move towards this side. Some people used teleportation scrolls, some had wings on their backs, and some had props for short-term flight. Like dumplings, they fell from the sky to the deck. But more people still couldn't teleport and fly, and could only wait for the rescue of flying dragons and skeletons. And after the skeleton flying dragon went back and forth several times, the struggling warship was still swept into the whirlpool under the stirring of the waves. The stern was raised high, and the entire hull was tilted almost vertically to the water surface, sinking downwards. Two large warships carrying various props of the association were swallowed up by the whirlpool at a speed visible to the naked eye and disappeared. After the skeleton Shanshan and Tayo Tayo continued to salvage some struggling survivors in the sea, the battleships began to break through the waves against the whirlpool's water flow and headed for the outer periphery. When the battleship rushed out of the whirlpool area, the whirlpool behind it also began to slowly subside. Gradually, the wind and the sea became calm. Only a broken wooden board and floating debris were left. On the deck, there were more than 20 corpses lying. The scholars of Hongwenhui took the scroll of resurrection and rescued the corpses that were still within the time. And more people stood on the deck and looked at the calm sea. Just after arriving here, 2 ships were lost. The number of missing people has not been counted yet, and the number should not be small. We haven't landed on the island yet, haven't even reached the shore yet. And it's already like this. Tap tap tap. Wu Hung came over from behind with Philippa, and everyone bowed in unison. "Chief." "Well, how much casualties are there?" Wu Hung asked. The elf elder said, "There are more than 50 missing people on the 2 warships. The exact number is still being counted." The situation at that time, no matter how timely the rescue was, it would still cause losses. The bodies of those who were swept away by the whirlpool and not rescued in time have been found now. Wu Hung glanced at the survivors and saw the wood elf who followed the team. He and the wood elves are cooperating, so he still has to take care of them. He retracted his gaze and said, "The ship will stop at the edge. Let people search again, maybe we can find some people back." The survivors were moved when they heard this, and their attitude became more respectful. If the newly promoted leader hadn't followed them, they would have sunk to the bottom of the sea with the 2 ships. Now they plan to continue searching for the people who fell into the water, even though they know that there is little hope. "We have arranged to train animals to search on the sea," the elf elder continued. Wu Hung nodded and said, "Let's go to the cabin to talk." "Okay." After that, he led them to the cabin of the cabin. The cabin was very clean and tidy, and the conference table and chairs were fixed to the ground. Wu Hung sat on one side, and the other 2 sat opposite. Philippa made tea for several people in the water dispenser. The 2 elders were a little surprised by the layout of the ship, but they didn't care too much about it. The dwarf elder was still anxious to speak. "Chief, do you know what happened?" Wu Hung said, "There is a magic circle under the sea, which caused the whirlpool just now." Magic circle. The 2 looked at each other, and each showed surprise in their eyes. Philippa sat next to Wu Hung, and indeed saw the other party's surprised expression, and nodded subconsciously. The 2 elders were a little unbelievable, but at this moment, Wu Hung could not make up such a thing to deceive them. The elf elder asked, "Chief, what does this magic circle look like?" Wu Hung said, "It was just a ghost who took a look. It seemed to be a circular magic circle. The material seemed to be stone, covered with silt and water plants, and it was a little unclear. In his opinion, it gave people the feeling of a washing machine. The magic circle made the water flow rotate under the sea, gradually forming a huge whirlpool." The elf elder wanted to continue asking questions, but the dwarf elder interrupted him. "What's the point of saying these? Let's discuss whether to go around or go back. What if there are some strange formations in other directions?" said the elf elder. Philippa said, "Ride the flying dragon over there." The 3 of them were stunned and looked at him at the same time. The vortex really has no effect on aerial targets, but the air is a method. Wu Hung said, "In the future, when we do archaeological excavations, this line must be unobstructed. Just taking 3 or 2 people over there will not be of much use." "Oh," Philippa said, as if she didn't understand, and stopped talking. The dwarf elder continued, "Destroy the formation, just make it ineffective." "Is there any method?" Wu Hung continued to ask. "There might be some dangers at the bottom of the sea," and the other 2 remained silent for a while. Wu Hung glanced at the others and said, "Go down and ask if there are any array masters or any useful props in the team. I let the ghost go down and check again. Okay. The two nodded, stood up and saluted and left the cabin. The two left. Wu Hung said to the air, Xiao Xiao, go and take another look at the magic array. Okay. Xiao Xiao replied in the air, and flew out directly. Philippa sat beside him and said, what if we rush over by boat? We only have 2 ships on the island, and it would be a pity if we lose them here. Wu Hung said. Philippa put her arms behind her head and said, I bet our ship can get over there. Wu Hung rolled his eyes at her, and waited for the ghost to bring back the result. At this time, the sky had darkened. The rescued association members gathered in the cafeteria on the ship, and started to eat dinner. This ship is mostly made of skeletons, and it even has a skeleton chef. Everyone took out the food they brought with them, and the chef cooked dinner for them on the spot. After a huge physical exertion, they all began to eat voraciously. 2 elders came in from outside, took a dinner and sat at the table to eat. With a bang, a large number of members came up. Someone asked, Elder, what did the leader say? The dwarf elder said, Leader Wu Hung said that the magic array under the sea caused the vortex. Who has a prop that can be used for long-term diving, or a prop that can easily destroy the array? I have a scroll here that allows people to dive. Someone said. The scroll time is too short, said the elf elder. I have a strange object here. After sticking it on your body, you will turn into a fishman and have the vision under the sea, said another person. Everyone's eyes lit up. This strange object is really suitable for the current situation. The dwarf elder asked, what are the side effects? After removing the effect of the strange object, you will be allergic to salty things for a long time. Everyone frowned quickly again. There is such a side effect. Then, everyone looked at his plate. No wonder there was only a piece of bread in it. I'm afraid he just used this strange object. You keep this first. What about the others? The dwarf continued to ask. People talked about their props and strange objects, and the scene was a bit chaotic. In the cabin, Wu Hung sat at the table and ate. Philippa left to count the number of cabins, so that he could allocate rooms to the people in the association. The battleship is much larger than the warships in this world, and it is not a problem to accommodate so many people. At this time, the 3 ghosts flew back from outside. Seeing that Philippa was not in the room, Grinda and Bernie also showed up. Xiao Xiao said first, Uncle, a lot of the silt on the formation has been blown away. It is made of stone, and there are many symbols carved on it. I feel that it may be mathematics. Oh my god, mathematics has appeared. It's enough to know that it is stone. Wu Hung said. Grinda also said, Benny and I went to several other directions. There are also traces of formation patterns under the water. It may be impossible to get around. Bernie said, no wonder no one has discovered this place. Those who have been here have sunk. There are also traces of formation patterns in other directions. It seems that if you want to go to the island, you can only destroy the formation, or follow Philippa's method and fly to the island to see the situation. Xiao Xiao said, how about, Aunt Glinda, we can go to the island to help you look around. If we find something good, we will come back and tell you. Wu Hung glanced at the other party and said, the leader of Hongwenhui asked us to send the archaeological team to the island. Isn't it a bit bad for us to go there to take a look? If we can't go up, what can we do? Xiao Xiao shrugged. Wu Hung said, we see then. If it doesn't work, let the skeleton go into the sea and try to destroy the formation. The stone is so thick that the skeleton can't destroy it. Xiao Xiao touched his chin and said, thoughtfully, Uncle, if you go into the sea and use the electromagnetic cannon to shoot, it should be powerful enough. Electromagnetic cannon shooting in the sea? Very thoughtful. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door. Leader Wu Hung. The voice of the elf elder came from outside. Come in. The door opened, and 2 elders came in again. The dwarf elder spoke first. Chief, we have collected several props and strange objects, and I think they can help with the next plan. As he spoke, he took out the props one by one. On the left are 3 items, a scroll, a diving goggles prop, and a palm-sized colorful fish scale. On the right are more, a one-handed axe, explosives, potions, hammers, and carving knives. Wu Hung scanned them one by one. His eyes fell on the fish scales and carving knives. Mermaid skin, strange object. Effect, mermaid characteristics. Side effect, salt allergy. Description, covering the skin of a creature will give the user the characteristics of a mermaid and allow them to move freely underwater. This strange object has a pretty good effect. It's just that the side effects are a bit uncomfortable. Of course, if you really want to go into the sea to destroy the array pattern, you could also arrange skeletons yourself, And you don't really need to arrange a living creature to go down. Loser's Knife, special item. Effect, array base is fragile. Side effect, desire to create. Description, a loser's knife, the works made with it will always be accidentally damaged. Array base is fragile. The carved objects are extremely easy to be damaged. Desire to create, it will make the user more focused and improve the creative inspiration. After looking at the knife, Wu Hung frowned. Why do the effects and side effects seem to be reversed? Shouldn't the effect bring inspiration and the side effect be easy to damage the carved objects? Seeing him staring at the knife, the elf elder started to introduce the knife. Chief, this is called the carver's knife. Any object carved with it will be damaged and fail as long as a little force is applied. In addition to sculptures, array patterns have the same effect. We think that it can be used to destroy the array patterns under the sea. Chapter 901. After introducing the loser's engraving knife, the elf elder continued to introduce other props and strange objects. Wu Hung took a special look at the explosives. Explosive flame bag, description, a package tied up by multiple explosive flame stones. When the triggering conditions are met, the thunder stone will release a powerful explosion effect, causing great power to the surrounding creatures and objects. The appearance is about the size of a package, and it is wrapped in oilcloth. Explosive flame stones are a kind of magic props. They are not gunpowder, so they can be used underwater, but the effect should not be as good as on land. After the elf elder introduced the props, he continued, Chief, the scroll that keeps breathing underwater can provide about 20 minutes. The quantity is sufficient. When you are underwater, you need to calculate the time and continue to use the scroll. After the watch became popular among professionals, the name of time on Treasure Island was also popularized outside the island. When communicating, it is no longer a vague concept of time, but a precise time of 20 minutes. The dwarf elder added, the premise of destroying the array is that there is no way to bypass it. It is not clear whether there are other dangers underwater. The ghost has seen it, and there are traces of arrays on other routes. Wu Hung thought for a while and continued, and I suspect that the rift is the entrance to our trip. If we want to complete this archaeological excavation, we cannot avoid this vortex. The two elders frowned and thought about Wu Hang's words. There are traces of arrays, which means there may be dangers. Now there is only this ship left, and we dare not gamble whether those arrays are effective. The elf elder sighed and said, then let's select a few people to go to the sea. Squeak. While talking, the door opened and Philippa walked in directly. Seeing the two elders in the room, he put away his lazy look and said seriously, Chief, the two elders have arranged cabins for the people on board, which can just meet the living needs of everyone. Yes. Wu Hung nodded. Philippa came over and sat down. The dwarf elder continued the previous topic and asked, Chief, are you sure there is no danger below? The ghost explored twice and found no danger, but the possibility of some potential dangers cannot be ruled out. Wu Hung replied. The elf elder thought for a while and said, there are 2 diving wonders and more scrolls. I think it is more appropriate to arrange 5 people to go down and arrange people above to meet them. We hunters will arrange 3 people. The dwarf elder said directly. The hunters are good at exploration and dealing with dangers in some ancient monuments. Then we will send 2 people to meet them in time if there is danger. The elf elder said. Wu Hung glanced at the 2 who had agreed and said, you don't need to arrange people, I let the skeleton go into the water. The 2 looked happy, and they didn't want to mention it if Wu Hung didn't mention it. Then I trouble you, leader. The elf elder thanked him immediately. Wu Hung continued, you can take the strange things back first, and we go to the sea tomorrow during the day. The 2 looked at each other, put away the props on the table, stood up and saluted, then I won't disturb the leader's rest. Then, he nodded to Philippa and left the room directly. After the 2 left, Philippa asked while making the bed, the skeleton is not afraid of the dark. Why is it going into the water tomorrow? Wu Hung explained, we just escaped, give them some time to recover, and the visibility is better during the day. If there is any trouble underwater, it can be discovered in time. Okay, just think it through. Philippa quickly laid out the bed, then sat at the table, and made a video call to Minnie and the others. As soon as the other side answered, Philippa said very exaggeratedly, Minnie, we encountered a whirlpool, the 2 ships sank, and many people died. The other side was also full of people, and Minnie asked, you and the master are not injured. Philippa patted his chest twice, are you still worried about me being the captain? Wu Hung, I protect you very well, don't worry. Anvir's voice continued to come, what's going on? Tell us. Philippa leaned forward and said, we just got here today, and we originally fought. It was considered a rest at the shore. Just when the ship approached the island, the entire sea surface began to rotate, like an hourglass. I have photos here, I will send them to you later, it is very shocking. And then the 2 broken ships of the association sank, and we had to rescue them, dragging our feet. Wu Hung reminded on the side, talk about your own things, don't talk about these. Oh! Philippa agreed, and then lowered her voice and said, Xiao Xiao, there is a large magic circle under the water, which has formed a whirlpool on the sea. Philippa chatted with the women at home. Wu Hung went to the control room and asked the skeleton to move the ship a little away from this area. Wait until late at night, and return to the cabin to rest. The next day, early morning, the deck was filled with fog, and the sea breeze blew with the salty smell of the sea. After a night's rest, the members of the association had almost recovered and gathered on the deck. Chief, the rare items have been brought over. The elf elder took out all the rare items. Wu Hung took a look, picked up the explosive bag, the loser's carving knife, and the hammer, stuffed the 3 items into the backpack, and hung them on the skeleton, who was about to go into the water. After almost getting ready, Wu Hung looked at the few people. Do you have anything else to say? The elf elder said, the effect of the carving knife has a certain success rate. If it fails once, you need to try a few more times. Wu Hung continued to look at the dwarf elder, who shook his head. I have nothing to say. Go down. Go downstream first. Wu Hung patted the skeleton on the shoulder. The skeleton jumped up directly and jumped into the sea with a splash. Then swam underwater. Wu Hung said, Philippa will command the ship, and the 2 elders will lead people to guard the surroundings. If any target approaches, we can attack in advance. Yes. Everyone responded and quickly dispersed according to the order. Wu Hung returned to the cabin and said to the ghost in the room, I will use the divine presence to possess the skeleton. Xiao Xiao and Benny will follow me to the bottom of the water. Granda will protect my body. If there is any danger, possess and escape. Okay. Understood. Xiao Xiao and Benny disappeared directly through the ground, and Wu Hung also released divine presence, and the divine consciousness descended on the diving skeleton. The divine consciousness woke up on the skeleton, surrounded by turbid sea water mixed with broken wood and debris. This skeleton is a level 12 ranger. He was a pirate in his lifetime. After being transformed into a skeleton, he still retained the ability to swim. Even if the body is only a skeleton, it can still swim in the water. Uncle, is that you? Xiao Xiao and Benny also flew down. Wu Hung nodded, indicating that it was him. Here, follow me. Xiao Xiao waved his hand and swam down first. Wu Hung controlled the skeleton and followed closely behind, continuing to dive. After an unknown amount of time, under the turbid water, broken shipwrecks covering the seabed could be seen. A cursory look showed that there were at least 100 of them. Some were almost buried in mud and sand, some were covered with seaweed and barnacles, and some were newer and younger. Philippa said that no pirates had discovered the island. It is very likely that the pirate ships that were discovered are already here. Close to the seabed, there is no need to continue to lead the way. Xiao Xiao and Benny followed the skeleton down, while chatting about their speculations about this formation. The skeleton's feet landed on the seabed, and suddenly a feeling of being hated came from the ruins of the shipwrecks on the side. Hate sense was triggered. Wu Hung turned his head, and saw a pair of dark blue eyes staring at this side in the gap of the broken shipwreck. Ah! Xiao Xiao turned his head, and was startled, hiding directly behind Wu Hung. Benny also looked at the other party vigilantly. Humanoid, covered with messy black hair, floating with the current like a sea urchin, dark blue eyes, claws on the broken hull, with animal-like web feet. What is it? I have never seen such a thing. It can actually live on the seabed. In addition, the 3 ghosts have checked the seabed, and there must be no such monster before last night. Is this a monster protecting the formation? Or, after each whirlpool, these things know that there will be dead people, and come here to look for food. One thought after another rose from his heart. Wu Hung, a level 9 monster, no problem. Benny said, no problem. As if in response to her words, one after another blue eyes appeared in the abandoned ships around. Further back, some jumped onto the roof of the sunken ship and stared at this side. Now the problem is big. There are at least 100 of them. Plus it is inconvenient to move under the sea. It is hard to say whether it will affect the destruction of the formation. Uncle, I promise that there were definitely no hairy monsters yesterday. They must have run over from nearby. Xiao Xiao made a gesture of raising his hand, like a primary school student, and promised. Benny also said, there were indeed no yesterday. Wu Hung nodded, his eyes quickly swept forward, and the formation pattern detected by the ghost appeared in his sight. The exposed part outside the mud can be seen as stone material, with complex and dense patterns carved on it. It's a formation pattern. Even if you don't know about it, you can tell that it's a formation pattern that works in conjunction. At this time, a long-haired monster tried to move forward. Wu Hung looked up at it, and immediately stopped approaching, but he just waved his arms and floated in place. Then, the long-haired monsters around him all moved forward. They rushed towards his position quickly, like countless balls of wool, dragging dense threads and converging here. Damn it! Wu Hung pointed at the two ghosts, quickly pointed at the formation pattern, and then pointed at the approaching monster. What do you mean? Xiao Xiao looked around. Then he said, let's hold them back. Wu Hung will destroy the formation pattern. Kill! No one is allowed to bully my dad. Xiao Xiao roared and rushed to the hairy monster in front. Successfully possessed, and then the head made a crackling sound. The hairy monster opened its mouth, gurgled and spit out a few bubbles, and sank down. But unlike humans, the hairy monster did not die directly, but its body kept twitching and trying to stand up. Is its body so resilient? It twisted its neck and is not dead yet. But there is one good thing, that is, these monsters can still possess. Benny also rushed to the approaching hairy monster quickly, and quickly broke its neck. The skeleton swam forward quickly on the seabed, surrounded by monsters with long black hair. Before approaching the skeleton, it was blocked by ghosts one after another, and their necks were broken. Wu Hung swam hard, getting closer and closer to the array. A hairy monster fell in front of him, and its claws were still grabbing forward. Finally, Wu Hung approached the array pattern, took out the hammer and chisel from his backpack, and smashed it. Dang! The chisel left a white mark on the stone. Dang dang dang! Crack! The stone cracked in the middle, completely breaking the dense array pattern. A wave of energy spread out, and the array failed. Wu Hung turned and swam upwards, and a sharp claw directly grabbed the skeleton's ankle. Then, countless balls of wool wrapped the skeleton tightly. Benny said, too many, we can't kill them all. Wu Hung threw the chisel aside, and the skeleton's arm reached into the backpack and turned the mechanism button of the explosion pack. Then, God's presence was released, and the divine consciousness returned. Inside the cabin, Wu Hung stood up again. Grinda, who was reading a book, glanced at him and said, is it going well? Boom! Before waiting for an answer, there was a huge explosion outside, and a water column several meters high rushed into the sky. The hull began to sway violently, and then stabilized. Grinda widened his eyes, poked his head out, looked at the location of the explosion, and then retracted it and said, is there any danger under the water? There are many black-haired monsters below, and we almost flipped over. Wu Hung said. He still felt a little aggrieved. According to Benny, these monsters are only about level 9 or 10. Not to mention that he is a hero now. Even when he became the captain, he was not so powerless. He still needs to detonate the bomb to eliminate those monsters. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the cabin door, and Philippa's voice came over. Captain Wu Hung, there was an explosion in the sea, and there are many black-haired corpses on the sea. Wu Hung opened the door and walked out. Philippa and the two elders stood anxiously at the door. The array has been solved. Let everyone be alert. There are black-haired monsters below. Be careful not to attack the ship. Wu Hung gave orders as he walked. The order was passed down. Wu Hung walked to the deck, and could still see some black-haired corpses floating up. At this time, the ghost flew back with the carving knife. Wu Hung took the carving knife, and returned it to the elf elder. Xiao Xiao got into the body, and shared the following scenes. The explosion killed most of the long-haired monsters. The few remaining scattered ones also fled in other directions after the explosion and disappeared. After sharing the scenes, Wu Hung released Xiao Xiao and said to the others, those long-haired monsters ran away and should not come closer. Huh! After that, a relieved voice came from behind. The elf elder said, Chief, I want to take 2 monster corpses back for research. Go fish out all the corpses. Wu Hung said to the side. The skeleton Shan Shan and Taio Taio flew out, salvaged the corpses in the sea, and threw them on the deck. The scholars in the team who were familiar with some creatures began to check. Wu Hung said, you keep 2 for yourselves, and I will transform the rest into skeletons, which may be useful later. The elf elder nodded and asked someone to wrap up the corpses and put them into the space ring. Wu Hung released Dead Corpse Battlefield and transformed all the corpses into skeletons. Skeleton Sea Monster, level 10. No long hair on the body. The level is only about 10. The characteristics include free underwater movement. Put down 2 small boats and try the whirlpool area. Wu Hung continued. The door behind the frigate opened, and the small boat was released, entering the area to test it. After repeated attempts, seeing that there was no problem, The battleship wandered around the edge for 2 more circles. After confirming that the array pattern had failed, Wu Hung ordered, "Move forward, approach the island." "Yes," Philippa replied immediately. The archaeological team also began to get excited. Finally, they could get close to the island. "Thanks to the leader, if you hadn't come, we would have died here." The dwarf elder came over and said very respectfully. When he was on Treasure Island, he complained that he had stayed too long to wait for the leader Wu Hung. Now it seems that these few days have saved their lives. If Wu Hung hadn't come, let alone archaeology, they would not have been able to return alive. Wu Hung nodded. "Don't be so polite. We are all members of the association when we are outside." The people around him were even more respectful. The rest of the journey went very smoothly. The battleship was getting closer and closer to the island ahead. The crack in the middle of the island was facing everyone, and the cliffs on both sides were damp black stones covered with moss. The sea breeze whistled into the crack, making a sound like ghosts crying and wolves howling. Soon, the ghost came back from the early exploration and drilled into the body to share the picture. Deep in the crack, there was a flat building similar to a fortress, and the walls, watchtowers, and other buildings could be vaguely identified. Behind the wall, there were groups of kneeling iron golems. They were very similar to the golems on the ship tomb, kneeling on the ground, with their hands on their legs, and a long sword beside them. Is this a military camp? Chapter 902. Walls, arrow towers, neatly arranged puppets. From the overall architecture, it feels like a military camp or a maritime fortress. Xiao Xiao shuttled between the puppets and entered the dilapidated buildings on both sides. In the dusty and dilapidated house, scattered weapons can be seen everywhere, covered with silt and moss. The rest of the items have rotted, and because of the humid environment, they are mixed with silt. There is nothing special to find, so Xiao Xiao flew out directly. He joined the 2 ghosts, Granda and Benny, and rushed to the building in the center behind the puppets. Entering the hall, the 3 ghosts paused and looked ahead in surprise. At the innermost position, there is a stone chair covered with moss, on which a tall figure wearing rotten armor leaned, looking like a transformed corpse ghost. Just when the 3 ghosts thought it was just a corpse, the figure in front of them suddenly rose up with a beam of light like breathing. Without waiting for any reaction, the level light column quickly disappeared. After a few minutes, the light column flashed and disappeared again. Just like breathing. Benny waved her hand, and the 3 ghosts bypassed the corpse ghost and looked at other rooms. There were many items and weapons stored inside. After confirming that there was no other danger, they turned around and left. The shared picture ended here. Wu Hung released Xiao Xiao from his body. He began to think about the picture just shared. The size and armor style of the puppet were the same as those seen in the ship tomb before, which also proved that both sides came from the same culture. The puppets stationed in the courtyard were better preserved than those in the ship tomb, and should still be able to move. What surprised him the most was the body in the hall, which looked like a mummy, with scales on its body hanging in disorder, and the weapons beside it were also covered with heavy copper rust. And this body would actually display a level light column every few minutes. Wu Hung was very suspicious of the other party's current state. Was it a transformed corpse ghost? Or did he use other methods of survival? He even doubted whether the other party still had the ability to move. But it was certain that the level light column that appeared briefly could confirm that the other party was level 18. It was not a big threat to him. Leader, the beast trainer found a building in front, and the ruins were indeed inside. The dwarf elder said excitedly. The battleship moved along the crack and moved inside, without any danger along the way. And the ranger's beast trainer also found the location of the ruins, which made everyone excited. Wu Hung said, "There is a military camp inside, with nearly 100 puppets stationed, each with the combat power of a professional of level 12. The puppets have no level light column, and it is judged to be about level 12, which is also the information after the actual combat in the ship tomb. The puppets here are all the same style, and the combat power is not much different." When they heard that there were nearly 100 level 12 puppets, the joy on everyone's faces froze. "I suspect this is a temporary fortress on the sea, and there is an enemy inside, and I'm not sure if he is still alive," Wu Hung said, and then repeated the body that appeared in the level light column. Both elders frowned. According to previous speculation, this site existed before the church unified its faith. The puppets were preserved and the stone magic circle was still usable, which made sense. There was still a person alive inside, which was really hard to understand. "Corpse ghost?" the dwarf elder said, looking at Wu Hung. "Can you tell whether a heroic necromancer is a corpse ghost?" Wu Hung shook his head. "I'm not sure if it's a corpse ghost." The elf elder thought for a while, and said, It's also possible that some ritual was used to keep his body alive. Don't you have any records of this in Hongwen society? The dwarf elder asked. The elf elder said, I haven't paid attention to it. I can check it after I go back. What's the point of checking him after I go back? Seeing that the two had no clues, Wu Hung waved his hand to signal them to calm down and said, No need to argue about these. Let's prepare according to level 18. Prepare, one of the Hongwen Association said. Leader, 2 elders, it's not that I don't believe in our strength, but we only have this one ship at the moment. If the next battle causes damage to the ship, we are afraid that we will be trapped on the island. Another person said, I think that since the underwater formation has been cracked, it is better to go back and inform the association first, and make adequate preparations before coming back. After the two people's words, the others also fell into discussion. They believe that with 1 hero and 2 elders, and now there are so many high-level professionals, they will definitely be able to clear the danger inside in the end. But what if the ship is damaged? With so many people, can they still swim back? The best way is to inform the association and prepare to come back. Shut up, just protect the boat, there's no danger. The dwarf turned around and scolded. But the discussion continued. Wu Hung glanced at everyone and continued, Don't worry, even if the boat is damaged, I have the ability to take everyone away. The discussion quieted down, and the member who had previously proposed the idea of returning also said, I believe the leader, I have nothing to say. The leader has said it, so I have no objection. Everyone spoke one after another. At this time, the ranger suddenly said, Puppets appeared over there at the ruins, a lot of puppets. Everyone looked forward. On the wall, puppets with copper rust on their bodies, and holding long swords appeared, looking at this side from a distance. How did they survive so far away? Return to your positions. Personnel below level 12, formed teams by themselves, and personnel above level 1 each. The dwarf elder gave orders loudly. Philippa sat in the cab, with her leather-booted feet on the table, biting an apple in her hand, looking at the members of the association outside who looked solemn and ready to face the enemy. She bit the fruit hard and said, Turn the gun barrel and aim forward. Lopez City, Snake Emblem Consortium. The slender and elegant elf leader, Ledalai, looked down at the documents in her hand. Towards the end of the year, the number of ordinary orders dropped sharply. Both the big forces and some mercenary groups were saving money for the auction at the end of the year. But it was much better than last year. Last year, all her indicators were much worse. It was Wu Hung who came over with a mask and helped her complete the remaining orders and gold reserves at that time. Thinking of it now, Ledalai also smiled. It was like a god sent to save her. Knock, 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 the door knocked. Ledalai put away her thoughts, Come in. The door opened, and a staff member walked in. The association sent a letter for you. Ledalai raised her eyebrows, took the letter, and said, Wait at the door for a while, I have a letter to send out later. Yes. The staff member answered, Open the door and walk out. The door closed, and Ledalai couldn't wait to tear open the envelope and look at the contents on it. Her eyes followed the words. When she saw that she was willing to use the Opera House as the auction venue for the Snake Emblem Consortium, Ledalai almost shouted out with joy. A safe island with heroes sitting in front of it. It can reduce the consortium's expenses a lot. Take a deep breath and look at the contents again. In addition to agreeing to give the consortium a venue for the auction, it also asked if there were other venues and facilities requirements, which could be negotiated. That's great, Ledalai said. The handwriting of the letter is quite delicate, and it can be seen that it was written by a woman. And the sentences in the text also have a kind of punctuation and words that are only found in the north. It seems that he should be brought from the area north of the kingdom of Yeko. I heard that he likes orc women. The next time we meet, can I prepare an animal ear or some accessories to tease this young hero? After thinking about it randomly, I took out a few letters and started writing. After writing all of them, I said to the door, Come in. The door opened and the previous staff walked in. Ledalai said, These letters are sent to the heads of the consortiums in various places, and this one is given to the association and sent to Treasure Island. Yes. The staff took the letter and turned to leave. Treasure Island, Lilith's residence. The butler walked in front, followed by an elven man. He wore leather armor, a hood, and a long sword on his waist, looking dusty. Entering the hall, the old butler said, Miss, Elder Eleanor is here to visit you. The elven man stepped forward and saluted respectfully, Eleanor, meet the leader. Lilith glanced at him, waved her hand, and said, Sit down. The other party sat down politely, took out the packaged gift, and said, I brought you some elven fruit wine, now is the best time to drink it. Lilith glanced at the butler, who carefully took it and put it aside. The elf continued, "The temperature on Treasure Island is a little higher. The blood race does not like the sun, and Treasure Island is a place with particularly long days. It is hard to imagine why Lilith is willing to live here." Lilith said, "It's rainy and windy occasionally, but it doesn't matter. I feel more comfortable living here after I get used to it." The elf didn't expect to get this answer, and raised his eyebrows. "Indeed, it's the same everywhere, as long as you get used to it." Lilith took a sip of tea and asked, "What are your plans for coming to the island?" The elf immediately said, "Chief, the headquarters appointed me as the flag bearer of the Emerald Sea, and I just arrived here today." Flag bearer. Lilith raised her eyebrows and looked at the other party again. Eleanor Elf Clan 18th level swordsman, serving as an elder in the association headquarters. He is an elf, but also a believer of the church. Arrange him to come to the island as the flag bearer. Wu Hung did a good job as the flag bearer. "You should do your job well when you come here," Lilith said. "I understand. I will go to the association later, meet with the local deacon, and then start working," the elf said. Lilith glanced at the other party, and said more bluntly, "The headquarters is coordinating the relationship between Wu Hung and the church. Don't get involved. He is far away from the church, but I can't stop him from dealing with the people on Treasure Island." The elf's eyes were all fixed, and he heard the meaning. "I understand." Lilith nodded and continued, "Do you have a place to live?" "I will live in the association dormitory for the next 2 days, and then look at the price of the house on the island. Choose a better location, it will be more convenient to live." "Yes." The frigate continued to move forward. The wall in the distance was already full of puppets covered with copper rust. "Xiao, Benny, keep your eyes on that mummy, and notify me if anything happens," Wu Hung said to the side. "Okay." A response came from midair, and the two ghosts flew out directly. All the members of the association were also in chaos, and each found a position to disperse, formed a team, and prepared to face the battle. Philippa's voice came from the intercom that, "Chief Wu Hung, the shipborne guns have adjusted their direction. Do you want to attack them first?" The frigate is mainly equipped with 2 weapons. One is a 127mm naval gun, and the other is an anti-aircraft close-in defense gun. The 127mm naval gun has a range of 10,000 meters, which is enough to meet the current range, and it is even a bit too close. Wu Hung glanced at the already adjusted gun barrel, and cast a summon arrow rain. As they approached, the members of the association became more and more solemn and nervous. "Now that we have arrived here, we will not retreat any more. Let these broken copper and iron see our will," the dwarf elder shouted loudly to encourage all members. "The deep cave has cast hope for us. The hammer is swinging and sparks are blooming. Perseverance is our sight. Now that the battle horn is blown, courage is in the chest, blazing hot." Then, it was the hunter's war song, and the whole ship, including the members of Hong Wenhui, began to sing along, echoing in the broken valley. After the spell was cast, Wu Hung ignored the members, who were ready for battle, and pressed the intercom. "Philippa, shoot more accurately." "Understood." Boom! The deafening roar instantly covered the singing. The shells were fired from the muzzle, and with the addition of the arrow rain, they were like shotgun shells, quickly dispersing countless shells. Before the others could react to what happened. Boom! The next second, the fortress in the distance seemed to explode, engulfed by flames and explosions, and thick smoke rushed straight into the sky. The stone mountains on both sides began to shake violently. The stones rolled down, raising waves, and the frigate also swayed slightly. The singing on the ship stopped, and everyone who was ready for battle widened their eyes, and looked at the scene in front of them in horror. What happened just now? A fortress just disappeared like that. Then, what is the preparation that these people had made before? The dwarf elder patted his still buzzing ears, walked over and asked doubtfully, "Chief, what did we do?" "Yes, to avoid casualties," Wu Hung replied. "It's more than just reducing casualties." The opposite side was razed to the ground. The elf elder looked at the area still covered by thick smoke and raised his eyebrows. "It's like this. What's the point of studying ancient times?" Philippa's voice came from the intercom. "Why did you sing just now?" Wu Hung and the elf elder looked at the dwarf elder, who coughed lightly and pressed the intercom. "I was singing for fun." "Oh!" In the fortress in the distance, Xiao and Benny were floating in the hall inside. Staring at the figure in front, the level light beam still appeared rhythmically and disappeared. Explosions sounded, and dense sand and gravel shot into the building like bullets, crackling and hitting the body sitting on the stone chair. The shrunken body, hit by the sand and gravel, lost balance and fell to the ground. Xiao Xiao looked at Benny and pointed at the body, saying that he would not be killed by the stone. Benny also shook her head, saying that if he was going to die, he would have died long ago, otherwise he would not have been killed by the stone. Just as the two ghosts were communicating in sign language. Suddenly, the body that fell to the ground was seen, and the level light column did not disappear. Staggeringly stood up. A crack appeared on the top of the head, and a fleshy body, like shedding skin, came out from it. It turned into the image of a middle-aged man with black hair. The level light column increased again to level 19. Then, the man turned his head suddenly, an eye opened between his eyebrows, and stared at the invisible ghost. Chapter 903. Frigate. After a round of bombing, thick smoke billowed into the sky. Under the smoke and dust, the lifted ground and broken puppet fragments could be vaguely seen. The puppets that were thought to be difficult to deal with were all turned into fragments under their watch. The members of the association watched, and they always felt that they had done nothing along the way and just followed along. Of course, this is not a bad thing. It is much better than fighting with these iron lumps. There is a shoal ahead, get ready to go ashore. Philippa's voice came over. Looking from the deck, you can see a long section of shoal area away from the shore. You can still see the reef below, which is estimated to cover the position of human knees and ankles. When people got the news, they showed joy and began to prepare to board the ship. Wu Hung stood behind, still waiting for news from the ghost. Uncle, the corpse is alive. It is Uncle Baolianding. A small shout came from the air. Several professional members of the association on the deck were startled by the sudden shout, and all kinds of weapons were pulled out. I'm a ghost, don't be nervous. Wu Hung explained, frowning. The corpse must refer to the mummy in the building, where the level light column appeared and disappeared from time to time. It was expected that it would be resurrected. But how to determine whose uncle it was? Before asking, the smoke and dust in the distance suddenly shook. Then a stream of light shot like a cannonball, and it was close to the ship in the blink of an eye. Everyone's pupils shrank, and the dwarf elder relied on the hunter's reaction to sudden danger, twisted his waist, and threw the iron-black shield directly like a discus thrower. The shield flashed in the air, and a layer of golden halo appeared on the surface. Bang! A dull collision sounded. The shield collided with the flying object, exploding dense sparks. Clang clang. The shield fell to the ground and broke into pieces in an instant, and the object also deviated from the direction, and penetrated into the shallow water area with a bang. Everyone looked at it intently, and saw that it was a spear covered with heavy copper rust. The tip of the spear pierced into the black rock, accompanied by a cracking sound. The rock cracked layer by layer, and the web-like cracks were dense. The bronze spear flew into the air again, and flew towards the fortress in front. In the gradually dispersing smoke and dust, a figure slowly walked out, grabbed the spear, and looked at this side from a distance. About 1.8 meters tall, black hair grew visibly, at first short hair, gradually grew to a shawl. The upper body is naked, and a rotten and dilapidated skirt armor is hung around the waist. The most special part is the third eye between the eyebrows. So we know why Xiao Xiao said he is Baolianding's uncle. He is the corpse, and he can still see us. Xiao Xiao spoke very quickly as if he was complaining. Black hair, 3 eyes. The elf elder looked straight ahead and asked softly, Chief, do you know him? No. Wu Hung replied. The elf elder shouted loudly to the front. You live on the island? We are from the association. Roar. The 3-eyed man roared like a beast, kicked his feet, and rushed forward with a spear. Fight. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Arrows shot forward, and the scholars on the ship tore open scrolls, fireballs, lightning and other magic, and blasted forward. The 3-eyed man waved his spear in front of him, deflecting some arrows, and dodged. Everyone frowned. Why does it feel like he has no fighting skills, and seems not very smart? But the opponent's footsteps still did not stop. Follow me to kill. The dwarf elder shouted. Holding an axe in one hand, and a shield in the other, he jumped onto the shallows, stepped on the seawater under his feet, and rushed forward first, with hot air waves rolling around his body. Behind him, several hunters also rushed forward with weapons in hand. As the two sides approached, the dwarf elder jumped high and chopped down with a battle axe. Bang! The 3-eyed man blocked the opponent's attack with his spear. Die! Another hunter stabbed at his heart with a long sword at his side. The 3-eyed man freed his hand, grabbed the stabbing blade, raised his foot and kicked it out, and the hunter's body instantly flew backwards, rolling and falling into the deep sea. The spear in his hand flipped and smashed down, and the dwarf leader felt a sense of crisis in his heart, which instantly turned into a raging rage. The shield met the smashed spear, and the battle axe chopped across his waist. Die! Bang! Puff! The sound of impact and penetration sounded almost at the same time, and the shield raised by the dwarf was instantly shattered. The spear hit his shoulder like an iron whip, and his entire shoulder collapsed instantly, with bones piercing through the flesh and blood. The battle axe that chopped the waist of the three-eyed man also burst into a scorching flame. The man's body was burned and charred. Everyone's eyes widened. The elder hunter of the association was smashed with a shield and half of his shoulder. Even if he took the potion again, it would be difficult to return to the battle in a short time. Whoosh! The sound of flying through the air sounded, and two skeletons flapped their wings and rushed over. The skeleton's body swelled in the air, turning into a unicorn over 3 meters long, and knocked the man out with a bang. The skeleton jumped, grabbed the dwarf elder on the ground, and threw him directly to the back. With a snap, he fell into the deep water in front of the boat. Others went into the water to pick him up. The dwarf vomited water and shouted, "There is something wrong with his weapon. There must be something wrong." The others opened potions and scrolls to heal his injuries. Clang, bang. The fierce fighting sound still sounded. 2 level 20 skeletons. One was fixed in front and waving fists, and the other was looking for opportunities in the back, stabbing out the double swords in his hands, and going straight to the vital position. The skeletons had high attributes and some coordination, and for a while, the opponent was defeated step by step, and wounds kept appearing on the skin and flesh of the body. Go, cooperate with the leader skeleton to kill the enemy directly. Seeing that the situation was favorable, the elder of Hongwenhui took over the battlefield command and ordered to continue the attack. Everyone changed into crossbows, and some negative status props and scrolls, and began to take the opportunity to use them on the target. At this time, the three-eyed man roared, and the bodies of the 2 skeletons suddenly froze, and the soul fire swayed. At the same time, he tapped his feet lightly, bypassed the skeletons, and appeared in the crowd behind. "Retreat, retreat!" the elder shouted. And the next second, the man pointed the spear in his hand, and the sea water condensed upwards, forming a water prison to surround the members of the association. In a few breaths, some people's eyes rolled back, and their bodies gradually became limp. "He is a mage of the spell system. Save him quickly!" Someone shouted in horror. The scholars who stayed on the ship quickly searched for the scrolls they carried, hoping to find the ability to break the spell or save people. His level is still rising, and he is almost at the critical point of level 19. Benny reminded from the side. Wu Heng's eyes also condensed. The man in front of him became more and more skilled in his moves, and he also started to use spells from the initial rampage. He was recovering his memory and his own strength. "Cooperate with me and kill him first." As soon as Wu Heng finished speaking, the magic circle appeared under his feet, and his figure appeared on the battlefield. Before the opponent could react, the lightning beam had already hit the target's chest. The body flew backwards, and the lightning effect also spread on the water surface under the opponent's feet. Whoosh! The water prison that imprisoned others was broken, and the man stood up again. The sea water floated up again, trying to form a water prison and trap Wu Heng in the middle. The magic circle lit up, and the body changed different positions before the water prison was formed. "Don't let him run around," Wu Heng said directly. As the ghosts approached, the man's third eye instantly looked in the direction of the 3 ghosts' attack, and he dodged quickly, trying to avoid being possessed by the other party. But the next second, Grinda took the lead in possessing him, and threw the spear in his hand forward. Wu Heng caught it, and put it into the space ring, and at the same time released Thunder summoning technique. Dense lightning fell like a punishment from heaven. The lightning stopped, and the man's body was charred. Black smoke came out of his mouth and nose, and he fell with his head raised. "Is he dead?" Grinda asked. "Isn't he Uncle Chinxiang? How come he can't even beat his uncle?" "Who are you from?" Wu Heng rolled his eyes at her. Benny cooperated and said, "Wu Heng is getting stronger and stronger." Just when one person had 3 souls, and was full of joy. The next second, the faces of the 3 ghosts changed. "Wu Heng, look at him!" Glinda shouted. Wu Heng looked over and saw the charred corpse began to shrink, as if it was stripping away moisture, and its appearance became more and more like a corpse ghost. The level light column began to appear from time to time. Benny reminded. Wu Heng's eyes condensed, meaning that he was still alive, and it was possible that he could live again in this way. He couldn't be kept alive. "Taio Taio, chop off his head." The skeleton Taio Taio chopped out with the long sword in his hand, and with a snap, as if it was covered with tough leather, sticky black blood flowed out of the wound. Benny continued, "The frequency of the level light column is getting higher and higher. He has to come out early." Taio Taio's long sword fell one by one. Gulyalu. At the 4th time, The head was completely separated from the neck and fell off. Then, a hideous and confused ghost broke out of the body and tried to escape to one side. It was just less than 2 meters away when it was surrounded by 3 ghosts and swallowed and disappeared. The soul was swallowed by us, it's over. Glinda flew back and said, "We are so powerful, the dwarf grandfather couldn't even take a single blow, we killed him directly." Xiao Xiao straightened his chest. Although they had experienced a lot of such things together, it was still happy to win. Wu Hung took out the straw mat, wrapped the body. Tiao Tiao picked up the head beside, and put it next to the body, then wrapped it with the straw mat. Wu Hung put it in the space ring. "Zizi," the voice of the elf elder came from the intercom. "Chief, is the battle over?" Wu Hung pressed the intercom. "It's over, come over." At this time, the others returned to the frigate, and in order not to be affected, the ship also pulled away from this side. Hearing the answer, cheers came from the other side, and the dwarf elder said hurriedly, "Then let's go now." The frigate approached again, and 2 elders came over quickly. Among them, the dwarf elder was tied with bandages. No matter how high the profession is, broken bones cannot be directly restored by drinking medicine. "Leader, you are not injured?" The dwarf leader stepped forward and asked. He was also moved in his heart. This newly promoted leader is really fierce. A thunderbolt struck from the sky. No matter how many levels he has, he can't withstand such a strike. Now it can be seen that the ghost has strong reconnaissance ability, and the equipment in his hand can overturn a fortress. His own strength is even more terrifying. The assessment of the headquarters is still based on reason. Such people are not allowed to be leaders, and it is more dangerous to let them go. "It's okay, the body belongs to me, there is no problem, right?" Wu Hung asked. The 2 elders looked at each other, and raised their eyebrows. "Who dares to say there is a problem with this?" The elf elder smiled and said, "Of course there is no problem. Do I need to write it truthfully in the report?" "Write it truthfully. It's just a corpse. Let's see if it can be counted as a merit," Wu Hung said. "Enemies above level 18 can be counted as first-class merits. To be able to beat the dwarf elder like this with one blow, it goes without saying that he is a professional above level 18. But the situation this time is special, and Wu Hung is accompanying him. It is hard to say whether it will be counted as such." Hearing this, the 2 of them were also happy in their hearts. At least there is still a chance to count as a merit. "Yes, leader." The 2 answered immediately. "The building is inside. You prepare and arrange people to do archaeological work," Wu Hung said. "Okay, I will organize people now, and go in after getting ready," the elf elder said, and then began to return to the ship's position, calling the rest of the people to go ashore to prepare for archaeological work. Wu Hung was the first to step over the ruins and walk into the hall at the back. Xiao Xiao stood aside. Like a guide, the body was sitting here, and then there was an explosion outside, and the flying stones hit him. Oh, and then he peeled off a layer of skin here, just like peeling shrimp skin. Wu Hung looked at the side of the stone chair, and could see the torn skin. "Is it useful?" asked Glinda. Wu Hung took a look, and no panel information appeared. The only possibility was that it was used as a ritual material. "Put it away first, and throw it away if it's useless." Wu Hung asked Tiao Tiao to pack it up, and put it into the space ring. Then 1 person and 3 souls continued to go to the innermost room. The internal layout is relatively simple. The dormitory and the outer room are separated, and some traces of furniture can be seen in the outer room. Wood, cloth and the like have all rotted away. Only some bronze objects, tortoise shells and bones have been barely preserved due to humidity. Some patterns of birds and animals are carved on it. Wu Hung glanced at them one by one, and confirmed that they were not rare objects or props, so he did not take them, leaving them for the people of Hongwenhui to do archaeology. "Wu Hung, come inside and take a look," Glinda shouted in the inner room. Wu Hung walked in. "What did you find?" "There are several metal plates inside, and there are words written on them," Glinda said. Wu Hung followed the other party's instructions, and found the metal plates he mentioned. There were 6 pieces in total, connected together, and Wu Hung raised his eyebrows when he saw the words on them. Oracle Bone Script. It turned out to be a senior in his world. After Wu Hung turned over the first piece, the panel prompt suddenly appeared. Zayin Shu description. Possess the power to control water, and can control the water of rivers, lakes and seas for your own use. Damn, it's a skill book. Chapter 904. It makes sense when you think about it. No one stipulates that skills must be recorded on paper. Recording on the iron plate can also be passed down. Skills of ancient professions. Wu Hung was still a little excited, but he didn't know what the effect of the skills would be. After becoming a hero, He really needs some high-level skills to increase his combat effectiveness. He continued to look through the remaining iron plates, but no new skill prompts appeared. These 6 iron plates record 1 skill. The corners of the iron plates have corresponding dots. With a slight comparison, the order of the first and second pages can be identified. What is written? Grinda saw his happy face and knew that it must be a good thing, so she asked. Wu Hung wiped the dirt on the iron plate and put it into the Space Ring skill book. Is this a skill book? Grinda was a little surprised and asked again, is the text on it from your world? Why is it different? Grinda has studied the text of the modern world, and she translated all the great detective novels. It should be Oracle Bone script, Wu Hung said. Grinda looked at Xiao Xiao, who shrugged, I haven't heard of it. It's a very early type of writing. The writing used now has changed little by little, Wu Hung explained. Grinda nodded, and Benny said very flatteringly, Wu Hung is still very knowledgeable. Xiao Xiao continued to ask, can this be used as a book? Wu Hung said, it's normal. In order to preserve it for a longer time, ancient people would carve the content they wanted to pass down on stone or metal. Oh! Xiao Xiao nodded subconsciously. Wu Hung continued, look around and find everything with written records. Don't leave anything behind. Okay. Xiao Xiao agreed. The other 2 souls also nodded and started searching in different directions. Wu Hung continued to look around in the dormitory. The dormitory was not large, about 30 square meters, and the overall structure was rectangular. Pottery jars could be found in various places, and some metal utensils were of little value. The 3 ghosts did not gain much after searching the rest of the rooms. Some artifacts that looked special did not appear, and no panels of strange objects and skill books appeared. Only 1 skill book was kept. Some people were disappointed. Tap tap tap. The chaotic footsteps sounded, and the archaeological team walked into the hall from outside. Wu Hung also walked out of the room on the inside. The elf elder quickened his pace and came forward to say, Chief, we are all ready. Now we can collect and organize the artifacts. Wu Hung nodded, you are good at these. Just assign the tasks yourself. Yes, Chief. Wu Hung thought for a moment and continued, if you find any artifacts with words, let someone notify me, and I will study what is written on them. Okay, Chief. The elf elder agreed again, and began to assign tasks to the rest of the people. Then, everyone began to disperse. The hunters used exploration skills to find traps, secret rooms, and some secret places, and the people of Hongwenhui began to divide into several teams to collect and record artifacts. Wu Hung walked outside with the ghost and the skeleton. He walked out of the fortress, used teleportation to jump over the shallows in the middle, and appeared on the deck of the frigate. Chief. The members who stayed on the deck immediately saluted. Well, you guys go ahead, and don't worry about me, Wu Hung said. Yes. The members continued to work on their own. After walking a few steps, Philippa came out of the cabin with her skeleton. When she saw Wu Hung, she said, What's on it? Nothing special, many things are rotten, Wu Hung said. Xiao Xiao also flew out and whispered, There may be some strange things inside. Those archaeological teams went in too quickly. Philippa's eyes lit up, I go and see, and let Minnie and the others see. Go, be careful, Wu Hung instructed. Okay. Philippa took the skeleton, got off the boat, and walked towards the ruins. On the way, he turned on his mobile phone and said, Minnie, we're on the island. Let's show you what it looks like. At the stern of the frigate is a helipad. The original design was a helipad for carrier-based aircraft, but now a skeleton flying dragon is arranged. The effects are not much different, both increase the air power of the ship. Wu Hung found an open space and took out the body of the three-eyed man. The straw mat was opened, and the head rolled to the side. The battle of the ancient professional still brought some shock to himself. He could fight dwarf warriors in close combat, had high physical strength, and could release water spells. It was a completely hexagonal all-round warrior profession. The most bizarre thing was the ability to revive. Now the best way to prolong life was the transformation of the Necromancer into a corpse ghost. Although it could prolong life, the price was also huge, transforming himself into a dead thing. He was resurrected again, and it felt better. I don't know if it's a skill or some special effect. The thought flashed through my mind quickly, and I released bone art directly on the corpse. The flesh and blood of the corpse in front of me fell off, and the well-proportioned skeleton slowly stood up. On the head, 3 eye sockets can see the flickering soul fire inside. Spirit Skeleton Warrior, Level 19. Spirit Skeleton? Spirit Skeleton is the name of a Level 20 skeleton. As expected, he was once a Level 20 professional. Fortunately, I killed him decisively at that time. If he really waited until he recovered to level 20, I would be in danger. Spirit Skeleton Warrior, level 19. Attributes: Constitution 55, Strength 48, Agility 52, Intelligence 35, Perception 61, Charisma 15. Features: Hollow Skeleton, Advanced Soul, Unyielding Strength, Mind's Eye. Features: Long Sword Specialization, Master, Long Handle Weapon Specialization, Grandmaster, Medium Armor Specialization, Master. Unyielding Strength: Entering the combat state, the body is not bound by any negative state. Mind's Eye: Identify lies, see through illusions, and see through invisible and empty objects. The attributes are indeed relatively well proportioned, without too prominent shortcomings. In terms of characteristics, Unyielding Strength is a state of its own. After entering the battle, the body is not bound by any negative state. This can still play a very important role in the battle. The second characteristic is Mind's Eye, which is more exaggerated. It can identify lies, see through illusions, see through invisible effects. Except for not being able to see through, it can see everything that can be seen. In the future, when interrogating someone, you can bring him with you, and you don't have to use any props. The only pity is that no skills are left. He released water skills in the battle, and was able to break the shield of the Dwarf Elder. He should have been able to leave behind 1 or 2 skills. Unfortunately, none of them were left behind. Uncle? Is he Qinxiang's uncle? Xiao asked as he looked at the skeleton that stood up. I don't know, it's unlikely. Wu Heng said. No identity information was found in the ruins, but it's unlikely to be Yang Jian. The only thing that can match is the 3 eyes, and the others can't match. Who's uncle? Benny asked from the side. According to the timeline drawn by Wu Heng, this ancient professional was at least 1,500 years ago, but Xiao kept mentioning who's uncle. It's like they know each other. Xiao said, Qinxiang, there is this cartoon. His mother violated the heavenly law and was locked up, and Qinxiang saved her. Heavenly law? Glinda asked doubtfully. It's the law of heaven. The other 2 souls looked puzzled, and Xiao continued, Heaven is where the gods live. Gods are. I find this animation for you when I get back. I don't understand. Xiao gave up completely. The skeleton finished watching. Wu Heng took out the bronze spear he got. At that time, Glinda was possessed and threw the bronze spear directly to him, and he didn't have time to look at it before putting it in the ring. It should also be a good weapon. Broken Mountain Bronze Spear, strange item. Effect: Breaking Wu, Breaking Formation, Water Control Amplification. Side effect: Stagnation of veins. Description: The spear is cast with exquisite craftsmanship and has undergone special smelting and forging processes, giving this weapon unique characteristics. Broken Wu: Whether it is an ordinary iron sword or a well-forged armor carefully forged by a general, it will be easily shattered under the full force of the spear. Break the array: When the spear enters and exits the ground, it will cause the terrain or array to break and disintegrate. Water Control Amplification: Water-based spells will be amplified by 20%. Stagnation of earth veins: When holding a weapon, cast earth-based spells, and the energy in the body will be restored as if it is filled with mud and sand, becoming heavy and flowing slowly. If it is cast multiple times, the limbs will be wrapped in soil and move slowly. Chapter 905. Damn! After reading the attributes, Wu Heng was delighted. The biggest gain was this weapon. There are 3 abilities in total. Break Weapon can smash the colliding weapons. This also proves why the 3-eyed man smashed several weapons with his spear at the beginning of the battle. It's not his ability, but the effect of this weapon. The second ability is Splitting Formation. It didn't show up in the battle. According to the introduction, it can disintegrate the formation, which is a good effect. The third point is the increase in water magic. The 20% increase is not small. Even the magic staff of the special mage profession may not be able to achieve such a large increase effect. The division of magic here is somewhat different from the faction division of current professionals. If it is some of the current strange objects, he will increase it with the spell faction, and the spell includes various different spells. And this weapon is amplified by the water system. It should be the difference between ancient professionals and current professionals. It just so happens that I have obtained an ancient skill book, and I can use this weapon when the time comes. The side effect is Earth Stagnation Veins. When you use this weapon to release Earth element skills, your energy will be blocked, and your limbs will feel like they are wrapped in Earth. The main thing is that I don't have Earth element skills, but I'm not afraid at all. This weapon is really good, but the copper rust is a bit thick. I go back and ask Minnie to rub it for me. Do you want to give this spear to your uncle? Xiao Xiao flew over again. Wu Heng said unhappily, don't recognize relatives randomly. Your mother will definitely say something to you if she hears. We agreed to be on the same front. You can't tell my mother. Xiao Xiao immediately tried to win over the relationship, and then quickly changed the subject. He doesn't seem to be very good with the spear. I think I can beat him. Wu Heng said, I want to use it myself. I buy him another long-handled weapon when I go back. The other two ghosts also looked over. You're a mage, why are you holding it? Grinda asked. Benny also said, how long have you not practiced close combat? It's dangerous to rush forward. You're just giving yourself a head. Xiao Xiao concluded. Wu Heng rolled his eyes at the three souls and said, this weapon also has the amplification of water spells. When I learn the skills I got today, it should be useful. And think about it, we all know that mages are weak in close combat, and the enemy must know it too, and will try their best to rush over for close combat. I can just shoot like a dragon. Grinda looked at him for a long time and said, as long as you are happy. What's that look in your eyes? Wu Heng questioned. Xiao Xiao said on the side, Uncle, I've given him a name. What's it called? Tell me. Wu Heng waved his hand and walked back with the skeleton. Call him General Shedding. Xiao Xiao said. Shedding doesn't sound good. Then call him General Bubble. Let's call him Bubble. Add the word General. The name is too long. When you give an order and shout the name, the enemy will rush over. Okay, then call him Bubble. Xiao Xiao agreed. Return to the cabin. The phone rang. It was a video call from Shannara. After the call was connected, the plump wood elf was wearing a burgundy nightgown with a low neckline revealing a large area of white skin. Are you not injured? Shannara asked with concern. The three ghosts went to do their own things. Wu Heng stood the phone on the wooden table. No, several members of the association were injured, and I am fine. Philippa was broadcasting the ruins live to the maid at home, and Chanella must have known the news of the end of the battle. A flag bearer has come to the island. Did your two elf friends tell you? Chanella said in a teasing tone. No, who is he? An elf, I heard he is an elder in the headquarters. Transferring the elder of the headquarters to be the flag bearer, they really think highly of the Emerald Sea. The elves have a good relationship with us. I will go to see him when I go back. Yeah. The two chatted for a while, and hung up the phone. At this time, the sky had dimmed, especially in the cracks of the mountain. It was even darker. The outbound investigation team returned, and Philippa also came back, talking about some discoveries of the archaeological team with great interest. When the night got dark, they went to rest directly. The next day, in the morning, the archaeological team sent some artifacts and stone tablets with written records. The detailed search with many people was effective. Wu Heng and the three ghosts did not find these things. Wait for the members who delivered the stone tablet to leave. The three ghosts showed up and asked, what is written this time? Wu Heng looked at the text and said, it probably means that in order to realize the ambition of expanding the territory, the dynasty formed a naval force here to fight the enemy, and the current island was selected as a strategic location. The situation on the battlefield reversed, and this general used the Guifang Shouyan method to increase his lifespan. Xiao Xiao suddenly realized, oh, that's also a skill. Then this skill is not included in it. Betty continued to ask. This is a skill that has never been recorded. If you get it, it will definitely be of great use. Wu Heng looked at it again. It's not written on it. It may not be in the ruins, or it may have rotted away long ago. Xiao Xiao thought for a while, and suddenly said, Uncle, let's go to the museum to have a look. Maybe there are some good things. Wu Heng raised his eyebrows. Xixie's brain circuit can always find some special paths. That makes sense. Xiao Xiao is smart. I learned it from Uncle. Xiao Xiao smiled. Wu Heng took out his mobile phone, took pictures of all the text on it, and then walked outside, take these back, and asked the two elders to come over. Yes. The archaeological team put the things away, and turned to leave. Not long after, the two and Philippa came over together. Chief. The two elders and Philippa also saluted. Wu Heng nodded and looked at the dwarf elder. How is the injury? The dwarf elder smiled and said, it's a minor injury. It will be healed in a few days. Wu Heng asked a few people to enter the cabin, and after they sat down, he continued to ask, what arrangements do you have for the future? The elf elder said, we will notify the nearest Kuta city, and they will arrange ships and subsequent supplies locally. At the same time, relevant reports and letters will also be delivered to the headquarters from there. Kuta city is the coastal city where some fragments were first salvaged. Wu Heng nodded and said, I am not deeply involved in archaeology, and I have successfully sent you here. I plan to go back later. Do you have anything else to do? The two elders looked at each other, and the elf elder said, Chief, we don't have a ship now. We need to take your ship to Kuta City to transfer a new ship. They didn't know Wu Hung had a ghost train, so they naturally thought he would take the boat back. There was only one boat here, and if Wu Hung left, they would still be trapped here. Wu Hung didn't want outsiders to know about the ghost train, so he said, I let the boat send your people to Kuta City first, and I leave after I make sure the boat is coordinated. The two elders discussed in a low voice. The dwarf elder said, I take the people and go with you. Okay, get ready, we leave later. Yes. Wu Hung continued, remember to write to me if there is any progress in the archaeological work later. Yes, leader. The elf elder continued to nod. In fact, everyone also made some guesses. Wu Hung was interested in this site, and when the enemy appeared yesterday, he also had the same black hair. If the two of them were not so ruthless, I would have thought there was really something going on. Second, Wu Hung contributed the most to the occupation of this site, and he was a member of the Honglin Society, so there was no problem reporting. After a simple exchange, the two elders went down to prepare. Philippa said, Are we going back? We have been out for so many days, it is time to go back. Wu Hung said. Philippa hesitated, I will stay to protect them, they also need a captain. No, there may not be many formations outside. Philippa muttered, What era is it, so strict? Near noon, the ship set sail again, taking the dwarf leader to Kuta City. Treasure Island, Association. Flag Bearer Study. Originally, this study did not exist, because the new flag bearer came, and a place to work was needed. So they arranged such a study room. Behind the desk in the study room, the new flag bearer Eleanor was sitting behind the desk, looking at the information related to the Emerald Sea. Dong dong dong. A quick knock on the door sounded. Eleanor looked up and said, Come in. The door opened, and the Deacon Zalogwi walked in with a gloomy face and asked directly, Banner bearer Eleanor, I have doubts about the content of the meeting just now. I suggest that you don't send this guidance out first. Eleanor smiled and said, Zalogwi, your father, and I have been friends for many years. It's a bit too rude to call me by my name. Zalogwi hated this kind of false courtesy of the nobles the most, and said, I am discussing business with you, so I naturally have to address you by your position. Eleanor nodded and continued, What do you think is wrong with what I said? Zalogwi took out the documents that had been distributed in the meeting room before. One line of words was circled. In order to save the cost of maritime patrol, the Emerald Sea Association allowed local associations to issue ship inspection licenses to private or group ships. Ships holding licenses can legally inspect all suspicious ships. If you send this out, it will only cause pirates to reappear on the Emerald Sea, and a large number of private ships will hold the association's license to plunder. Zalogwi said directly. Licenses are not issued at will, and the expenditures of associations in various places on the sea are huge. I have to consider reducing expenses in this regard. Eleanor said calmly. It seems that you know what this means. Zalogwi narrowed his eyes. Eleanor said, You are still too young and have no idea of the development of the whole situation. I am the flag bearer, and you should understand this. Zalogwi's expression suddenly calmed down and said, I hope Wu Hung will come back, and you have sufficient reasons to explain to him. After that, he turned and left. Eleanor glanced at the closed door, and his eyes fell on the documents in his hand again. After searching for a long time, I still couldn't find any local information about Wu Hung. Chapter 906. Kutaha City. After the frigate docked, the identities of the leader and the dwarf elders instantly made the local association explode. All the people in the association went out and began to prepare the ships and materials needed by the archaeological team. Within 2 hours, they were fully mobilized and stopped at the port. Philippa sighed from the side, saying that power is really useful. The dwarf elders, with the hunters who came with them, stood at the port and said respectfully, Chief, thank you for your help along the way. We will write to you if there is any news. Wu Hung said, There are still arrays around the island. Be careful when the ships pass by. The archaeological work has already begun. Don't get into danger at this time. Yes, Chief. The dwarf smiled. Okay, you go. Next time you go to Treasure Island, I will treat you to a drink. Wu Hung waved his hand. The dwarf saluted again, and many members behind him also saluted respectfully. The newly arranged sailors looked at the scene in front of them curiously. It can be seen that these people respect the people in front of them. Wu Hung took Philippa away, and the dwarf elder also called everyone to board the ship and leave the port to the archaeological island. On the frigate, Philippa said, How do we go back? In fact, she still wanted to stay outside for a while. But she didn't have the final say, and Wu Hung was getting stricter and stricter now. "Let the frigate Captain Skeleton go back, and we will take the ghost train back," Wu Hung said. "Now the Emerald Sea is very safe. If the flags of the Association and Treasure Island are hung, there will be basically no trouble. Even if pirates appear, they will sink." "Okay." Philippa went to the cab and explained to the skeleton captain. After a while, she came back and said, "I've explained." The two got off the ship, and the frigate set sail directly, heading towards the Treasure Island. Wu Hung took her to eat something in the city, and then walked along the commercial street. Then he went out of the city and opened the mansion spell in the wild. "Go in, I let you out when we get back. I want to take a hot spring bath," Philippa said. With a thought, an open-air hot spring was built in the mansion. Philippa cheered and said while taking off her clothes, "Close the door, I'm shy." The mansion spell was closed. Wu Hung put on the train conductor's hat, and the ghost train appeared. "Go directly on." The scenery appeared outside the window, and the ghost train arrived at the Treasure Island. Wu Hung got off the train and looked at his watch. It was 10:30 in the morning. The ghost train is still convenient. The time spent on this archaeological excavation was mainly wasted on the road. Teleportation was released, and the figure disappeared. When it reappeared, it had returned to the courtyard of the island owner's mansion. The skeletons guarding the surroundings turned their heads and looked over. After seeing that it was Wu Hung, they turned back with the sound of bones rubbing. Wu Hung released the ghost, and at the same time, he stretched out his hand and opened mansion, and Philippa came out with the parrot, saying, "Back? This train is still fast." Tap, tap, tap. The sound of hurried footsteps sounded, and the four maids in the house ran out with joy on their faces. Philippa smiled and opened her arms to greet him. "I missed you too." The maids bypassed her and threw themselves into Wu Hung's arms. "Master, you are finally back." Wu Hung patted them on the back. "You haven't been out for a few days, but you're talking like you've been out for a long time." "I miss you even after being out for a day," Minnie said coquettishly. Philippa crossed her arms and curled her lips. A bunch of people who value love over friendship. After saying a few words to the maids, they walked into the room together. Minnie helped him hang his coat aside. At this time, the wood elf Chanella also came down from upstairs and said in a hostess tone, "You're back. Well, you're staying in bed again, right?" Wu Hung said with a smile. "No, I'm sorting out some information in the room." Chanella walked down with a smile, leaning against his arms, and then said, "The hero statue has been erected in the church. I take you to see it later." The hero statue is the statue of the temple, but in order to avoid the gods, the temple is called the hero temple, and the statue is also called the hero statue. But this is the name of the association. Some sects outside still call it the temple or the statue. I haven't heard of anyone being punished by God. It's basically the church that's causing trouble for the other party. "Okay, after lunch." Wu Hung nodded. As he spoke, hurried footsteps came down from upstairs, and Xiao Xiao, who was controlling the puppet, shouted, "I'm going out to play." He ran straight past the living room and out. Chanella stood up and said, "I'm going to change my clothes. We go directly after dinner." Wu Hung thought about it, and followed her upstairs. Robert looked at Philippa and asked, "Tell us about what happened after you got on the island. Didn't you say that the person with 3 eyes also had black hair?" When this matter was mentioned, the others also looked over with curiosity. Wu Hung was the only one who had seen this hair color. "Huh? You remember me now?" Philippa looked unhappy. Annette smiled and said, "We still like to listen to Captain Philippa's stories of such heroic deeds. They are the most impressive. You still have some vision," Philippa said, leaning forward, and continued, "According to the history of Hong Wenhui, this person was a figure from 1,500 years ago. 1,500 years ago. So alive," Robert exclaimed. Philippa continued, "When Xiao Xiao found him, his body was just a dry corpse." Bedroom upstairs. Wu Hung followed in. Chanella stood in front of the closet, her hands taking off her home clothes paused slightly, and when she saw Wu Hung coming in, she raised her eyebrows. "I go down after I change my clothes. I wait for you here." Wu Hung sat down beside him. Chanella rolled her eyes at him, turned her back to him, revealing her graceful back. The shoulder straps slipped from the white shoulders, and the long skirt fell to the ground like petals, revealing snow-white skin. Wu Hung approached lightly, and gently wrapped his arms around her slender and smooth waist from behind. Sanera paused, raised the corners of her mouth, and smiled like she knew you were like this, and said coquettishly, "What are you doing? There's still some time." Wu Hung kissed the other's neck lightly, and Sanera closed her eyes, enjoying the other's tenderness. She tilted her head slightly, letting the other stay on her lips, and responded gently. The two moved to the dressing table, and Sanera subconsciously held the wooden table with both hands, and raised her waist slightly, while in the silver mirror, she reflected her blushing and hot expression. Her face became redder, and her heart became more and more eager. Turning his head away, he didn't look at himself in the mirror. Immersed in it. Lilith's mansion. Xiao Xiao jumped into the living room. Lilith turned to look at her, showing a doting smile. When did you come back? Just came back. Uncle didn't have anything to do, so I ran out. Xiao Xiao sat on the sofa naturally. Lilith continued to ask, how was it this time? Did you find anything? Xiao Xiao said, yes, the discovery is very big. What did you find? Tell me. Lilith added, tell me what your uncle asked you to tell. When we approached there, a whirlpool appeared in the sea, and we lost 2 ships at once. Later, after we got to the island, we found a mummy. The mummy later came back to life, and then knocked down all the people in the association by himself. Uncle was afraid that he would reach level 20, so he and the skeleton killed him together. Now he is called Bubble, which I named him. Xiao Xiao spoke whatever he thought of, and told it quickly. Lilith raised her eyebrows. A mummy in the ruins? It might even be level 20. Her eyes were full of surprise. After lunch, the two took a carriage to the central church. Sanera took out a small mirror and looked at the kiss mark on her collarbone, complaining, didn't Philippa listen to you all the way? She's like this when she came back. Who made you smell so good? Wu Heng said with a smile. Sanera raised her collar and continued, next time, don't use so much force on obvious places. We are all professionals, it will be fine in a while. Wu Heng comforted. That won't work either. Sanera raised her eyebrows. Okay. As the two chatted, the carriage arrived outside the church. Hoods were put on, and the two got off the carriage. A few carving craftsmen stood at the door. When they saw Sanera coming down, they immediately came up to greet her and talked about things. Sanera said a few words to the other party, and took him into the church. The interior is still spacious and bright, and the sunlight shines through the colored glass of the window, creating colorful light and shadows on the ground. There is no difference in the decoration compared to the last time I came. The only difference is the hero statue erected in the center. The hero statue is carved from stone, and its body is tall and straight, as if it supports the dome of the entire church. Chapter 907. The facial lines of the statue are hard, and you can see the similarities with Wu Heng. The eyes are slightly drooped, as if with a kind of compassion. The left hand of the statue holds an exquisite golden disc, in which is a growing tree with luxuriant branches and leaves. The branches and leaves are also carved very delicately. The other hand holds a staff, with a gray-white crystal on the top. The style should be inspired by the companion in jade. He is wearing a heavy robe, with folds like waves, and ancient runes looming. Wu Heng looked at the hero statue with some surprise in his eyes. He had seen the original design draft, which was a hand-painted pattern. The disc of the growing tree held by the left and right hands, and the gray-white jade staff represent the positive spells of resurrection in the necromancy faction, as well as the necromancy spells of transforming skeletons and corpses. The hero statue has all of them, and the effect is better than he expected. Shannara glanced at him and asked, how do you feel? Very good, better than I thought. Wu Heng said directly. Shannara also smiled. As long as you are satisfied, I have revised it several times in the middle, and this version is the best. Thank you for your hard work. Wu Heng thanked him softly, and stretched out his hand to scratch her palm. Shannara grabbed his fingers and squeezed them hard, warning against such small movements. Then he asked, are there any places that need to be revised? I think it's good, no need to revise it. Wu Heng said, as he looked at the hero statue. Let's talk about it later if there are any revisions. Shannara said, and walked to the door again, letting the carving craftsmen waiting at the door leave, and go to the city hall to settle their wages tomorrow. The craftsmen left with joy on their faces. Shannara came back and said, wait a moment, I have arranged 2 priests for you, they will come over soon. Okay. The two continued to look around the church. When they returned to the hall again, they saw 2 young and tall wood elf women standing in the middle of the hall. The woman on the left had long brown hair that fell softly behind her, with leaf-shaped hair ornaments dotted in her hair, blue eyes, and delicate looks. She was wearing a light blue long skirt, and the breeze blew over her skirt. The one on the right had emerald green hair with some natural curls, and a ponytail. A few strands of hair were left on her forehead, and her 2 eyes were also green, like 2 gems. She wore leather armor on her upper body, tight trousers on her lower body, and her trouser legs were tucked into high-top boots. Her skin was a light bronze color, the kind of skin color that was bathed in the sun for a long time. Seeing the two people coming out, two female elves walked over quickly and saluted. Master Island Master, Elder Chanella. Chanella hummed and introduced the woman with brown hair and long skirt on the left to Wu Hung. Her name is Evelyn, 11th level bard. Hello. Wu Hung nodded. Evelyn saluted again. Chanella continued to introduce the second woman with leather armor and green hair, saying, Celia, 10th level ranger. Wu Hung continued to nod to the second person, Celia. Hello. It's an honor to meet you, Master Island Master, Celia said with a smile. It seems that her personality is more lively. Chanella continued, these two people have followed me before. They are capable and trustworthy. I have talked to them, and are willing to help you in the church for 1 year. If they want to leave later, don't stop them. Level 11 Bard and Level 10 Ranger. The level is not low, at least in the association. Level 12 can be a local deacon. Wu Hung said with a smile, the church will be handed over to you in the future. Yes, sir. The two of them followed politely. Next, the four of them walked around the church. Wu Hung also told them what he wanted to do. In fact, Shannara had already told them what to do in advance, and he just supplemented it again. After chatting for a while, they left the church, walked out of the church gate, and got on the carriage. Wu Hung looked at Shannara, who took off her hood. Are you selecting priests based on appearance? Why are you not satisfied? Shannara looked up. Wu Hung said, there are rumors about me and many people. Humph. Facts are not rumors. Shannara continued, I have also considered this matter. Your profession still has an inherent negative impression in the outside world. Now that you have established a sect, you don't want to take the strong route. 2 young and beautiful priests will reduce the pressure on others. It's really thoughtful. Wood elves, young and gentle women, can indeed reduce the stereotype of necromancers. You make sense. Thank you for your hard work. Wu Hung walked to the other side and sat down. I'm glad to know. Shannara also took the opportunity to lean on the other side's shoulder. The carriage drove towards the island owner's mansion. After dinner, the maids went to the training room for training. Wu Hung thought about it, picked up the phone and dialed Zalagwi's number. After 2 rings, the other side answered, Wu Hung. Well, what are you doing? Wu Hung asked with a smile. Zalagwi said jokingly, sure, Yali is preparing a bath. Do you want to join us? Wu Hung raised his eyebrows and said, not today, I come to see you tomorrow. Are you back? Sure, Yali's voice came from not far away. I'm back just today. Then why don't you come to see us? Sure, Yali said with some resentment. Don't talk first. Zalagwi said, and then said seriously, a new flag bearer has come. Do you know about this? Hearing her serious tone, Wu Hung also took it seriously. I heard many mention it, your elves. He is the elder of our elves. Zalagwi continued, a few days ago, as a flag bearer, he sent development suggestions to all resident associations in the Emerald Sea. One of them is to reduce the expenditure of local associations and allow private or group ships to issue ship inspection permits. Wu Hung frowned and didn't react for a while. Inspection permit? What's the use? Zalagwi said, it means that ships with permits can search suspicious ships at sea. After saying this, he immediately understood. In the future, ships with permits will have law enforcement power at sea, and they can board the ship to search anyone they don't like. If you want the other party to cooperate with your search, your fleet needs a certain amount of force. Maybe there will be a fleet on the sea that can really fight against piracy and smuggling, but there may also be a large number of pirates with licenses. This license is in order to dispatch troops, and whoever has a problem will have a problem. There is a guarantee from the association. Has he not considered the consequences? Wu Hung asked back. Zalagwi said, I talked to him, but he is a little stubborn. The older generation is like this. They always feel that the old methods are still effective now. Wu Hung thought for a while lying on the sofa, and said, don't worry, it will take some time for all places to react to the news. I will talk to Lilith Leader about this issue when I visit her tomorrow. You can talk to him then, don't let him come up with bad ideas. Zalagwi said, as if complaining. Okay, I beat him up. That's not the case. The two chatted for a while, and Zalagwi and Shiryali wanted to take a bath. So they hung up the phone and went upstairs to the study. In the study, Xiao Xiao and the other 2 ghosts were watching the animated version of the Lotus Lantern. Wu Hung opened the door and came in, and just glanced at it, and then focused on the animation again. It really looks like the person we killed, but not so powerful, Glinda said. Benny said, Wu Hung said that he was recovering his strength at that time, and he might not have recovered at that time. Xiao Xiao said, see, I said they look alike, Maybe they are the same person, the cartoon is fake, maybe he only has that much ability. Benny continued, is he useless? Wu Hung has turned his body into a skeleton. Then the dog will come to seek revenge on Uncle, Xiao Xiao said with a smile. Wu Hung glanced at her and said, it's just right, they can be reunited. Uncle seems to be a villain. Glinda said, Necromancer, how upright do you think he is? Wu Hung ignored them, and took out 6 metal plates of skill books, and placed them on the desk. The 3 ghosts saw that he wanted to read the book, and also floated to the side with the tablet, and turned down the sound. Wu Hung also focused on the content of the skill book. Zayin Shu. The opening exposition is that the nature of water is soft and overcomes hardness. It is like a mirror when it is still, and like a wave when it moves. The art of Xian is to guide and control this power, using the agility of water to moisten it for the practitioner. To learn the art of Xian, one must first be familiar with the nature of water and feel the unpredictable changes of water. Wu Hung frowned, it seems that he still needs to practice. That's right, normal skill books also require repeated study and understanding before they can be learned. I don't need to do that, I can unlock it after reading it once. The following describes several effects that the practitioner can produce after learning, which can turn water into a blade to cut metal and stone, condense water into a shield to resist attacks, or turn into a stream to bind the enemy. In Wu Hang's mind, he thought of a high-pressure water gun. This thing cuts metal like tofu. Seeing this, Wu Hung also found the difference from the current skill book. The skill books passed down now are more like specific single skills, such as cloud and mist, water arrows or water wall, which are all fixed with specific styles and effects. And this ancient skill book is a more extensive way to control water. Once you learn it, you can use any of the skills. What does that mean? If I learn this one, does that mean I've learned all the water skills? Chapter 908. The more I think about it, the more excited I am. If my guess is correct, then this skill book is amazing. It can't even be called a skill book, but a way to control water, not limited to a single move. The skills of the ancients are really exaggerated. Now that I think about it, another skill with an exaggerated effect is modern Ken Mansion technique, which was also found in a ruins. Later, it was acquired by the Snake Emblem Consortium and sold as an item for the annual auction. It can open up a separate space. Not only can creatures survive in it, but also can use mental power to construct any reasonable things from it. It is also a skill book different from ordinary skills. It's just that the Xian technique is recorded on an iron plate, and the Mansion technique is made of the skin of an unknown creature. This kind of skin is much better than the iron plate. Suppressing many thoughts in his mind, Wu Hung continued to look at the rest of the content. Later, it began to mention the harmony between the caster and the water element, the influence of mental power on the water form, and the rest of the content was the method of control and the use of mental power. Unlike modern skill books, there are more obscure records on it. Even if the panel is translated, you can only guess the general meaning. Fortunately, I don't need to study too much. As long as I can read it carefully, I can unlock it. There are more contents left, and Wu Hung is more focused. I don't know how long it took, and the system prompt appeared in my ear. Unlock skill, Xianshu. The moment the prompt appeared, an indescribable feeling emerged from my body. He seemed to have established a wonderful connection with the water element. The blood flowing in his body, and the wisps of water vapor in the air were so clear. He could not see this feeling, but he could feel it. His mental power could also guide these water elements. The panel was as useful as ever. Uncle, have you learned it? Xiao Xiao floated over and hung on his shoulder. I have learned it. Wu Hung replied with a smile. He looked up and found that it was already dark outside the window. He looked at his watch and found that it was already late at night. It was obviously only 6 iron plates, and the content did not need to be deciphered by himself, but it took so long. Uncle is really amazing, Xiao Xiao said exaggeratedly. Grinda also said, you are really talented in magic. I have never heard of anyone who can learn skills every time he reads a book. Benny said, this is Wu Hang's characteristic. He is smart, and has a strong personality. Wu Hung smiled and said, basic operation is not 6. What do you mean? Grinda and Benny looked confused. Xiao Xiao explained, Uncle said he is already very powerful, you don't need to yell at him. Benny shook her head, it's even harder to understand. Glinda looked at Wu Hung and asked, what is the effect of the new skill? Wu Hung stretched out his hand, and the invisible water vapor quickly condensed into a substantial stream of water, circling around Wu Hang's fingertips, and then under the gaze of the 3 souls, it meandered into the shape of a heart. Hee hee. Xiao Xiao laughed, and Glinda and Bernie rolled their eyes at him. An experimental skill, And he still did this kind of trick. How is the attack power? Glinda asked. Wu Hung pointed casually, and with a whoosh, the water flow shot out like an arrow from a bow, and with a ding, it penetrated the wall panel of the wall, drilling a bullet-like hole. Water arrow? Glinda said. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The next second, countless water droplets condensed out of thin air and shot towards the wall on one side. In the blink of an eye, the wall panel was hit like a honeycomb, full of holes. This time, the three ghosts were also a little surprised. Such a dense attack could also cause considerable damage. Crash! The footsteps of the skeleton came from outside the door, and Wu Hung opened the door to indicate that nothing was wrong. He said to the three ghosts again, let's go outside and try our skills. Okay. The three ghosts drilled into the body, and Wu Hung released teleportation and disappeared on the spot. When he appeared again, he had already arrived at an uninhabited beach by the sea. Released the three ghosts and looked around. Glinda asked, how are you going to try? Just try it. Wu Hung walked directly to the seaside and began to pull the water element in the sea. Gradually, the sea's surface in front began to surge wildly, forming a rotating vortex. Although it was not as exaggerated as the formation outside the ruins, the area of the vortex was also tens of meters in diameter. Then, the vortex quickly gathered again, turning into thick water tornadoes, rushing into the sky. Benny exclaimed, how many skills have you learned? Wu Hung did not answer, but continued to let the seawater form a towering water wall, a water prison wrapped in stones, and several different styles of water element magic. At this time, the three ghosts widened their eyes. This is probably all the water skills have been learned. After a long while, Xiao Xiao said in a very flattering manner, wow, Uncle is really powerful, even more powerful than the Dragon King. Glinda also reacted and asked, those iron plates record so many skills? This is the effect of ancient skills, which allows users to form the desired effect according to the traction of mental power. Now that I am a hero, the effect will definitely be better. Wu Hung explained. Glinda said with emotion, ancient skills are so powerful. Benny said, congratulations to you Wu Hung, you have obtained a powerful skill. Congratulations to your uncle. Xiao Xiao also said. Wu Hung smiled and said, it's all thanks to everyone. Yes, I also have a credit. Xiao Xiao said excitedly. At this time, two skeleton flying dragons flew over quickly in the distance and searched the location where the tornado had just formed. Then came a patrol ship, approaching quickly. Since the drivers were all skeletons, they didn't even turn on the searchlights, and they sailed in the night like ghost ships. It seems that you have attracted the attention of the patrolling skeletons. Granada flew up and looked over. Wu Hung said, go and tell the skeletons, we will go back later. The ghost flew out and let the skeletons that approached return to their positions. After returning, Wu Hung used teleportation with the three ghosts to return to the island owner's mansion. In the early morning, Wu Hung came down from upstairs. The skeleton chef had already brought breakfast up, and the women in the family also came down from upstairs one after another and started to eat. Sister Chanella is staying in bed again, Minnie said with a smile. Wu Hung said, now she is an elder, we dare not say anything. TSK, you're still a hero. Philippa sat opposite and complained. She had a room in the island owner's mansion. Sometimes she lived there, and sometimes she went back to her mother's tavern. No one paid attention to her, Philippa continued. Where are you going later? I go with you. I'm going to Chief Lilith later. Do you want to go with me? Wu Hung looked up at her while eating. Hearing Lilith, Philippa shrank back. The two had not met many times, but they also knew that the other party was cold and looked difficult to get along with. Forget it, I cause you trouble if I say something wrong, Philippa continued. Wu Hung nodded and said, you stay in the island owner's mansion for training. If you can become a hero in the future, you won't be afraid of saying something wrong. Philippa curled her lips and said nothing. Who doesn't want to be a hero? But over the years, among several generations, the only new hero who has emerged is Wu Hung. And Weir said, Master, the statistical results of the shop lights will come out today. I will get the results and report to you. The problem of the shop lights was handed down before leaving, and it's time to get the results. Okay. Wu Hung nodded. After breakfast, the maids rested for a while, and went to the training ground for training. Tap tap tap. Xiao Xiao also ran down from upstairs. Uncle, when are you going? I call and ask if it's convenient. Wu Hung called Lilith. The phone rang a few times, and a lazy voice came from the other end. What's wrong? Chief, are you at home? I take Xiao Xiao to see you, Wu Hung said with a smile. Lilith was silent for 2 seconds, and her voice regained its coldness, saying, "Come on, come directly to the courtyard. No need to go outside." After saying this, Lilith heard the voice of the housekeeper coming from outside the window. "Island Master Wu Hung, Miss Xiao Xiao Yu." Chapter 909. Lilith got up and walked to the window, and saw Wu Hung and Xiao Xiao standing in the courtyard, explaining to her housekeeper. "I asked him to come here, and he can just teleport here in the future. It's easy to attract attention if he stays outside all the time," Lilith said. The housekeeper turned his head and glanced, and saluted and replied, "Yes, miss." Lilith said to Wu Hung, "Come in, wait in the living room for a while." Wu Hung entered the room, and Xiao Xiao sat on the sofa casually, picked up the remote control, turned on the TV, and played a cartoon. "It's more familiar than my own home," Wu Hung whispered. "Don't make it the same as your own home." "It's okay, my sister allowed me," Xiao Xiao said directly. The housekeeper brought tea and cakes, and Lilith also came down from upstairs and sat down aside. "I heard Xiao Xiao say that this archaeological excavation was not going well. There were some dangers on the road, but fortunately nothing happened, and we successfully found the location of the ruins," Wu Hung said with a smile. "Tell me what you encountered," Lilith continued to ask. Wu Hung took a sip of tea, then roughly recounted the dangers he encountered along the way. This archaeological excavation originally involved members of the association, and the process and gains could not be concealed. After listening, Lilith continued to ask, "Is the person guarding the ruins the same race as you?" "The hair color is the same, but he has 3 eyes," Wu Hung said with a smile. "This matter cannot be admitted yet. Once the archaeological team finds records about another world, or directly records information that can travel between 2 worlds, it is easy to associate them with the same race. Although the possibility is small, it is better to be careful." "Yes." Lilith nodded, and then said, "Is that weapon a rare item?" "I think it should be a rare item." "Let me see." Wu Hung took out the bronze spear. After Lilith took a look, she returned it to him and said, "The association can help you experiment with the effects and side effects of rare items. This will be safer for you, but the disadvantage is also obvious, that is, the characteristics will be recorded and it is easy to reveal. Rare items are as important as skills, and they are used as trump cards at critical times. Naturally, the fewer people know about it, the better." Wu Hung smiled and said, "There are already some clues. I can experiment it myself. Don't be stubborn. The side effects of rare items may be fatal. You may not be afraid of them as a hero, but some side effects will endanger people around you," Lilith reminded. "As you know, I have also done some research on strange machines, and there is no problem in experimenting with strange objects." Lilith nodded, "As long as you have confidence." After talking about archaeology, Wu Hung turned the topic to the purpose of this trip. "Leader, do you know the new flag bearer from Treasure Island? Eleanor is also one of the earliest elders in the association. He is quite serious about his work. He came to visit me when I went to the island." Lilith directly said the other party's name. Wu Hung said, "Yesterday, I found that the association issued an announcement. The development direction issued by the flag bearer, one of which is to allow associations in various parts of the Emerald Sea to issue inspection permits to private ships, and have law enforcement rights at sea." "I know about this," Lilith said. Wu Hang's eyes narrowed, somewhat surprised by the answer. Lilith continued, "He came to me and told me about this before the release. The local associations have spent a lot of money on cruises in recent years. Only Treasure Island can maintain this expenditure normally, so he plans to reduce the consumption at sea in this way." Wu Hung raised his eyebrows. "There is a legitimate reason for this," directly said. "Treasure Island's cruise range has been expanding, reducing their investment in this area, and it can also coordinate with the navies of various places. This method of directly issuing licenses will become more chaotic over time, and cultivate a new type of pirates. He promised to strengthen management. Now he is the flag bearer of the Emerald Sea, and has ideas. Let him try." Lilith smiled and said, "Besides, we are in the Emerald Sea. How many people do you think dare to do too much?" Wu Hung saw that Lilith said so he said, "Then let him try it first." "Well, you are the leader, and you should allow your subordinates to try some things." Lilith was like a senior in the workplace, gently guiding her experience. Wu Hung glanced at her and said, "I just became a hero. Chief, please lend me some people. I don't have many people under my command." Lilith rolled her eyes at him and said, "You are causing trouble everywhere. I dare not lend you any." The two chatted for a while, and Lilith and Xiao Xiao started playing games. Wu Hung also left the mansion. Returned to the island owner's mansion. Wu Hung called Shi Lagui. After the call was connected, Wu Heng repeatedly Lizi's words in full. Shi Logui said, "It seems that he is ready. No wonder his attitude is so tough." Wu Heng said, "Leader Lilith's idea is to let him try it first, and cancel it if the effect is not good. This kind of thing, once it starts to go in a bad direction, it will be very troublesome." Zalogui sighed and continued, "We can only wait and see. No one can say whether this direction is correct." "Yeah." Wu Heng nodded. Then, Yali's voice came from the other side. "Wu Heng, come to my house for dinner tonight?" Wu Heng smiled and said, "No, I won't go to dinner, but I will stay at your place at night." "That's fine." Yali agreed happily. Zalogui said, "Okay, hang up first, and talk about it when you come tonight." "Okay." After hanging up the phone, Wu Heng was still thinking about this matter. Zalogui's worries are not reasonable. If this kind of license is issued and strictly supervised, there should be no problems in the short term. Once time is long, this privilege will be difficult to control. It is very likely that a new type of pirates with licenses will appear. Instead of flying a pirate flag, they hold a license. But what Lilith said makes sense. Some things should be implemented and then corrected. We can't just not let the other party try and directly reject the other party's ideas. After all, the flag bearer has been replaced. After thinking about it, he didn't think too much about this issue. Release the teleportation spell and leave again, go to the other factories, to check the equipment, and see if the materials are sufficient. At dusk, Wu Heng came back from outside. The family sat at the dining table to eat. Anduir said, "Master, the statistics of electric lights have come out, and all the shop owners agree to use electric lights. Now we have to wait for the price. Sister Shawnera and I have discussed it, and charged 65 copper coins per kilowatt-hour. The short dark time of Treasure Island is also completely within the affordability of the shops. The lights will definitely be installed, and the charges will be based on usage. If you disagree, you can just not use them. The shop owners are not stupid, so naturally no one will object. As for the electricity fee, the power plant has little loss, so it can't be too expensive. This price is about the same. Okay, let's implement it tomorrow, and light up several major commercial streets as soon as possible." Wu Heng agreed directly. "Okay." After dinner, Wu Heng released the teleportation spell and went to the residence of the Elf Sisters. The next day, in the morning, Xiao Xiao came back from Lilith's residence, and Wu Heng took the three ghosts to the zombie world. The other end was still the prison's monitoring room. Xiao Xiao and Benny went to check the zombies in the prison and confirmed that none of them had been upgraded. Wu Heng called Li Yahong's phone, and after 2 rings, the phone was connected. The other side said, "I called you yesterday, but it didn't get through." "What's wrong?" Wu Heng asked. "Chi Honkai sent a lot of gold bricks, and I want to notify you to come and get them." Exchanged. I heard that the metal ability user in Mexico collected them from vaults all over the country, and she could open the vaults directly. Chi Honkai replied. "It's really a good skill." Wu Heng sighed. "Before, I really didn't think that the Mexican survivor's ability would be useful, but now it seems to be very useful. I get it when I have time." Wu Heng said, and then said, "How is the skeleton learning to build a database? Can it be completed independently now? It should be almost done. With the corresponding service area, you can build your own database." Li Yahong's tone was confident. "It seems that this matter has been arranged very well. Help me prepare the service area, and I will take it away with me when the time comes." "Okay." Li Yang agreed. Wu Heng thought for a while, and continued, "By the way, help me collect some cultural relics, which are ancient artifacts, some text items recorded on stone tablets and stone slabs." "Cultural relics? What do you need this thing for?" Chapter 910. Officials of various countries are also collecting cultural relics from their own countries. Xinfu City has always regarded itself as a large local shelter. There are no professionals in the relevant field, so they don't collect these. Li Yang was a little curious. She had never mentioned this before. Why did she suddenly want cultural relics? In the current environment, except for some officials, these things are not as valuable as 2 bags of instant noodles in ordinary small shelters. Then she said, "The main station has collected some cultural relics. We don't have relevant technicians, and don't know how to repair them. If we come here, we may not be able to preserve them well." Wu Heng knew that she didn't understand it when she heard it, and explained, "We don't need to collect them, just borrow them to take a look, and return them after we see them." Li Yang suddenly realized, "That's no problem." Wu Heng thought carefully, and then said, "It's mainly some utensils with text. Don't want photocopies, but real objects. The last time I borrowed talisman books from the main station, I delayed for several days and sent a copy. This time, I still have to say it in advance. If the skills are really recorded, I can also consider staying. After all, it still has some use in my hands. If I leave it with them, it can only be placed there as a cultural relic. I understand. I will discuss this matter later. Li Yang agreed directly. Wu Heng paused for a moment and turned the topic to the skeleton and server used to build the database. Where are the skeletons used to build the data now? It's still with Gao Rong. If needed, I will arrange for someone to take the skeleton over in the next 2 days. Wu Heng nodded. Take it over. Ask Gao Rong to prepare any equipment you need and the server you mentioned. I will take them away when the time comes. Okay, Li Yang said with a smile. After finishing the serious business, the two chatted about what happened in the base in the past few days. Li Yang said in a puzzled tone, You and Sister Zhao, are you done? With the phone next to his ear, Wu Heng subconsciously looked around. Xiao Xiao and Benny went out. So he said directly, Well, what's wrong with you? Women's sixth sense. Li Yang said. Have you awakened this skill? Li Yang snorted and said, Do I need to awaken this? Sister Zhao has been talking to me these days, talking about this and that, and I know it's related to you. Are you okay? What do you want to say about our relationship? Li Yang paused and said, We get along well. I go to see you in 2 days. Wu Heng said with a smile. Li Yang hummed, and then said, Sister Zhao, and I will accompany you at that time. So good? Wu Heng raised his eyebrows. Li Yang said with some resentment, What can I do? My man is guarding a pile of skeletons, and won't come to see me. If I don't do something, he won't come. Okay, it will be over in a few days. This is so agreed. Wu Heng said jokingly. Okay, I will go to the main station to discuss the cultural relics. I will talk to you when you come in 2 days, Li Yang said. Wu Heng agreed and hung up the phone directly. After hanging up the phone, Grinda flew over. Said, Are you sure that the cultural relics here also have skills? Not sure, but I have read some archaeological news before. I always find some ancient tombs with instruments engraved with cultural relics. Wu Heng continued, Just try your luck. I didn't have high expectations for obtaining ancient skills in this world. But it might exist, so I tried to find it. Maybe I could get something. Grinda nodded, floated aside, and continued to read his book. Wu Heng leaned back in his chair, opened the panel, and looked at the faith column. Faith, 21/50,000. It was still 21 points. There was a big difference between faith and reputation. Fame was known to more people with some rumors or items sold on Treasure Island. Faith was even harder to get. And I felt that my maid and some people in the base provided some of my 21 points. There was still a long way to go to meet the requirements for upgrading. My church couldn't be delayed any longer. It was obviously impossible to be fully prepared. I could start first and make improvements one by one. In addition, I could recruit high-level professionals. When I built my own church, I would need some relevant talents under my command. It was impossible to arrange all the skeletons to spread faith. I can use my reputation to recruit some high-level professionals, and the most important thing is that they are trustworthy. Those who are not recruited are all spies arranged by other forces. As for the zombie world, I have no experience in killing zombies, and my main focus is on popularizing modern technology in the other world. Modern equipment still has a great effect. Lilith can stay in Treasure Island, and a big part of the reason is that Treasure Island is more comfortable to live in. There are air conditioners, electric lights, and video game consoles, which are all new things that people in the other world have never seen. We can continue to introduce some things, such as the internet and short videos. It's interesting to think about the quarrel between pagans and the church on the internet. In terms of force, we can bring missiles over. Now that the satellite has been launched, it meets the requirements of precise positioning, and missiles can also exert their power at a long distance. The hero is not afraid of death. How can his subordinates and tribesmen not be afraid of death? Having more means is not a bad thing after all. After sitting on the chair and thinking for a while, Xiao Xiao controlled the puppet and ran back with snowflakes hanging on her body. Uncle, it's snowing outside. You are still running outside in the snow. Wu Heng helped her pat the snow off her body. I had a snowball fight with Sister Benny, Xiao Xiao said. Wu Heng glanced at Benny who was floating beside her. How does Benny fight? Sister Benny commands the skeletons, and I have several skeletons here, and the fight is very intense, Xiao Xiao said excitedly. Glinda also smiled and looked over. For adults, becoming a ghost is a bit sad after all. Only in Xiao Xiao can you feel that being a ghost is not bad. Benny smiled and said, when my puppet is made, I can also participate in the war. The reply from the puppet master should be on the way, don't worry. Wu Hung said. Yeah. Benny nodded. After cleaning the snow off Xiao Xiao, Wu Hung continued, okay, let's go back first. Xiao Xiao separated from the puppet. Wu Hung put the puppet into the space ring, and the three ghosts also got into his body. Opened the boundary gate, and returned to Treasure Island. Lopez City. In the luxuriously decorated meeting room of the Snake Emblem Consortium, the light of dusk shines through the window, and sprinkles on the long oval meeting table. The heads of the consortiums in various parts of the Emerald Sea sat upright with serious faces. The first one, a thin old man in a gray and white robe, said in a low voice, for this auction, Lightalai wants to set up the venue at Treasure Island. Everyone, please tell me your opinions. The annual auction is a very important closing event for each region. Whether it can be held well or not affects their future resources and promotion. The Snake Emblem Consortium is different from the association. There are not so many idle positions. If you don't do well, you have to replace people. On the contrary, if you do well, your status will be improved faster. Especially since there are rumors outside that their leaders are inspecting various places, they should take it seriously. One person said softly, I think the risk is too great. Since Wu Hung Island Master went to Treasure Island, there has been no end to the topic about him. Too much topic also means a lot of uncontrollable spread. And I got the news that the Holy See warned all the chambers of commerce and fleets that had dealings with Treasure Island. He agreed to our going to the island to hold an auction, and he did not rule out the idea of dragging us into the water. Another person said, drag us into the water is a bit far-fetched, but it is still possible to take the opportunity to change the situation of Treasure Island, Rostand. What do you think? On the third position on the right sat a thin, middle-aged man with narrow eyes, Rostand, the head of the Treasure Island Consortium. Rostand said calmly, Treasure Island has developed very well in the past 2 years. Wu Hung has become the leader, and another consortium leader, Lilith, is also on the island. It's a bit funny to say. It was not him who proposed to hold an auction on Treasure Island, but Lopez City, which takes 5 days to travel. Of course, this was related to his initial stance. The financial group on the island was not taken seriously by Treasure Island. But Treasure Island developed better and better, and he was able to achieve good results. His position was promoted all the way, and he sat in the third position. When the others heard that there was another leader on the island, they all raised their eyebrows, and stopped the low-voiced discussions. Rostan continued to add, I heard that the dwarf leader also planned to settle on the island, but this is just a rumor. Lilith has really lived on the island all the time. Good guy, a small island has to gather 3 heroes. I think it's too risky to hold an auction on Treasure Island. I heard that leader Lilith is very cold. A group of tribesmen, who opposed her in the early years were exiled. We are just walking into a trap. I think it's better to hold the auction on the ship as before. Well, it's almost the end of the year, and I don't think it's necessary to take risks. As everyone was talking, the first-robed old man looked at Letalai, who was in the first position on the left. Letalai, I want to hear your thoughts. Her status rose rapidly in a year. From the middle position, she sat all the way to the first position beside her. No one believed that she had no opportunities. Letalai was wearing a red slim suit, like a burning flame, and was extremely conspicuous in the entire cold-toned room. He looked around and said solemnly, I understand your concerns, but when has the consortium ever backed down because of fear of risk? Treasure Island is located in the center of the Emerald Sea, which is the most suitable location for the auction. And don't forget, who has the final say on the route of the Emerald Sea? If we hold an auction at sea, we also need the approval of the island owner. Leaning forward slightly, he continued, more importantly, I can directly exchange letters with the owner of Wuing Island. He can promise our safety, and the newspapers will promote us in advance. Everyone's eyes showed surprise and jealousy. She can communicate directly with the hero. It turns out that her backer is here. In addition, the others also noticed another problem, which is the matter on the Emerald Sea route mentioned. Treasure Island has a greater cruising right. If you want to hold an auction at sea, you still have to greet the other party in advance. The first old man touched his beard and smiled, Lightalai, can you guarantee that there will be no problem with the auction of Treasure Island this time? Use your identity as a guarantee? Lightalai clenched her fingers under the table, but she still smiled. I can, but the leader of Wuheng also needs the cost of renting the venue and providing security. This is as it should be. How much does he need? Lightalai's eyes condensed. 40% of the profit. Everyone widened their eyes. This is a bit too much. Yes, There has never been such a high amount of money. Ladily said, this is a lot of money for a hero to promise to protect you. How can I think it is a good deal? The old man narrowed his eyes, 30% at most, you can discuss it with Wu Hung hero. Ladily smiled and said, if it's 30, I can agree to it for him. Everyone go back and prepare. She mentioned 5% in the letter to Wu Hung. But today, it feels like they are at a disadvantage if they don't ask for it again. Now she directly asked for 30%. Anyway, she has made a lot of money from Wu Hung, so at most she can pay him back, but these people will bleed. The old man looked at the others. Let's talk about your ideas. I have no objection. Since we need to greet the other party when holding the auction at sea, it's better to hold it at Treasure Island. I have no objection either. The old man nodded and said to Ledeli, write a letter to Wu Hung Xiong. This year's auction will be held at Treasure Island. The meeting ended and everyone left the room. We will take the boat back to prepare for the next auction. At the door, Treasure Island's head Rostan quickened his pace and caught up with Ledeli, smiling, Miss Ledeli. Ledeli glanced at him, Mr. Rostand, what's the matter? You have a good relationship with Wu Hung Xiong? Not bad. Rostan smiled awkwardly, I have some misunderstandings with Wu Hung Xiong. If you have a chance, please help me say a few words. Lately heard Wu Hung say last time that in the battle with pirates, the local consortium stood on the side of the pirates. It was also for this reason that I received a large number of orders from Wu Hung. In a sense, he was my benefactor. Ledeli smiled and said, I will do it if I have a chance. Thank you. Rostan thanked him seriously. Island Master's Mansion. After dinner, Wu Hung returned to the study. Xiao Xiao was not in the room, and the remaining two ghosts were still at home. Grenda flew over and said, I have written the doctrine for you. I am really not proficient in these. As she said that, a few pages of paper flew directly over. After returning from the zombie world, Wu Hung urged her to continue to improve the doctrine, and also took out the churches, and asked her to copy it. Anyway, just write it down first, no matter if it is useful or not, or if anyone reads it. As long as it looks like that, it's fine. Wu Hung sat down at the side, and the kettle poured a glass of water out of thin air, and then flew to the side table. He also picked up the doctrine and looked at the content on it. Spiritual Enlightenment Scripture. First, the theory of hero domination. The only great hero Wu Hung controls the overall situation. With his mysterious power, he creates the order of life and death, and is the root of all things in the world. He has three identities, and comes to the world, the Lord of Death, who plans the rules of the cycle of life and death with supreme authority. The Lord of Life comes to the world to give life and promotion to all beings, guides life to use power and upgrade to a higher level. The Holy Spirit of spiritual enlightenment shuttles through the world, enlightens the hearts of believers, and guides them to follow the doctrine. The three are one and constitute the great hero domination. Second, life and salvation. The human race is active in the sun, life, career and salvation. The human race is active in the sun, and the elves shuttle in the secret jungle. Every life is branded with a unique mark from birth and has equal rights. Let us use the spiritual enlightenment scripture as a guide to correctly practice the doctrine in life. Wu Hung widened his eyes and looked at the doctrine written by Glanda with some surprise. How is it? Glanda asked curiously. It's really well written. I didn't expect I was so great. Wu Hung said in surprise. You are so naughty. Xiao Xiao has learned bad things from you. Glenda said, but she was still happy that the other party recognized her writing. Wu Hung blinked at her and said, really, it's really well written. Let's use this. In the future, I will make you the personal servant archbishop in our sect. You're sick. Grenda rolled her eyes at him. Then let's do it this way. I rewrite it for you. Yes. Wu Hung handed the doctrine back to her. When it was getting dark, Grenda finished copying, and Wu Hung asked the skeleton to bind it. He also returned to the room to rest. The next day morning, Jifan Tavern. New newspapers were on sale, and customers came into the tavern one after another, gradually filling up the seats on the first floor. People talked and laughed loudly, and the sound of wine glasses clinking and noisy conversations intertwined. At this time, a figure wearing a blue brocade robe with exquisite patterns embroidered on the cuffs appeared in front of everyone. Sabin, the bard of Treasure Island, became famous on the island because of the adaptation of the stage play. Now he rarely appears in places like taverns. Mr. Sabin, are you here to read the newspaper today? Someone asked. Sabin smiled and nodded, walked up to the front platform, cleared his throat, and his unique and magnetic voice penetrated the noise of the drinkers. As usual, Let's talk about the information in the newspaper first. This information is quite special and closely related to us. The tavern was quiet. Sabin unfolded the newspaper and read, "The shops on the 3 commercial streets of Treasure Island Lighthouse have been equipped with circuits and will be fully powered later, and the shops will use electric lights." After the first item was read out, everyone began to discuss. The electric lights are street lights, right? Can the shops use them? Does this mean that the shops will be open all night? Who will go there at night? If no one goes, just close it and postpone it for some time. I don't know if we will be able to use it in the future. I hope so. Sabin continued to knock on the table, and when people quieted down, he continued, "The church on the island will open soon. The sect is the Lingqi sect, and the belief in the master who controls life and death, the leader Wu Hung." Wow! As soon as the voice fell, the tavern exploded instantly. The island owner sect. Chapter 911. No wonder the church is being renovated. So, the island owner has established his own sect. I haven't heard of recruiting believers. It can't be a sect related to the necromancy profession. The church will never allow such a sect to be established. What a coincidence. The island owner is not afraid of the church. That's right. No one mentioned the topic of the electric light. Everyone was discussing the sect. The church's church was driven away from the island, and the original building was renovated. Now it seems that the island owner had planned to establish his own sect a long time ago. Even if Wu Hung has a high reputation on the island, a necromancer establishing a sect, it still makes people think of sects such as evil gods. The topic was discussed for a long time before the voices gradually lowered. Someone raised his hand and asked, "Mr. Sabin, what is different about the Lingqi church? Does it have members?" The others also looked up. Sabin smiled and said, "It's not mentioned in the newspaper, but the church will open the day after tomorrow. If you are interested, you can go and have a look." The drinkers nodded and said they understood. Sabin continued, "Okay, let's move on to the next piece of information. Church, conference room. The whole room still retains the original decoration style. Except for replacing some furniture and adding electric lights, there is no complicated renovation. Besides, the original decoration of the Holy See was good." On the inside of the oval conference table, Wu Hung and Chanella were talking. Chanella asked, "Don't we need to wait for the news from the headquarters? If we open the door directly to spread the doctrine, will people find something to talk about? I have told Chief Lilith that the headquarters will just report it. The sect just needs to not conduct any illegal rituals." Wu Hung replied. "Yes." Shannara nodded. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door, and then the door opened. 2 wood elves wearing dark blue priest robes walked in directly. With a little shyness on their faces, they stood in front. "Chief, Elder, we are ready." They were wearing the latest design of priest robes, of course, also designed by Shannara. On the top of the head was a priest hat that could completely cover the head, and the brim of the hat had lace embroidered with silver thread, like a crown of flowers around the outside. The robe was made of dark blue satin as the main material, with a faint luster on the surface, and the collar was a stand-up collar design. The edge was still embroidered with necromancers, and several common symbols, and patterns among wood elves in silver thread. The overall tone gave people a mysterious and serious tone, but the elements of flowers and vines on it were not so gloomy. "It's pretty good." Wu Hung nodded. Shannara also smiled and said to the opposite side, "Sit down." After the 2 priests sat down opposite, Wu Hung took out 2 copies of the Spiritual Enlightenment scripture and put them on the table in front of the 2 people. "This is the doctrine of our sect. Go back and take a look at it first and try to familiarize yourself with it." "Yes, leader." The 2 took it and put it in front of them. Wu Hung continued to take out a book and several scattered props from the space ring. "Evelyn, this is the missionary scripture. It is a strange item. The effect is to make the words spoken more convincing. The side effect is that you need to confess to the scripture after using it. If you don't confess for 24 hours, you will be unable to speak for 3 days." Wu Hung introduced it and then said, "This item is for you to use when you preach." A flash of surprise appeared in Evelyn's eyes. This was the first time she had seen an item. Unexpectedly, the leader gave it to her under such circumstances. She glanced at Shannara on the opposite side, and saw that she nodded slightly. Then she said respectfully, "Thank you, leader. I will definitely make good use of this item." Evelyn's voice was still gentle. Even if she was a priest of the Necromancer, she would not feel threatened just by her voice and gentle appearance. Shannara still knew how to choose people. Wu Hung hummed and continued to look at another wood elf girl with green curly hair and wheat-colored skin. Celia also looked over boldly, with some expectation in her eyes. Wu Heng smiled and said, "There is no item suitable for you for the time being. Shannara said that you don't have a space ring yet. Here is a space ring, and some props to improve your positive state, all for you." "Really, thank you, leader." Celia happily took it. I thought to myself, it is still faster to cling to someone who is powerful. All the props I have accumulated over the years are not as many as what I got today. After the things were distributed, Shannara took over the topic and said, "Keep the things. The church will open the day after tomorrow. Evelyn, you will be responsible for the spread of faith, and Celia, you will be responsible for some other guiding work. When the time comes, the association and the city hall will also arrange people to assist you, don't worry." "Yes, Elder." The two answered seriously. Shannara continued, "Do it well. As long as you do this well, the leader will not treat you unfairly. You will have wealth and rank in the future." The two looked at each other with fiery eyes, and Wu Heng smiled and nodded. Good guy, he just made big promises right away. After saying everything, Shannara said, "Okay, go back, read more scriptures, and try to memorize them." "Yes." The two stood up and saluted. "We go back first." Wu Heng walked to Shannara's side, released the teleportation spell, and the two disappeared. Wait until there were only two people left in the meeting room again. The green-haired and lively Celia said excitedly, "Wow! The leader is so generous." Evelyn smiled gently, "Yes, let's do it well too, don't miss this opportunity." Celia hugged her arm and whispered, "The leader and Elder Shannara, right. Don't talk nonsense." Evelyn immediately covered her mouth. Celia muttered, "I mean, they seem to be quite a match." The island owner's mansion. Wu Heng and Shannara appeared in the courtyard. Shannara opened her watch and said, "I'm going to go to the fifth elder and ask him about the church." In the agreement between the two parties, the Wood Elves promised him to build 20 churches in the tribe. Now that the churches on Treasure Island are about to open, the Wood Elves will also check and ask about the progress. Wu Heng nodded, "Take good care of the fifth elder for me." "Yes." Shannara nodded, greeted a few skeletons, and leapt in the carriage of the island owner's mansion. Wu Heng said hello to the maids and returned to the study upstairs. Opening the door, his three ghosts were in the room. Seeing Wu Heng come in, Xiao Xiao quickly flew over and said, "Uncle, it's so lively outside, everyone is discussing the church. It's been a long time since distributing newspapers." Wu Heng sat down on the side, and the water in the air condensed and fell into the water cup. He asked, "What is everyone's attitude?" Xiao Xiao said, "It's pretty good. Everyone seems very happy." Benny added, "On Treasure Island, most of the islanders plan to go and see it. A few people feel that it will anger the church and are more worried about this aspect. It seems that the residents on the island still support us." Wu Heng picked up the water cup and took a sip. Granda said, "Life on the island has changed visibly. These people must support you. It's not better than living in a place like the royal city. And the maids in the tavern on the island are your staunch supporters. I saw a few maids chanting your name and praying before doing anything." Benny followed. Tavern maids are a rule set by Wu Heng at the beginning. Women with low backgrounds, who rely on the flesh trade, can learn to perform dramas. As long as they can get started, the city hall will provide free job transfer scrolls. For these people, Wu Heng is the one who really uses money to help them change their lives. Wu Heng also smiled. "It seems that everything is meaningful. The Necromancer faction has become a positive image in your hands," Granda said on the side. "The heart is bright." Wu Heng continued to ask, "What do the residents think about the electric light?" Xiao Xiao said, "There is nothing to discuss, everyone is discussing the church." "It's good that there is no discussion." Wu Heng nodded. Chatted with the three ghosts in the room for a while. Shannara brought the 5 elders to visit, and Wu Heng accompanied them to chat for a while on the first floor. I also heard about the progress of the Wood Elves. The site selection for the 20 churches has been completed. They are being built one city at a time near the Emerald Sea. They are now in the construction and decoration stage. When there are results, we can arrange for priests to go there to spread the faith. The second thing is that the Wood Elves and Treasure Island have signed a joint development agreement for potions. The alchemists from the Wood Elves are on their way. They will arrive at Treasure Island in a few days to develop potions. They talked until dusk, and the 5 elders got up and left. After dinner, Wu Heng followed the maids to the training room. He followed the 3-eyed skeleton Bubble and trained with long-handled weapons. He planned to use the bronze spear as his main weapon later. He still needed to get familiar with the spear, although there were not many opportunities to use it in close combat. The weapons clanged and fought against the skeletons for more than 3 hours. The women at home sat aside and drank water, with some surprise in their eyes. Master has such good stamina. Robe sighed, shaking his calves. Let alone skeletons, there is no such thing as stamina. Wu Hung was actually maintaining a high-intensity fight, and he didn't even sweat. Minnie put her arm around her shoulders and said, "Is it good? Don't you know?" Robe shook her hand off her shoulders, and Shannara said, "Wu Hung is a hero now. His physical condition is different from that of ordinary professionals. He can recover from physical deficiencies, not to mention physical exhaustion." Minnie, listen to what Sister Shannara said. "You are talking like a gangster from the Black Dog Gang in Rentam City now," Robe said with a pout. "Ruffians can't live in such a big island owner's house," Minnie said with a smile. A few people sat aside and chatted for a while. Looking at the time, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. On weekdays, they would clean up and take a shower, play games or chess, and go back to the room to rest. But Wu Heng's training still made them stand up again, walk into the training ground, and train with their own skeletons. 10:15. System prompts appeared from the ear. Unlock expertise. Long-handled weapon expertise. Beginner. Wu Hung raised his eyebrows. He reached the entry level directly on the first day of training. With his current attributes, his learning ability is indeed much faster than before. Putting away the weapons, the maids on the side also finished the training. "Don't get tired, go back and rest." "Okay, master." Several people walked back together, and after a simple wash, they returned to the room. Lying on the bed, Shannara also got into the quilt after taking a shower. She crawled into his arms, closed her eyes, and fell asleep. Ring, ring, ring. In the early morning, the mobile phone on the bedside rang. Wu Hung touched it and took a look. It was Shiryali calling. "Hello. What's wrong?" Shiryali said seriously, "I just came here today and received some letters from the island residents, saying that the association dissuaded you from establishing a sect on the island, and some people have gathered at the door of the church." Wu Hung frowned, and his heart became more confused. That's not right. The news brought back by the 3 ghosts yesterday showed that most residents supported him. Why did the wind direction change this morning? And, this speed is too fast. What's the reason? Wu Hung asked. Some people think that the sect established by the Necromancer will turn Treasure Island into a base for evil professions, and others think that if you establish a sect, you will go to war with the church again and let Treasure Island fall into war again. Shiryali said seriously. Wu Hung raised his eyebrows. What evil occupation base? It was originally a pirate island. But the second one should be the concern of some wealthy merchants on the island. After all, the Vatican is under pressure in their hearts, but ordinary residents don't have much pressure. Shilagwi speculated that someone was spreading some related rumors to encourage residents to stop this matter. People have been arranged to start investigating. Shiryali said. I go there now and see the situation then. Wu Hung said. Okay. The two hung up the phone, and Chanella, whose shoulder strap fell off, looked over with her arm. Residents protested against the construction of the church? That shouldn't be the case. Wu Hung said. Shilagwi suspects that someone is spreading some rumors. Sanella frowned. People from the Vatican? It may be that they arranged spies on the island, and it's just right to find them together. Wu Hung said while putting on his clothes. Shannara instructed. In front of the residents, you must maintain the demeanor of a leader. Even if you find those people, you should deal with them in a place where no one is around. Okay. Wu Hung agreed and put on his clothes. He called his 3 ghosts, and used teleportation to go to the association. Hold City. In the deacon's study, the 40-year-old bearded Deacon Zackley was looking at the documents in his hand carefully. Dong dong dong. Come in. The door opened, and a team leader walked in directly, saying respectfully, Deacon, we found some artifacts on the ship tomb. According to the buyer's recollection, the one who sold them to them was a man named Bekongs, who was less than 30 years old and wore glasses. As he spoke, he handed over the information in his hand. The team leader continued, Our team also went to several nearby cities to investigate, and we also found clues that he sold cultural relics and gold at a low price. Judging from the number, there should be more than one tomb. After the ghost ship incident, the local association is still investigating the tomb robbers. Many people died in the sea fog. If they are not found, the blame may fall on their heads. Zackley asked, Just him? Just him, and he is the only one living in the tavern. Robber eating robber? Zackley frowned. It's not clear yet, but we have heard a piece of news that he has been asking about props to nourish ghosts, and clues about necromancers for a long time. The captain continued. Leader Wu Hung? Zackley said subconsciously. The necromancers in the Emerald Sea first thought of leader Wu Hung, the young flag-bearer who helped them solve the ghost ship incident. Now the flag-bearer of Emerald Sea has been replaced, and the other party has become the leader recognized by the association. The captain said, "No, I just asked around. Judging from the traces, they should have gone north." Zackley nodded and pondered for a while, and continued, "Your team continues to investigate. This group of tomb robbers seems to have some problems. If you find any clues, send them back in time to avoid any danger." "Yes, then I will go out first." The captain retreated, and Zackley supported his chin and thought deeply about this matter. "I always felt that something was wrong, but I couldn't think of it for a while." At the church door. At this time, more than a dozen people gathered and stood in the church door in a scattered manner. A hooded man kept walking in the crowd, saying, "After this church is built, more evil professions will surely come. If the island master doesn't harm us, it's hard to say that others won't. Even if the Holy See is not allowed to build a church here, the Lingchi Church cannot be established. We want the island master to hear our voices. As long as he hears our opinions, the benevolent and great island master will definitely cancel this sect." His voice was gentle and penetrating, but it seemed to have magic, driving the emotions of the people around him. People began to shout along, and the sound spread into the church hall. And more people gathered nearby, and the sound waves rose. Inside the church, two wood elf priests listened to the shouts coming from outside. Green-haired Celia frowned and said, "Should we open the door and explain? Who said that the sect would have evil professions? These people are just talking nonsense." Avelin listened to the increasingly loud shouts, and shook her head. "Let's wait for the island owner's news. Opening the door now may be dangerous." "Just these people? I can knock them all down by myself." Celia snorted coldly. Avelin still shook her head. "There may be some problems here. We just need to stay here. If those people really plan to rush in, we will consider whether to take action." "Okay." Celia nodded. Deacon study. It was the family of the wealthy merchants on the island who protested to the association. "They also specifically told me not to tell you," Zalagwi said. Wu Hung nodded and said, "You can tell them directly that the sect has been reported to the headquarters, and the Holy See will not stop it." "Yes." Zalagwi nodded, and then said, "What about the ordinary residents of the church?" "Wait a minute." While speaking, the ghost flew back from outside. It entered the body, and the picture was shared in the mind. Chapter 912. In the ghost's sight. At the door of the church, some protesting residents gathered. These people gathered at the door of the church, shouting in a disorderly manner the reasons for refusing to build a church. The ghost's sight flew over the crowd, and soon noticed a figure. It was a dwarf, with a gray hood and a brown gown worn by ordinary residents. He wandered in the crowd, and looked at the patrol team opposite from time to time. The ghost flew directly down, and floated beside the other party. The dwarf first walked to the front of the team, and took the lead to shout, "Treasure Island does not need a sect." Then, he walked to the back, among some onlookers, and lobbied, "If this church is built, we will not have a peaceful life. With evil professions, extreme believers, and the hostility of the church, Treasure Island will be more chaotic than 2 years ago." The ghost watched for a while, ended the shared screen, and flew back. Wu Hung released the ghost again, and his expression relaxed a little. It was not as serious as he had imagined, and there were not many people gathered at the door of the church. He raised his head again and looked at the elf sister opposite. "Found it. There is a dwarf with a gray hood in the crowd. He is leading the residents." The two sisters looked at each other, as efficient as ever. The person had just sat down, and the association hadn't explained it clearly, but they found someone. "Just a dwarf? What level?" Zalagwi asked. "Level 9. There should be others behind him." Wu Hung thought for a while and said. Zalagwi didn't say anything, leaned back and thought for a while, and said, "Don't show up. Maybe someone is waiting for you to lead the team to come out, and then carry out other plans." Shiryali raised her eyebrows. "It's possible. A level 9 person dares to challenge you, a hero. It sounds strange." "It's possible. Such a temporary protest will not have any effect at all." Wu Hung said, "What do you plan?" Zalagwi smiled and said, "I will come out to explain in the name of the deacon. My reputation on the island is not as good as yours, but it is also very high." As she said, she raised her head confidently. "Thank you for your hard work. I will wait for your news." Wu Hung nodded. "Well?" Zalagwi agreed and got up to change clothes. She took Shiryali out of the study. Wu Hung continued to stay in the study, waiting for news. At the door of the church, the protesting residents were still shouting slogans sporadically. As time went on, some people were persuaded to join the protest team. Hula. At this time, footsteps came from the direction of the association, and 3 teams of the association stood opposite the crowd. The shouts suddenly stopped, and everyone looked at the other side vigilantly. In the crowd, the dwarf lowered his hood and carefully retreated to the back. His eyes under the brim of his hat looked expectantly at the army gathering on the other side. He was only 1 step away from his goal, as long as there was a conflict between the 2 sides. "This is Treasure Island. We are not afraid of you." As the leader shouted out, the crowd also shouted loudly. Zalagwi glanced at the other side's position, waved her hand to signal the association team and the skeleton guards to step back 2 steps, and said loudly, "I just communicated with the island owner, and am willing to listen to everyone's opinions. Follow me to the meeting room, and I will record your ideas then." The voice was deep and powerful, spreading among the crowd. The residents, whose emotions had just been aroused, looked at each other and whispered about the deacon's proposal. Zalagwi continued, "Do you still not trust the association? And this is not a place to discuss things." "Okay, we go with you," someone said loudly. Zalagwi smiled and said, let's go to the meeting room." After that, he turned and walked towards the association, followed by the crowd. The dwarf looked at everyone inside and turned to leave. As soon as he turned into the alley, 5 figures blocked both sides of the alley. The dwarf's eyes condensed. "What do you mean?" "The 5th team of the association, come back with us." Association dungeon. The cold dungeon was filled with a damp and rotten smell. The dwarf's hands were tied behind his back, and the hood on his head, and the clothes on his body were stripped off and thrown aside. "Captains, there are so many people protesting. Why did you arrest me?" "I just joined in the fun. I firmly support the island owner," the dwarf said in a panic. "Who asked you to incite the residents? The outcome will be different if you tell us yourself and ask us," the captain of a team said coldly. The dwarf said firmly, "I really just came to join in the fun and shouted a few words. I accept the punishment. I am sorry to the island owner and the association. I know I was wrong." As he said that, he began to cry bitterly. Tap, tap, tap. At this time, there was a slight sound of footsteps at the stairs. The team members turned their heads and saw Wu Hung walking over with a skull with a hole in the forehead. "Leader." The association members saluted. The residents of the island call him the island owner, while the members of the association need to call him a leader. He is the leader appointed by the headquarters. In the corner, the crying dwarf choked up and glanced out carefully, with fear and anxiety in his eyes. Wu Hung glanced at him. "What did you find out?" The captain said, "His name is Hayes, a level 9 bard. He carries a sachet-type item, which is sold in shops and can affect the emotions of people around him. He didn't admit to inciting the residents, and only said that he followed them to join in the fun." The dwarf squatted on the ground, wiped the tears from his face with his knees, and shouted, "I firmly support the island owner to establish a sect. I just have a bad mouth, and I saw the protest and shouted a few words. Sir, I know I was wrong." Wu Hung also looked at him and said, "You are just level 9, and establishing a sect on the island should not affect you. Tell me who asked you to do this, and you can leave after that." "I didn't do it, really didn't do anything," the dwarf said firmly. The 3-eyed skull bubble on the side, the soul fire in the eye socket flashed, and shook his head slightly. Wu Hung turned back and looked at him again, saying, "This is your last chance. Think it over before you speak, otherwise I will kill you and ask the corpse directly, who is the person behind the scenes?" The dwarf looked up and wanted to speak, but when he met the other party's gaze, he held back his words. Fear and uneasiness flashed in his eyes. He hesitated, swallowed his saliva, and said, "Nicholas, he is the captain of the Lingxi fleet. He has done me a favor and asked me to do this." Wu Hung looked at the skull bubble, saw it nodded, and said to the team behind him, "Go catch him." "Yes." The team left directly. Wu Hung also followed him out. Only the dwarf was left curled up on the ground, wanting to beg for mercy, but not daring to speak. In the meeting room, after listening to everyone's opinions, Zalagwi smiled and said, "I have recorded everything you said, and the evil professions and pagans you mentioned are impossible. The Island Master's sect has been reported to the association, and these 2 problems are impossible. I will leave the rest to the Island Master." A slightly fat woman said, "Then why do some people say that they will recruit bad professionals?" Sure, Yali said, "There are all kinds of things said outside, and everyone should also identify them. The Island Master has made great contributions to the island. If we really force him away, we will also suffer losses." The people on the opposite side began to discuss. Zalagwi continued, "Okay, since it's just some misunderstandings, Let's go back first. The church will be open tomorrow, and you can go and have a look. The woman who spoke before said a little shyly, Deacon, our opinions are confidential, right? Even the island owner can't know that it was us who said it, right? Everyone was also a little confused. Why was he so anxious before? Blocking the door of the church to object. Zalagwi smiled and said, Anonymous, I promise not to tell him. Thank you, Deacon. Then we won't bother you anymore. The people on the opposite side stood up and walked out of the room directly. After waiting in the meeting room for a while, the door was knocked again. A team member walked in and said, Deacon, the leader personally conducted the interrogation. The person behind the scenes is the captain of the Lingxi fleet. The captain of the first team has gone to arrest him. Zalagwi and Shiryali raised their eyebrows. How fast? Is the dwarf dead? Zalagwi asked. If they could ask so quickly, they could only ask about the corpse. But the other party's crime was not enough to kill him. No, he is still in the dungeon, said the team member. Zalagwi raised her eyebrows. The dwarf is so cooperative. The leader seems to have some way to tell whether he is lying or not. I was outside at the time, and I don't know what method he used, said the team member. Zalagwi nodded. Okay, I know. The team members left, and Zalagwi and Shiryali also walked out of the room. Afternoon, the deacon's study. The door opened, and the captain of the first team said, Leader, Deacon, the captain of the Lingxi fleet is here. The door was fully opened, and a middle-aged human walked in. Zalagwi said, Go and bring the investigator here. Yes. The captain left, and the middle-aged captain saluted slightly. Meet the island master Wuheng, Deacon Zalagwi. The tone was flat, and there was no sign of. Wuheng looked at him and said, Have we met? I have met you, but you should not have met me, the man said. So we don't have any hatred, right? The policies you implemented on the island are the most outstanding managers I have ever seen, the man said directly. Wuheng, including the elf sisters, looked a little surprised. It sounds like he has a high opinion of Wuheng. The door opened, and a team leader came in with 2 investigators from the island. Deacon. The investigator saluted. Zalagwi said, This person is involved in inciting the islanders and slandering the leader of the association. You should record it truthfully. Yes. The investigator opened the record book and stood aside. Zalagwi's eyes fell on the middle-aged man again and asked, Dwarf Hayes, did you ask him to encourage the island residents to protest the establishment of a sect in front of the church? I did. The middle-aged man answered directly. It seems that he has no intention of concealing or quibbling. You also asked him to say that the slander of Lingxi Church would recruit a large number of evil professions, criminals and pagans? Zalagwi continued to ask. The middle-aged man shook his head. I just asked him to organize people to protest the establishment of a sect. What to do and what to say are up to him. Zalagwi glanced at Wuheng, who nodded, indicating that what he said was true. Who instructed you to do this? The middle-aged man smiled. Maybe you think I don't have the courage to go against a leader, but no one really instructed me. Zalagwi looked at Wuheng again and nodded. This sentence is also true. Moreover, everything the other party said as soon as he came in was true, without any concealment. Zalagwi was even more curious. Why are you doing this? What's the benefit for you? The middle-aged man took a deep breath and said, I am a devout believer of the church. I firmly believe in the character of Wuheng Island Master, but I just can't bear to see him establish a sect of necromancers. Believers of the church. Faith can really make people do things that are beyond their character. Zalagwi looked at the investigator. Did you record it? It has been recorded, the investigator said. Zalagwi continued to look at Wuheng. Chief, do you have anything else to ask? No, let's deal with it according to the regulations of the association, Wuheng said. Take them away first. All the ships of the Lingxi fleet will be seized. They are not allowed to leave the island until there is a result. Zalagwi gave the order directly. Yes. The captain left with the man. The investigators also went back to organize the records. 3 people were left in the room again. Shiryali said, I didn't expect this result. Zalagwi also said, I thought it was related to the Holy See, but I didn't expect it to be a believer who did it. The Holy See is really good at spreading faith. Wuheng sighed. The 2 sisters also nodded in agreement. Zalagwi continued, I have arranged people to guard the door of the church. You should prepare to open the door tomorrow. Wuheng smiled. It has to be you. When our sect rises in the future, I will make you a knight of the church. I don't care. Shiryali came up. What about me? Make me one too. Let you be the archbishop. Wuheng said directly. Why should she be the archbishop? And I must be a combat profession. Zalogui stood up suddenly and asked unwillingly. Snap! Sure Yali slapped her, but I am your sister. What is there to fight with me? Humph, Zalogui snorted and turned her head to the side. Wu Hung chatted with the two sisters here for a while, and then returned to the island owner's mansion. Prepare for the church to open tomorrow. The next day, early in the morning, the sun shone on the staggered roofs, giving the entire island a faint glow. Squeak! The door hinges sounded, and the door of the church slowly opened. The news of the Lingqi church had already spread on the island, and a lot of people gathered outside the door. When the door opened, they looked inside. Treasure Island is different from other cities. There is no strict hierarchy, and several major changes have also caused a lot of heat. The island owner's own church has naturally attracted many people to visit. Even the tradition of Treasure Island does not believe in these religions. At the gate, Evelyn, wearing a priest's robe, holding an ancient book in her hand, stood at the door with a solemn expression and said loudly, "The only great Wuheng leader created the order of life and death. He will give us a better life and guide us on the way forward." Chapter 913. Afternoon, the island owner's mansion. Uncle, there are a lot of people in the church. Some of them look like when my mother took me to the temple fair, and there are people selling food at the door. Xiao Xiao said on the side. The church of Lingqi Church opened its doors, making the island lively again. Since morning, the church door has been full of people, one wave after another, and the whole road is congested. The association and the city hall also dispatched a large number of people to the scene to maintain order. Then he also said, the scale is still too small. I feel that the building and the exhibition should be used as a church. Glinda said, it's not needed now. When Wu Hung has more believers, we can imitate the Church of the Holy See and build Treasure Island into a religious island. It's called Rainbow Skull Island. Xiao Xiao immediately thought of the name. The three ghosts were discussing on the side. Wu Hung didn't say anything, but opened the panel to look at the faith position. Faith, 21/50,000. It didn't increase at all. According to the ghost's investigation, there must be a lot of people going to the church. But there is really no change on my side. The last time I looked at it, it was 21 points, and this time it is still 21. Was this church built in vain? Glinda saw Wu Hung staring blankly at the sky from the corner of his eye, and asked curiously, what's wrong? Wu Hung closed the panel and said, it feels like the faith has not increased. How do you feel that? Glinda floated over. The other two ghosts also flew over. Wu Hung raised his eyebrows. The feeling in my heart. Glinda thought for a while, and then said, this is just the first day, and the spread of doctrines will take some time. If it is so easy to convert into faith, Lilith and other leaders, who have lived for so long and have their own race, would have broken through the hero stage long ago. Wu Hung nodded. He understood the reason, but he was still a little disappointed that there was no increase. He didn't have any better solution, so he could only take it one step at a time. He picked up his phone and called Zalogui, asking her to keep an eye on the church and not let any problems arise, because of the large number of people. After explaining it for a while, he continued to say to the ghosts, let's go to the zombie world. Okay. The three ghosts agreed, and went straight into the body. Wu Hung opened the door, and went to the zombie world. Zombie world, Central Mall. In the office. Li Yong sat behind her desk, looking at the documents in her hand, and said without looking away, Sister Zhao, you don't talk about him, and he doesn't come to see you when you two are together. Zhao Yanqiu, who was fiddling with her phone on the opposite reception chair, glanced at her and said, you don't talk about him, so how can I say these things? Li Yong continued, you still have Xiao Xiao, I get beaten if I say too much. He also beat you? Zhao Yanqiu's eyes widened. Li Yong gave her a look that you know, spanking is also very painful. You talk about this kind of thing in two parts, I would have called the police in the past. Zhao Yanqiu rolled her eyes at him unhappily and continued, you two haven't considered having a child, and the age is just right. Li Yong said, the environment is just right, let's see the situation later. Sister Zhao wants to give birth to him. Zhao Yanqiu said casually, if you are pregnant, give birth. I have a worrying person at home. As the two were talking, a magic circle suddenly appeared in the middle of the office. Then Wu Heng's figure emerged from the magic circle. Zhao Yanqiu was startled and jumped up from her seat, but Li Yong was familiar with this kind of magic circle. You're all here. What are you talking about? Wu Heng glanced at the two and said with a smile. Seeing that it was Wu Heng, Zhao Yanqiu also breathed a sigh of relief and sat back in her chair. Li Yong said, Sister Zhao said she would give it to you. Before she finished speaking, Zhao Yanqiu immediately rushed to say, we're talking about why you haven't come over these few days. I'm busy with something. Is everything going well here? Wu Hung asked. Everything is fine. Li Yang didn't mention the matter of having a baby again. Tap, tap, tap. There were footsteps at the door, and then the door opened, and Xiao Xiao carefully controlled the puppet and poked his head in. After seeing Wu Hung and Li Yang, she smiled, and then looked at Xiao Yanqiu. Mom, you are here? I didn't see you when I went to your room just now. Xiao Yanqiu stood up, took Xishu's hand, and said, I take Xiao Xiao out. You two can talk about business. The mother and daughter walked out of the room, and Xiao Xiao could still be heard boasting, Mom, do you think my skirt looks good? Only the princess of the kingdom can wear this kind of skirt. The door closed, and there were only 2 people left in the room again. Wu Hung sat down aside. How is the base? Everything is normal. Ji Honkai sent about 70 tons of gold, most of which was looted from Mexico. The main station agreed to our request to borrow cultural relics records, and is sorting out these cultural relics. No specific time was given. Li Yang carefully recounted what happened during this period. After listening, Wu Hung asked, have you brought all the skeletons for learning databases? All of them have come, and there are also many equipment and servers. Li Yang replied. Take me over to have a look. Okay. Li Yang stood up and walked out with him. Go down to the first floor and push open a hall at the back. Need skeletons, 50 or 60 skeletons sitting in rows on chairs. The room is dim, and the blue soul fire flickers. These are the skeletons who have returned from study. The room inside is used to store equipment separately, and they will install it by themselves. Li Yang introduced. Can new content be input? Yes, the skeletons can operate it. Wu Hung nodded. You go back to the study first, and I will find you when I finish here. Li Yang did not leave, and continued to ask, are you going back at night? No. Then I go and talk to Sister Zhao to see if it's better to go from my room or her room. Wu Hung smiled. Don't make it difficult for Xiao Yanqiu. When did I make it difficult for her? When you were not here, we had a good chat. Wait for my news. Li Yang turned and left. Wu Hung asked the skeleton to guard outside, opened the boundary gate from another gate, and transported the skeleton and various equipment to Treasure Island. Then he placed the skeleton in a mansion outside the island owner's mansion, and began to assemble the equipment. What exactly is a database? Grinda asked on the side. It's a knowledge base that is stored in those machines, and can be directly found when needed in the future. Wu Hung explained it to the 2 ghosts in the air according to his own understanding. Grinda asked in an inquiring tone, library? Almost the same, but the things stored are more diverse, such as movies, novels, and pictures can all be stored in it. Yeah, it's quite magical. Benny also said. The original plan to modernize and transfer Treasure Island did not include the plan to build a database. It's not that I feel it is useless, but I didn't think about it. I only focused on the production of weapons and some practical items. This time, Li Yang and the others restored the database, and I happened to be arranged to go to Treasure Island. Standing aside and chatting with the 2 ghosts, after everything was moved, Wu Hung closed the door and went back to find Li Yang. The next day, Treasure Island. Xiao Xiao controlled the puppet and ran down the stairs first, and Wu Hung followed behind him and walked down the stairs. As soon as he walked down the first floor, Minnie came up and said, Master, yesterday afternoon, the association sent a letter, and Assistant Yali called and said that several array pattern masters came to the headquarters. You were not there yesterday, and are currently staying in the association dormitory. If there is no other reason, these array pattern masters should come to build a training ground. I have discussed this with Lilith. The training ground of the headquarters can speed up the training, but the price is very expensive. It should be this matter. I have not mentioned other matters about the array pattern to the headquarters. Let me see the letter. Here. Minnie took out a letter. He walked to the sofa and sat down, tearing the letter casually. Minnie brought him a cup of fruit tea and placed it on the coffee table. He unfolded the letter and looked at the content. Dear Wu Hung leader, I have received your letter and started to make a doll according to the appearance in the portrait. Attached to the letter is my brief personal experience. You can make some changes according to the situation and publish it in the newspaper. Thank you for your cooperation. Mortimer. Chapter 914. The Puppeteer's Reply. The last time he replied was when I was on my way to the Rift Ruins. Andeville wrote a reply for me. It seems that the other party is also very anxious to promote this matter, and he replied so quickly. Now the other party has started making puppets. The letter mentioned personal information, reminding me to publish it in the newspaper to help him increase his reputation. Where is Weyer? Wu Hung looked up and asked. Minnie shouted to the back. Sister Weyer, the master is calling you. Andeville, wearing a white home clothes, walked in holding a furry owl. Master, please organize the personal information in this letter and publish it directly with the next issue of the newspaper. Wu Hung handed the letter to the other party. The matter has been determined, so there is no need to discuss it with Glinda. Okay. Andeville took it and glanced at the content. Wu Hung picked up the phone and dialed Shiryali's number. After 2 rings, the other party answered. Wu Hung. A formation master came from the headquarters? Wu Hung asked. Yes, he came to the island yesterday afternoon. He said he came to the island to build a formation building according to the order, Shiryali said. After hearing this answer, it can be basically confirmed that the other party came to build a training ground. I go there now. You asked them to go to the meeting room. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Minnie helped him change into the complicated clothes of the nobles, and then released teleportation to go to the association. The next second, Wu Hung appeared in the deacon's study, and saw the elf deacon Zalagui sitting behind the desk. The latter was stunned, and then said, What, you don't even want to go out now, right? I know you don't have anyone here. Wu Hung smiled. Zalagui asked curiously, What are these array masters building? She knew what was being built on the island, and it was obviously a bit different that the headquarters had to transfer array masters. At least it wasn't an ordinary magic building. Wu Hung leaned forward and said in a low voice, I don't know if you've heard of this legendary building. What? Zalagui's eyes widened, full of anticipation. Training ground, a place that can increase training efficiency, Wu Hung said. Zalagui's wide eyes turned into a frown, and then she said, Oh. You know? I heard about it for the first time. Then why are you so calm? Wu Hung asked. It sounds a bit ordinary. You become a hero, why do you build this? Zalagui returned her gaze to the document. Wu Hung said, For you to use, to speed up the level. Zalagui raised her head again. Although she felt that it was a bit exaggerated to transfer a formation master from the headquarters to make a training ground, she was still touched when she heard that it was for them. Heroes have absolute say, and the last thing they lack is women. But Wu Hung is still as good to them as always. The door opened. Shiryali came back and saw Wu Hung coming. She was slightly stunned. You so fast? What are you saying? How hurtful. Wu Hung turned to look at her. Shiryali smiled. Okay, you are the best. Those people went to the meeting room. Do you want to go now? I go over and take a look. Wu Hung walked out. Zalagui and Shiryali also walked out. We follow you. When he entered the conference room, he saw 3 array masters sitting across from the conference table. The outermost one was the elf, followed by the dwarf and the human. The 3 people looked at Wu Hung carefully, then stood up and said, Leader Wu Hung, Deacon Zalagui. Sit down. Wu Hung waved his hand. The 3 people opposite sat down, and the leading elf took out a letter and handed it over. This is a letter from Leader Hatterai to you. Hatterai is the leader of the field envoy, that is, the Sword of Justice. Wu Hung took it and tore it open to take a look. The content is also very simple. In summary, these people will help him build a training ground, but the cost will be borne by himself. After reading this, Wu Hung put the letter away and his eyes fell on the opposite side again. Directly asked, What are the main costs of the training ground? The elf array master replied, Customization of materials, welding of formation breakpoints, and our labor costs. Don't you have a rough cost? There is an accurate quotation. According to the flatness of the training ground, 35 gold coins are needed per square meter. The elf array master said in a flat tone. The 2 sisters on the opposite side were both choking. 35 gold coins per square meter. Is this putting all the strange objects on the ground one by one? The reward for a level 18 professional is only a few hundred silver coins. Don't say that this kind of building is not open to the public. Even if it is open to the public, how many people can afford to build it? The training ground can't be built for just a few square meters. Wu Hung didn't change much. Lilith told him in advance that the cost was very expensive. In fact, it's not bad. It's within his affordability. The 3 array masters on the opposite side were still observing his expression. Seeing that he did not change at all, their eyebrows slightly raised. Treasure Island is indeed rich and powerful. Okay, I accept the offer. I will take you to see the site. Wu Hung agreed directly. Okay. The 3 of them also stood up and walked out together. Kuta City. Recently, this coastal town has shown a different liveliness and prosperity. The residents in the city have also heard that the inaccessible Rift Island has been occupied by the association's archaeological team, and the ruins have been discovered from it. Every few days, There will be ships traveling back and forth between the port and the ruins, transporting a large amount of supplies. Of course, for ordinary people in the city, they don't care much about the ruins and cultural relics. But these gentlemen in the headquarters have indeed increased some local consumption. Didn't they say that the island is difficult to approach? The archaeological team just went up like this? At a location in the port, a man wearing a noble robe and glasses was chatting with the workers who were resting. The worker said it was the Wu Hung leader of Treasure Island who cleared the danger there. Some people also said that the seabed there is full of sunken ships. I don't know how many ships have sunk over the years. The man with glasses looked puzzled. Treasure Island is so far away from here, is it true? The archaeological team said it themselves. Do you think I made it up? The worker snorted. The man with glasses continued to ask, are there any good things on the island? I don't know. If there are any good things, they have been taken away by the archaeological team, said the worker. The man with glasses did not ask any more questions and turned back to the private room in the tavern. The door of the private room closed. A ghost slowly floated out. The man bowed respectfully and said, Madam, I have inquired. It was the leader Wu Hung of Treasure Island who cleaned up the fortress you mentioned. There is nothing left inside. The ghost was angry and suppressed it again, the new leader in the association's announcement. It's him. The ghost gritted his teeth and asked, we have no grudges against him. Why do we do this? The man did not answer. After the other party complained a few words, he whispered, Madam, there is nothing left on the island now. If we go there again, it may be dangerous for you. Then we won't go. The ghost's tone was still angry, and he continued, take out the newspapers you collected recently. I want to see them. The man took out the newspapers. The ghost flipped through the pages one by one and circled out several clues from them, including the development of trade on Treasure Island, the defense agreement of Nidal City, and the expulsion of the church from Treasure Island. Humph! I will make him pay the price. Treasure Island. Finally, Wu Hung set up the magic construction training ground in the field where the maids in the island owner's mansion often trained. This place is about the size of a basketball court, and the current people are enough to train in it. After explaining to the array pattern masters, he asked them to start preparing materials and construction could begin tomorrow. The array pattern masters also agreed and returned to the association dormitory to prepare. When the maids heard that so much money was spent on building a training ground for them, they were all moved. They hugged him and acted like a spoiled child, saying that the master was so nice. 2 days passed in a flash. At dinner, Chanella said directly, Evelyn sent a message that the situation at the church is not good. What did you say? Wu Hung looked up. In the past 2 days, he has been focusing on the construction of the training ground and the establishment of the database, but not the church. Chanella said, basically no one goes to the church. In the first 2 days, most of the residents went there to watch the fun. This? Wu Hung frowned. Philippa said, it's normal. This is Treasure Island, Pirate Island. Who believes this stuff? It's better to listen to the stories told by the bard than to listen to the priests. Chapter 9:15. Originally, I thought that the collection of faith was slow, but now a new problem has emerged. Except for the first 2 days, when it was quite lively, and there were many people, there were basically no people going there these days. The residents of the island also regarded this place as an exhibition, and they walked around to see the excitement. In fact, Philippa was right. Treasure Island is a pirate island. It is difficult for the church to spread faith here, let alone this new sect. For the residents, who have always been exposed to pirate culture, it is better to drink and listen to the stories of the bard than to listen to the priests spread the doctrine. Wu Hung looked at Philippa and asked, do you have any suggestions to make everyone willing to go to church? Philippa cracked the crab shell and ate the crab meat inside, saying, it's difficult, they don't like these. I don't understand what your priests say, let alone them. Get something that they are interested in. Minnie said. Philippa said, unless you let your 2 priests not wear clothes, but it will only be fresh for a few days, and they will still not go after that. Everyone at the table fell silent. Minnie, Robe, and others all widened their eyes. Philippa still dared to say that the priests in the church should not wear clothes. Sanera rolled her eyes at Wu Hung, as if to say, why are you asking her? She said, there is no rush for this matter. The Holy See has developed for more than 1,000 years to reach its current scale. You don't have to rush. Philippa muttered, Wu Hung won't live that long. Eat. Minnie stuffed the remaining half of the crab directly into her mouth. Philippa said dissatisfiedly, you have to ask me, and now you won't let me say it. After dinner, the family chatted in the living room. The maids went to the courtyard to train before bed. The original training ground had been fenced off, and the array master from the headquarters was engraving the array inside. The maids were looking forward to the final effect of the high-priced training ground. Wu Heng's ability to become a hero gave them hope. As long as they could reach level 18 and replicate Wu Heng's fame, they might also become heroes. In the study, Wu Heng sat on a chair, holding the spiritual enlightenment scripture in his hand, in a daze. Obtaining faith is much more difficult than fame. He even doubted who he got his 21 points of faith from. What he had to solve now was not to spread the doctrine, but how to make the residents willing to go to the church and listen to the priests spread the doctrine. As long as they are willing to go, they can convert some faith over time. He looked up and wanted to discuss it with Granda. Then I saw 3 ghosts gathered together, laughing and watching cartoons on the tablet. I swallowed the topic that was on my lips. I sat down at the desk, took out a pen and paper, and wrote down the methods I thought of that could be implemented quickly. I will try to implement them tomorrow. I looked up again, and found that it was getting dark. Wu Heng drank all the tea in the cup, stood up and said, "You guys play, I'm going to rest." "Good night, uncle," Xiao Xiao said obediently. The remaining 2 ghosts also waved. Wu Heng smiled, opened the door and walked out. The next day. Lighthouse Street, residential area. Have you heard that as long as you go to the church and sit for an hour, you can take away 5 eggs? How long is an hour? It's the large watch hanging in the church. The long needle will turn around and come back. It's very fast. Is it free? The church will give out things? Why bother? Take it back and give it to my man as lunch. I come every day if I get it every day. The streets in the early morning suddenly became noisy. Women and old people who didn't need to get up early to work or who were taking care of children at home went to the streets early, talking about the church giving out eggs, and rushed to the church together. The news spread more and more, and soon a long line formed at the door of the church, waiting to verify whether the news was true. Inside the church, Avelin glanced outside and felt that the number of people was about the same. If they continued to gather, the church would not be able to accommodate so many people. So she opened the door and let people in. At the door, the guards and skeletons distributed eggs together. When the people in line got the eggs, their faces were full of joy. Really give it, the island owner is still generous. If you give it back, I will come every day in the future. How many eggs will be distributed in one day? The island owner is so kind. He really distributed eggs, and gave them as soon as he came. I heard that churches and sects outside need people to donate some things to show piety. The island owner built a church to give things to himself. Tomorrow, let his man come and sit for a while. Anyway, it doesn't matter if he goes out to sea. People took the eggs, and it was not easy to turn around and leave. Besides, there are people from the association and the guards guarding here to maintain order. Then sat down in the seats below and waited for what happened next. Moreover, as long as the thin needle on the wall completes a circle, they can go back, and the daytime work will not be delayed. Evelyn waited for the eggs to be distributed, and then walked to the front with a smile. Standing under the tall and majestic hero statue, he began to read the contents of the spiritual enlightenment canon. The island master's mansion. "Uncle, it's full." Xiao Xiao flew back from outside and continued, "Some people don't have seats, so we temporarily added chairs." Benny also said, "You know these residents, and distributing eggs is indeed a good idea." Xiao Xiao said, "I know this. The grandmothers in the community always go to line up for eggs, just like here." Sure enough, giving something is more effective than empty propaganda. Wu Heng smiled and said, "It's good to have an effect. If no one goes to the church, we have to consider closing it." Glenda asked, "Do you feel that the faith has increased? How can it be so fast?" "It will probably take a few days to see the effect," Wu Heng said. "My idea is very simple. Let people go there first. When they stay there for a long time, it will have some effect. If it still doesn't work, I will go to the Vatican to learn the model. Try as much as possible. Distribute eggs more often. Anyway, the island doesn't lack this little money." Granda said. "Too frequent, eggs can't be supplied, and when the residents can't finish the eggs, we have to consider distributing other things." Wu Heng said, "I plan to send one in the morning and one in the evening, and receive scattered believers in the rest of the time." Granda nodded, "That's fine, let's see how it works first." After chatting with the ghost for a while, Wu Heng said, "I'm going to Lilith's place. Xiao Xiao, do you want to go?" "Not today. We agreed to watch a movie," Xiao Xiao said. "Okay." Wu Heng nodded, released teleportation and left. City Hall. In the meeting room, Endwire sat in the main seat, and behind her stood the assistant, the lop-eared rabbit Annette. Opposite were the owners of several shops on Lighthouse Street. After everyone arrived, Andwire patted the booklet beside her and said, "Starting tonight, your shop can use lighting props normally. These are your safety manuals. This kind of props are dangerous. After you go back, read them carefully. Don't put your life in danger because of this." Hearing that there was a risk of life, everyone's eyes froze. It feels like this is not an ordinary prop, but more like a strange object with great side effects. But the streetlights have been used for such a long time, and I haven't heard of any dangerous things. Several people nodded to show that they understood, and Annette distributed safety manuals to everyone. Underwire continued, "The island owner also said that the church is now open. If you bring one person to the church and insist on listening to the priest's teachings 3 times, you can be exempted from 3 days of electricity bills." Everyone raised their eyebrows. This is asking people to bring people to the church. The others were still thinking, and suddenly someone stood up and said, "Miss Underwire, our Golden Sail Tavern has always been the support and supporter of the island owner. We will bring people to the church every day to listen to the teachings." Underwire smiled, "I have taken note of your shop. Run it well. If you have any difficulties, come to me directly." "Thank you, Miss Underwire." The middle-aged man thanked and sat down. The others also reacted immediately, secretly cursing themselves for being slow to react. "Miss Underwire, I will also bring people to the church." "We are also." One after another, everyone stood up and said the same thing. Lilith's mansion. Wu Hung teleported over and sat in the living room for a while, then saw Lilith, wearing a bed skirt, slowly coming down from upstairs. Her bare white feet stepped on the staircase, sparkling and white. Noticing Wu Hang's gaze, Lilith quickened her pace, walked downstairs, and sat on the sofa, with her skirt covering her feet. But a few white toes were still exposed. Lilith spoke first. "The church is quite lively today." Wu Hung sighed and said, "I distributed eggs at the door of the church. As long as someone goes over, they can take 5 eggs away. The effect is not bad." Lilith's mouth curled up. "It's a method you can think of." Chapter 916. Wu Hung smiled. Then he asked, "Chief, how did the hero hall of the Blood Clan operate in the beginning?" Lilith glanced at him. "The Blood Clan is different from you. This is a sect inherited by the race. When I became a hero, it had been established for many years. It is not suitable for you. Your plan today is actually not bad. Take your time. You are still young." "That's right. The Blood Clan is a race, and has a certain foundation. My lifespan is short," Wu Hung said helplessly. Lilith glanced at him, and said in a flat voice, "You have become a hero, but you are still worried about the problem of lifespan? If you don't want to transform into a corpse ghost at that time, you can join the Blood Clan." Wu Hung was stunned at first, then he moved forward and looked serious. "Not a bad idea. At that time, we are both heroes, so we won't be afraid of the 2 heroes of the church. Let's destroy the church together. Then that god." Lilith's expression changed, and with a wave of her hand, Wu Hang's mouth disappeared immediately, and the rest of the words also stopped abruptly. He warned, "The more you know, the more careful you should be. Don't talk nonsense." Wu Hung lifted the curse, his mouth recovered, and then said, "Is it possible?" Lilith looked at him unhappily. "Forget it. You should just be a corpse ghost. Don't, after all, we still have Xiao Xiao, for the sake of the child." Lilith glared. "What nonsense are you talking about?" At this time, the butler said some cakes, and Lilith said, "When those array masters came, they brought cakes from our headquarters. Eat more and talk less. Old leaders are respected. Those people didn't bring any cakes except talking about money." Wu Hung took a bite of the pastry, and didn't continue to tease her. He had a panel, and after becoming a hero, living for hundreds of years was not a problem. He was confident that he could break through the limitations of faith and reach the next stage before death. After tasting 2 pieces, he casually chatted about other things on the island. Wu Hung led the topic to the purpose of this trip. "Leader, in addition to intelligence, does the Whisperer collect some knowledge? What kind of knowledge do you want?" Lilith looked up at him with a puzzled look. "That is, like potion formulas, some poems and music scores of bards?" Wu Hung asked directly. Lilith still looked at him, a little puzzled as to why he suddenly asked these questions. "Why do you think the secret speakers would record these instead of the Hongwen Society?" Wu Hung was stunned. "Hongwen Society would. Then I will write to Chief Claudio and ask him." Lilith became more curious, thought for a while, and said, "In fact, the secret speakers also collect potion formulas, poems, and other things, but they will be handed over to the Hongwen Society for preservation." We also have hub fortresses in various places, and some inheritance stories. Why are you asking these? Wu Hung raised his eyebrows. Sure enough, the secret speakers collected everything. When he was in Blackstone Town, the local Deacon Slater introduced the characteristics of the secret speakers, from the old stories of the kingdom to the love history of the nobles. The secret speakers collect intelligence from all aspects. Once something happens, they will unravel the clues based on various intelligence details. At that time, Wu Heng's impression of this organization was that it was an intelligence station of a group of ants at the head of the village. A few people gathered together and collected all kinds of intelligence. Wu Heng leaned forward again and immediately said, "Chief, I have a great suggestion. We can work together to build a database. We can easily find any data we need in the future." Lilith raised her eyebrows. What does this mean? Wu Heng thought about how to explain it, and then said, "You should know how to use your mobile phone. I will store all the data in your mobile phone. If you want to find some relevant information in the future, you can check it with your mobile phone. What's the difference between this and archives? I can also ask people to look for it in the library." Lilith continued. Wu Heng explained, "Of course there is a big difference. For example, if you vaguely remember that someone in the Yeko Kingdom used the Holy Grail of the Blood Clan, but you don't remember who that person is, it will definitely take a lot of time and manpower to look through all the files. But if you enter the knowledge base I mentioned, you can find it in a few seconds. This is a simple clue. For more complicated ones, the third husband of the old king's niece had several lovers, and which lover was related to the gang. This kind of complex relationship is more difficult to sort out. Conventional manpower may take several days or longer, but in the database, it only takes a few minutes at most to find the corresponding person." Lilith raised her eyebrows and understood what he wanted to say. "I think his suggestion is good, so that useful information can be quickly screened out. The secret whisperer has collected intelligence for hundreds of years, and the entire intelligence system is too heavy. The recent ones are better, but if it takes too long, it will take a lot of time to sort out and find clues. Besides, she doesn't think it can be realized when others say such things." But when Wu Heng said he wanted to do it, she subconsciously thought that it would definitely succeed. After all, there have been so many new things. She looked him up and down and said, "The information of the secret whisperer is not open to the outside world. I am also the leader of this headquarters. You are treating me as an outsider," Wu Heng said aggrievedly. Lilith looked at his appearance and said, "The ruling leader can only retrieve the corresponding files when he needs to check. Excessive disclosure of this information will cause chaos in the entire situation. Damn it, the ruling leader can't check it casually." Wu Heng said, "Then I don't want those secrets, I just want some public information, or formulas or something." Lilith thought for a while and said, "You say that? There is no problem. I will talk to Hatterai and give you a reply." "Okay, it's best if you also talk to Hong Wenhui," Wu Heng continued. Lilith nodded and picked up the teacup to drink tea. After finishing the business, the two continued to chat for a while, and seeing that there was nothing to do, Wu Heng released teleportation and returned to the island owner's mansion. It was getting dark. After dinner, the residents walked out of their houses and sat on the roadside to enjoy the cool air. The lower-level bards took their own wooden stools and waited for the street lights to light up, find a good position, and improve their skills. Suddenly, a strange light suddenly lit up from one end of the street. People turned their heads and saw that the dim shops in the past were shining as bright as day. The shop owner stood at the door and greeted with a smile. "The shop will continue to open. Customers who need it can come at any time." Click, click, click. Then, one shop after another lit up, and the whole street was instantly bright. The crowd reacted instantly. It's the newspaper that mentioned turning on the lights in the shops. They've all been turned on. Brighter than the street lights. The island owner is still very efficient. The crowd became noisy instantly. At the same time, the street lights on the street also lit up one after another, illuminating the entire island. People on the street no longer gathered under the street lights, and had more time to shop or go shopping on the street. It was more lively than during the day. On a passenger ship heading to Treasure Island, the blonde elf in leather armor on the upper body and long trousers on the lower body opened the door of the cabin and looked out. The guard guarding the door saluted slightly. "Miss Leddelai? Why is it so chaotic outside?" Leddelai asked. "I heard them say that it seems that Treasure Island can be seen, and people are on the deck," said the guard. Leddelai frowned. "Can we see Treasure Island? Didn't they say there's still a day's journey? I'm not sure either. Let's go and take a look." Leddelai put on her hood and walked out with him. A lot of people had gathered on the deck. She squeezed through the crowd and looked into the distance. Amid the exclamations and shouts from the people around her, her eyes widened instantly. In the dark night sky, at the end of the sight, you can see a small island. An island shrouded in light. Chapter 917. Early morning. In the misty courtyard of the island master's mansion, there was a sound of metal clashing. Wu Hung and the three-eyed skeleton Bubble were training with spears. The friction of the skeleton joints, and the crisp sound of the spears hitting each other kept ringing in the morning mist. Unlocked feature, long-handled weapon expertise, proficiency. The moment the system prompt sounded, more insights into the spear and the skills of using it appeared in my mind. Master, it's time for breakfast. Minnie shouted at the door. Stop! Wu Hung stretched out his hand, and the attacking skeleton instantly stopped, pointing his spear at the ground, and stood upright to the side. Wu Hung took the towel handed to him, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and then walked towards the restaurant. These 2 days were enough to prove his previous conjecture. The improvement of level and attributes greatly improved his understanding of any knowledge. Even the proficiency of this kind of weapon expertise has improved faster. Returning to the restaurant, the maid brought the tableware. The family sat together and started to eat. After eating a few bites, Envier put down the tableware and said, Master, all the shops have completed the power supply, and the response yesterday was good. It was more lively than during the day. The weather in Treasure Island is hot, and the temperature at night is more comfortable. Now that the shops have been powered, there is no difference from the daytime, and it will definitely be more lively. Just like the modern pedestrian street, the peak hours are at night. Wu Hung nodded and said, let them adapt first, and then arrange for residents to use electricity later. Envier nodded, indicating that she understood. Shannara continued to ask, there are many people in the church, and the idea of distributing eggs is quite good, and it is quite suitable for here. It's not just suitable for here. This trick is probably useful in most places. Only a president like her who is not short of money would think it is useful in Treasure Island. It will continue for a while. Please help me order another batch of eggs from the Starflower Chamber of Commerce. Wu Hung picked up the teacup and took a sip. Okay, I go sign the order later. Shannara nodded. After breakfast, everyone went to do their own things, and Wu Hung also went upstairs. Entered the study. The 3 ghosts were also in the room. Wu Hung sat down and asked casually, is there a lot of people in the church today? Yes. More than yesterday. Benny flew over first. Her tone was also very happy, and then said, it's as crowded as it can. I said that the church was built too small, and we should build a bigger one. Take your time. The current church is still enough. Wu Hung said, and opened the panel and looked at Faith. It was still 21 points, without any change. But this time is different from the previous few days. Now many people enter the church every day, and the trend is still good. Sooner or later, some faith can be converted. The Church of the Wood Elves and the church in Ratam City behind started in this way, and the faith will definitely increase significantly. After the morning, I will take the decoration team to the church to check and add some seats and equipment. Wu Hung said. Grinda reminded on the side, there are still eggs. If this goes on, the eggs on the island will not last for a few days. I have asked Shannara to order eggs. Wu Hung nodded. The Wood Elves can be regarded as borrowing Shannara's light. The orders from Treasure Island are estimated to account for more than half of the Emerald Sea. Grinda continued. Wu Hung said, there is no way. The rest of the caravans are threatened by the church. Only the Wood Elves are cooperating with us. Glinda nodded, pondered for a while, and said, why is there no news about the auction of the Snake Emblem Consortium? If this auction can be held on the island, it should be able to reverse some of the situation. Does the church dare to trouble the consortium? The power of the consortium is not small. It is called a small association in the outside world. Dare to compete with the association for business, and will it be afraid of the church? Wu Hung leaned on the side and said, wait a little longer. Even if we don't cooperate, Ledelai will reply to us. Yeah, Glinda agreed. Xiao Xiao listened on the side and flew over and said, Uncle, there is a grandmother in the church who said that eggs are more solid than communion cakes. What are communion cakes? The food of the church? I haven't eaten it either. Wu Hung said. Glinda said, I've read in books that the sacrament, which is made up of bread, ham, and vegetables, represents God's blessing. I've learned something new. Wu Hung sighed. Benny also nodded. It doesn't sound that high-end. Xiao Xiao thought about it and asked, is it a hamburger? My mother doesn't let me eat it. Glinda and Benny looked at Wu Hung. The latter was also a little surprised. So it really looks like a hamburger. Lilith's mansion. The housekeeper hurried upstairs, knocked on the door in front of the bedroom, and then opened the door and walked in. The air conditioner was blowing cold air, and the speakers next to it were playing soothing music. The housekeeper bowed slightly and said, "Miss, there are more people in the church today than yesterday, and many people even had disputes over the location." The wooden coffin in the room opened a crack, and Lilith's voice came out, "Or is it the method of sending eggs? Leader Wu Hung is indeed good at this," the housekeeper said with a smile. No one expected that the newly built church would have such obvious improvement in the past 2 days. Lilith said softly, "I know, don't pay attention to the church." "Yes." The housekeeper bowed again and left the room. The headquarters of the association, the Hall of Heroes. In the spacious and bright hall, piles of bundled newspapers were placed at the front desk. The staff used a dagger to cut the rope and placed the newspaper in a corner of the front desk, and the people who had been waiting for a long time gathered from all around and picked up the newspaper to read the content on it. It has become a habit to come to the hall at a fixed time to get the newspapers of Treasure Island. Lingqi sect. Wu Hung established a sect. He has become a hero, so it is normal for him to establish a sect. Then this speed is too fast, as if he has been prepared for a long time, and is waiting for himself to become a hero. Otherwise, there will always be people saying that he has problems. At this time, someone lowered his voice and said, "He is a necromancer. Now he has established a sect. It depends on what the church says." Another person said, "He dared to publish it in the newspaper. I don't think he is afraid at all." Young and energetic. Discussed a few words about establishing a sect. Continue to look at other content. When seeing the character introduction on the side of the main title, someone said puzzledly, "Mortimer, the dwarf puppeteer in the House of Puppetry? How did his information appear in the newspaper? It's really him. He is a bit weird, and the puppets he made are also weird. How did he get Wu Hung to put him on the newspaper? Come to think of it, the profession of puppeteer is a bit strange. He is level 19, he wants to be a hero. It is indeed possible." In the back of the crowd, in the lounge area of the hall, Puppet Master Mortimer sat at the table, his eyes covered by his hood, staring at the content of the newspaper. When he saw the introduction about himself on it, his eyes became excited. Wu Hung really kept his promise, and published information about himself in this issue. Not far away, those people began to change from discussing the profession of puppeteer to how to get on the newspaper. In their words, they began to envy themselves. Mortimer read his information repeatedly several times, then took a rough look at the rest of the content, jumped off the table and chair, and planned to leave with satisfaction. But just as he was about to move, he stopped again, took off his hood, and strode through the crowd with the personal information on the newspaper in his hand. Walked to the door. Someone shouted, "Mr. Mortimer, your information is in the newspaper of Treasure Island." Mortimer turned around and said, "Yes, I just saw it in the newspaper." "How did you get on the newspaper? I mean, are there any conditions for getting on the newspaper?" the man asked. Mortimer replied, "You need to contact Chief Wu Hung in advance." Hearing that there is indeed a way, the eyes of the people in the hall changed slightly. "Is it convenient? I buy you a drink. If you want to ask for a method, we can talk while we talk. I still have some work to do," Mortimer said. "Okay, let's talk while we walk." Several people followed the dwarf, asking about the newspaper while walking. Chief study. Religious leader Saida held the newspaper tightly with his fingers, and squeezed the edge of the newspaper into a ball. And in the middle of the newspaper, it was the news that Treasure Island established the Lingqi Church. A few days ago, the letter from Treasure Island brought the sect's report. I thought that if they wanted to establish it, they would need a year or so, or even longer to prepare. I never thought that it would be published in the newspapers within a few days. You deserve to die. Saida gritted his teeth, his voice full of anger. Chapter 918. Afternoon Church. In a separate room, Wu Hung was discussing with the designer the aversion to adding seats and a large screen in the church. The large screen is used to play some promotional videos or missionary videos. Of course, it is not ready yet, and someone will record it later. Ring ring ring, the phone rang. After the call was connected, Minnie's voice came from the other side. "Master." "Well, what's wrong?" Minnie said, "Master, someone from the Snake Emblem Consortium came, saying that she is the person in charge of Lopez City, named Lidelai, a lady of the elf tribe." "Lopez City? Lidelai. She actually came to Treasure Island. Is she still in the island owner's mansion now?" Wu Hung asked. "Chatting with Sister Ware in the living room. Do you need her to wait for you?" Minnie continued to ask. Wu Hung said, "Let her wait for a while. I will come back when I finish here." Okay. Hang up the phone. Wu Hung continued to work with the dwarf designer to finalize the remaining plans, and would start construction after the church closed. After finishing here, Wu Hung did not stay and released teleportation to return to the island owner's mansion. The island owner's mansion, living room. The exquisitely dressed Lelai sat on the sofa. As the head of the local consortium in Lopez City, she came here to see if the island was as good as the legend said, and the second point was to finalize the auction. The first requirement was determined when she arrived on the island. The construction on the island was the neatest and most complete city she had ever seen. Putting these aside, the island that was bright last night was also qualified to be the venue for the auction. Miss Lelai, have you walked around the island? Envier started the topic. When we got to the island, we took a look around the carriage. The island was well built. It's hard to imagine that it was once a pirate island. Lelai looked at the little fox girl opposite, and in the corner of her eyes, there were also the bunny girl and the cat girl. It seems that the rumors outside are true. The owner of Wuhing Island prefers the orcs. Fortunately, they are all orcs close to humans, not the strong orcs with huge mouths and fangs in the north. Just looking along the way. The cinema and exhibition on the island are all good places. And we are continued to introduce. Lelai nodded. I also specifically inquired about it before coming. After visiting the island owner, I will go and take a look, especially the cinema. The rumors outside are very powerful. Yes, business is more important. The two chatted casually, and footsteps sounded from the gate. Looking over, I saw Wuhan walking in. Envier, Minnie and others stood up and saluted. In front of outsiders, they still had to show the etiquette of maids, master. Lady also looked back. When she saw Wu Hung, her eyes lit up, and she saluted as well. Chief, please don't be offended by my sudden visit. What are you being polite about? Sit down. Wu Hung said with a smile, and sat down opposite. Cabwoman Roby obediently brought tea, and Lady also sat back down. Lady's mind suddenly became a little dazed. I remember that when I first met him, Wu Hung had to wear a mask to cover his identity. In less than a year, he had become a hero. The status of both parties was getting bigger and bigger. Wu Hung asked, "Is it about the auction at the end of the year?" Lady nodded and said, "Representatives of various consortiums in the Emerald Sea held a meeting and agreed to hold the auction at Treasure Island. This time, I came here mainly to settle this matter with you. I have no objection. You can decorate the venue by yourself. If you have any requirements, just ask directly." Wu Hung said directly. Treasure Island also needs the auction of the consortium to restore its vitality. Both parties agreed last time, and there was no intention to change. Lady glanced at the other party, with a little boast in her eyes. Last time I told you in the letter that you would pay 5% of the fee for Treasure Island after the cooperation. I discussed with them again, and raised the price of the venue rental to 30%. After saying that, her chin raised slightly. Wu Hung was stunned. She took the initiative to increase the price. Why increase it so much? Lady said helplessly, 5% is the normal venue fee. Treasure Island has 2 leaders sitting in, and I don't think it's too much to get more money. In addition, if the price is low, those guys will not care, so I raised it directly to 30%. Good guy, this woman is more ruthless than anyone else. I will accept more money. Chief Lilith is only staying on the island temporarily. Don't spread her affairs everywhere. Wu Hung reminded. Lilith knew that she would be angry if someone took her name to collect money outside. The last time she came to Treasure Island, Wu Hung was angry with her for a long time because he promoted her on the island. Later, he gave her a motorcycle and a racing suit, and then he calmed down. I know that I never mentioned Chief Lilith from beginning to end. Lelai continued, Chief, I have another thing to discuss with you. What is it? Lelai leaned forward, revealing a shallow ravine in her collar, and said seriously, I don't know if the potion of Treasure Island can be included in the auction. I can promise to pay the full amount of the auction fee to Treasure Island, just to increase the momentum of the auction. The potions of Treasure Island are not quite the same as the auctions of the consortium. The consortium is a regional auction, and its main customer group is the dignitaries and wealthy merchants in the surrounding cities. However, the potions of Treasure Island are different. The price of the potions last time has been hyped up to several thousand gold coins. Those who can participate are all above level 18, or even heroes. They are all auctions, but they are not at the same level. What Lady did was also to attract traffic to the auction. Attract those top dignitaries, or heroes, who would not originally participate in the auctions in this region to this auction. Lady is really smart. In her original world, she is probably a top seller. She is good at using the chips of both parties to exchange and obtain conditions that can benefit both parties. I am not responsible for the potion. I need to discuss it with my subordinates and give you an accurate answer tomorrow, Wu Hung said directly. That's fine. Lei Dilly smiled. Not refusing means there is still hope. Wu Hung continued, do you want to take a day off or go directly to the venue? I came directly here, and I go to the venue tomorrow. I stay on the island during this period. Redalai replied. Yes. Wu Hung turned his head and looked behind him. Wire, take Miss Redalai to see the venue tomorrow, write down anything you need, and try to cooperate with the consortium to complete this auction. Yes, master. Andrewire nodded. Seeing that the topic had come to this point, Redalai stood up and said, I don't have anything else to do. I still need to arrange accommodation. I won't bother you, Chief. I wait for your news tomorrow. Okay. Wu Hung stood up and walked her to the door. Redalai bowed again, and then returned to the local Snake Emblem Consortium with the servants waiting outside the island owner's house. The door was closed. The maids walked back while discussing the consortium auction. Wu Hung asked, Where is Shannara? Sister Shannara is out, not at home, Minnie said. Wu Hung picked up the phone and dialed Shannara's number. After 2 rings, Shannara's voice came from the other side, Not at home? Filling out the order at the Chamber of Commerce, what's wrong? Shannara asked. The people from the Snake Emblem Consortium are here. Let's talk when you come back. Wu Hung returned to the living room and sat down. Okay, I'll be back later. Yeah. After hanging up the phone, Wu Hung looked at the time and walked straight upstairs. Snake Emblem Consortium. Redalai walked into the hall with a smile on her face. The head of the local consortium, Rostand, came over and asked with a smile, Ms. Redalai, how did the discussion go? Not bad. The island owner asked us to go and see the venue tomorrow. Let's go together then, Redalai said with a smile. Rostand raised his eyebrows. The island owner did have some friendship with this person in charge. He settled the matter so quickly. He smiled again and asked with a smile, Ms. Redalai, in the middle, did you say a few words for me? Chapter 919. Rostand had mentioned this matter when he was in Lopez City. Let Redalai have a chance to help him say a few words to ease the relationship between Wu Hung and the local consortium. In Rostand's heart, he never thought that Wu Hung was only a deputy deacon when he came to the island, and he became the leader in more than a year. If he could guess, even if there was a slight possibility, he would have taken action long ago and tried every means to ease the relationship. Unfortunately, when he knew it, the other party had become the leader. Redalai slowed down her pace, and her high heels fell rhythmically on the marble floor. Today I just had a quick meeting with the leader and just confirmed the auction, but don't worry, I will never forget what I promised. Rostand was a little disappointed, but still maintained an elegant smile. With Miss Redalai's words, I feel at ease. Wait for the two to pass through the hall and walk into the empty corridor. Rostand then continued to ask, what does the island owner say about the auction? Chief Wu Hung agreed to the auction. I will follow Miss Andeville to take a look at the venue tomorrow, Redalai replied. Miss Redalai is really amazing. She settled the matter as soon as she arrived. Rostand flattered, and then asked, should we notify the local consortiums and start sending out invitations in advance? Redalai thought for a while, then said, the chief and I propose to sell the island's strengthening potions at the auction. The chief said that he would give me a reply tomorrow. After the reply comes, I will write to various places. It doesn't take half a day. Okay. Rostand raised his eyebrows. This Redalai is indeed very close to the island owner. Anything about the potion can be brought up. The two stood in the corridor and talked for a few words, and Rostand said again, the mansion where you rest is ready. I will take you to see it. Redalai nodded and followed to the prepared residence. Afternoon 4:30. Chanela rushed back from outside. While taking off her hood, she asked, are the people from the Snake Emblem Consortium here, or is it because of the auction? This time, the consortium representative from Lopez City came to completely settle the auction. Then, Wu Hung repeated the content of the conversation between the two after Redalai came. When she heard that 30% of the net income would be provided to Treasure Island. Chanela also showed a surprised expression. 30%? That elf woman is not going to use gold coins to break your heart. How do you know it's a woman? Wu Hung waved his hand. Chanela walked over, sat sideways in his arms, put one hand on his shoulder and said, the person in charge of Lopez City, I remember, is an elf woman. Does she have any purpose? And deliberately gave a more exaggerated number? Wu Hung hugged her soft waist and said, no, the reason she gave was that there were 2 heroes in Treasure Island, and the Snake Emblem Consortium was exempted from the previous security investment. In addition, it was angry with representatives from other places, so the lion asked for a high price. That's right, it really saved a lot of security costs. Shanella nodded, and then asked, "You have already agreed with her, why are you in a hurry to let me come back?" "There is another thing. She wants us to take out the strengthening potion and put it in the auction items, and the selling price will all belong to us, mainly to build momentum for the consortium." Wu Hung said what he wanted to discuss with her. The matter of strengthening potions. Treasure Island has been limiting the number of sales. It is not a hunger marketing, but mainly to give the outside world a feeling that the materials are scarce and difficult to make. Otherwise, if they are sold in batches, the price will definitely be very low. The second point is the safety issue. A potion that can be mass-produced and directly improve the attributes of the user. It is hard to say whether it will not be coveted by the outside world and cause unnecessary trouble. Shanella thought about it and said, "I don't think there is any problem. Providing 2 bottles of potions to the consortium will not cause any loss to us. Making friends with the consortium may also be helpful in the future." To put it bluntly, Wu Hung is currently tied to the association. Whether it will be like this in the future, no one can say. It is still necessary to maintain friendly relations with some other major forces. Okay, then tell her directly when Ware takes her to see the auction tomorrow. Wu Hung nodded. Is the auction venue set at the Opera House? Shanella continued to ask. Wu Hung nodded, yes, your Opera House. The largest opera house on the island, Gem Flower, is owned by Shannara. Also, it was a gift from Wu Hung to her. After her own president was removed, a group of people who followed her were also arranged to work in the Opera House. Shannara continued, I will also go there tomorrow to talk to her about the next things. You don't have to worry about the rest. It's a bit of a demotion for you to come forward for such business matters. Okay, I feel more at ease if I leave it to you. Wu Hung also smiled. The two chatted for a while. Catwoman Roby jumped in from the restaurant and said, Master, Sister Shannara, it's time for dinner. Shanella stood up from his arms, straightened her clothes that were lifted up, put her arm around Robe's shoulders, and walked towards the restaurant, asking, Does the elf have any intentions? Robe said, when she was talking to the master, her collar was opened here, she must have an intention. Wu Hung followed behind and said, Your collar is up to the waist of your pants, it's too exaggerated. Robe laughed, It's just that the master's reaction was slow, and we didn't see it, but we all saw it. Shanella turned her head and looked at Wu Hung, who explained, It's just a normal dress, I don't see any intentions. What else? Shanella looked at Robe again. The two chatted and walked into the restaurant together. Wu Hung also followed in, and talked about the consortium auction. The maids had never participated, so Shanella told them about the auction at the end of the year. Wait until dinner. Wu Hung continued to train with the spear, and the maids and Shanella also carried out their own training. It seemed to be back to a year ago, training every day. It was getting dark. Wu Hung brushed his teeth and washed his face. Benny said, In the afternoon, I saw the female head of the consortium going shopping on the island. Where did she go? Wu Hung asked. When I saw her, she was listening to stories in the tavern, then she went to the church to listen to an hour of teachings, and now she is going shopping again. Benny said. Letelai is very energetic. She talked to me about things as soon as she got to the island, and went shopping again after returning. She also went to the church. She took 5 eggs with her when she left. Benny said with a smile. She came to my place to get some money. Wu Hung said, and then said, Go shopping if you want to. I guess you want to learn more about this place. Yes. Benny nodded and flew back to the study. Wu Hung also washed up and returned to his room to rest. The next day, in the morning, a carriage stopped at the door of the Jewel Flower Opera House, and Letelai got off the carriage in a fiery red dress. A wood elf immediately came up to greet her. Miss Letelai? It's me. Letelai maintained the elegance of the elves. Please come in, the elders are waiting for you. The wood elf gestured with her hand. Elder? Letelai raised her eyebrows. Is there a position of elder in Treasure Island? Which elder? Letelai asked. The 6th elder of our wood elves, Lady Shanella. The wood elf found that the other party had misunderstood, and explained immediately. Lady Shanella. The president of Star Flower was later directly appointed as the 6th elder of the wood elves. The other party's information quickly appeared in Letelai's mind. The period when Shannara was promoted was also the period when Wu Hung became the leader. It seems that this 6th elder of the wood elves has a special relationship with the island owner. Thinking in his heart, he took out a shawl from the space ring, covering a large area of skin on his shoulders and collar. Crossing the corridor, he followed the staff and stopped in front of a room on the second floor. "Elder, Miss Lelilei is here." "Let her in." A voice came from the room. The door opened, Lelilei walked in directly, looked inside the room, and saluted with a smile. "Elder Shannara, Miss Andwyer." Andwyer smiled and nodded. Shannara looked her up and down and said, "This is my property. You can see if there is anything that needs to be adjusted in the auction, so that I can arrange it." "Thank you, Elder." Lelilei still remained polite. Women should pay more attention to the degree when interacting with each other, especially such smart and capable women. Shannara nodded and said to the staff standing at the door, "Open the first floor lobby and let Miss Lelilei take a look." "Yes." The staff left. Click, click, click. Soon after, a sound of switches being turned on was heard. Chapter 920. The lobby on the first floor suddenly lit up. The ceiling, which was covered with lights, illuminated the lobby below and was as bright as starlight. There was a huge screen hanging above the tall stage in the front. There were rows of seats below, and red carpets with flowers and vines underfoot. Lelilei widened her eyes. The opera house under her feet was more luxurious than the venues used for previous auctions. "I'm afraid that the year-end auctions in other regions cannot be held in venues of this size. This treasure island is developing too fast. The screen above can broadcast the situation on the stage, and the audience behind can also see it. There are also speakers inside, so the words can be amplified, and there is no need to shout like before." Shannara glanced at her and explained with a smile. After introducing it once, she asked, "See what needs to be adjusted?" Lelilei smiled and said, "Elder Shannara is joking. The venue is far beyond my expectations. There is nothing to adjust." "That's good." Shannara nodded. Lelilei looked at Anvir again. "Miss Wire, has the chief considered the potion?" Anvir said, "The master promised to give you 2 bottles for auction." Lelilei was even more delighted. "Great, I will go back and write letters to various places now, and try to hold the auction this week. You go back and make arrangements. If you have nothing to do, you can come out in the afternoon, and we will take you around the island." Shannara continued. Lelilei raised her eyebrows. The other party's tone really sounded like the hostess here. Still keeping a smile, "Okay, I will trouble the elders and Miss Anvir again." After a brief chat, Lelilei returned to the Snake Emblem Consortium and sent the message. The island master's mansion. Wu Hung sat in the study and waited for a while. Grenda flew back first, and then Xiao Xiao ran into the room from outside with the puppet. "Uncle, I'm back." "Are we going there?" "Well, when Benny comes back, we go to the zombie world," Wu Hung said. "Even if there is no major danger in the zombie world, we have to go there every few days." "Oh, okay." Xiao Xiao separated from the puppet and flew out as a ghost. "Uncle, help me put the puppet away." Wu Hung put the puppet into the space ring. Benny also flew back from outside. "The church is fine. It's still full. New seats were added yesterday, and it looks like it's still full today. The temptation of eggs is greater than imagined." "That's good." Wu Hung looked at the time. Let's go over there and take a look." The 3 ghosts drilled back into the body. Wu Hung opened the door and walked in. At the other end, it was the dormitory of the central shopping mall. "I left from here last time." After releasing the ghosts, Xiao Xiao said, "Do you want to leave now?" "Wait a moment, you can chat with your mother. I call you when I leave," Wu Hung said. "Okay." Xiao Xiao drilled through the wall and left. Wu Hung took out his phone and dialed Li Yong's number. "Where is it?" Li Yong said, "I'm on my way back. You go to my office. I have something to tell you." "Okay, I go there now." As he said that, he released teleportation and his figure disappeared. When his sight was restored again, he had already arrived at Li Yong's office. Click. The door opened, and Li Yong walked in with her phone tucked around her neck. Seeing Wu Hung sitting on the sofa, she was stunned for a moment, then reacted, "You're faster than me." "Did something happen?" Wu Hung asked. Li Yong said, "In a few days, a United Nations meeting will be held to discuss future development plans and cooperation with several large shelters." United Nations. Does this thing still exist? Wu Hung was a little surprised. That's what it's called. It's now called the Dawn Alliance. It was re-established after several large shelters discussed it. Li Yong sat back at her desk and explained. Wu Hung was silent for a moment, then asked, "Will holding this meeting help?" "The world on my side is still developing at a relatively fast pace. A big reason for this is that Xinfu City sells food to various places, as well as some zombie cleanup operations. This has kept many survivor bases. Otherwise, the reconstruction work in various places would have to be postponed for at least 5 years, or even more. Now it has developed to the point where joint meetings are being held. Li Yong took out a document and handed it to him, saying, "The main topic is the subsequent cleanup of zombies in the world, assisting each base in restoring order, and also including the sharing of core technologies of various countries." Wu Hung listened and felt that the only thing that was useful to him was the continued sharing of core technologies of various countries. The information and technical personnel that each country can retain are very limited. If they can all be integrated, it would be a good thing. Li Yong continued, "This year's Dawn Alliance meeting will be held at Chi Hansai's base. Do you want to attend? If you don't want to go, you can tell Chi Han Kai about your idea and let her coordinate it. The venue is still at the Korean base." It makes sense. Now the Korean base has become a trading area for selling food to the world. All the major bases have opened stores there, and have been operating for a long time. There is no problem choosing there. Ring, ring, ring. At this time, the landline on Li Yong's desk rang. Li Yong answered the call for 2 sentences. After hanging up the phone, she said, "I'm going out for a while, and will be back later." Wu Hung nodded, and Li Yong left directly. He was the only one left in the room. Glinda and Benny appeared from the side. "What is the United Nations? Federal countries?" Glinda asked. Benny's eyes were a little confused when she heard the federal countries. Wu Hung explained, "You can understand it as an association in this world. Most countries have joined this organization and established some order." "Huh? There is also an association here?" Glinda was even more curious. She made up a lot of knowledge about this world, but it was the first time she heard that there was also an association. Wu Hung nodded, almost, but the United Nations does not have as much power as the association. The 2 ghosts nodded, and roughly understood some of it. Benny said, "Is it necessary to go to this meeting?" Glinda also said, "Your hot weapons can't kill heroes, and you should really focus on spreading faith." Wu Hung thought for a while, and then said, "The distance over there in South Korea won't delay anything, and you can also see if there is any technology that the skeletons can learn." The 2 ghosts looked at each other, and Glinda said, "It's okay if you have thought it through. This time, you can consider collecting more corpse cores and living corpse kings from them to cultivate more level 20 skeletons." "Yeah, that's fine." Wu Hung nodded. As he was talking, the door opened, and Li Yong came back and said, "I went out to mobilize the fleet." Wu Hung said, "I'm going to the Korean base." "When does this meeting start?" "Tomorrow," Li Yong said. "Time is a bit urgent." Li Yong continued, "I arrange a fleet to take you to the airport." "Okay." Afternoon. The plane landed at the airport of the Korean base. Chi Han Kai brought people to greet him and said with a smile, "I thought you wouldn't attend this meeting." Wu Hung followed her into the building. "Just take a look. Just come to see you." Chi Han Kai smiled and blinked at him. They walked into the office together. Chi Han Kai handed him a document. "This is the name of the current official shelter." Wu Hung took it and looked at the content on it. China, Chang'an Dome, located in the ancient city of Anxi. Yama Palace, Shinfu City Base. USA, New Eden, Rocky Mountain Military Base. Russia, Vulcan Furnace, Kamchatka Volcano Base. EU, Noah City. Wu Hung looked at them one by one, and his own Shinfu City was also divided into the big base. This is not surprising. From the current situation, his base is more influential. Chapter 921. Wu Hung looked at the base names on the list. Except for his own Yama Palace, it seems that the names of other large bases are pretty nice. Of course, the name Yama Palace was just a casual word, and no one expected it to be passed down to the present day and become the general name of the base. Chi Han Kai made him a cup of coffee, brought it to him, and said, "The meeting will be held at 10 a.m. tomorrow, and the content of the meeting will be broadcast to the world through the public channel of the radio station. It will also be broadcast live on the radio station, which seems to be more formal than the previous base's cooperation talks." "Who proposed the Dawn Alliance?" Wu Hung asked curiously. The Mexican base that he destroyed last time was called the Dawn Base. If he hadn't destroyed it, wouldn't it be a duplicate name? Chi Han Kai said, "The name was given by the European Union, but the proposal to establish an alliance was raised a long time ago, and all the major bases agree with this." Wu Hung took a sip of coffee and continued, "What are you mainly discussing?" Chi Han Kai replied, "It's mainly about cooperating with each other and signing a treaty that will not cause war. Last time, when the Mexican base threatened us with missiles, why didn't anyone mention this?" Wu Hung looked up. Chi Han Kai smiled and said, "Who knows? I feel that if you hadn't destroyed a base of the other side by yourself, those people would not have thought of establishing this alliance." Wu Hung nodded to show that he understood. When they feel that you are in danger, they will take the initiative to propose peaceful coexistence. Chi Honkai continued, the Dawn Alliance will definitely be established, and then the major bases can propose a resolution. What do you think we should propose? What do you think? Wu Hung asked her. Chi Honkai said, if you hadn't come, I would have proposed sharing of scientific and technological resources, or establishing a larger trade to exchange gold according to the plan you gave me before. The plan for the base here is also very simple. One is to recruit talents. Machinery, information and communication and other related talents are very needed. The second is to sell food and collect gold. These have never changed. If Wu Hung hadn't come this time, Chi Honkai would definitely not make a mistake if she proposed according to this request. It is indeed what we need. Wu Hung nodded. Chi Honkai continued, do you have any new ideas? I want to let all bases share technology and develop together to avoid the equipment competition in the past. The second point is the collection of corpse kings. What reason can I give to the earth to help collect living corpse kings? Wu Hung said thoughtfully. Chi Honkai eyes widened, and he hesitated for a long time before saying, both of these seem to be difficult. It is difficult to convince all bases to share technology, and it is even more difficult to let each base capture the corpse king. Not to mention the strength of the corpse king itself, the corpses around him are not so easy to deal with, let alone catching them alive. So we need to plan well. Wu Hung drank the coffee. He hooked his finger at the coffee machine, and the coffee turned into a stream of water, floating from the air into the teacup. Chi Hansai's eyes condensed. Your new ability? It was just a moment of surprise. In fact, it was not surprising. Newly learned. Wu Hung stretched out her hand, and another stream of water went directly into her mouth. Chi Honkai hastily put it in her mouth and swallowed it. Learn? There is a chance, that is, the skill book? Wu Hung explained. Oh! Chi Honkai reacted. She knew about the career scroll and skill book. Wu Hung brought the topic back to the meeting and said, is there any way to smoothly implement the 2 points I mentioned? Chi Honkai also frowned and pondered for a while, then said, based on my understanding of these guys, if they don't feel that there is a benefit, they will definitely resist. We should think about how to make these two things sound helpful to them. Well, that's right. There is still some time. Let's think about it together. Wu Hung nodded. Chi Honkai put away the phone and continued, I will take you around the base. There are some old people. Do you want to visit them too? Okay, you arrange it. Wu Hung agreed. For the rest of the time, Wu Hung followed her around the base. Then, Chi Honkai called the backbones and persons in charge of important positions in the base one by one. Wu Hung met these people as the leader and expressed encouragement. After meeting everyone, he followed Chi Honkai to have dinner in the cafeteria. Night fell. Moonlight shone through the glass into the bedroom. Chi Honkai rested his head on his stomach, and his fingers gently drew on his chest. The dependence of each base on food will gradually decrease. I feel that we should find new goods to exchange for gold and technology. How to reduce it? Wu Hung stroked the other's hair. Chi Honkai said, some bases have stabilized. They will prepare for the planting of food in the spring. By the end of the year, the food that can be exchanged will definitely decrease. So they are worried about this. Wu Hung thought for a while and said, it will be difficult for them to rely on themselves for planting in a short time, so don't worry. Really? Now the number of people in each base is not large, and the machinery and equipment are advanced. Planting a little is enough. Chi Honkai continued. Wu Hung said, it may alleviate their demand for food, but if you want to solve it completely, I feel that it will be difficult in just 1 year, but you are right, you can try to find new substitutes first. Well, I will think about it then. Chi Honkai smiled and nodded, then looked up in surprise. Why are you energetic again? You always fiddle with it. How can you not be energetic? Wu Hung patted her but lightly. Chi Honkai sat up shyly and said, you are a little too cruel. The next day, Treasure Island. The skeleton team escorted the city hall staff and posted a new notice on the notice board. As soon as it was posted, a large crowd gathered around. A bard walked up and read the content to the illiterate people. The city hall announced that in 7 days, the Treasure Island Gemflower Opera House will hold the year-end auction of the Snake Emblem Consortium, and people from all over the country will go to the island to participate. Whirl, the crowd started talking again. Wow! The consortium really has an end-of-year auction. I thought it was just a rumor. Now Treasure Island has gotten better and can be selected as the auction venue. You got it wrong. The two heroes on the island. No matter how you think about it, the consortium has taken advantage. I feel the same. The island will definitely be more lively in a few days. As the residents talked, Some shop owners hurried back to their shops, considering whether to decorate their shops before the auction. Every activity on the island can make them a lot of money. Especially now that all shops have electric lights, the opening hours have been increased. Association Office Study. Shiryali walked in from outside and said, "The consortium auction is held on the island." Shilagwi nodded. "I saw it too. I received information yesterday that the consortium's people went to the island. It seems that it was for this matter." "He didn't tell you." Shiryali sat down and put her arm around her sister's shoulders. "He is a leader. Why is he telling me these things?" Shilagwi rolled her eyes at her sister in annoyance. "Huh? He always told us before." Shilagwi glanced at her and said, "Do you miss him? Call him in the evening and ask him to come to the house for dinner." "Okay." Shiryali smiled. Knock, knock. The door rang, and Shiryali walked over to open the door. Outside the door, the elf flag bearer in a blue brocade robe, Eleanor, stood at the door. Shiryali said respectfully, "Mr. Eleanor?" "Well, is Zalagwi in the study?" Eleanor put one hand behind his back, his posture upright. "Yes, please come in." Shiryali made way for the other party to walk in directly. After entering the study, Eleanor's eyes fell directly on Zalagwi behind the desk. "Deacon Zalagwi, you should also know that the island will hold an auction of the Snake Emblem Consortium." "I just saw the notice posted," Zalagwi said calmly. "For this elf flag bearer." She didn't know why, she always felt a sense of rejection. Even if she asked normal questions, she felt a little impatient. Eleanor sat down and said, "The island owner is the leader appointed by our headquarters, and Treasure Island has a special meaning in the Emerald Sea. Is it a bad influence to hold an auction for the consortium now?" Zalagwi raised her eyebrows, and Shiryali paused while making tea. "I came here because of this matter." Zalagwi said, "The Opera House is the property of Elder Shannara, the Wood Elf. The Snake Emblem Consortium rented the Opera House as a venue. It can't be said to have any influence. After all, it is on Treasure Island, and the announcement was made through the City Hall with great fanfare. It is somewhat inappropriate." Eleanor looked at her. "Deacon, what do you think?" Zalagwi looked at him, and suddenly remembered what Wu Hung said to her. "If there is something, let this flag bearer talk to him directly." Immediately, he nodded. "You are right." Then he turned back to look at Shiryali and said, "Call Wu Hung and tell him that Mr. Eleanor has something to say to him." Eleanor raised his eyebrows. He didn't quite understand what calling meant, but it was obvious that he wanted to contact Wu Hung directly. Seeing that Shiryali was about to contact the other party, he immediately said, "Wait, I will tell the leader about this matter, so you don't need to inform him." "That's fine," Shilagwi said. Eleanor glanced at the two women, stood up and said, "I'm going back." "Goodbye," Shilagwi said. The door was closed, and Shiryali poured out the tea. What is he worried about? The two leaders didn't say anything, and his words would have a bad influence. He has been in the headquarters for a long time, and his brain is broken. Shilagwi spoke even more bluntly. Zombie world. The spacious and bright hall had a slightly solemn atmosphere. On the walls of the hall, there were huge murals depicting the once beautiful and prosperous city. In the middle was a high platform, and below it were oval seats. Representatives of each base, dressed in formal attire, sat in their respective seats one after another. The first row was for representatives of several large bases, and the rows behind were for representatives of small and medium-sized bases. Wu Heng's seat was arranged in the first one on the left, and the column on the seat next to him read Chang'an Dome, which was the name of the domestic station. The third seat was Russia's Vulcan Furnace. The first seat opposite was the United States' New Eden. The second seat was the European Union's Noah's City. The third seat was Australia's Southern Dome, and the fourth seat was South Africa's Stairs of the Sun. Wu Hung entered first, and brought an assistant with him. It was the secretary of the general manager when he first occupied the Korean base, who was proficient in multiple languages. "Who are you?" After taking his seat, the middle-aged man from the domestic base next to him looked over in confusion. He looked him up and down, then said, "My name is Huai Zhixing, the representative of Chang'an Dome this time." "Wu Hung." Wu Hung shook hands with the other party. "Chief Wu?" The other party's eyes widened. Wu Hung smiled and nodded yes. "Oh, we thought it would be Deputy Chief Chi who would attend, but it turned out to be Chief Wu. If I had known you were in the base, I would have visited you," Huai Zhixing said enthusiastically. "You're welcome." Wu Hung also smiled. While the two were chatting, several representatives of the base opposite also looked over. Among the representatives of several large bases, only the EU side has a female representative, who is middle-aged and wears a neutral suit. At 10 o'clock, the bell rang. Chi Honkai stood on the stage and said to the microphone, "It's time, let's start." The microphones and headsets of each representative were powered on, and real-time translation could be heard. Chi Honkai continued, "First of all, the Dawn Alliance, in order to better restore and build, all major bases should play a corresponding leading role. One of the main themes of this meeting is to sign an agreement, peaceful mutual assistance, and establish trade. After signing the agreement, any base or force that provokes war without reason will be considered an enemy of the Dawn Alliance base. Let's vote." The words were very brief. This matter had already been discussed on the radio station. It was nothing more than a formal process. After all, the radio station would broadcast to shelters around the world. Below, everyone raised their hands in unison. Chi Honkai said, "Pass, sign the agreement." The prepared agreement was sent down, and everyone signed it directly. After the agreement was signed, Chi Honkai continued, "Next are some resolutions, starting with the representatives of the Hades." The first one was Wu Hung. The content was discussed before, and it was just expressed in that way. Turning on the switch of the microphone, Wu Hung said, "Our base proposed 2 points. The first is the exchange of knowledge and technology. The losses of various bases are serious, and there must be some lack of technology. I propose that the bases with conditions provide technical support and training to the bases that lack the corresponding technology. The second point is to focus on zombie cleaning. It is difficult for small and medium-sized bases to deal with zombie kings. The location and information can be recorded, and the capable large bases can take the lead in solving it." I'm done. Chapter 922. Wu Hung put down the microphone, and the discussion began. After a brief noise, the representative of the New Eden shelter turned on the microphone and said, "Technology sharing is indeed a beautiful vision, but for large bases, unconditional support may not be able to be implemented for a long time. I think at least it should be exchanged with equivalent remuneration or some other conditions." The representative of Chang'an Dome said, "Under the current situation, equivalent exchange cannot be considered support. I think the boundaries can be appropriately relaxed to allow more population and bases to develop." Wu Hung said, "Provide corresponding remuneration, I have no objection." The representatives of the other bases discussed in a low voice and nodded. Then, the representative of New Eden continued, "As for the second point you mentioned, that the large bases should help the small and medium-sized bases to clean up the zombie king, I think it is a bit too simple. The zombie king itself has a strong attack power, and there are zombies around it. It is difficult for large bases to clean up across regions." The representative of Noah's City also said, "It is indeed difficult. Instead of thinking about cleaning up the zombie king across regions, it is better to help the personnel of these small bases evacuate." Yes. Helping evacuation can reduce losses, and is safer than killing the zombie king. This is a good suggestion. After the representative of Noah's City finished speaking, he immediately received the approval of several bases. In the eyes of more people, helping evacuate is also simpler than cleaning up the zombie king. The representative of Chang'an Cheong looked around and said, "Don't worry, let's listen to the ideas of the representative of Yanluo Palace." Wu Hung nodded. Helping with evacuation is also a good idea, but the collection of intelligence on zombie kings and dangerous zombies is equally important. Each base can summarize the intelligence of zombie kings and special zombies found, and those who are capable can help clean up to prevent the zombies from continuing to evolve. When it comes to evolution, everyone raised their eyebrows. Zombies can evolve, and as time goes by, there are more and more high-level zombies. The representative of New Eden said, "I have no objection to that. Those who are capable will help clean up, and those who are not capable will only provide information. This is not bad for each base. If they object, not to mention that the content of the meeting will be made public on the radio, even if they reject the proposal of the Hades Palace, it is not a wise decision. These large shelters still have to rely on the food provided here to solve the problem of food and clothing." Chi Honkai, who served as the host, said directly, "Representatives, raise your hands to vote." Everyone raised their hands and passed directly. Second, the representative of Chang'an Cheong will speak. Huai Shixing said, "We propose that large shelters accept small and medium shelters, and support other shelters." Everyone still raised their hands to pass. Then, the other bases also began to express their own proposals. The proposal of the New Eden representative is to jointly develop virus vaccines, and the proposal of the Vulcan Furnace representative is to recover lost thermal weapons to avoid being too scattered and causing threats. The proposal of Noah's City is to develop superpowers, and the South Dome is to preserve the diversity of some animals. The Sun Stairs wants to classify diamonds as an important currency of exchange. The proposals of these large bases were all passed except the proposal of the Sun Stairs, which was rejected unanimously. The New Eden representative continued, "Our shelter can provide bases and equipment for vaccine research and development, and we also have very good technology." The others looked at him. The representative of the Vulcan furnace said, "We can also provide a venue. Your technology is not good enough. Then I don't agree to build it at your place either." Because of the venue, several shelters began to have differences. Only Wu Hung remained quiet. His several bases have been cleaned up, and there will basically be no virus crisis, so it doesn't feel that important. Seeing the stalemate, the representative of Chang'an Dome said, "Since this matter can't be settled, let's discuss it later and settle the rest first." The representatives nodded. Chi Honkai summarized, "This proposal has been written down. If the representatives of each base have no doubts, just sign the proposal and implement it after returning." The secretary distributed the sorted proposal documents. The representatives of each base also signed their names and confirmed it. In the following time, everyone discussed the follow-up development again, and the meeting ended here. The representatives packed up their things and walked out, and there was a shout behind them. "Chief Wu." Wu Hung looked back and saw Huai Zhixing and his assistant catching up quickly. "Representative Huai." "Chief Wu is too polite. Just call me by my name." Huai Zhixing was still very polite. "I have something to do here. Do you have time to talk alone?" "Okay, let's go to the meeting room." Wu Hung nodded. As he spoke, the representative of New Eden also came over. The middle-aged man in a neat suit smiled. "You are Chief Wu of Yama Palace, right? My name is Rex." "Hello." Wu Hung shook hands with the other party. "Is it convenient for you, Chief Wu? I want to talk to you about increasing grain production," the middle-aged man said. Then, several representatives from Noah City, Vulcan Furnace, South Dome, and Sun Stairs came over. Wu Hung glanced at them and said, "Let's go to the meeting room." "Okay." Several representatives followed and went to the prepared meeting room. In the simple meeting room, the secretary made tea for everyone, then took out a pen and a notebook and sat behind Wu Hung. Wu Hung looked at the others and asked, "What do you want to talk to me about?" Several people looked at each other, and it was Huai Zhixing from Chang'an Dome who spoke first, saying, "I want to talk to you about the power station." Wu Hung raised his eyebrows. It turned out to be this matter. No wonder Huai Zhixing showed special support when he mentioned technology sharing and support. When the New Eden representative mentioned that he would give the base that provided the technology a corresponding bargaining chip, Huai Zhixing gritted his teeth. He wanted to pass it directly. It turned out that he was eyeing the technology of his power station. After listening to the translation, the other representatives showed some doubts in their eyes. Except for Chang'an Dome, the other bases didn't know much about the power station. Wu Hung said, "This technology may be different from what you think. Except for the base where I am, it is difficult for other bases to achieve it." Huai Zhixing asked curiously, "What is the difference?" "Let's put it this way, the way it works is largely inexplicable by science," Wu Hung said. Huai Zhixing's eyes showed surprise, and the representatives of the other bases also frowned. If science can't explain it, then the direction it points to is also easy to think about. After all, after the outbreak of the apocalypse, all kinds of inexplicable things have appeared one after another. New Eden couldn't help but interrupt the conversation between the two and asked, "Leader Wu Hung, can you introduce us to the power station you mentioned?" Wu Hung said, "There is nothing special about it. The main feature is that it does not require energy, and can maintain power generation for a long time." "Nuclear power plant?" the female representative of Noah's City said subconsciously. "No, it's simpler than a nuclear power plant, and there is no need to worry about any harm," Wu Hung said with a smile. The room was silent in an instant. Good guy, in peacetime. When the countries competed in science and technology, they didn't develop it, but in the apocalypse, they came up with such a power generation system. Even though Huai Zhixing only knew a little about it, he didn't expect the effect to be so good, comparable to a nuclear power plant, and safer than a nuclear power plant. The representative of the South Dome said, "Our base also wants to build this kind of power station." Wu Hung looked at all the people on the opposite side who were looking forward to it, and said with a smile, "The agreement has been signed, and I will naturally not refuse you, but I still need to discuss this matter with the technical staff of the base. You can also go back and study it to see what equivalent conditions you can offer in exchange for the power station. The agreement that has just been completed also requires a corresponding exchange for the technical support of the large base." Several representatives showed regret on their faces. If they had known earlier, they would not have mentioned the need to pay. "Okay. I will give you an answer in the next few days." Huai Zhixing nodded. The other bases also agreed immediately. After talking about this matter, the representative of New Eden continued, Chief Wu Hung, your base sells food to the world. Can this food technology be made public? Wu Hung said, I'm sorry, it's a method that science can't explain, it's not a technology. The formula of the Wood Elves potion has been made public. But the raw materials don't exist in this world, so it's useless to disclose it to them. As for selling liquid medicine, it's no different from selling food, and it adds some risks. In addition, the two worlds are related. Wu Hung even suspects that the bronze key has always appeared in different eras. So, he doesn't plan to tell anyone. Several representatives were a little disappointed. It seemed that several representatives were for the same thing. Wu Hung smiled and said, but don't worry, I will let the base increase the planning of food to meet the needs of each base. Everyone had no choice but to nod. The person from the Vulcan furnace continued, Chief Wu Hung, we encountered a ghost at an important location. I wonder if you can provide some help. Of course, I won't let you go in vain. Ghost? Sure, helping each other is the original intention of the Dawn Alliance. The representative of the Vulcan furnace smiled, then I will contact you after I return, and you will have to come over then. Sure. Several large bases discussed the issue of cooperation separately, and when they saw that it was almost done, they stood up and said goodbye. Wu Hung said to the secretary, I will go back to the dormitory first, and when Chi Hankai is done, let her call me. Yes, leader. The secretary nodded. Put it back in the room. The three ghosts also appeared from the side, and Xiao Xiao said, it's over now, nothing happened. Granda said, I don't think this alliance is any good. They are all trying to get something out of you. The three of them couldn't understand the language of the representatives, but the secretary would translate beside them. Two of the three ghosts were on the secretary's shoulders, and one on his head, listening very seriously. Only the secretary felt a little cold all the time. Wu Hung sat down on the side, each of us needs what we need. I also need some of their technology. Xiao Xiao touched his chin, flew back and forth in the air twice, and said, Uncle, what technology do we need from them? The other two ghosts also looked over. For example, modern weapons, aerospace technology, and ships at sea can all be exchanged with them. Wu Hung said, and then said, we plan to build a power station later and rent electricity to them, as long as the cost is lower than their own power generation. Well, this is also a way. Granda agreed with this idea. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door, and the three ghosts disappeared. Chi Hankai opened the door and walked in. After entering the room, he exhaled heavily. Those representatives have left, they are exhausted. Thank you for your hard work. Wu Hung said with a smile. Chi Hankai sat down and said, did those representatives meet you individually? Yes, we talked about the follow-up cooperation. Wu Hung told Chi Hankai about the things mentioned in the individual meetings of several large bases. The latter raised his eyebrows. They are taking advantage of us first. Wu Hung proposed technical support and training, hoping that the technicians or skeletons on his side could learn the advanced technology of other bases. Unexpectedly, the other party asked for the power station first. Chi Hankai muttered, I said, when you mentioned technical support and training, Wai Xixing's eyes were shining. So this is the plan. I guess he would mention it even if we don't mention it. They would back to discuss this matter. I don't plan to give them the power station directly, but sell electricity to them. Wu Hung said his thoughts. Chi Hankai raised his eyebrows. It's a good idea. She was already worried about what resources could be sold after the demand for food decreased. This amount of electricity seems to be more reliable than food. Let's see what conditions they offer first, and don't rush to communicate. Wu Hung also smiled. Okay. Chi Hankai continued to ask, will you stay tonight? You should take a rest. You didn't get enough rest last night. Wu Hung said. Chi Hankai glanced at her beautiful eyes. Okay, I'm a little tired. The two chatted for a while. Chi Hankai left, and Wu Hung also returned to Treasure Island with the ghost. Treasure Island. When I came down from upstairs, I saw 4 maids sitting in the living room to rest. The sweat on their training clothes meant they had just finished training. Master. The maids greeted with a smile. Is the training ground not finished yet? Wu Hung came over. Minnie said, this morning, I heard from the Alpha Ray Master that half of it was already completed. In fact, the speed is not slow. Well, there is nothing else on the island, right? Wu Hung continued to ask. Underwire said, Master, the City Hall has announced the announcement of the auction held by the Snake Emblem Consortium, and Sister Chanella also took Miss Leteli to see the venue. She is very satisfied with the Opera House, and there is nothing to change. Where is Chanella? Sister Chanella went to the entertainment city in the afternoon, and said she would open it before the auction. Underwire replied. Wu Hung nodded, I know. After dinner and training with the maids, Wu Hung sat in the bathtub, thinking about today's alliance meeting. How can we make use of all the bases in the zombie world? Squeak! The bathroom door opened, and Chanela walked in wrapped in a white bath towel. Wu Hung turned his head and looked over. Why are you so proactive today? Chanela glanced at him unhappily. Minnie said you were looking for me, and I just happened to be taking a shower. Come on! Wu Hung moved back a position. Chapter 923. Sayonara took off her bathrobe, stepped into the bathtub with her slender and round legs, and leaned on his arms. Wu Hung put his arm around her waist and rested his chin on her shoulder. You've worked hard. What can I do? You are a hero now, and there are more important things to do. Sayonara leaned on him, her tone slightly lazy. Thinking about it now, Sayonara still finds it a bit incredible. When the two first met, Wu Hung had to work hard to reach level 15, and in the blink of an eye he became a hero. The Wood Elves spent such a huge price and such a long time, but they didn't cultivate a hero. They were caught casually. The two of them are still so close. Combined with the first time they met, I saw each other as soon as I opened my eyes from the ember, and I even felt that our marriage was destined. When the training ground is built, you must also train hard. I still want you to become a hero. Wu Hung whispered in her ear. Sonara's eyes moved slightly. Who doesn't want to be a hero? Besides, the Wood Elves are also promoting efforts for races and heroes. I've been so busy lately, I wait until the auction is over. Sayonara said, and then took out the tablet. You haven't been to the entertainment city yet. I tell you about the layout, so you can have a better idea. Yes. Wu Hung replied, reaching out to touch her body everywhere. Sayonara put the horizontal table on the bathtub in front of her, put the tablet on the wooden table, shook off the water drops on her fingers, and said, the first floor is the game area. The game consoles you brought and the popular chess and cards on the island are all here. She tapped her fingertips lightly, and the screen turned pages. The second floor is spa, massage, the third floor is Golden Cat, the fourth floor is the restaurant, and the sixth floor is the VIP room. The design blueprint of the entire building was completed by the island's designers, and the skeleton, who had studied modern design. Therefore, some modern layout methods can be seen in the design. For example, the water bar, spa, massage, and scrub bath in the game area are all arranged. No matter whether it is popular or not, just try it first. Wu Hung continued to ask, have you arranged the personnel? We used some Wood Elves, and the rest were recruited from the island. These personnel are also a considerable expense. Shannara slapped his hand away. Slater hasn't sent anyone yet, remember to ask. Slater is in charge of the Golden Cat. When he left last time, he said that he would arrange for someone to come and run it. After so long, it seems that there is no movement. I asked tomorrow. Wu Hung nodded, and then asked, how is Letelai doing? In 2 or 3 days, ships from various consortiums will dock at the port. I've already told Ware that we will coordinate the port work then. Shannara clamped his mischievous hands with her legs. Stop it. What if the tablet falls into the water? After reading the layout, put it away first. Wu Hung said. Shannara rolled her head and rolled her eyes at him, but still put the tablet into the space ring, complaining in a tone, you are so energetic every day. Wu Hung picked her up, aligned the position, and gently put her down. Huh? Shannara breathed a sigh of relief. Water splashed in the bathtub. Wait for the two to come out of the bathroom playing and fighting. Return to the bedroom to rest. The next day, early morning. In the bathroom, Shannara sat on a wooden stool. Wu Hung controlled the water ball to wrap her hair, and reached into the water ball to wash her hair. The old Chinese doctor said that washing your hair in the morning is not good for your health. Who is the old Chinese doctor? Shannara asked. This is a very recognized title for the medical industry. Wu Hung helped her fix her hair, and with a wave of his hand, the water flew away. Shannara touched her hair that was not wet at all, and was a little surprised. Your skill is very useful, and it's really good to be a mage's partner. Ordinary mages don't know my trick. Wu Hung was full of confidence. Shannara stood up and kissed him on the side of his face. I know, you are a hero, the best. The two went downstairs, and the maids also prepared breakfast. After eating together, Shannara continued to go to the entertainment city to do the final finishing work, and Wu Hung also went upstairs to the radio room. He looked at the news on each radio station one by one. He sat down in front of Slater's radio station in Blackstone Town. Since the mobile phones were distributed, the use of radio stations has decreased sharply, and people use mobile phones to make calls directly when they have something to do. Moreover, it may be because there are few users, or for some other reason, the satellite phone communication effect in this world is very good. I forgot to send Slater a cell phone. Picked up the radio receiver and said, "Slater, can you hear me?" After a long while, Slater's voice came from the other side. "I'm here." "What are you busy with?" Wu Hung smiled. Slater said, "Preparing breakfast for Yuli and Kuro." Kuro is the name of the leopard. When Wu Hung was in Blackstone Town, he called it Mimi. "How are you doing recently? I haven't contacted you for a while. Don't you miss me?" Wu Hung spoke first. Slater said seriously, "Don't talk nonsense, Yuli will hear it." If she was around, she would have rushed to speak. "I know it," Wu Hung said with a smile. "Be careful then," Slater said, and then said, "How are you and the Holy See? Blackstone Town is too remote, and it's hard to hear news from you. From the tone, you can still hear the concern. It's okay. The Holy See has succeeded a new pope, and the headquarters is also adjusting the conflict between us. There won't be any problems in the short term," Wu Hung said roughly. "No problem in the short term." Slater caught the problem in his words. After all, a pope died, and the Holy See will definitely not let it go, but the problem is not big. As long as the association doesn't do anything to me, the Holy See can't do anything to me. Wu Hung comforted. With Slater's level and position, knowing too much is worrying, and he can't help much. Talking too much will only make her worry. "It's good that you're okay," Slater said. Wu Hung continued, "The entertainment city will open in 2 days. Where are the people you arranged?" Slater said, "I thought about it, and decided not to arrange anyone to go there. I will wait for Yuli's approval to come down, and let her go to manage it. You can help her a little then." Wu Hang's eyes widened. "Are you really going to let Yuli come? I can't control her. What should I do? She can still stay with me in Blackstone Town for the rest of her life. With a hero like you, I must let her go out and try her luck," Slater said in a tone that he couldn't let the child suffer. Wu Hung frowned. "I object. If she gets hurt, you will fight me to the death. You are not allowed to object," Slater said unhappily, and then said, "You are a hero. As long as she doesn't leave the island, there will be no danger. Then don't be a butler anymore. Come over here and join us." Wu Hung said again, "I'm a good butler. I won't go there. Yuli is not as naughty as you think, don't worry," Slater said with a smile. "Okay, I help you look after Yuli, and you have to agree to one condition." "Tell me." Wu Hung lowered his voice and said, "Do you like boys or girls?" "You?" Slater said again, "I like both. I see how you perform next time." "Okay." The two chatted for a while, and decided on the matter of the golden cat and Yuli. Wu Hung also said that someone would send her a mobile phone in 2 days, and he would teach her how to use it, so that it would be convenient for her to contact him. After hanging up the call, Wu Hung still leaned on the chair. Slater did not plan to arrange someone to take over the golden cat here. One reason was that the two places were too far apart, and the ghost train would take 7 days, not to mention that he could not let other people know about the existence of the ghost train. The second point is that if Blackstone Town wants to come here, it will pass through the territory of the great prince of Yet Kingdom, and there will be many problems. It is indeed a bit troublesome, but Slater has never told me, which makes time a bit tight. I also need to arrange someone to manage the golden cat. The second thing is Yuli's matter. From Slater's tone, he has submitted an application to the headquarters. Yuli's level has increased very quickly. During the previous chaos, she accumulated a lot of merits, including the first level merit of killing the 18th level bishop of the Fate Church. The headquarters will basically agree to this transfer. When she comes, we must also pay attention to her safety. In fact, the problem is not big. I and Lilith are in charge of Treasure Island. The entire Emerald Sea is very calm, and the possibility of problems is not great. After thinking about both things, Wu Hung called Chanela and told her about Slater, asking her to arrange someone to take over the golden cat. Chanela also agreed directly, as she did not lack management personnel. Ring, ring, ring. As soon as she hung up the phone rang again. After the call was connected, Sir Yali's voice came from the other side. "Wu Hung, what are you busy with recently?" "I'm busy with the entertainment city." "Do you miss me?" Wu Hung leaned back in the chair and asked with a smile. "Yes." Sir Yali answered very straightforwardly. "What do you miss about me? You don't look like a hero at all." Sir Yali said, and then said, "Yesterday, Eleanor came to find Zalagui, thinking that you held a consortium auction on the island, which had a bad impact on the outside world." Wu Hung frowned. "Who is this?" The new flag bearer. Sure, Yali reminded. Oh, the impact is not good, then what? Wu Hung continued to ask. That's all. He left after he finished speaking. We thought he would go to you to talk about this matter, but it seems he didn't tell you. Sure, Yali said. He didn't tell me. Just listen to his opinions. Don't worry about it. Besides, Leader Lilith didn't say anything. Wu Hung said. You said the same thing as Zalagui. I just told you. Sure, Yali continued to ask. Come to my house for dinner? Zalagui is shouting that she misses you every day. Zalagui's voice came from the phone. Don't always use me as an excuse. Wu Hung also smiled, listened to the fight on the other side, and said, I go to see you in 2 days. Okay. Sure, Yali agreed. After hanging up the phone, Wu Hung also walked out of the room. After saying hello to the maid, he went upstairs to the study. Back in the study, the 3 ghosts were in the room. Wu Hung asked, Did you go to church? I went. Xiao Xiao raised her hand and flew over. The church is still very lively, and it's full of people. It seems that the effect of distributing eggs is better than expected. After so many days, the heat is still maintained. Is there any change from before? Wu Hung continued to ask. Xiao Xiao frowned and thought, change, there is, everyone can recite the doctrine, and can say it out of their mouths. The other 2 ghosts also looked over. It seems that the effect is better than expected. Wu Hung glanced at the panel, and the faith did not increase, but the trend was better. Granda said, Should we increase the gifts, such as pills? Wu Hung understood what she meant, but still shook his head. The pills should attract mercenaries and professionals, who have irregular schedules, and are not easy to convert. Yeah, that makes sense. Granda agreed, and then said, Then let's keep it this way for now. Wu Hung nodded. Let's go to the zombie world and come back at night. 3 ghosts entered the body, and Wu Hung also walked into the gate. South Korean base, in the dormitory. Wu Hung called Chi Han Kai, and after confirming that the other party was in the office, he walked directly over. Enter the office. Chi Han Kai said, The Alliance meeting has received good feedback from the outside world, and small and medium-sized shelters in various places are more supportive of these large shelters. The content of the meeting is more beneficial to small and medium-sized shelters, so it is normal to support some. Wu Hung sat down aside. The content mentioned technical support and the help of small and medium-sized shelters, which will definitely be supported. Chi Han Kai continued, There are some shelters that are reporting information about the Zombie King, but it is hard to say how true it is. I suspect that there are false reports of Zombie King information and false information that they want to help clean up the zombies. This is indeed a problem. The shelters can be held jointly responsible. If it is false information, let them be responsible. Wu Hung also agreed. That's also a way. Chi Han Kai continued, Vulcan Furnace said you promised to help them deal with ghosts, and asked when you would be available. I agreed. Did they say what benefits they would give? Wu Hung said. 3 Russian armored vehicles, and 15 boxes of machine gun shells. Chi Han Kai said. The use of armored vehicles as reward should be the news from Chang and Cheong. The last time they helped them deal with ghosts, they used armored vehicles as rewards. Okay, notify them. I'd be there in a minute. Okay. It took 5 hours to fly from the Korean base to the Vulcan Furnace base. When the plane landed, it was already 2 p.m. Wu Hung walked off the plane with 2 skeleton attendants, and saw several people from the Vulcan Furnace coming towards him. The leader was the representative of the base he met last time. Leader Wu Hung. The other party shook hands enthusiastically. Is it so urgent? Wu Hung asked. It's a bit urgent. The other party explained. Ghosts have occupied an important production base of ours, and we hope you can help us get it back. Wu Hung asked, What kind of base? The other party hesitated, looked at the person next to him, and said, Weapons. Oh! Wu Hung nodded, Let's go, take me there. Chapter 924. The convoy of the Vulcan Furnace headed for the designated location. After driving for a distance, the streets and buildings on both sides began to become dilapidated, with collapsed walls and ruins in sight. It seems that the battle was very fierce when clearing this area. Modern cities are densely populated, so it is indeed difficult to conquer an area. Even for Wu Hung, the battle between the skeleton army and the zombies at close range was a mess after the end. Especially at that time, the skeleton flying dragon was used to drop lazy dog bombs from the air, which made the ground even more devastated. In the armored vehicle that Wu Hung was riding, the skeleton Shan Shan and Taio Taio were on his left and right, and the other party was also 3 people from the Vulcan Furnace. One was a representative who participated in the Dawn Conference, One was the deputy leader of the base, and the other was a translator. Perhaps, they were afraid that Wu Hung would think there was some conspiracy. So a deputy leader position was arranged in the team. He was about 40 years old, with short hair and thick eyebrows. He had a very standard Russian appearance. He was wearing combat uniforms, camouflage pants and high-top boots. Leader Wu Hung, our base has seriously discussed the power station and believes that it is a very new technology. I think our bases can develop and research it together, the deputy leader said directly. Wu Hung didn't expect the other party to ask this question first. After the other party's translator translated for a while, Wu Hung said, I have also discussed this matter with the technical staff of the base. They believe that this technology has exceeded the scope of modern science and technology, and there is no possibility of further research and development. How is this possible? Any technology can be further developed. The deputy leader frowned and said. Wu Hung said seriously, times have changed, and we must accept new things. There is indeed no possibility of further research and development. The power station is still an old-fashioned power station. The only difference is the flame furnace. It is a formation building, a product of the magic world. The other side fell into silence, and after a few seconds, the representative said, Chief Wu, but you proposed technical support and training. Indeed, I proposed it. Wu Hung glanced at the people on the opposite side and said, I can take you to see it then, and you will know it then. The deputy leader raised his eyebrows. Okay, please take us to visit it then. It is really difficult. Let's discuss it again. Wu Hung also nodded and brought the topic to this matter. Asked, let's talk about ghosts. Apart from the ghosts you mentioned, are there any other dangers? The middle-aged deputy leader was still speaking. His voice was low and serious. The target is a translucent energy body, which should be a ghost. The attack method is to control the human body to do harmful actions. It cannot communicate, and cannot understand any language or text communication. It is like a beast. We arranged 3 teams to go in before and after, but various methods failed to solve it, and the teams were also lost in it. Just one? Wu Hung asked. There is one ghost, but there should be some zombies inside. The deputy leader took out a tablet and opened the map, saying, Our plan is that the convoy will be stationed here, making sounds to attract the zombies inside, and you will enter from the side door and deal with the ghost alone. Wu Hung glanced at the other party's map, which was a satellite map with a bird's eye view. How many zombies are there? There are probably still a few hundred left. Did the previous team go directly past the zombies? Wu Hung asked again. The other party said, We avoided some conflicts and went straight in. Wu Hung raised his eyebrows and glanced at the other party. In other words, the other party sent 3 teams to the designated location of this building, and they were all killed by ghosts. They had a clear purpose and wanted to find something, not to occupy this factory area. Wu Hung didn't ask much, and said directly, You don't need to attract zombies, I will go in by myself when the time comes. Are you sure? The other party narrowed his eyes slightly. I won't joke with my life. Wu Hung said seriously. I know, if there is a problem, I will immediately let the team rush in to rescue, and I will rescue you no matter what. Okay. The convoy drove for about 4 hours. The intercom sent news that it had arrived at the target location. The convoy began to be on alert, and some troops began to deploy defenses around it. At this time, the sky had already darkened. It was winter, and the sky was getting dark early. After the deputy leader arranged the team, Wu Hung walked directly to the distant building. The crowd behind him also looked at this scene in surprise. The foreign aid invited by the base was so powerful. He walked in by himself? Approaching the door of the building. Benny flew back from the opposite side. I found the ghost. Mrs. Glenda trapped it. You can go in directly. The speed was so fast. Wu Hung asked as he walked, What level? Level 7. He should have killed a lot of people, or this place is very suitable for ghosts to survive. Benny said directly. Xiao Xiao floated aside. It's already level 7, and there's no way to communicate? No way to communicate. It's just an ordinary ghost. Benny answered. Wu Hung continued to ask, Are there other dangers inside? There is a level 12 crawler, and the rest are just some ordinary zombies, about 100 people. Benny continued to answer. Let's go, let's finish early, and go home early. Wu Hung took the skeleton and quickened his pace. In the abandoned base, the flower bed was half a person's height of withered yellow weeds, and scrapped vehicles could be seen everywhere around. Roar! The zombies roared, and more than 100 zombies rushed over from the back of the building and some places. With their claws and teeth bared, their faces roared. Wu Hung pointed casually. Boom! The thunder struck down from the sky. blasting the dark sky into a silver-white color. When the thunder disappeared, there was only a charred corpse on the open ground in front. "Uncle, that creeper is trying to run away." Xiao Xiao pointed to the building in front of him, and saw a third-level creeper zombie on the outer wall of the 4th floor. "Go, take it down, don't kill it," Wu Heng said. The skeleton attendant beside him flashed, and his body turned into a stream of light and rushed up directly. With a bang, like a cannonball, the creeper was knocked into the window. Not long, he walked out again. Dragging the half-dead creeper in his hand, he flew down from the upstairs and landed on the ground. Outside the building, everyone looked at the silver-white lightning and dark clouds above the factory area. The scene just now, which was like dew in the sky, really scared them. So many lightning struck directly into the factory area. Isn't his ability to summon skeletons? What about the lightning? The deputy leader asked with wide eyes. The meeting representative said, it is rumored that he has mastered several abilities. It's a bit scary. The lightning just now is not an ordinary ability effect. Even the most obvious fire ability is more of a shortening of the time to throw a fireball, and the combat power is still not as good as modern weapons. But the dense lightning in the distance is different. They are all connected into one piece. This kind of power and density is scary to think about. Yinluo Palace, I am afraid it has surpassed other bases in the development of abilities. In the factory area, Wu Heng opened the mansion technique and dragged the seriously injured and disabled crawler directly into it. He conceived a cage inside and locked it up directly. The rest of the zombies, except for the corpses of several evolved zombies that reached level 5, were searched for corpse cores, and the rest of the corpses were not touched by Wu Heng. These still need to be seen by those outside. After all, they paid to invite him here. Afterwards, I felt that the money was wasted, which was not good. The mansion magic was closed, and Wu Heng followed Benny into the office building where the ghost was trapped. He released a dancing light magic on himself, and 4 light balls surrounded his body. The light shone through the dusty windows, and you could see the rooms on both sides, which were full of debris and some broken instruments and tools. It looks like this should be a relatively important research site, Benny said. It was exchanged for several off-road vehicles, so it must not be an ordinary place, Wu Heng replied. All the way into the innermost. Then he saw Granda floating in the air, and a ghost trying to break free was trapped beside him. There were no facial features, only a translucent outline of a human figure. You are a little slow. Grenda looked up, holding a book he found from somewhere, flipping through it. But it was in Russian, and he found that he couldn't understand it, so he threw it aside. There are zombies on the road. You can't blame your uncle. Xiao Xiao floated over and said. Grenda glanced at him. Collect the ghost, and see if it will be useful in the future. Wu Heng took out the magic soul pot, and directly collected the ghost. Search this building, and see what they are looking for. Wu Heng continued. The 3 ghosts nodded, and immediately dispersed and began to search. Soon, Xiao Xiao flew back from outside and said, Uncle, I found the database, and there seems to be a lot of information here. Grenda and Benny also flew back. Grenda said, It is indeed the database. They are here to get the information. Let me see, Wu Heng said. Xiao Xiao got into the body, and the picture was shared. This is an underground warehouse. Behind the iron door is a well-equipped database. When we occupied the military factory in Yantong City, we also found the database there. The layout inside was different, but the functions were basically the same. They really wanted the information inside. The shared screen ended, and Xiao Xiao was released from inside. Let's go and see if there are any good things there. After we finish dealing with them, we will go back early, Wu Heng said. Okay. Follow Xiao Xiao to the basement, where the database is located, and open the doors one by one. Directly came to the database, the last door opened, revealing the piles of information inside. Wu Heng did not touch it with his hands, but slightly moved his fingers, and the data was opened. 1 person and 3 souls looked at the contents inside. Figure 95 Transformation Blueprint Crow's Cry. Equipped with a thermite bomb that can release hypnotic infrasound. Uncle, what does this say? Xiao Xiao asked. The other 2 also looked curious. It seems to be the name of a bomb that can hypnotize. Wu Heng frowned and said. Grenda said, Hypnotic toxin? No, it mentions infrasound here. Oh! Science, you don't understand. Show off. Grenda rolled his eyes at him. Do you want to take it all away? Benny asked. Wu Heng said, There should be an electronic version here. Let's not touch the ordinary drawings. In the separate safe on the inside, the neatly arranged storage devices were found. Wu Heng put it into the space ring and directly exited the database, and the door was closed layer by layer. In the innermost room, the electronic version was found. Wu Hung put away the electronic version of the information, went out again, and closed the door layer by layer. He left the building again. He took out the intercom and pressed the call button. "Can you hear me? Chief Wu, are you okay?" The voice of the deputy chief came from the intercom. In addition to the usual seriousness, there was a sense of respect. Wu Hung said, "It's okay, the ghosts and zombies have been cleared, you come over." "So soon?" The other party's tone was a little surprised. "Yes. There is no danger." Wu Hung confirmed again. "Okay, wait a moment." After hanging up the communication, a team driving an infantry vehicle rushed over quickly. He looked at Wu Hung in surprise, directly passed his position, advanced all the way on guard, rushed into the building quickly, and then quickly retreated. "Captain Wu, are you okay?" The other team leader came over and asked. "No problem. Let me ask you a few questions." "Ah? What questions?" The captain asked. "What time did you come today?" "Afternoon." "How many people came?" "I came here by myself on the base plane. No need to be so cautious. The skeletons around me are fine, not possessed by ghosts." Wu Hung understood what the other party meant. "Sorry, duty." The other party forced a smile, then pressed the intercom. "There is no danger. It can be confirmed that it has been cleared by Chief Wu Hung." "Received." The convoy drove directly in from outside. "Captain Wu Hung, thanks to you." From a distance, the deputy chief walked up quickly. "You're welcome." Wu Hung also smiled. The deputy chief continued, "Please wait a moment. We will go in and check it out, and we will leave soon." "No hurry. Are you looking for something?" "I help you find it." "It's not an important thing. It will be ready soon," the deputy chief said with a smile. Wu Hung nodded and stood aside waiting. Soon, boxes of silver-white aluminum plastic storage boxes were moved out and stored in the truck. Someone whispered a few words to the deputy leader alone, and the other party frowned. He glanced at Wu Hung and then retracted his gaze. It seems that he found that the electronic storage device was missing. But he didn't suspect himself. He didn't even bring a backpack. How could he fit all those things? After the other party finished everything, Wu Hung also got on the off-road vehicle and returned with him. Treasure Island, port. The light of dusk sprinkled on the sea, rippling orange. Two ships, flying the flag of the Snake Emblem Consortium, slowly approached the port. As the anchor dropped and the gangway was connected, a man and a woman walked out with their arms around each other, and their eyes curiously scanned everything on the island. The man was wearing a gorgeous robe, and the woman was wearing a flowing silk dress. At first glance, the two were of noble birth. More people appeared behind him one after another, all dressed in extraordinarily gorgeous clothes. "Is this Treasure Island?" "It's really a little different," the gorgeous woman said softly as she landed on the ground. Chapter 925. The man in a gorgeous robe hugged the woman's waist and whispered, "I heard that the night here is brighter than the day." "Yes, I wonder if there is a chance to meet the heroic island owner," the woman said in a delicate voice. "Don't block the way." A voice urged them from behind, and the two made way. The second person walked down from the boat, wearing a wide-brimmed hat, and a brocade robe embroidered with exquisite patterns. The corners of his clothes fluttered in the wind. Behind him followed a servant wearing a cloak. Under the cloak, you can see leather armor and a short sword at his waist. More and more people came to the island one after another, some with their wives and some with their servants. Then, the second ship docked, and the dwarves with strong bodies and thick beards also dressed richly, and stepped on the board to the island one after another. Most people came to the island for the first time, looking at the port and the streets ahead. Their eyes were full of curiosity. In the direction of the island, a large number of island residents gathered, and their clothes were not what you imagine a pirate island should look like, which can be said to be very good. Moreover, some teenagers are very keen on striped coats and bowler hats. Pairs of eyes scrutinized them. The streets were clean and tidy, and the flags of the association and Treasure Island were hung on the white metal poles erected on the roadside. There was also a red arch made of unknown material in the front, which seemed to be blown up by gas. It was written on it, "Treasure Island welcomes you." Behind the arch was a patchwork of buildings, with stone houses and wooden pavilions interlaced, prosperous and lively. There was nothing special about it. But the whole island gave people a very regular and comfortable feeling. Even the streets of the capitals of various countries cannot be so clean. Everyone stood at the port and waited for a while. The head of the local consortium, Rostand, came with a crowd from not far away. Rostand smiled professionally. "Welcome to Treasure Island. I am Rostand, the head of the local consortium." The auction will be held at the Jewel Flower Opera House in the central area at 10 a.m. the day after tomorrow. You can walk around the island by yourself. If you are tired or want to eat, we have prepared dinner for you in the Entertainment City. Entertainment City? I have never heard of such a place. Carriages stopped by the roadside. Everyone rushed all the way and had no intention of continuing to walk. They all got on the carriage and went to the Entertainment City. As they got closer and closer to the Entertainment City, the outline of a towering building gradually came into view. The castle-like building, exquisite carvings, and gilded embellishments everywhere gave people the feeling that they were heading to a palace. And it was an extremely luxurious palace. The main entrance of the castle has several glowing signs on the wall, "Glow Paradise." Entering the building, the floor is a bright marble floor, with various colors spliced into gorgeous patterns. There is a fountain in front of it. The main body of the fountain is an exquisite sculpture of a beautiful wood elf woman holding a harp. Further ahead, there are 2 rows of women of various races on the left and right, tall, beautiful, and full of vitality. They all shouted in unison, "Welcome." Hiss, the people who came and gasped one after another. They stared at the luxurious venue, and the 2 rows of respectful and beautiful women with wide eyes. Just like the palace. I thought this was the residence of the leader. The lady in the silk dress also widened her eyes. God, this place is more gorgeous than the palace. Will it be very expensive? Even the wealthy merchants and dignitaries showed a fear of not being able to afford it in the current environment. The main thing is that the palace does not have this kind of decoration atmosphere. Tap tap tap, Lettelike came out in a fiery red dress. She was tall and had the momentum of a strong woman. She came to the crowd and said with a smile, "Everyone, the consortium has booked the restaurant on the 4th floor today. You can go with me. After dinner, you can check out the entertainment projects here. They are all clearly marked and registered by the City Hall. There will be no random asking for prices. You can also go to the street. Treasure Island is known as the Pearl of the Emerald Sea. It is also bright and lively at night." The consortium booked the restaurant, and everyone followed upstairs. But his eyes still scanned the layout of each floor one by one, and his expression was even more surprised. As night fell, the street lights and shop lights of the whole island lit up one by one. After dinner, everyone stood on the roof and looked down at the whole bright island. Zombie world. Late at night, Wu Hung took a plane back to the Korean base. The plane landed smoothly, and he got off the plane, and saw Chi Han Kai and his skeleton attendants standing not far away waiting for him. Wu Hung walked over, put his arm around her shoulders and said, "It's so cold, why are you still outside? You're wearing thick clothes, so you're not cold at all." Chi Han Kai took him to the dormitory building and asked, "Is there a problem with him?" "No, I came back after the matter was resolved," Wu Hung said directly. "So fast?" Chi Han Kai was stunned. "This was faster than the last time we cleaned up the Mexican base. It's just an ordinary ghost. Most of the time was wasted on the road," Wu Hung explained. Chi Han Kai didn't say much and returned to the dormitory together. After taking a shower, the 2 lay on the bed. Wu Hung continued, "They spent such a huge price this time for a research drawing." Chi Han Kai, who was lying on the bed watching the tablet, looked up and said, "What drawing?" "A bomb involving infrasonic technology." Wu Hung continued, "I brought back the electronic version of the drawing and planned to have someone study it." Chi Han Kai frowned and thought for a while, then said, "I suggest that it be studied by Gao Rong. There are many people here, and it will also damage the relationship between the 2 parties if it is revealed. He is not afraid of the other party, but it is not a glorious thing after all." "That's fine." Wu Hung nodded. "Don't forget to ask them for the reward for dealing with the ghosts." "I know, I tell you tomorrow." Chi Han Kai turned off Ming Bai and leaned on his arms. The 2 fell asleep. The next day, Wu Hung took a plane back to China. He handed the electronic drawings he brought back to Gao Rong and asked him to arrange for technicians to analyze and summarize them, and at the same time pay attention to the confidentiality of the drawings. After handing over the task, he went directly back to Xinfu City Prison. Entering the cell area, Wu Hung turned on mansion technique and asked the skeleton to drag out the crawler caught yesterday. After one night, the crawler's injuries recovered a lot. He still wanted to struggle and resist, but was beaten by the skeleton's flashing fists and was severely injured again. He was locked in a cell, and then the iron door was closed again. Wu Hung said to the alchemical skeleton, "Don't use the corpse core, inject it with some Corpse King blood virus first to see if it works." There are only 2 types of Corpse Kings found so far. One is a Corpse King with flowers on its head. It has low combat power, but can control more zombies. The other is a skeleton with wings on its back like a rhinoceros beetle, which is characterized by combat power and flight. It seems that no skeleton in the form of a crawler has been found. I am a little skeptical whether this kind of zombie can continue to evolve. The alchemical skeleton nodded and recorded the plan. After the crawler was dealt with, Xiao Xiao also flew out from the cell next door. Those zombies haven't upgraded yet, they feel so stupid. Don't worry, take your time. Wu Heng smiled and comforted, and took the ghost back to the monitoring room. Opened the boundary door, and returned to Treasure Island. Come down from upstairs. I saw that the hall was full of various rare gifts. Annette and Robert were directing the skeletons to deliver the various gifts to different storage rooms according to their types. Hearing footsteps, the two turned around and shouted in surprise, "Master! Who's here? Bringing so many things?" Wu Heng asked. After he became the owner of the island, people always came to visit him. At first, they wanted to cooperate with Treasure Island to sell pens and watches. Later, he became a hero and more people came to visit him. Later, the relationship between the Holy See and Treasure Island deteriorated, so no one came for a long time. The gifts received today are probably to make up for the vacancies in the previous period. Annette said, "Master, the consortium ships are docking one after another. Since this morning, people have been coming to visit non-stop. These are all their gifts. The consortium's fleet has begun to land on the island." Wu Heng continued to ask, "Where are Minnie and Wei?" At the door, recording the names and countries of those who come to give gifts. Annette continued, "After receiving the gifts, the names and forces of the other party should also be recorded. Otherwise, people will feel that the gifts are given in vain." "Where is Chanella?" "Sister Chanella went out early in the morning." Wu Heng nodded and continued, "If you like the gifts, just pick them yourself, and put the ones you don't like in the warehouse. Wait for Sister Chanella to come back, and pick them first," Robe said with a smile. "You are so sensible, you guys go ahead and get busy." Wu Heng smiled and nodded, lying on the sofa beside him, using the divine presence to possess a patrolling skeleton and check the situation on the street. Lilith's mansion. "Sister, it's so lively outside." Xiao Xiao put his head into the coffin lid and said to her face. Lilith opened her eyes and raised her eyebrows slightly. "Why didn't you bring the dolls? There are so many people at the gate of the island owner's mansion. I can't get out, and there are so many people outside your place too." Xiao Xiao continued. When she flew over, she also saw that Lilith's mansion was full of people. The housekeeper brought several members of the association to register. The method is similar to that of the island owner's mansion, accept the gifts and record the names. They are all here to visit. How do you deal with these gifts your uncle received? Lilith pushed open the coffin lid and asked casually. Xiao Xiao said, "If we don't like them, we will store them in the warehouse first, and take them to whoever we visit next time." Lilith raised her eyebrows and glanced at the things Wu Heng brought not far away. It turned out that they were all leftovers. "Sister, so many of them came to give gifts. Can you and uncle remember them?" Xiao Xiao continued to ask. "I can't remember, I don't know who is who, but if you don't accept them, they won't be able to sleep well when they go back." Lilith replied lightly. Oh. Xiao Xiao nodded with some understanding. Lilith sat down and said, "The entertainment city on the island is open. I went to see it yesterday, and it was quite lively. You can bring the doll later, and we will go to play the game machine." "Okay." Xiao Xiao agreed happily, and then said, "Will it be weird if I take the doll out?" Lilith said, "Let's dress more tightly. It won't be a big problem. Those people are not high level." "Okay, I asked uncle to get us money." Xiao Xiao cheered. Lilith raised her eyebrows. "Let him take more." Lighthouse Street. Wu Heng Shenlin is on the skeleton and follows the patrol team along the road. The bustle of the entire commercial street has also reached a new height. Everywhere you can see wealthy merchants and nobles wearing gorgeous clothes, and beautifully dressed ladies. There are shop assistants soliciting customers at the door of the store, and some vendors are carrying their loads and shouting about their goods. The whole street has become extremely crowded. The speed of some carriages is not as fast as walking. For these wealthy merchants and nobles, it seems that these are also novel experiences. Every time Treasure Island holds an event, the residents of the island can also make a fortune, so they are not opposed to guests coming to the island. "Master, Sister Chanella brought Miss Ledeli here." After following the skeleton around, Robe's voice came to my ears. God's presence was lifted, and the spirit returned to the body. Wu Heng sat up from the sofa, and a blanket had been put on him. The Catwoman Robe was beside him and said, "Master, Sister Shannara and Miss Ledeli are here." "Where are they?" Wu Heng asked. Robe said, "When you came, I told you to rest in the living room, and Sister Shannara took her to chat in the courtyard. In front of outsiders, Shannara was still an elder arranged by the Wood Elves, and she and Wu Hung were in a cooperative relationship, so they couldn't show too much intimacy. Although there were already many rumors about the two of them in the outside world. Wu Hung sat up and said, "Please let them in." "Okay, master." Robe jumped out. Not long after, Shannara and Letelai came in from outside. "Chief." The two saluted respectfully. "Sit down, you're welcome," Wu Hung said with a smile. The maid brought tea, and the two sat down opposite. Shannara said, "Since yesterday afternoon, the consortium's fleet has docked at the port, and the personnel have been brought to the entertainment city. Everyone has a very good response there." Letelai also smiled and said, "This is the most magical place I have ever seen. It is the right decision to hold it in Treasure Island." Wu Hung nodded. He just glanced at the street, and had not had time to look at the entertainment city. "As long as the effect is good, I also hope that the consortium can have its own gains." Wu Hung smiled and nodded. Letelai glanced at Shannara with her peripheral vision, leaned forward, and said, "My lord, please trouble Madame Shannara to bring me here today. First, I have reserved a room for you for the auction tomorrow, and second, it is about the potion." Wu Hung promised her that he would provide her with 2 bottles of first-level corpse core potion at the auction. The auction was about to start, and the potion should indeed be given to her. Wu Hung said to the side, "Robe, go upstairs and get 2 bottles of first-level potion." "Yes, master." Robe ran upstairs 2 or 3 steps at a time. Letelai's eyes moved slightly. "First-level potion, it sounds like there are higher-level potions. Treasure Island seems to have more than one kind of this kind of potion." Soon, Robe ran down again, took out 2 bottles of potion, and said, "Master, here." Wu Hung pushed it in front of Letelai. "How to sell it you can arrange it yourself. You are more professional in the auction." "Okay, thank you, chief." Letelai showed a happy face, and put away the 2 bottles of potion. This potion is more valuable than her life. For the rest of the time, the 3 of them talked about the things on the island together. Regarding the commercial value of Treasure Island, Letelai kept describing it as magical. She seemed to be surprisingly satisfied with Treasure Island. After chatting for a while, Letelai stood up and said goodbye to prepare for tomorrow's auction. Wu Hung nodded and left directly. After dinner, Wu Hung and the maids disguised themselves and left the island owner's mansion and went to the entertainment city together. It was also their first time here. The entire entertainment city was brightly lit. The rich and powerful dressed in gorgeous clothes came in and out of here, and it was a bustling scene. "Master, this place is so beautiful," Minnie exclaimed. "Sister Shannara is really amazing. She made it so beautiful," Robe also said. Wu Hung led a few people into the hall and walked all the way inside. When they just walked to the game machine area on the first floor, several people looked at a place near the door at the same time. A little girl in a blue sportswear and a hood on her head sat in front of the game console, operating it, and behind her stood another figure of similar height, wearing a black puffy skirt. The middle-aged man who was playing the game in the next game console walked away somewhat frustrated, and was replaced by another person behind him, who continued to play against the little girl in sportswear. At this time, the surroundings were full of people. "Leader Lilith? And Xiao Xiao?" Minnie said subconsciously. The figure in the black puffy skirt, who was cheering on the side, also turned his head and looked over, his eyes instantly fixed. Chapter 926. The moment their eyes met, Wu Hung saw in the other person's eyes panic, hesitation, and the stare back after pretending to be calm. It must be Lilith. The one playing games in sportswear in front is Xiao Xiao. In the form of a little loli, Lilith is about the same height and body shape as Xiao Xiao, but the two have very different dressing styles. Xiao Xiao wears sportswear or normal girl princess dresses and likes bright colors. Lilith's dressing style is more classical, with puffy skirts and small round hats. She likes dark clothes with a little color embellishment. "Do you want to go over and say hello?" Shannara asked in a low voice. Her identity is a bit embarrassing. After all, being too intimate with Wu Hung will still cause some topics. Wu Hung said, "You go around and take a look. I call you later." "Okay." Shannara took Minnie and a few others and walked directly to the stairs. "Where are we going?" Philippa asked quietly. Chanela said, "The second floor has spa and massage. Let's go here first, then go to the 3rd floor to watch the show, go to the 4th floor to eat dessert when it gets dark, and then go home." "Wow! Great!" the maids exclaimed, very satisfied with this arrangement. They held each other's arms and walked directly to the 2nd floor. When they stepped into the stairs on the 2nd floor, people began to be less noisy. Chanela led a few people to the spot area inside with familiarity. On the first floor, Wu Heng walked over and stood beside Lilith. When did you get here? Lilith's eyes were still on the fighting screen. Just arrived too. You won't care about this too, right? The sound of the two people talking also attracted a little attention. Looking back, when she recognized Wu Heng, her body trembled and she whispered, "Uncle." She was distracted for a moment, and the character in the game console was killed by the opponent next to her. "Let me do it." Lilith took her place and sat in the front. Xiao Xiao stood aside and held his hand. "Let's play for a while." Wu Heng said, "It's okay." "Yeah." Xiao Xiao nodded happily. Lilith's game skills were obviously not as good as Xiao's, but she had played this kind of fighting game with Xiao Xiao at home, so she was much better than those who were playing for the first time. Batch after batch was rotated down, and became the long victorious generals here. "Are they your children?" At this time, a burly man in a dark blue brocade robe came over. Wu Heng nodded and said, "My daughter." The man nodded. "What's your name?" "Harry Boge," Wu Heng said with a smile. Xiao Xiao laughed at the side. The other party continued, "I am the instructor of Gangfeng Corridor. I have trained many high-level professional boxers. I see that your daughter has a strong understanding of reaction speed and the continuity of skills. I wonder if you have any plans to let her become a boxer." Wu Heng raised his eyebrows. Gangfeng Corridor is a martial arts hall for training boxers. In his original world, it can also be called a sect. There is not much difference. You can see Xiaoxiao's talent through the game? The other people around him also looked over with some surprise. It seems that they didn't expect that they would recruit disciples in such a place. Children in the modern world can play this kind of game, but they may not have any understanding of continuity. Besides, Xiao Xiao is a ghost, so she can't change her job. Wu Heng took Xiaoxiao's hand and said to the man, "Excuse me, my daughter has a job now." "What job?" the other party asked curiously. "Mage," Wu Heng said with a smile. When he heard the word mage, the other party looked a little disappointed. The status of mages is still relatively high among professionals. They don't have to work so hard, and they need a good background, which is indeed suitable for girls. Then he asked, "What about your other daughter?" "I feel that she has a calm personality. Although she is a little slow to react, she is more diligent and has a chance to achieve something." At this point, Lilith looked straight at him with a pair of cold eyes. The man met Lilith's gaze and explained with a smile, "Don't mind it, little girl, I'm praising you." Wu Heng immediately stood between the two and said, "She also has a job, thank you for your kindness." I thought to myself, don't say it. If you lose your mouth later, it will cause some trouble. "Okay, if you change your mind, you can find me in the Gangfeng Corridor. My name is Ria Lawrence," the man said. "Okay." Wu Heng smiled and nodded. At this time, Lilith also put down the game console in her hand and said, "No more, let's play something else." "I go first," Wu Heng said to the man. "See you?" The other party also nodded. Xiao Xiao and Lilith held hands, and Xiao Xiao asked, "What are we going to play now? Go catch dolls?" "I chose those dolls. I give you which one you like." Xiao Xiao stood on tiptoe and looked around. "Let's go play the fish catching game, uncle. Do you want to go?" "Okay." Lilith nodded. Xiao Xiao looked at Wu Heng. "Uncle, are you going?" "Yes." Wu Heng nodded with a smile. The three of them walked towards the fishing machine. When they passed the stairs, a group of people who had just finished their meal walked down from above. This made the road crowded. "Uncle, there are so many people." Xiao's voice came out from the gap between the crowd. Wu Heng squeezed through the crowd and picked up Xiao Xiao. His other hand also took Lilith to the other side. After picking people up, Wu Heng and Lilith were stunned for a moment, especially Lilith, who widened her eyes and stared at him. "Do you want to die?" Lilith glared. "It's easy to hold." Wu Heng smiled. Xiao Xiao didn't realize anything at all and said, "Uncle, there's a place there, go over quickly." Wu Heng quickened his pace, squeezed through the crowd, and walked towards the empty place. Lilith was being held, and wanted to say something angrily, but she didn't know how to start, so she was carried to the fishing machine hesitantly. Corner. Is Wu Heng so brave that he just carried Lilith over? Benny's tone was full of disbelief. Two ghosts also came here to join in the fun. A glance over, and saw the actions of two level 20 heroes. Grinda said, "You don't know him yet? He is more talented in dealing with women than learning magic." Benny continued, "I see that Lilith is angry on the surface, but she doesn't resist much. I guess she can't get away with this." The two souls looked at the distance, one big and two small figures. Lilith joining is also a good thing for Treasure Island. If there are two heroes, the situation can be more stable. Wu Hung can concentrate on building a sect, and he can also see what the next stage is earlier. Betty said, "That's right." It was getting dark. There were fewer people in the entertainment city. After all, tomorrow's auction was the real deal. Wu Hung led the two of them out. Xiao Xiao excitedly talked about playing games, and Lilith's face was a little red. Ring, ring, ring. The phone rang, and Minnie's voice came from it. "Master, we're going downstairs. Do you want to go back with us?" "I'm at the door. Just come down," Wu Hung said while holding the phone. "Okay." After hanging up the phone, Wu Hung looked at the two little Lolas and asked, "Xiao Xiao, will you go back with me?" "I go to Sister Lilith's place," Xiao Xiao said. "That's fine. Tomorrow is the auction of the consortium, and Letelai has also prepared a private room for Lilith, the leader. You can go and have a look when you have time," Wu Hung said. Lilith nodded. "I go and have a look." After that, she and Xiao Xiao walked to the carriage together and rushed to her mansion. Wu Hung stood at the door and waited for a while, and several women came out. They were still chatting about the desserts upstairs. After the gathering, they called a carriage and returned to the island owner's mansion. The next day, Gem Flower Opera House. The crystal chandelier cast a brilliant light, illuminating the entire hall. After all the staff were ready, the door opened, and the guests who participated in the auction began to enter one after another. The elf's golden long hair shone under the light, the dwarf's rough voice echoed, and the human merchants were discussing the items that might appear today and the funds they brought. And the entertainment city last night. After the auction is over, maybe you can stay for a few days. The new things here are not something you can see just by having money. VIP room on the 3rd floor. After Wu Hung went to Lilith's room to take a look, he also returned to his private room. The Snake Emblem Consortium arranged separate private rooms for the two leaders. Lilith's private room had Xiao Xiao, her own housekeeper. Wu Hung had more people on his side, and brought the maids at home, Philippa, with him. As the person in charge of the venue, Chanela also had her own things to do, so she was not here. Several people chatted in the private room for a while, and people gradually filled up below. The wall clock on the wall just reached 10 o'clock. Click, the lights in the room suddenly dimmed, and only a few downlights provided weak lighting. As the lights dimmed, a huge screen appeared on the stands in the front, showing the scene on the stage in real time. The noisy scene was instantly quiet, and everyone stared at this scene with wide eyes. This time is very different from the past. Then, there was the same crisp bell sound as before, and Litiri, wearing a silver robe, came out with a smile on her face. Her long golden hair was neatly tied behind her head, her ears were pointed, her skin was white, and almost transparent, and her every move was full of the unique elegance of the elves. Mature, beautiful, and confident. "I am Litiri, the auctioneer of this auction." She bowed slightly. "I believe everyone here can't wait. So, let's start today's auction directly." After saying that, she waved her hand slightly, and a young woman came out holding a tray. There was a document on it. Litiri said, "The 5-year mining rights of the Copper Mine Mountain Range in Gophus are sold for 600 gold coins, and each increase in price must not be less than 10 gold. As soon as the words fell, the bidding started immediately. 610 gold. 620 gold. The opening of the consortium is usually the mining rights of the industry. Perhaps because Treasure Island continues to collect finished copper plates, the price of copper mining rights has risen very quickly. It was finally sold at a price of 980 gold, which is much more expensive than before. Next, it is the mining rights of fisheries, ranches, iron ore and gold mines. After the mining rights of various mines and ranches were sold, the auctioneer was not changed, and the staff below continued to walk onto the stage with a crystal box. Next is the props and rare items. The first item is the Moonlight Tears. Letelai had someone show it to the people below, and then said, "This is a natural rare item. It absorbs moonlight, and will flow out the essence of moonlight. It can be used as an alchemical material. In short, it has many uses." The starting price is 800 gold coins. Each bid must not be less than 50. You can start. 850 gold. A deep voice sounded from the right side of the hall. Everyone turned their heads, and saw that a dwarf had just put down the number plate in his hand. 900 gold coins. An elf said lightly, "Humph! If you keep shouting like this, how long will it take?" 1,000 gold. Another person spoke. The price rose rapidly. In the private room, Wu Hung looked at the picture on the TV in the private room, and Minnie asked, "Master, are you interested in this? It sounds useful." Wu Hung said directly. Do you want to increase the price? The price is rising a bit fast, Philippa said while eating fruit. Wait a little longer, Wu Hung said after thinking for a while. I have a lot of money in my hand, and I have to try to exchange it for some useful props or strange objects. And the naturally formed strange objects basically have no price, and the effect is good. Now the price has directly reached 2,000, and only a few scattered people are gritting their teeth to raise the price. The price has reached 2,500 again. Wu Hung winked at Philippa, and the latter used the microphone in the room. 3,000. Everyone turned their heads again to look at the location of the private room on the 3rd floor. Needless to say, those who can be in that position are generally not ordinary people. The whole hall fell into silence. After a while, Letelai said, 3,000 once. Some people below were not willing to open their mouths, but still did not continue to raise the price. 3,000 gold 3 times. This auction item is the guest of the luxury room on the 3rd floor. The auction hammer fell, making a crisp sound. After the item was taken down, the next item was brought up, and Letelai said, Wind Rider's gloves, a prop for the boxer profession, can have the ability to control the wind for a short time after use. The starting price is 400 gold coins, and each bid is not less than 10 gold coins. Compared to the first item, the price has dropped by half. But as a magic item, it is not low. Wu Hung looked at Minnie. Do you want it? Master, I have the guardian gloves, which feel better than this, Minnie said with a smile. Wu Hung thought for a while, and said, Let's see the price. If it is around 600, we will buy it, and give it to the skeletons or people who join in the future. If it is too expensive, we will not buy it. Listen to the master. Minnie smiled. Philippa shouted the price aggressively, and after that, she said that she would not raise the price if she didn't accept it. In the end, the price was raised to 620 gold, and no one continued to raise the price. Letelai shouted 3 times, and dropped the hammer directly. Congratulations to the VIP on the 3rd floor for winning the Wind Rider gloves. The auction continued. But all the props and oddities were won by Wu Hung. Congratulations to the VIP on the 3rd floor for winning the Shark Tooth sword. Congratulations to the VIP on the 3rd floor for winning the Star Blade. Congratulations to the VIP on the 3rd floor for winning the Lion Shield. Everyone's eyes widened. Last year, it seemed that someone cleared out all the props for auction. Why did it start again this year? Now that you mention it, I remember it too. It was someone with a very young voice. Chapter 927. Someone mentioned this. Many people thought of last year's auction. At that time, there was also a person who swept up most of the strange objects and props in the auction, and his spending was so generous. It was as if he had never seen props before. However, the voice last time was a young man, and this time it was a girl's voice, and it was a bit arrogant. In fact, the people in the private room on the 3rd floor could roughly guess a range. Letelai also glanced at the location of the private room upstairs, and continued, Next, it is the last item of props sold, the space sachet. It takes a master rune master 3 years to complete one. The internal storage space is 100 cubic meters. The price is 2,500 gold coins. Each increase in price is not less than 100. Please. The staff holding the tray on the stage walked half a circle around the front stage, showing the sachet. People also began to talk in a low voice. There are space sachets again this year. The consortium has increased its production speed. Since it is held in Treasure Island, they must bring out some valuable props. I wonder if the guy in the VIP room on the 3rd floor will continue to buy them. Yes. The space sachets are very popular items among the consortium's auction items. There are no side effects, and can store 100 cubic meters of items. Just like everyone said, if you can get it, you can use it to transport goods for a few years and make a profit. After a brief chat, everyone started bidding. It soared from 2,500 to 5,700. And more people looked at the VIP room on the 3rd floor. Sure enough, the 3rd floor again heard a quote, 6,300. The crowd immediately quieted down, and no one bid higher. It was meaningless to bid higher now, and everyone showed their true colors at this auction, and no one wanted to cause trouble for themselves. Letelai turned around and said, 6,300 gold coins once, 6,300 gold coins twice. 3 times. Congratulations to the VIP on the 3rd floor, who won the space sachet. The space sachet should be the last item to be auctioned. Oh! It was a wasted trip. Now you can't buy anything even if you have money. It's not a wasted trip. I think the entertainment city is pretty good. I can bring the girls here to play when I have time in the future, and there is also a place to stay. How are the fighting props in the room made? Treasure Island must have mastered very strong technology. The owner of Wuhang Island is still very good at improving and developing things. As everyone chatted, they had already started to pack up and prepare to leave. In previous years, by this time, it was basically the end time. Actually, this trip was not in vain. The entertainment city is really interesting. Even if I go back, I can show off in the aristocratic circle. On the stage, Letelai looked at the restless people. She walked aside to drink a sip of water, then walked back, clapped her hands, and continued, "Don't worry, guests, the following is the finale of the auction." Wow! The noisy scene suddenly quieted down, and everyone looked up at the stage again. There is also a finale? The rules of the consortium have changed this time? Another item has been added. It really took more effort than in previous years to set up such a venue. After everyone quieted down, the staff on the stage came out with a bottle of exquisite medicine on a tray and showed it to everyone at the front. Letelai then introduced, "The strengthening potion produced by Treasure Island can directly change a person's physique after taking it. The medicinal properties of the potion are jointly verified by the association and the consortium. The starting price is 5,000 gold coins, and each bid must not be less than 200 gold coins." Whirl! The quiet people suddenly became excited. I heard about the potion from Treasure Island in the newspaper. I heard that the potion last time was bought by heroes and people from the royal families of various countries. The consortium is awesome. They can even come up with this. Letelai is in high spirits this year. I don't know how she got the potion. As everyone was talking, an old human was the first to quote, 5,200 gold coins. The discussion stopped abruptly, and the voice of the quotation followed, 5,400 gold coins. 6,000. The dwarf with a golden buckle on his iron-gray beard saluted and gestured, "The Flame Forge Alliance needs this bottle of potion. Please give me face, and give me a 20% discount on weapons in the future." 7,000. As soon as the voice fell, it was suppressed. The dwarf glared, but no one gave him a chance to get angry. The quotation sounded again. Lilith's private room. "How did this Letelai know your uncle?" She auctioned off all the potions. Lilith took a sip from the teacup. Xiao sat on the sofa, swinging her legs in the air. "I don't know, I haven't been home much these days." Lilith rolled her eyes at the disappointing child and asked, "How did they know each other?" Xiao thought for a moment, and then said, "At the last auction, my uncle bought a lot of things, and this Andy gave my uncle a membership card. Later, my uncle bought a lot of things from her, and we became familiar with each other." "Membership card?" Lilith raised her eyebrows. "It's the badge. Different colors give discounts when buying things from the consortium. Uncle's is the highest membership," Xiao said with some boasting. Lilith nodded thoughtfully. "Did he buy things like this last time?" "Well, we didn't have anything at that time, so we could only spend money to buy more." Xiao's tone was like a child who had suffered. It was also the first time that Lilith heard someone say that a buyer who spent money said that he had nothing. "Why buy so many?" "For the skeletons? I have too many skeletons at home, and I'm short of equipment," Xiao said naively, and looked at Lilith again. "Whatever my sister wants, I go to uncle to get it. I won't fight with the skeletons for equipment." Lilith continued, "Are we going to the game hall tonight?" "Okay, this time we play through the game." "Sure." Lilith nodded with a smile. Dong dong dong. The door knocked, and the lively private room quieted down. "Come in." Philippa coughed lightly, and shouted at the door. The door opened, and the woman in the snake emblem consortium stood at the door and bowed slightly. "Guest, the items you purchased have been delivered, and you need to pay a total of 13,700 gold coins." Everyone in the room looked at Wuhang in unison. "Bring it in," Wuhang said. The staff outside the door came in one after another, and placed the brocade boxes on the coffee table in the middle. Wuhang took out a box of gold coins and said, "Wire, help count them with them." "Okay, master." Underwire agreed and counted the gold coins with the staff. Minnie and Philippa looked at the props and wonders on the table excitedly. While they were talking excitedly, they checked each prop. Wu Heng's eyes swept through them one by one, and finally fell on the crystal beside him. Moonlight crystal, wonder. Effect, condensation. Side effect, absorb moonlight. Description, naturally formed crystal, absorbs moonlight to condense to crystal, has special effects. When Letelai introduced it, she called this crystal Moonlight Tears, and the name given by the panel is Moonlight Crystal. The name of tears should be like tears when condensing to crystals. After all, the elves tend to be elegant in naming. The effect is condensation, which is what she said about dew. The side effect is absorbing moonlight, which is basically not a side effect. After all, natural wonders rarely have major side effects. According to Leteli's introduction, the condensate of this strange object can be used as an alchemical material. I can give it to the alchemist skeleton to take a look. There is no result for the Corpse Core potion of the Corpse King level. Let's see if this strange object can help the development of the potion. If I can't use it here, I can wait for the Wood Elf alchemist to come and use it for research together. Guest, the inventory has been completed. The staff stood up again, and Anweir nodded, indicating that there was no problem. Okay, you go and get busy, Wu Hung said. The staff saluted again, and withdrew directly. Wu Hung and the maids continued to look at the remaining props and strange objects. The auction downstairs continued. After the first bottle of potion, Leteli interspersed some other types of high-level potions and alchemical materials. With the boost of the strengthening potion, the prices of these potions sound much more acceptable. They were sold out very easily. The last item was the second bottle of strengthening potion, which was also sold for 8,000 gold. There was not much increase. If it were the potion auction held at Treasure Island, the heroes and royal family members who had prepared in advance could double the price of the last bottle of potion. The strength of the guests at the consortium auction was still average. The local consortium building will also conduct free trading for 3 days. If there are guests who are willing to sell some props or materials, they can go directly to the consortium to register. Leteli bowed again. Thank you for your support for the consortium. Click. As the voice fell, the chandelier above the head lit up. The whole theater was instantly bright. The crowd began to walk out, discussing the topic of the auction items just now, and whether to stay on the island for a few days, and continue to spend money in the entertainment city. Wu Hung asked the maids to put away the things they bought, open the mansion spell to let the maids in, and then release the teleportation spell to leave directly. Return to the island owner's house. The maids were still discussing the auction. For them, they wished that this kind of thing would happen every day to save the island from being too boring. Wu Hung walked to the alchemy room, where the alchemy skeletons were. All the skeletons were busy with their own things. Expert number 1, come here. Wu Hung waved his hand. The 6-armed alchemy skeleton came over while shaking the potion in both hands. Wu Hung took out the moonlight crystal and said, "This is a rare item I got. It can absorb moonlight and condense dew. Dew can be used as an alchemy material. See what this dew is useful for, and whether it can help the Corpse King level potion." The skeleton alchemist took the crystal, continued to shake the potion, walked to the inside of the room, and placed it at the window. Wu Hung didn't care how to use the alchemy skeleton, and walked to the cabinet beside to take a look. The first level potion was the most, and it was already full of the cabinet, and there were also a few bottles of the second level potion. Now the potions at home, the maids have taken the second level corpse core, and I am taking the third level potion. Since I became a hero, the pain effect brought by the potion has basically been negligible. Wu Hung took a look at the first level potion, and the number was indeed a bit too much. But Shannara still maintained the rhythm of the potion auction. After taking a look, Wu Hung walked out of the room and returned to the study. Granada and Benny also flew back from outside. Granada said, "The scattered people were divided into 3 waves, one of which went to the port, one went to the consortium, and the last wave went to the entertainment city." "What are those who go to the consortium going to do?" Wu Hung asked. Benny said, "I went over and saw that there is a free trade fair over there. Anyone who has any props can trade." Wu Hung suddenly realized that the trade fair was held before the auction last year. This time it was held after. Wu Hung controlled the tea to flow into the cup and continued to ask, "Are there many people going to the entertainment city?" Glinda floated aside and said, "Quite a lot, maybe half of the people, and the rest went to the port and the Snake Emblem Consortium." Hearing this news, Wu Hung raised his eyebrows. It seems that the entertainment city is still quite popular. Benny floated aside and said, "This wave of people left, and there are fewer people again. The news of their departure has spread, and more people will come in a while, and it also solves the employment problem on the island," Wu Hung said with a smile. When selecting personnel, Wu Hung asked Chanela to select some people from the lower classes on the island. Not only do they provide jobs, but they will also give out career scrolls if they do well. It is also a great support for local residents. "You, the island owner, really worry a lot," Granada said, and then said, "I also went to the church. Except for the time when eggs were distributed, people also went in at other times." Wu Hung glanced at the panel and found that his faith had not increased. But this is also a good trend. Take your time, don't rush. You hugged Lilith yesterday, it was really easy. Granada floated over, her face full of gossip. Wu Hung widened his eyes. How did you see it? You are the only two level 20 along the way, you must have seen it at a glance. Benny asked from the side. Why? Are you planning to conquer the hero this time? What are you talking about? There were many people at that time, so I hugged her. Wu Hung defended himself. Benny said, let someone else touch Lilith and try. If you don't seal his facial features, you still have a chance, even if he has a few extra ones. Yes, it's safer for Treasure Island with 2 leaders. No, why are you trying to persuade me? I have no objection. You two go and persuade Lilith. Wu Hung said as he looked at the 2 ghosts. At dusk, after dinner? Minnie said, Master, we are going to the entertainment city. Do you want to go with us? The 4 maids in the house, Chanella and Philippa, gathered together. You go. Call me if you are in danger. Wu Hung said. Chanella smiled and said, 2 heroes are on the island. Who dares to do anything at this time? Wu Hung felt right. Go, I'm going out tonight. If I'm not at home, you don't have to wait for me. Oh, Master, be careful, Minnie said. Several women got on the carriage and left the island owner's house. Wu Hung simply packed up and released teleportation and disappeared. When he appeared again, he had already arrived at the steward's mansion. Wu Hung knocked on the door lightly. When Shiryali looked out, her eyes curved into crescents. Wu Hung. Then, there was a big hug. You miss me so much. Wu Hung hugged her waist and walked into the living room. Shilagui was sitting on a chair nearby, wiping her sword. Her long golden hair was tied behind her head, leaving a few strands of hair on her forehead. When she saw the 2 people coming in, she smiled. Are you not busy today? Come to our place. I bought 2 rare items suitable for you, and I just happened to send them over. Chapter 928. Someone bought a lot of rare items and props at the auction, and the sisters guessed it was Wu Hung. But they didn't expect him to come to their place at night. The sisters smiled. Although they didn't buy anything at the auction, their husbands bought it. Wu Hung walked into the living room with Shiryali, and Shilagui came over from the opposite side. The 3 of them sat down on the sofa. Then, 2 brocade boxes were taken out and placed on the coffee table in front of them. The brocade boxes were brought by the consortium, and they looked pretty good. We don't need such good things on Treasure Island, Shilagui said, with some expectation in her eyes. How can we not use them? Open them, and take a look. Wu Hung pushed the 2 rare items in front of the sisters. Shilagui said, take a look at yours first. Shiryali opened the brocade box with joy, revealing a longbow with exquisite carvings and no bowstrings. Wind Whispering Longbow, special item. Effect, Wind Whispering, Wind Spirit Constitution. Side effect, Wind Erosion and Constant Mind. Description, a blue longbow forged from the bones of a wind spirit. When the arrow leaves the string, it will emit an ethereal whistle, as if thousands of winds are whispering. Wind Whispering, all air flow directions within the arrow range are poured into the target's mind, and the target's movements are detected. If it is in the wind direction area, it can resonate with the wind and sense things in the direction of the air flow. Wind Spirit Constitution, movement speed is increased. When using a special item, the first fatal damage will force the user into the wind element constitution. Wind Erosion, resistance to other elements is weakened. In Constant Mind, during the activation of the Wind Spirit Constitution, the bow holder's emotions will fluctuate violently with the surrounding airflow. Slow thinking when calm, perception -5, desire to attack all moving objects in a strong wind, and will shoot indiscriminately under low intelligence. Shiryali, and Shilagui's eyes lit up. Not to mention the value of this rare item, the shape of the longbow is in line with the sisters' aesthetics. Is this for me? Shiryali picked it up happily, and her fingertips stroked the wind pattern relief wrapped around the bow. Shilagui rolled her eyes at her sister, and then asked, is this a rare item? What effect? We were not in the hall at the auction, so we didn't hear any of this. Compared to Shiryali, Shilagui pays more attention to the effect of weapons. The greatest use of weapons is not to look good, but to have practical effects. Wu Hung said, there are 2 effects, Wind Language and Wind Spirit Constitution. Then, he explained the effects and side effects to the sisters in detail. When they heard that the Wind Spirit Constitution could avoid a fatal injury, the sisters also knew why they gave this gift. This is for Shiryali to save her life. As long as it is a rare item or prop that can save lives, it is something that is priceless. The quality of the auction of the consortium this time is really high. You spent a lot of money. Shilagui was a little surprised. Wu Hung, you are so nice. Shiryali explained, threw herself on him, and gave him a kiss affectionately. Wu Hung tasted it delicately for a while, and Shilagui patted her sisters but hard. That's enough. You will have a chance to perform tonight. The two separated, and Shiryali licked the water stains on her red lips with her pink tongue. Look at yours. Zalagwi also retracted her gaze, and looked at her brocade box with some expectation. After opening it, a bloody smell filled the air. Shark tooth sword, strange item. Effect, blood-tied mermaid. Side effect, cheek fatigue. Description: the reverse blade is made of the spine of a giant shark, and the blade always emits salty blood. The blade is thick and covered with serrated reverse blades. It looks like it gives people a fierce momentum and lethality. Zalagwi's eyes narrowed slightly, and she looked carefully at the strange long sword in front of her. Shiryali frowned. It's ugly. I don't mean that. It's just quite unique. Zalagwi raised her eyebrows and asked, It's quite handsome. What effect does this one have? Swordsmen have the habit of collecting various sword weapons. Zalagwi also has it. There are many weapons in the weapon room. Of course, most of them are looted from outside by Wu Hung. Especially last time, when he killed the president next to the second prince, the room was full of collected weapons, and Zalagwi hung all the unused ones on the wall. Wu Hung said, There are two effects, blood-tied and mermaid. Blood-tied means the weapon has tearing damage, and attacking the enemy can restore its own injuries. Mermaid means entering the sea. It can change into mermaid form and move freely in the water. There is only one side effect called gelosis. After removing the mermaid effect, the gills will take some time to recover. Shiryali raised her eyebrows. The effect is good, and it is quite suitable for Treasure Island. Zalagwi made a sword flower, and the sword blade left a bloody afterimage. Very good, I like it very much. She flicked the sword with her fingers, and the sword body made a dull and crisp sound. If it was placed in the previous Treasure Island, I would definitely be able to beat back those pirates with this weapon. In terms of effect, it is different from the previous Wind Whisper longbow, and the main effect is reflected in the battle in the sea. Zalagwi can use the White Phoenix evil sword to grow wings in the sky, and now she can move freely in the sea. It can cover all land, sea and air. Even if it is not used for combat, it can play a big role in escaping. The two fiddled with their weapons, and put them away with satisfaction. Zalagwi asked, Are you going back tonight? No, I miss you, Wu Hung said with a smile. The two sisters smiled, and Shiryali said, I have some new fruit wine at home, so it's a good opportunity to try it together. 3 glasses of fruit wine were filled, and after gently clinking the glasses, they tasted the wine. The sky outside gradually darkened. After drinking and chatting for a while, the two sisters also had drunken blushes on their faces. Zalagwi stood up and sat on his right leg, holding his cheek with her cold palm, her eyes full of tenderness and love, and she leaned forward slightly, and her lips were printed on the corner of his lips. Shiryali put the wine glass aside to avoid being knocked over, and sat on his other leg, and then kissed him. The 3 overlapping lip prints were with the aroma of fruit wine. Soon, the clothes were scattered on the ground, and the shadows of the 3 people overlapped and swayed in the moonlight. Outside the window, the wisteria swayed in the wind, and the drooping buds bloomed layer by layer. The next day, early morning, the morning light shone into the room from the window. When Wu Hung opened his eyes, he was facing the thighs lying across his chest, Zalagwi's legs across his waist, and her white toes hooked on the silver waist chain on the other side of Shiryali's waist. Awake! Shiryali moved her sister's legs away, moved up from his arms, and said, Just now I felt that you were going to wake up. Why did you wake up so early? Wu Hung turned to look at her. Shiryali smiled and said, It's not too early, it's just that I slept too late last night. While talking, Zalagwi also woke up from her sleep, and glanced at the mobile phone next to her. It's time to go to the association. As she said, she hooked the clothes on the ground with her toes, and planned to put them on. Wu Hung was still lying on the bed, caressing the skin of the two sisters in front of him with his hands, saying, Focus on training. I know. Zalagwi put on her clothes, turned around and kissed him on the lips. Shiryali did the same thing. After the two sisters ran into the bathroom and started to wash, Shiryali prepared breakfast. After the 3 of them had breakfast, the two sisters went to the association, and Wu Hung also released teleportation to return to the island owner's mansion. His figure appeared in the courtyard of the island owner's mansion. Then he saw Rob and Minnie squatting by the flower bed, studying the flowers. Master! Seeing Wu Hung appear, the 2 girls followed and waved to greet him. Well, good morning. Wu Hung also smiled. Minnie continued to ask, Master, have you had breakfast? Yes. Did you have fun yesterday? Wu Hung asked. Rob jumped up and said, I'm happy. I made it yesterday. There weren't so many people around, so everyone could have fun. Next time, Let Shannara prepare an internal card for you. You can go there when you have nothing to do. It's boring to stay at home. Going out to have fun can also relax you. Wu Hung said directly. Thank you, master. Robe smiled. Dong, dong, dong. While talking, there was a knock on the gate of the courtyard. Minnie walked over quickly, looked out through the window above, and then opened the gate. No one came in, but Minnie collected some things, closed the door again and walked back. Master, the association sent a letter and 3 coffins. Minnie said, and waved her hand, and 3 dark red coffins appeared in front of her. Wu Hung raised his eyebrows. The association does not allow the transaction of corpses. The coffin was delivered. It should be the puppet sent by the puppeteer. The last time, the small puppet was stored in the coffin. Let me take a look first. Wu Hung took the letter and opened it. It was indeed the puppet sent by the puppeteer, Mortimer. The rest of the content was that he had seen his information in the newspaper, was very satisfied with the content and dissemination efficiency, and asked whether he wanted to continue the cooperation. He could continue to make the corresponding puppets in exchange for the opportunity to be published in the newspaper. Wu Hung retracted his gaze. Minnie and Roby looked at the coffin suspiciously. It's okay, the puppet ordered from the puppeteer. I will introduce you to the remaining ghosts I have. How many? The 2 maids raised their eyebrows. It sounded like there were other ghosts in the house. Okay, master. The maid also agreed. After Wu Hung put away the 3 coffins, he went straight upstairs. Back to the study. In the room, only Glinda was floating in the air alone, flipping through the Zayin Jutsu translated by Wu Hung. She is different from Xiao Xiao and Benny. Even if it is the same story, she prefers to read books instead of movies or cartoons. Seeing him come in, Glinda said, You are back so early. Where are the 2 of them? Wu Hung sat down on the chair. I don't know, Xiao Xiao didn't come back last night, and Benny should have gone out shopping. Glinda continued to ask, Going out? No, the puppeteer sent the puppets, and thought of letting you see them together. Wu Hung glanced at the other party, and said casually. Glinda paused in flipping through the book. Are you really here? Yes. Wu Hung took out 3 coffins and said, See which one is yours, and let them open their own coffins when they come back. Needless to say, it was the smallest coffin. Glinda looked through the coffin lid, glanced at 2 coffins of similar size, and pointed at one of them, this one. Shall I help you open it? Or do you open it yourself? Wu Hung asked. Glinda raised his hands. How do I open it? Wu Hung walked over and opened the wooden coffin directly. Some flannel was used inside the coffin to prevent collision. Under the flannel was a noblewoman wearing a blue bed skirt with her hair tied back. The exposed face, neck, and arms were all made of ivory-like materials. White and tender, it looked very good. Wu Hung glanced at Glinda, then at the puppet on the ground. Your husband deserves to die. Glinda rolled her eyes at him and said, He's dead. Why are you still talking about this? Can I possess him? Wu Hung picked up the puppet, checked the joints and the internal magic properties, and felt that it had no effect on the ghost, so he nodded and said, Possess him. Glinda got into the puppet's body with some expectation. The next second, the puppet stood up little by little, like a machine, with its limbs twisted stiffly. After walking a few steps stiffly, the movements became more and more skillful. She shook her neck twice, turned around and asked, How is it? I think it's good, like a beautiful porcelain doll. Wu Hung leaned back in the chair, watching her walk around and praised her. It can be seen that Glinda is happy from the bottom of her heart. Even if she just walks around in the room, she can still feel it. The ghost is free from the constraints of the physical body, but it also loses many things. A body that can be controlled can still do many things. I feel pretty good too. This puppeteer's craftsmanship is pretty good. Glinda praised. She walked around and jumped happily for a while. Wu Hung said, Call Benny back too. I take you downstairs to meet Minnie and the others. You can go to the casino to play in the evening. Don't you want to call Xiao Xiao back? Xiao Xiao should be playing with Lilith. Wait until she comes back and give it to her. Wu Hung said. Okay. Glinda carefully let the puppet sit on a chair beside her, and then the ghost left the body and flew out of the room. Wu Hung sat on the chair and looked at the puppet that collapsed beside him. He touched the touch on his arm, which was smooth and soft, and really looked like it was made of polished ivory or some bone. In fact, if you think about it, this kind of puppet is not very useful, and the cost must be not low. More importantly, the ghost likes it, and it has a better adjustment for the psychological state of his ghost. If my ghost likes it, it's okay to customize some. Thinking in her heart, Benny followed Glinda and flew back from outside. When she returned to the study, her eyes fell on the chair, Glinda's doll, and the wooden coffin on the ground. Wu Hung asked, "Where did you go so early in the morning?" "Today, the newspaper was sold, and I went to the tavern to listen to stories." Benny continued, "Is there one for me this time?" Glinda repossessed the doll and said, "That's yours, try it quickly." "Wu Hung, help me open it," Benny said impatiently. Wu Hung opened the coffin lid, revealing the doll inside, and Benny directly possessed it, standing up with stiff limbs. Natalia's city port. The passenger ship docked, and people in different clothes walked down the ship through the porthole. There were merchants and some residents, who had returned from the war a while ago. After the fifth princess took over, this place also calmed down, and the construction became better and better. After finding out the news, people began to return one after another. On a carriage. The young man in brocade robe and glasses took out the magic soul pot and said softly, "Madam, we are in Natalia's city. Are we going to Treasure Island?" In the air, a lazy and charming woman appeared and said softly, "That guy is already a hero. It is dangerous to deal with him. Are you still planning to go to the island?" The man hesitated. "Madam, let's forget it. The owner of the island is a great detective. We may not be able to deal with him." The ghost's charming face suddenly became serious, and he said coldly, "Next time you dare to talk too much, you don't have to live." "Yes, yes," the man replied in a panic. Chapter 929. The Island Master's Mansion. The afternoon sun shone through the window panes, and the air conditioner blew cool air, keeping the room at a comfortable temperature. After lunch, Wu Hung called several people in the family over and said that he had something to talk about. Minnie brought a fruit plate and served snacks to everyone. In the morning, the headquarters sent a new doll. "The master wants to introduce his ghost to us." "Is it Miss Bernie?" Andir asked. Minnie shook her head, indicating that she didn't know. Wu Hung said, "I have 3 ghosts in total, Xiao Xiao, Bernie, and another one. I will introduce them to you later." "Another one?" Shannara raised her eyebrows. The other maids also looked at Wu Hung curiously. "Well, they usually hide in the study upstairs." Wu Hung continued to shout at the stairs, "Glinda, Bernie, come down." The creaking sound of wooden stairs came from the stairs. 2 figures walked down from upstairs. The leader was wearing a blue classical dress, with her hair neatly tied behind her head, a pearl net in her hair, and a few slightly curled hair hanging on both sides. She stopped at the 3rd step and saluted, her porcelain white fingers lightly touching the handrail. "Elder Shannara, ladies, I am Glinda, always with Wu Hung." Her voice was gentle and magnetic, and from her behavior, it can be seen that she is a mature and intellectual lady. After saying that, she walked down the stairs quickly to make way for the figure behind her. She was wearing a floral dress, flaxen hair tied with an orange headband, and a round face. She glanced at the people in the living room, and followed the salute and said, "I am Benny, meet Elder Shannara, ladies." It was indeed Benny. In that story, the barmaid who was killed by the cult for the village. "Please find a place to sit," Wu Hung said. After the 2 ghosts sat down, Wu Hung continued, "You all know Benny's experience. The content of the story is true. Granda was with me when we were in Ritam City." Ritam City. Minnie and the others were a little surprised. They lived in Ritam City, and Granda was there at the time, but they didn't notice it at all. Granda smiled and said, "At that time, my family lived outside the city. I happened to meet Wu Hung on a mission, so I followed him out." Facing the women at home, Granda behaved dignified and calm. It was not like talking to Wu Hung, who would drive away after a few words. Shannara smiled like a hostess, saying, "Thank you for taking care of Wu Hung. He was also a great help to us." Granda also said, "Mrs. Granda, when you left, were your family still there?" Robe said directly. Glinda shook her head. "No, the house was burned down." "Oh, sorry." Robe apologized apologetically. "Nothing, I feel good now. I walked out with Wu Hung. If it weren't for him, I would have only read about elves and dwarves in books." Benny also said, "Me too. It turns out there are so many races out there." The ghost was too familiar with the maid, although it was only the first time they met formally. But they were not too unfamiliar, and they soon started chatting. Wu Hung sat aside and listened for a while, and found that he couldn't say anything. He said hello and walked towards the courtyard. Shannara followed him out, holding his arm. "No wonder the study doesn't allow anyone to enter. It turns out there are 2 ghosts hiding." "What do you mean by hiding?" "Just do it openly," Wu Hung said. Shannara smiled and continued, "Fortunately, they are all girls. If it was a male ghost." As he spoke, he glanced at the maids who were wearing cool clothes. "Otherwise, I would have to wear more clothes at home in the future." Wu Hung raised his eyebrows. But he didn't think much about this aspect. According to you, men with the profession of necromancer can only have female ghosts. Who knows, anyway, it's a bit uncomfortable. Shannara said casually. That's right. When they're at home, the women in the family still wear relatively cool clothes. Even if they become ghosts and have no physical desires, there is still some psychological pressure for the women in the family. I know, I will pay more attention in the future. Wu Hong put his arm around the other's shoulders. Shannara smiled and said, I just said that. I don't want to influence your choice of ghost. Okay. Wu Hong put his arm around the other's shoulders. Shannara glanced back and continued, I go talk to Granda and the others. Well, I go to Lilith's place too. The two separated, Shannara returned to the sofa, and Wu Hong also released the teleportation spell and left. When he appeared again, he had arrived at Lilith's mansion. The courtyard was full of flowers, and the flowers were surrounded by butterflies and bees. The butler came out and bowed, Chief Wu Hong. Where is Chief Lilith? The lady is in the living room. Please come in. The butler made a gesture of invitation. When Wu Hong walked into the living room, he saw Xiao Xiao telling Lilith about the characteristics of the character combos and the circumstances under which the combos could be performed normally. Hearing footsteps, Xiao Xiao smiled. Uncle, why are you here? Wu Hong said, the new dolls have arrived at home. I go back and take a look when I have time. Ah? It's here so soon. I go back later. Xiao Xiao said happily. Lilith looked back. What doll? Didn't we agree that I buy Xiao Xiao's doll? The housekeeper brought tea, and Wu Hong sat down at the back, smiling and saying, Xiao Xiao, and I have redetermined the appearance. You can buy more in the future. Don't quarrel, I like them all. Xiao Xiao was on the side, persuading both sides. Lilith glanced at him unhappily, and said with some dissatisfaction, Is it not good looking? It looks good, but I have Xiao Xiao's photo, it will look more like it. Wu Hong served tea and drank water calmly. Lilith put down the controller, brushed the hem of her skirt, stood up, walked over and sat opposite him, and drank elegantly from her teacup. Xiao Xiao glanced at the two of them and said, You guys chat first, I go see my new doll. Go! Lilith nodded. Xiao Xiao left her body and flew towards the island owner's mansion in the form of a ghost. Only Wu Hong and Lilith were left drinking tea in the living room. Lilith coughed lightly, covered her feet with her skirt, and asked, This auction and the entertainment city are both successful. You really have some business sense. Make some money and solve the employment problem on the island at the same time. Wu Hong continued. Lilith put down the teacup. The population of Treasure Island is still too small. If it were in any country with a larger landmass, it could maintain this population all year round. Treasure Island is a small island in the Emerald Sea. The original population was limited, and many died in the last pirate battle. The main consumption still depends on tourists from outside the island. But it takes 3 to 7 days to take a boat, and the boats don't come at any time, so there are many restrictions. If it were on the mainland, the effect would definitely be several times better than it is now, or even more. With a steady stream of people every day, there would really be no worries about the source of income. When the city of Rentam built streetlights and golden cats, the income increased several times, not to mention the current entertainment city. I also plan to build entertainment cities in Nidal City, and several other inland cities. Wu Hong continued, Chief, are you interested? I will build an entertainment city for the Blood Clan. I will provide the technology and entertainment facilities. We will split the profits 50-50. This time, Lilith did not refuse immediately. She looked thoughtful. How to do it? Wu Hong said, It's not difficult. The first step is to build a power station in the city, and then build an entertainment city. If the buildings are ready, the speed will be faster. I will be responsible for the equipment and operation mode, and you will be responsible for safety and venue issues. Lilith raised her eyebrows slightly. I think about it. This matter is more reliable than the previous ones. What are you talking about? Okay, just tell me when you think about it. Wu Hong continued to ask, Chief, what do you think about the database I talked to you about last time? Lilith shook her head and said, The information of the Whisperer cannot be given to you. There are too many secrets involved. It may not be a good thing to give it to you. Wu Hong was a little disappointed. After waiting for such a long time, he still disagreed. Lilith looked at his expression and continued, But Claudio sent me a message these 2 days. Hong Wenhui can provide you with some information, including the poems and formulas you need. Claudio is the name of the leader of Hong Wenhui. In fact, it's okay. His main purpose is to need these materials. He is not interested in the secrets in Lilith's hands. How should I get these materials? Wu Hong continued to ask. Lilith replied, you can write a letter to him directly, and then ask him to arrange someone to sort it out and mail it to you. Okay. Wu Hung nodded and agreed. In the following time, Lilith asked about the new entertainment city, and Wu Hung also answered carefully. If an entertainment city can really be built on the territory of the Blood Clan, it will also be a good thing. Then I can get closer to the vampires and increase my income. At this time, footsteps sounded. Xiao Xiao came in with a new doll, hopping and jumping, and said with some boasting, "Does it look good?" Lilith smiled coldly. "It looks good, and it's not much different from the dolls I ordered." Xiao Xiao smiled and said, "I like this one my sister made for me the most. It's my first doll." Lilith glanced at Wu Hung, as if to say, "The child likes what I made." Wu Hung stood up and said, "You guys play, I go back first." "Uncle, take my puppet back." Xiao Xiao pointed at the puppet on the sofa. Wu Hung put the puppet into the space ring. "Go home early, you're almost at home here." "Got it, I go back tonight," Xiao Xiao said. Wu Hung nodded, said goodbye to Lilith, released teleportation and left. Night study. Wu Hung looked at the tablet, and footsteps came from downstairs. Then, Grinda and Benny walked in one after another, and saw Wu Hung in the study, and asked curiously, "I thought you went back to sleep." Today, Shannara and the others went to the entertainment city, and Grinda and Benny also controlled the puppets to follow. Although I have been there in ghost form, it is still a different experience with a body. "How is it?" Wu Hung put away the tablet and asked. Grinda controlled the puppet to sit aside, and separated from it as a ghost, saying, "It's okay, Bernie and I played the game console inside for a while, and Minnie and the others went upstairs to take a bath and massage." Bernie said, "When Xiao Xiao comes back, teach us how to play." Mrs. Grinda, "And I can't even beat those old men. Xiao Xiao has become the most powerful in our family." Wu Hung said with a smile. It can be seen that the two ghosts are in a good mood. "Yeah." Bernie did not separate from her body, and controlled the puppet to sit aside, open the tablet, and swipe the screen with her fingers. Wu Hung continued to look at Grinda, and then said, "The letter from the puppeteer said that he wanted to continue the cooperation. You should write a reply later, and ask him to continue to make 3. Both ghosts looked over, and Grinda said, "Do you want to adjust your appearance?" "I want to be younger." Wu Hung said, "You look good now." "I looked better when I was young," Grinda said confidently. "Sure, what about you, Bernie?" Bernie thought for a moment and said, "I want to be prettier." Wu Hung said, "Then Grinda, you write the letter first. Tomorrow morning, when Xiao Xiao comes back, we will adjust the model, and let the puppeteer make it according to the photo." "Sure." Grinda nodded and continued, "Is his condition still to publish in the newspaper?" "Publish in the newspaper, you can write directly in the letter, let him come to Treasure Island, we can provide him with accommodation." Wu Hung suddenly thought of it. The two souls' eyes lit up. "Good idea. It depends on whether he wants to come." Wu Hung continued, "There is another letter, which is written to Claudio, the leader of Hong Wenhui, to thank him for his help and trust during this period, and then let him deliver the sorted information to Treasure Island." Then, he told Grinda about the database in detail. After listening, the other party also said that he understood. As the sky gradually darkened, Xiao Xiao flew back from outside. The doll should be with Lilith. "Uncle, I'm back." "Well, we plan to customize the second batch of dolls." "What kind do you want?" Wu Hung asked. "Can you customize an iron body?" "I want to be Iron Man." Wu Hung raised his eyebrows. "Then let your aunt write to ask if it can be done." "Great." Xiao Xiao cheered. Wu Hung chatted with the 3 souls for a while, then stood up and said, "I'm going back to rest. Good night." The next day, in the morning, using mansion technique, a new appearance model was created for the 3 ghosts. Xiao Xiao wanted a metal body, Grinda was younger, in her early 20s, and Benny was more mature and had a more mature body shape. After the creation, take a photo and put it in an envelope, and send it to the association together with a letter to the Hongwen Association. It can be mailed today. At 10 o'clock, there was a knock on the door, and Minnie's voice came in. "Master, Sister Chanella is here with the priest sister from the church." "I go down now." Wu Hung answered, and at the same time opened the panel to take a look. Faith, 27/50,000. He raised his eyebrows, and his faith increased. Chapter 930. On the panel, the value of faith changed from 21 points to 27 points. Although the increase is not much, it is enough to prove that there is no problem with my process. As long as it continues to be implemented, faith can be improved. It is nothing more than a matter of speed. I can consider continuing to increase the number of churches, and doing this in multiple places at the same time. It doesn't feel difficult to reach the value of 50,000. Close the panel, open the door and walk out. Minnie is waiting at the door, smiling and greeting Master. Which priest is here? Wu Hung asked. Minnie said, Priest Evelyn. Let's go downstairs and take a look. Wu Hung took her downstairs together. Walking down the stairs, you can hear the conversation coming from the living room. The separate prayer room is rarely used, and most people still pray and recite doctrines together in the hall. Sayonara leaned on the sofa. Let's continue in this way. If you need anything, wait for the island master to come over and ask him directly. Yes. Evelyn nodded. While talking, Sayonara looked up and saw Wu Hung and Minnie coming over. She smiled first, then stood up and saluted, Island Master. Evelyn also turned her head and saluted, Hello, Island Master. Sit down. Wu Hung sat down opposite, and the two also sat down. Evelyn, do you have something to do? Evelyn looked up at Wu Hung and said seriously, Now there are people coming to the church at any time, and Celia and I are a little overwhelmed. Do you think we can add a few priests or nuns? Chanella added, Evelyn told me in advance that the island was preparing for an auction, so it was postponed until now. It was really difficult for the church to have only the two of them. The church had some help from associations and city hall staff, but the mission still depended on the two of them. People kept entering the church all day, and it was really a little too few for only the two of them. Wu Hung nodded, thought quickly, and said, Priests and nuns can be recruited. I will discuss this with Chanella later, and give you a reply then. Okay, sir, it's mainly this matter. The church is still a little busy, so I go back first. Evelyn stood up and saluted. Well, thank you for your hard work. This is what we should do. Wu Hung set Evelyn out. When he came back, Chanella lazily leaned on the sofa. When he sat down, she put her legs directly on his knees. What do you plan to do? Wu Hung gently stroked her smooth long legs and asked, How is the Church of the Wood Elves? The location of the church has been determined, and the decoration drawings have been sent. After the decoration is completed, we can arrange for priests to preach there. Chanella replied. Wu Hung thought while stroking his legs, This time, we will select more priests and nuns. In addition to the Wood Elves, we also plan to build churches in Netale City and Rentam City. There was no action before, and we were still experimenting whether this method was feasible. Faith has increased, so it is natural to implement it at the same time. Netale City. Chanella thought for a while, and said, We have purchased many properties in the city. There is no shortage of places. We can choose a place with a good location to build. The only problem is that there is also a Church of the Holy See in the city. It's okay. We have reported to the headquarters, and there is no problem with a local church. Wu Hang's tone was very confident. Then I will contact the fifth princess and talk about this matter first, and then build a church in the city. Shannara continued to ask, How many people do you plan to need? Find 5 priests first, and more nuns, about 20 people. Wu Hung said. Or look for Wood Elves. For priests, it is better to find some trustworthy people, and nuns are more relaxed. You could also find some suitable residents on the island. Wu Hung thought for a while and said, Okay, I will find someone for you later. Wu Hung smiled, picked her up, and sat her in his arms. It's great to have you. Humph, I'm glad to know. Shannara said proudly. The two discussed for a while. Shannara went to plan the matters of the priests and nuns, and Wu Hung also went upstairs and walked into the radio room. Radio room. Wu Hung looked at the radio stations one by one. Since the phone was installed, the current function of this place is to contact Slater in Blackstone Town and the fifth princess in Netale City. Slater and the fifth princess are also thinking about sending their phones to the two of them so that they can communicate more conveniently. The satellite has a high carrying capacity. Not to mention the number of people at present, even if there are tens of thousands more, it will not be a problem. He sat down at the window seat, took out his phone, and made a video call to Winmanshaw. After the phone rang a few times, it was directly connected. What was projected on the screen was the ceiling, and at the same time, when Manch's voice came, the master called, You hold the child and coax him for a while. Then, another familiar woman's voice, You are the city lord. Why do you still use this address? Even if you call me adult, it will be fine. You don't understand. The phone was put up, and when Manch's fiery red hair appeared on the screen. Seeing Wu Hung on the screen, she softly called out, Master. Wu Hung asked, Who is next to you? Natalia. She is with me in the city lord's mansion. Winmanshaw explained. Natalia is the princess, who stayed in Rentam City to play the role of the second prince. Then, Winmanshaw waved to the side, and Natalia leaned over, holding the child in her arms. looking at the screen with some confusion, and then whispered, "My lord." "Well," when Mansha said that she was assassinated last time. "Has the matter been resolved?" Wu Hung asked directly. "Thank you for your concern, City Lord." When Mansha set up a little trick, and the assassin was successfully killed after being tricked. "There is no danger now," the princess answered softly. When Mansha explained, "The skeletons you arranged killed the enemy, and the enemy couldn't escape even if they wanted to." Wu Hung arranged the level 20 skeleton warrior Guigai in Rentan City, and his main responsibility was to protect them. It seems that the effect is still significant. As long as the killer's identity is confirmed, he can't escape at all. Wu Hung nodded, "Still pay attention to safety." "Okay, master," when Mansha said with a smile. The princess held the child and sat aside without saying anything. Wu Hung continued to ask, "How are you and your daughter?" When Mansha smiled and said, "My daughter and I are fine. My daughter eats and sleeps every day, but she misses her father a little." She glanced at the screen with her eyes rolling. "I miss my father too." The princess on the side widened her eyes. "Is this what she can hear? I visit you guys later." Wu Hung continued to ask, "How is the construction of the power station going?" "Everything is going well. The construction method is to supply the surrounding villages from the city. 2 power stations have been completed." When Mansha also became serious. "Okay, try to gather some remote villages to the town." "Understood." When Mansha nodded. Wu Hung glanced at the princess sitting next to him, who was playing with her child, and then looked at When Mansha again, saying, "I plan to build a church in Rentam City, and I need you to prepare in advance." "Church? Don't we have a bad relationship with the Holy See?" When Mansha looked at him in confusion. "Our own church, mine." "Ah? Your church?" When Mansha and the princess looked confused. "Why do we have to build a church again?" Wu Hung explained, "After reaching the hero level you need to build a church. I explain it to you in detail when I have a chance." "Oh. Then I arrange it later. Do you have any requirements?" When Mansha took out a pen and paper and prepared to write it down. "I need the building in the central area. I will take a photo of the blueprint and send it to you. You can decorate it according to the blueprint. As for the priest, I will arrange for someone to go there." When Mansha wrote it all down on paper, "Okay, I will arrange this matter later." "Yeah." After finishing the business, Wu Hung continued to ask, "What level are you?" When Mansha's eyes widened a little like a child being checked for homework. After hesitating, she said, "Almost level 10. Level 10 is not low in Rentam City, but Wu Hung arranged many high-level skeletons to force the overall level up. "You haven't trained much recently, have you?" When Mansha said coquettishly, "No, I train every day. If you don't believe me, ask Natalia." Wu Hung said directly, "Next time I go, you must reach level 12. When Mansha pouted, "Master is so strict, let's set it at level 10. "No, you are too lazy," Wu Hung said seriously. When Mansha saw that she couldn't do anything about her coquettish behavior, so she could only say, "What if you can't reach it?" "Spank." "How many times?" "Beat you until you can reach level 12. When Mansha's eyes widened, "You want to beat me to death?" Natalia on the side raised the corner of her mouth and laughed secretly. "It's really only this Wu Hung who can control When Mansha." Wu Hung continued to ask, "Natalia, what level are you at?" "Ah? Me? I'm not in a hurry," Wu Hung said directly. "When Mansha has to take care of the child. I will go to your 13th level next time. If I can't reach it, I will be beaten." "Why count me?" Natalia exclaimed in disbelief. "No reason. If you don't want to be beaten, just try hard." Wu Hang's expression was still serious. "Humph." Natalia snorted and turned her head to the side. When Mansha took the baby and said to the phone, "Chin Chin, it's daddy." The child looked at Wu Hung on the phone with his big black eyes. Wu Hung followed and teased the child. After nothing happened, he hung up the phone. As for the 5th princess of Nidal City, Sanera will notify the other party. After all, the property agreement was signed by Sanera. She arranged it the same way. After making sure that nothing happened, he walked out of the room again. After lunch, Wu Hung asked Benny to call Xiao Xiao back. Now, Xiao Xiao spends more time with Lilith than in the island owner's house, and feels like she is almost the boss there. Lilith is also energetic and doesn't sleep much, so she plays with him every day. Let the 3 ghosts return to their bodies, open the door in the study and walk in. On the other side, it is still the prison's monitoring room. Let the ghosts check the situation of the zombies. Wu Hung took out his mobile phone and called Li Yong. After 2 rings, a voice came from the other side. "Hello. What are you doing?" "Dealing with the things in the warehouse. Come over tonight. Li Yong asked directly. I can't come over tonight for the time being. Is there any news in the past 2 days? Wu Hung also asked. No special news. Li Yong paused for a moment, then continued. Gao Rong sent a message saying that the information given to them last time has been confirmed. It is a very new weapon equipment. The effect is that after detonation, it can make a large range of enemies fall into coma. Wu Hung narrowed his eyes. Coma after detonation concussion? You ask me? I repair cars. Li Yong said, and then said, it is said that some high-temperature oscillation produces a carrier wave that makes people comatose, similar to the brain nerves. Wu Hung didn't know much about this aspect, and asked, can it be made? From what Gao Rong said, the drawings are very complete and can be made. You should ask Gao Rong. Li Yong said directly. Wu Hung nodded. Okay, I call Gao Rong. Yeah. After hanging up the phone, Wu Hung continued to call Gao Rong. When the call was connected, he asked the other party about this bomb. To put it simply, after the explosion, it will release a subsonic cloud of cognitive magnetic field, build a resonance field with a diameter of 300 meters, and make the creatures within the range have strong sensory projection, fall into a coma and abnormal state. And the drawings are very complete. According to the research and development and production, it can almost be made. Wu Hung asked him to organize a group of people to be responsible for this project. After Gao Rong answered, he also hung up the phone. This weapon seems to be useful. Skeletons don't have any sensory projection, nor do they exist in coma and abnormality. When the time comes, throw it out, let all creatures fall into a coma, and the skeletons can go in to clean up the battlefield. The effect will definitely be good if used well. At this time, Xiao Xiao and Benny also came over. Uncle, are you done talking? Well, how are the zombies? Wu Hung raised his head. Xiao Xiao said excitedly, 2 zombies have reached level 20, so we can have new skeletons. Benny smiled and said, these 2 have reached level 20, and the others should be soon. There was a batch of zombies that were sent in at about the same time. 2 of them reached level 20, and the others should be soon. Let's go and take a look. Following the ghost, they walked into the cell area, killed the zombies that reached level 20, and released their skills to transform into skeletons. Spirit Skeleton Boxer, level 20. Spirit Skeleton Warrior, level 20. Among the skeletons this time, there is a boxer. Xiao Xiao, it's time to give them a name. It's better to give them a simple one. Wu Hung said to his side. Granda added, take care of your uncle, he can't remember. Oh! Xiao Xiao said, Uncle, what are their professions? A fighter and a boxer. The fighter is called pot cover number 2, and the boxer is called sandbag fist. Xiao Xiao said, pretending to touch his chin. Okay. You will be called pot cover number 2, and you will be called sandbag man. Treasure Island, Entertainment City Restaurant. Lei Tili was wearing a burgundy dress, holding a wine glass in her hand, and talking to people with a tall and elegant posture. Today is the celebration banquet of the Snake Emblem Consortium, and the entire venue was booked to celebrate the success of this auction. Lei Tili chatted with an old man for a while, and looked at Rostan not far away, the head of the local consortium. Ledalai hesitated for a moment, but still walked over. Mr. Rostand, I want to talk to you. The other party turned his head and smiled. Miss Ledalai is too polite. After this, your influence in the Emerald Sea will be greatly improved. It's all thanks to everyone's help. Ledalai took a sip of fruit wine and continued softly. I have something to discuss with you. Rostand raised his eyebrows. You said, I will help you if I can. Ledalai hesitated a little, but finally gritted her teeth and said, I want to stay in Treasure Island. Chapter 931. Stay in Treasure Island? Rostand's eyes suddenly condensed, and his smile faded, replaced by a serious and implicit anger. Do you think that by climbing up the hero's robe, you can replace my 20 years of hard work? Treasure Island has only become important in the past 2 years. It was originally just doing some pirate business. Before the current heroic island owner, the status of Treasure Island was no match for the other surrounding consortiums. But now it's different. Everyone can see the value of Treasure Island. In addition, I asked the other party to say something good for me, but I didn't expect to wait for such a result in the end. Don't worry, listen to my thoughts. If I really want to harm you, I won't take the initiative to tell you about this. Ledalai gently shook the wine glass, and the rose-colored wine rippled. Rostan didn't speak, but looked at the other party with indifference. I have been operating Treasure Island for so long, and if I push it too hard, I can make this beautiful elf encounter some small accidents on the way back. Go ahead. Rostan wanted to hear what the other party had to say. Ledalai took a sip of wine and said, Mr. Rostand, you have been running Treasure Island for such a long time, but the island's performance has not been outstanding. Of course, this is not your responsibility. This is a problem left over from the past. It will be very difficult to make a breakthrough in the performance of the local consortium in the future. You should also know this. Treasure Island has developed too fast. All the consortium leaders have seen the value here. After today, I don't know how many people have set their sights on your position. Rostand narrowed his eyes slightly, and looked at other representatives not far away. Many eyes were observing this side. These are your own guesses. Whether it is guesses or not, I know in my heart that everything in the consortium is based on performance. If you really can't bear to give up this position, I have also told the owner of Wuhang Island about your situation, and he also said that he would not take it to heart. Ledeli added, I am not threatening you. I really helped you to say this matter before I planned to stay. Rostand frowned and stared at her, suddenly smiled and shrugged, if the consortium transfers me away, I have no way to do it. Who can sit in this position in the end depends on your own ability. Ledeli tapped the edge of the gilded table with her fingertips, and a consortium storage bill appeared on the table, and was pushed over, 1,000 gold coins, by your decent exit. 1,000 gold, Rostand's eyes changed instantly. The head of the resident consortium has a high income, but few people can come up with so much money. Will you go to such lengths? It's not certain whether you will come to Treasure Island. Rostand was a little surprised. Ledeli smiled and said, I give it a try. What can I do? This money is not given to you for free. I also need you to write a letter to help me get this position. Rostand glanced at the other party, and then looked at the bill pushed over. After a moment of silence, he said, Take the bill back first. I need to think about it, and give you an answer tomorrow morning. Okay. Ledeli nodded. Rostand waved his hand and said, I want to be quiet for a while. Miss Ledeli should talk to someone else. Ledeli was not angry either. She stood up and walked to another location. Zombie World, monitoring room. Wuhang and the ghost walked back, followed by 4 level 20 skeletons with wings. They were Shanchan, a level 20 rhinoceros beetle skeleton, Tayo, a level 20 spirit skeleton thief, Guadai number 2, a level 20 spirit skeleton warrior, and Shabayaquan, a level 20 spirit skeleton boxer. After returning to the monitoring room, Wuhang took out some equipment of the 2 professions, and let the newly transformed skeleton change them. Do you have to carry them with you in the future? Grinda asked on the side. Wuhang said, I plan to arrange them to protect the people around me. If I carry them with me, the utilization rate is not high. I am a hero, with 3 level 20 ghosts, and 2 level 20 skeletons around me. Adding 2 more skeletons will not be of much help. The enemy can't target me, but I have to prevent them from targeting the people around me. That's fine. There are still so many level 19 zombies in the cell. It will be enough to arrange one for each person in the future. Benny said on the side. Wuhang smiled and nodded, indicating that what he said made sense. After the skeleton changed his equipment, let the ghost return to the body, opened the door and walked in. Treasure Island. Wuhang took the 2 skeletons downstairs. Several women in the family were chatting in the living room, waiting for the skeleton chef to bring dinner. All the logistical work of the island owner's mansion will be done by the skeleton. Even for dinner, the taste of the skeleton chef is better, and there are more varieties. After seeing Wuhang go downstairs, a pair of eyes looked over, and then passed his position and looked at the extra skeletons behind. Wuhang glanced at the people in the room and said, Shanela will arrange a skeleton attendant for you, who will be responsible for protecting you in the future. Shannara was in charge of the site selection and decoration of the church. Wuhang was worried that someone wanted to stop the establishment of his church and target Shannara. This time, there happened to be a new skeleton, so he thought of arranging one for Shannara. Shannara raised her eyebrows. Is it not a good influence if I carry the skeleton every day? The 6th elder of the Wood Elves wanted to avoid more rumors about Wuhang, although many versions of the rumors about the 2 of them had been spread on the island. Wearing a hood is not a big problem. Ordinary professionals can't detect it, Wuhang said. Shannara curled her lips, and still didn't want it. Wuhang looked at the maids at home again. This is a skeleton boxer. Whoever goes out in the future, take it with you. Usually stay at home. Minnie will train with it. Minnie glanced at the skeleton wearing boxing gloves and said, Master, I have a trained skeleton. This level 20 should be more effective. Wuhang said. Everyone's eyes condensed. Level 20, the same level as a hero. Okay, thank you, Master. Minnie responded immediately. A level 20 skeleton, it was like hiring a hero-level assistant. Shannara asked with some expectation, What about the one you arranged for me? It's also level 20. If you don't want to take it, forget it. Let the Wood Elves arrange a few high-level servants for you. Wu Hung said. I want it. Shannara continued. Are you kidding? There is not a level 20 in the entire Wood Elves, let alone a hard-working servant. Wu Hung glanced at her unhappily. Don't you care about your status? At most, I won't be an elder anymore. Who cares? Shannara puffed out her chest. The maids beside her smiled. Wu Hung didn't say much, and said to the two skeletons behind him, Sandbag Fist, you will be responsible for protecting the island owner's mansion in the future. If someone wants to go out, you will follow and protect them. Pot cover number 2, you will be responsible for protecting her safety. The two skeletons all walked over and stood on one side of the living room. After arranging work for the skeletons, dinner was served on the table. Everyone sat at the table to eat while chatting about the new skeletons. It was dim at night in the bedroom. Shannara came back from outside and hung the coat she was wearing on the hanger at the door. Is the skeleton you gave me really level 20? Shannara got into his arms and confirmed with big eyes. I can still lie to you, but don't tell others, not even your people. This is to save your life. Wu Hung hugged her and said. Shannara smiled. I know, and I have a good reputation outside. How can I have so many enemies? I have a good reputation outside. Wu Hung was a little dissatisfied and slapped her on the butt. Shannara smiled slightly. It's polarized. Some think you are good, and some hate you to death. This proves that they are jealous of me. Yes, yes, yes. You are awesome. Shannara coaxed her little man, and then continued, Priest, I have selected 5 Wood Elves for you, all of whom are good-looking women, like Evelyn and the others, to help you for a year, and you can't stop them from leaving when the time comes. A year is not a long time for the Wood Elves. Moreover, Wu Hung is now a hero. Not everyone has the opportunity to work under a hero. Wu Hung nodded, no problem. Shannara gently hugged the man buried in her arms and continued, I have contacted the 5th princess and have already decided on a building in the central area, but she wants to see you in person. Wu Hung poked his head out of her arms and asked, See me? What's the matter? She didn't say anything important. I feel that you have become a hero, and her situation is quite embarrassing. She wanted to come to Treasure Island several times, but I didn't agree, fearing that there would be problems in Nettle City after she left. Shannara said. Wu Hung thought about it, and the arrangements for Ratam City were also made, but it was winter there, and various decorations were not very convenient. But the weather in Nettle City is not much different from that in Treasure Island, so the church can be built first. Let's go there in the next 2 days. I see the 5th princess and build the church at the same time. Wu Hung said. Shannara nodded. Okay, I should go back and take a look. My housekeeper and the elders' guards are still there. Let the guards go back. They are of low rank and are likely to expose their positions. Wu Hung said directly. Shannara said, We still need them to guard the mansion. After all, I am an elder. Wu Hung didn't say much. He patted her butt and said, How do you thank me? What do you want? Wu Hung turned over and pressed her under him, staring into her eyes. Call me husband. Shannara's face flushed instantly. Doing these again, is it so fun? Call me or not. Call me, husband, little husband, I love you the most. Shannara held his cheek lovingly and kissed him. Call me daddy. Call you. Shannara frowned. The next day morning, Wu Hung was sitting in the living room, and Minnie came in with Letelai from outside. Master Island owner. Letelai bowed respectfully. Sit down. Wu Hung smiled and motioned her to sit down opposite. After Minnie brought tea, Letelai continued, Master Island owner, this time I came here mainly to send you the promised gold coins. After saying that, he waved his hand, and 3 boxes of gold coins appeared in the open space on the side. These are the gold coins from the potion auction, and these are the promised share of yours. The efficiency of the Snake Emblem Consortium is still very high. So quickly, the money was counted. Minnie. Wu Hung shouted to the side. Minnie came over and asked the skeleton to move the gold coins aside, and began to count the currency with the other maids. Wu Hung continued to look at Lady Dilly. How are the guests who participated in the auction now? Most of them have gone back, and some people who are not in a hurry are still on the island. Some people are looking at the properties on the island, and have the idea of staying and settling down. Lady Dilly said with a smile. These stranded guests will bring higher profits to Treasure Island. Not only the entertainment city makes money, but the residents on the island will also make money. This is also a benefit that the consortium brings to Treasure Island. Wu Hung nodded, it's good. It's also a good thing that more guests can stay on the island. Lady Dilly continued, my lord, I'm applying to stay on Treasure Island recently. After saying that, he looked at the other person's expression. Wu Hung raised his eyebrows and said, Really? Welcome. If you can stay here, it will be more convenient for cooperation in the future. Hearing the support in the other party's words, Ledeli also breathed a sigh of relief. If it succeeds, I will trouble you to take care of it in the future. Of course, we are friends. The two chatted for a while, and Minnie also completed the counting of gold coins. After confirming that there was no problem, someone carried it down directly. Ledeli did not stay too long. After getting up and saluting, she also left the island owner's mansion. Go to do your own things. At noon, Wu Hung and Shannara went to the church together. In the wide courtyard of the church, there stood 5 slender and beautiful wood elf women, looking at this side with curious eyes. Then, they all saluted, Master Island Master, Elder Shannara. Shannara nodded, You will be the priests of the church in the future. Master Wu Hung and I have already agreed that you will work for a year. It is up to you whether you want to stay or leave in the future. Wu Hung also said, You are all people Shannara trusts, and I will not treat you unfairly. You can read the contents of the Holy Book of Spiritual Enlightenment first, and then I will arrange for you to serve as bishops in churches around the country. Yes, Master Island Master. Everyone replied. After Shannara took out the Holy Book of Spiritual Enlightenment and gave it to everyone, she continued, First follow Evelyn and others to spread the doctrine in the church and get familiar with the process. Yes. Okay, go back. The 5 wood elves saluted again and left directly. Shannara continued to ask, We are still recruiting nuns, but it's not so strict. Well, just tell them. Wu Hung looked at the time and continued, Let's go back first and go to Nataliai City later. Go today? Shannara was curious. Everything here has been told, and Minnie will notify us if there is anything. Wu Hung said directly. Okay. Shannara nodded to show that she understood. Wu Hung grabbed her arm and released teleportation to return to the island owner's mansion. After returning to the island owner's mansion, after telling the maid, Wu Hung opened mansion spell and let Shannara go in. Then he put on train conductor's hat and boarded the ghost train. Chapter 932. The train reappeared and had arrived outside the city of Nataliai. Dense woods blocked the view. The sky was already dark, and it was even darker in the dense woods. Wu Hung got off the train, found a tree to relieve himself, and then released his 3 ghosts. The 3 souls flew into the air, looked around, and Xiao Xiao quickly flew down and pointed in a direction. Uncle, the city is over there. Wu Hung nodded, crossed the woods, and walked in the direction he pointed. The 3 ghosts followed on both sides, and Xiao Xiao said, Uncle, can we control the puppets to play with them then? It's okay to wear a hood. Wu Hung replied. Then he said, This place is not as good as Treasure Island. There is nothing to do. Glinda said, You can go around. After such a long time of reconstruction, the commercial street should have been restored. Xiao Xiao followed and agreed, I can buy some things for my mother. The bard shops here are better than those in Treasure Island. The bards in Treasure Island are all from outside. Few local residents can read. Glinda said. As they walked and talked, Wu Hung walked out of the dense forest. There was a dirt road in front of him. Looking forward along the dirt road, he could see the location of Nidal City. He took out the motorcycle and sat on it. The engine hummed. A cloud of dust was raised. Nidal City, the city lord's mansion. The 5th princess, who had finished training, took the towel handed over by the maid and wiped the sweat from her forehead. She sighed softly, took out a pile of documents from the space ring, sat down in the courtyard and began to read. After Wu Hung became the leader, the entire Nidal City was completely stabilized. Those potential threats, and the troops stored around them all disappeared overnight, leaving only traces of their presence. My status was greatly improved after the headquarters appointed Wu Hung as the leader. Even the new elders from the headquarters would come to visit when they passed by and greet the princess. I am more respected than when my father was alive. Recently, the island has become lively. Some businessmen from all over the world have come to the island to invest. I am also formulating new support policies to keep these businessmen. In addition, there is the matter of Chief Wu Hung building a church in the city. I must also fully cooperate. Not to mention that my current status is closely related to the other party. Even when my father was there, I could not have such a close relationship with a hero. This is my opportunity, an opportunity that others cannot envy. Thinking in my heart, I suddenly saw a golden magic circle taking shape in the courtyard in the blink of an eye. Before she could take out the weapon from the space ring, she had already seen the other party's face, Island Master, Chief. The 5th princess' eyes condensed, and she exclaimed, Just now she was still thinking about the other party, and this suddenly appeared. It felt unreal that she had thought of the other party. Wu Hung smiled, reading a book. Chief, I just had dinner, and I'm here to read some information sent to me. The fifth princess stood up and saluted, and said directly. Wait a moment, I let Shannara come out too. Wu Hung said, mansion technique opened, Shannara and several skeleton attendants came out directly. The fifth princess saluted again and greeted, Sister Shannara. Privately, the two had a closer relationship. When they first occupied Nataliai City, Shannara taught her to handle many things little by little. Shannara yawned and said with a smile, Brittany, you look very healthy. As she spoke, the little maid in the room also hurried out. Seeing the two and the skeleton, she followed and saluted respectfully. The fifth princess asked, Chief, Sister Shannara, have you had dinner? Not yet, let someone prepare some. Wu Hung said. The fifth princess nodded and looked at the maid, let someone prepare dinner. Yes. The maid hurried down. The fifth princess continued, let's talk inside. Several people walked into the building together, and sat down in the living room. Without being reminded, the fifth princess introduced the development and changes in the city during this period like an official. The time was very clear, and the words were very professional. It can be seen that she has changed during this period, from a little girl who knows nothing to a city lord. After listening to the fifth princess, Wu Hung also nodded, very good, keep working hard. The fifth princess smiled after receiving the praise. Shannara asked, how is the location of the church going? The fifth princess said seriously, it has been chosen, a shop in the central area, large enough, originally a prop shop called Magic Craftsman. Prop shops have a higher threshold than all shops, and generally only large chambers of commerce can open them. Netail City was originally an important commercial channel on the sea route of the Kingdom of Yeko, and its prosperity was not even worse than the capital of the Kingdom of Yeko. The level of the building will also be higher. Shannara glanced at Wu Hung and continued, it's too late today, take us to see it tomorrow. Okay, I take you there tomorrow morning. The fifth princess nodded. At this time, the little maid came over, saluted and said, Chief, Madam Shannara, dinner is ready. Let's eat first. Shannara stood up familiarly, and walked to the dining room together. Wu Hung looked at the little maid and said, you have grown taller recently. The little maid also smiled and said, Island Master, you have become a leader, it's so fast. You also work hard, you have a chance too. Really? The little maid's eyes were full of light. Of course. Wu Hung and Shannara sat down at the dining table, and started to eat dinner. After a simple meal. Then, they sat back in the living room. The three of them drank tea for a while. The fifth princess looked over from time to time. After a pause, she said, Chief, I heard that Clifford also signed a joint defense agreement with you. Clifford is the name of the second prince. From the outside, the second prince and Ratam City signed an agreement. And Ratam City is Wu Heng's territory. From the outside, it seems that Wu Hung is supporting the second prince. Shannara glanced at the two of them, and didn't continue talking. Wu Hung said, it is true that we have signed a joint defense agreement with the second prince. There is constant war in the north, and only by doing this can the war be ended. The fifth princess raised her head, took a deep breath and said, do you want to support him to become the new king? Before, it might be difficult to help a person take back the kingdom of Yeko. Now Wu Hung is the leader. It is not a problem to break into the palace at night, and kill the eldest prince. What do you think? Wu Hung looked at her. The fifth princess lowered her head again to avoid the other's gaze, and whispered, Clifford only seeks pleasure. Even if he sits on the throne again, he will not focus on the country, and he will eventually become weak. The fifth princess looked serious, I am more suitable than him, and you promised me first, so I should be in the first place anyway. When she said the latter part, there was still a sense of anger in her tone. Shannara smiled, after all, she was still a child. Wu Hung continued, do you think you will be better than the second prince? Of course, I am better than him. I am many times better than him in schoolwork. I also work hard, and will definitely do better than him. The fifth princess raised her eyes, and glanced at this side carefully, and said softly, I am also more obedient. Wu Hung looked at her, and then said, Shannara, what do you think? Shannara sat up straight, when she heard the topic was brought to her. Seriously said, I think Brittany is more suitable for the position of king, and the second prince is entangled with the secret society, and there are rumors that he has many bad habits. In addition to being a man, he has no corpse core to sit on the position of king. Let him take the throne. It will be fine in the short term, but there will definitely be more troubles in the long run. The second prince is dead. If Wu Hung really wants to occupy the Ek Kingdom, he can only support the 5th princess. But Chanela doesn't know yet, and she is analyzing it as a serious matter. Hearing Chanela support herself, the 5th princess's eyes lit up. She cast a look that we are the best. As if Chanela didn't notice, she continued, unless you force the 2nd prince to sign a slave contract with you and become a puppet king, then his ability will not be important. The 5th princess widened her eyes. She didn't expect Chanera to say this. She also said, I can sign it, and I'm willing to do it. Chanera raised her eyebrows and looked at Wu Hung with a smile. Then I recommend Brittany. She is absolutely trustworthy and willing to learn. She is much better than the 2nd prince. Wu Hung widened his eyes. Good guy, he directly told the 5th princess about the contract. I also think highly of you. I see how you perform later, Wu Hung said with a smile. The 5th princess' eyes lit up. Okay, I can do it. Wu Hung nodded, took out a mobile phone from the space ring, and handed it to her. This is for you. Call me and Chanera if you have anything in the future. Call? What do you mean? The 5th princess looked puzzled. Chanera sat up and picked up the phone. I teach you. It's very simple. As she said that, she pulled the 5th princess to sit next to her and began to explain it to her. Having used a radio, this kind of mobile phone is actually very easy to understand. You can basically learn it after playing with it twice. In addition to some functions such as calling, taking photos, and recording videos, it is still a magical thing in this world. The 5th princess and her personal maid opened their eyes wide, full of disbelief. The sky darkened. Wu Hung returned to his bedroom, and lay on the bed waiting for a while. Chanara sent a text message, the 5th princess is back. Wu Hung got up and released teleportation to Chanara's bedroom. The two of them made a fuss on the bed for a while, and then fell asleep in each other's arms. The next day, in the morning, the carriage of the city lord's mansion arrived in front of the store, in the central area. The shop's plaque had been taken down, the door was opened, and the remaining furniture could be seen inside. Wu Hung, Chanara, and the 5th princess walked into the building together. They looked around. The hall was quite spacious, but if they wanted to use it as a church hall, they had to demolish the separate houses on both sides to make it wider. They knocked on the wall of the partition. It was a wooden wall, so it shouldn't be difficult to demolish it. After determining the location of the hall, they continued to walk inside. The houses were complete, so it was no problem for it to be a church in a city. As they were talking, there was a noise at the door. They asked the skeletons guarding the door to make way, and a middle-aged man walked up quickly. He first glanced at Wu Hung and Chanara. Both of them were wearing hoods, so they smiled and saluted. Then, he saluted the 5th princess, Your Highness. The 5th princess nodded and said, I plan to build a church here. This is the style and internal layout. You go back and plan the layout. Then, he handed the style map to the other party. The middle-aged man took it and looked at it, then nodded and said, Okay, I prepare it as soon as I get back. The 5th princess then asked, How long will it take? I can give you the complete drawings in 5 days. The 5th princess glanced at Wu Hung and said, 5 days is too long, give me the results in 3 days. The other party gritted his teeth and said, Okay, I send it to you in 3 days. Go back and prepare. The middle-aged man bowed again and turned away. The 5th princess continued, It will be ready in 3 days. I leave it to you later, just call me when it's done. Wu Hung said directly. It's impossible for him to stay for several days. After giving instructions, he was going back. Okay. Walking out of the shop, Wu Hung said, Let's go shopping in the commercial street. The 5th princess said, I have to go to the association to coordinate the decoration, so I won't accompany you. Who is in charge of the association now? Wu Hung continued. Elder Tapani and Dean Janvito. The 5th princess replied. Tell Dean Janvito that I will visit him when the time comes. Okay. The 5th princess went to the association with her attendants. Wu Hung, Chanela, and the skeleton attendant called a carriage and went to the port Commercial Street. Commercial Street. The two got off the carriage, holding hands, as intimate as a couple in love. It feels so good to be open and above board, Chanela said happily. Wu Hung smiled and said, Why care about what others think? Just as you said lightly. Chanela took his hand and swayed as they walked. They walked through one shop after another along the way. Looking around, Chanara also paid attention to the prices of goods in Nidal City. Sir, buy a bunch of flowers for your wife, a vendor said casually. Chanara's eyes lit up, and she turned around and said, Buy one. Wu Hung gave money and chose a bunch of red flowers. Another old woman came over, Buy a scarf for your wife. Shannara said, buy one? Several vendors nearby came over and enthusiastically promoted their goods. Soon there were many more things in large and small packages. Wu Hung pulled her, squeezed out of the crowd, and left quickly. For the rest of the journey, she didn't buy anything sold. Shannara held the flowers with a happy face. Ring, ring, ring. The phone rang. It was the fifth princess calling. It seemed that she was already familiar with how to use the phone. Chief. Yes, I'm here. Wu Hung replied. Master Chief, Dean Janvito wants to visit you and ask you to choose a time, as well as Tapani and the rest of the association. The voice of the fifth princess said. Wu Hung glanced at Shannara, who thought for a moment and suggested, prepare a dinner at the city lord's mansion and ask them to come together. Wu Hung nodded and said to the phone, there will be a dinner at the island lord's mansion in the evening. Just ask them to go on time. Chapter 933. Okay, I notify them immediately. The fifth princess said directly. Wu Hung thought for a moment and then said, anyway, we have to hold a banquet. You can also invite people who are helpful to you to attend. It depends on your idea. The fifth princess's grateful voice came from the other side. Thank you, my lord. Go and prepare. After hanging up the phone, he put the phone away directly. Shannara took his hand again and said, are you really going to support the fifth princess? Didn't you say that she is more reliable than the second prince? Wu Hung said. I haven't seen the second prince. I just heard some rumors. And Brittany was right next to me at the time. How can I say anything about others? Shannara said directly. I thought you two were really in love. Of course it's true. If I have to choose between the two, I will definitely choose Brittany. Shannara said with a smile. Then I listen to you. You always have a good eye. Wu Hung put his arm around her waist. The second prince is gone. He can cheat people outside, but he can never really sit on the throne. Shannara was even happier when she heard him say that. She said, let's go. There's nothing to see in front. Let's go back and get ready. As they walked back, Wu Hung sighed and said, if I had known there would be a banquet, I would have asked Minnie to bring me the dress. There was no banquet in the original plan. The dress for the banquet at home was custom made at a high cost. I haven't worn it many times. I would have brought it here earlier. Shannara looked him up and down and said, when you are not the focus yet, dressing up can only add a little aura. When you are really the center of attention, being ordinary will make you look more natural. Wu Hung said, I just feel bad. I haven't worn the dress many times. There is a real banquet, but I haven't brought it here yet. I'm holding a banquet on the island. Why don't you go? Shannara continued to ask. No, I'm afraid of strangers. Shannara almost couldn't breathe and didn't continue. She also held several banquets on the island, entertaining some representatives of the Chamber of Commerce on the island at that time. He didn't go when he was asked to go. Now he still complains about not having a banquet to attend. Walking back along the road, he saw 3 figures, 2 adults and 1 child, coming towards him. The 2 adults were wearing leather armor, long pants, and hoods on their heads. The child in the middle was wearing a blue sportswear and a small hood. At a glance, it was obvious that it was his 3 ghosts, controlling the puppets to go shopping. When he went to check the address of the church, he didn't bring them with him. There was nothing else to do, so he let them go out to play by themselves. Xiao Xiao, Shannara said, pulling her hand out. The 3 people on the opposite side also saw the 2 of them, and were slightly stunned. Glinda and Benny looked at the 2 of them, and Xiao Xiao ran over. Uncle, give us some money. Wu Hung said, don't you have pocket money? We don't spend it at home. Xiao Xiao said. Wu Hung took out a purse from the space ring. Let your Aunt Glinda take it. Children holding money are easy to be targeted. Oh, okay. Xiao Xiao took the money happily. Just turning around and about to leave, Wu Hung continued, there will be a banquet at the city lord's mansion tonight. Come back early. Wow, there is a banquet. Then we will go back early. Xiao Xiao agreed happily and ran back to Glinda and Benny. The other 2 waved and took Xiao Xiao into a shop nearby. They have a very good relationship, Shannara said. Xiao Xiao plays well with anyone. As they talked, they got on a carriage parked on the roadside and returned directly to the city lord's mansion. In the afternoon, the city lord's mansion began to get busy. The entire building began to be cleaned again, and the flags and paintings in the living room were replaced, basically related to the association and Treasure Island. Wait until the sky gradually darkened. The crystal lamp in the living room shone brightly. The long dining table with a blue and white table flag was already filled with rich delicacies and wine. Several maids were still constantly bringing food to the table, which was extremely rich. The 5th princess wore a gorgeous evening dress with a sapphire blue background and intricate patterns outlined by gold thread embroidered on it. At the collar, her skin was as white as snow, with a blue gem. She looked more mature than before. Next to the fifth princess was Shannara, who was dressed in light blue. She looked beautiful and mature, and kept a faint smile. She was not dressed too grandly, and it seemed that all the gorgeous clothes were placed on the fifth princess. As time passed, carriages entered the courtyard one after another, and important personnel of the association and representatives of the local chamber of commerce got off the carriages. She straightened her clothes and walked towards the door. Being invited to a hero's banquet is not a treatment that ordinary people can have, even some kings and princes. Everyone who came was very excited and prepared heavy gifts. Your Highness, who is the leader of Wu Hung? Several businessmen walked over together. The fifth princess smiled and said, the leader is talking to someone upstairs. Everyone looked at each other, and one of them took out a gift box. After opening it, there was a white pearl the size of a goose egg. Your Highness, I went out to sea with the ship a few days ago, and got a rare white pearl, which just matches your noble temperament. The first person spoke, and the others spoke one after another. Your Highness, I also have a frost moon crystal here, you will definitely like it. I brought the dragon blood fruit, which will be of great help to your promotion. The fifth princess still kept smiling, you are too polite, just send it over there, and someone will register it then. Okay. Everyone took the gifts and walked to the other side. The fifth princess said to Shannara, they spent a lot of money. My father's birthday is just like this. Shannara smiled and said, they are just businessmen. If you invite some kings or clan leaders, they can give better things. Not everyone has the opportunity to attend the hero's banquet. You are right. Shannara continued, use the name of the leader to make more connections for yourself. Yes. The fifth princess nodded again. The two chatted in a low voice, and their eyes fell on the door at the same time. Two figures walked in. Their eyes were fixed at the same time. The priest of the church. The fifth princess immediately said, the leader is called Nasir, an 18th level priest, and the woman is Adrian, who is a little lower in level. They are all clergy of the association. I didn't invite them. The two walked in and saluted slightly, Your Highness. The fifth princess smiled and said, Priest Nasir, welcome. During the investigation team, I had the honor to investigate with Chief Wu Hung, and I came here to join in the fun this time. Nasir said. The fifth princess raised her eyebrows. It didn't sound like they were here to cause trouble. Moreover, it was not rational for a priest to cause trouble for the hero. You're welcome. Please come in. The fifth princess continued. The priestess glanced at the many men and women in the hall and asked, Princess, who is the chief? The fifth princess still answered, the chief is still upstairs, and will be there when the banquet starts. Okay. The two priests nodded and walked directly into the hall. Immediately, some people from the association came up and talked to them. Shannara looked back, took out her mobile phone, and sent a message to Wu Hung telling him that two priests had come. Judging from their words and attitude, they didn't seem to be here to cause trouble. In the study upstairs, Wu Hung looked at the text messages on his mobile phone and turned it off again. Sitting opposite were the elf elder Tapani and the old wizard Janvito, who had been chatting for a while. Tapani said with emotion, in just a few months, you have become a hero. Janvito took a sip from the teacup. Right, some people have lived so long and are still elders. Tapani glared at him. Wu Hung has become a hero. What are you bragging about? Wu Hung said, I just have some opportunities, and my real strength is not high. Being a hero means everything, and nothing else matters. Tapani said, and then continued to ask, the fifth princess said you built a church in the city? Hero Hall, builded by trial and error first. Wu Hung said. John Vito asked curiously, the Vatican. I have reported to the headquarters, and there is no problem with the process. Wu Hung said casually. The two saw that he knew what was going on, so they didn't say anything more. Tapani looked at John Vito and said with a smile, you old man, you hesitated at the time and didn't accept Wu Hung as your apprentice. Now you must be regretting it. When someone mentioned this, Gianvito's face showed a little embarrassment, and he said, if I accepted him as my apprentice, it might have affected his promotion. Now it's also good. You said it easily, I'm afraid you have regretted it for a long time. I don't want to talk to you, you sword-wielding guy. Wu Hung listened to the two of them, and continued to ask, is the investigation of the kingdom of Yeko still going on? The two stubborn people looked at each other at the same time, and Tapani said, it is still going on, but an archbishop of the Holy See is investigating. After the leader went back, there was basically no progress. Wu Hung asked directly, is there any problem with the eldest prince? Tapani took another sip of tea. There must be a problem. It depends on how it is determined in the end, but I feel that the headquarters should not have the idea of replacing him. That's right. If the association wanted to replace the eldest prince, it would have done it long ago, and there would be no need to wait until now for a result. It is estimated that they are optimistic about the eldest prince. Let him cut off contact with other sects, and continue to manage the kingdom of Yeko. The two people on the opposite side did not want to reveal too much. In the royal family dispute of the kingdom of Yeko, Wu Heng, the fifth princess, and the second prince are all related. If he says too much, it will easily cause trouble for himself. Wu Heng did not ask any more questions. His eyes fell on Jan Vito, Dean. Jan Vito narrowed his eyes, and said vigilantly, I don't care about these things. Just ask Tapani. What are you thinking about? Wu Heng said with a smile, Do you have any skill books? Lend me a few to have a look. You are a member of the undead faction. Why do you ask me to lend you skilled books? Jan Vito asked back. To arm your brain. Wu Heng replied. Jan Vito thought for a while, and then said, I can lend you the skill book to have a look, but I have a request. You say. Wu Heng said seriously. You join our Magic Research Society, and at the same time prepare a place for me in Treasure Island as the venue for our Magic Research Society. Jan Vito said directly. Before, when I heard that Wu Heng became a hero, I wanted to write a letter to tell him about this matter. It seems a bit too attentive to write a letter immediately after learning that the other party has become a hero, so the letter was not sent out. Now it is just right, the other party mentioned this matter, and I can also say it out. Wu Heng glanced at the other party. Last time he took the initiative to join, Jan Vito still had to think about it. After becoming a hero, he took the initiative to let himself in. He thought carefully in his heart and said, Okay, I also have a strong interest in magic knowledge. Okay, then I will notify them and arrange for people to go to Treasure Island to deal with this matter. You can look at the skill books of the Research Association at will. Wu Heng nodded and said yes. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Chief, the guests are almost here. Okay, I go down now. Wu Heng said, and then looked at the two people opposite and said, Elder Dean, everyone is here, let's not spoil everyone's interest, let's go down early. The two nodded and walked downstairs together. The three of them went downstairs. The hall was noisy. Looking around, they were all men and women dressed differently, and dressed up in luxury. And the stairs? When the three came down from upstairs, the guests in the inner hall glanced at them casually, but they couldn't take their eyes off them, and their eyes were fixed on the three people. They all knew Tapani and Jan Vito, and the other one. The hall was quiet, and everyone looked at them like this. The fifth princess stood up and saluted slightly. Leader. Voila! Everyone's eyes instantly became excited, stretched their necks to look again, and followed the salute. They shouted in a mess, Leader. Wu Heng glanced at everyone, and also looked at the two priests not far away. He remembered the male priest, and he had participated in the investigation team together. He retracted his gaze and said with a smile, Okay, everyone is here to attend the banquet, so be casual and eat first. After that, he took Tapani and Jan Vito to sit down at the upper seat. The rest of the people followed suit. Wu Heng raised his glass and gestured to the people below. The hall was noisy again, and the banquet officially began. After a few glasses of fruit wine, the fifth princess began to bring some local officials and representatives of the Chamber of Commerce to toast and send some gifts. Especially the women brought by some dignitaries, who intentionally or unintentionally expressed some charming expressions. And those dignitaries, as if they didn't see it, continued to introduce themselves and the Chamber of Commerce. Chief Wu Heng. Two priests came over and saluted slightly. Priest Nasir. Wu Heng also smiled. He didn't get along well with the Holy See, but he had fought with Nasir after all, and Wu Heng had saved his life. Nasir introduced the person beside him. This is Priest Adrian. She is stationed here with me. Master Chief. The priestess saluted. Hello. Nasir sat down and said softly, Master Chief, are you going to build a church in the city? Sure enough, the topic still came to this. Chapter 934. Whether it is Elder Tapani or the priest in front of him, they are more concerned about the building of the church in the city. When the other party mentioned this matter, Wu Heng said directly, Hero Hall, after reaching the hero, you need to build this kind of church. Priest Nasir nodded calmly. I will write to the Holy Church about the construction of a new church in Italii City. Please don't blame me, sir. Wu Heng was not afraid of these things, and there was nothing wrong with the other party's attitude. At least he told me in advance. It's okay. I have reported to the headquarters, and it belongs to a normal sect. Wu Hung smiled and said jokingly, "Are you interested in coming to me? I will let you be the archbishop." Nasir's expression was solemn, and he made a gesture of praying to the Holy See, and said seriously, "I have a pious faith in the Lord, and the leader should not make such a joke." The contradiction between the Holy See and Wu Hung is relatively vague to the outside world. There was no direct public news of the Pope's murder, but based on the battle on Treasure Island, the announcement of the association, and the replacement of the Pope in the Holy Church, some professionals who were holding more intelligence could still infer some things. Most people, including those in the Holy See, actually didn't know that the Pope had been killed by Wu Hung. Wu Hung nodded and didn't say much. Nasir continued to ask, "What is the name of the leader sect?" "Lingqi sect. When it is built, I invite you to visit." Wu Hung replied with a smile. "I also have some experience in the construction of the church. Maybe I can give you some suggestions." "That's even better." The two chatted casually, and their relationship was actually pretty good. The priestess sitting behind Nasir looked at him curiously, as if she was full of curiosity about Wu Hung. When the two finished the topic at hand, the priestess suddenly said, "Master, your great detective story is described in a wonderful and detailed way. You really have a talent different from ordinary people." Everyone nearby looked over. The great detective story is a bestseller in Emerald Sea, and it also has many female admirers. It seems that the priestess present is one of them. Wu Hung set his eyes on the priestess again. She was about 30 years old, with a gentle appearance and a mature feeling. He glanced at her and replied, "These are all things in the past. Later, I became a professional and had various props, so it was not as troublesome as before. The great detective story was copied from modern novels. Now that it has been announced, the drama must go on. After all, we still need to collect faith later, and we can't let the character collapse at this time." Nasir also said, "It is also because of this story that the investigation of Nitalii City was led by Chief Wu Hung." Many people who were listening to the conversation also cast their eyes. Sure enough, everything in the story is true. When there is no profession, it is so powerful, and it seems that nothing is impossible to become a hero quickly. Under the flattery of everyone, Wu Hung specifically talked about the auction held on the island a few days ago, and introduced the newly opened entertainment city. There are also many businessmen and dignitaries here, which is also an opportunity for publicity. Everyone also listened carefully, and said that they would go to the island to see what the entertainment city looks like when they have time. As he was talking here, Wu Hung saw a young and handsome Chamber of Commerce representative, who, under the encouragement of his companions, walked straight to where Shannara was, with one hand behind his back and a red wine glass in the other. He bowed gracefully, leaned over gently, and said something. Shannara smiled apologetically, and shook her head. The young representative left somewhat frustrated, and another person from the previous companion, who had been cheering, walked toward Shannara. He was still rejected, and returned to his companion's position. It was like the rich kids eyeing a beautiful girl. Shannara's appearance was already top-notch in the restaurant, mature and beautiful, and of high status. To be able to hook her up was to gain both wealth and beauty. Wu Hung waved his hand, and the little maid beside him walked over quickly. "Chief, what do you want?" "Call Madame Shannara over. I introduce her to the elders and the dean," Wu Hung said. The little maid turned and left, and walked to Shannara to pass on the message. Shannara turned her head and looked over, holding a wine glass, and walked over. "Chief, elders, Dean Janvito." Wu Hung smiled and said, "Sit here." After Shannara sat down, the young and wealthy Chamber of Commerce representatives looked over here, with a look of disappointment, but did not continue to follow. Wu Hung continued, "Elder Shannara provided many valuable suggestions for the development of Treasure Island." Everyone nodded. Treasure Island's business is indeed quite famous. In addition to the things designed by Wu Hung, it seems that the operating model was provided by Shannara. Elder Shannara, who was originally in charge of the Starflower Chamber of Commerce, naturally has a good vision in business. Elder Tapani echoed on the side. "You're welcome. When pirates were rampant in the Emerald Sea, the Starflower Chamber of Commerce received help from Chief Wu Hung, so I'm just doing what I can." Shannara's tone was still polite. After a few people chatted for a while, the dinner was cancelled. But the conversation continued. The dignitaries were keen on this kind of activity, not just for entertainment and killing time. Exchange of interests, expansion of personal connections, and increase of intelligence. These are the purposes of this kind of group activity. Of course, some romantic encounters at the banquet are not excluded. Granada always mentioned the rumors of the nobles' ridiculous dances, especially some special dances, in the corridors and courtyards, all of which were dignitaries who released their passion after seeing each other. Wu Hung was not surprised to hear this. because there are also such rumors in modern society, but they have changed their names. Ring, ring, ring. After chatting for a while, the phone rang. Everyone shut up and looked curiously at the strange object in his hand that made the sound. Wu Heng smiled and said, "You guys chat, I go upstairs to take care of something." After that, she left her seat and walked upstairs under the gaze of everyone. On the way, she also saw the 3 ghosts of the puppets she controlled, standing on the edge of the 2nd floor looking down and waving at her. Wu Heng nodded and walked to the study on the 2nd floor. The door was closed, isolating the noise outside. After answering the video call, Wen Sha, a red-haired, fair-faced and mature woman, appeared on the other side. "Master," Wen Sha called like a spoiled child. "Well, have you had dinner?" Wu Heng also smiled. Wen Sha said, "I just finished eating and fed the baby, so I thought I would call you to chat." "I miss you too." Wen Sha's smile became brighter, and then she said, "Master, the location of the church has been selected, 2 in the outer city and 1 in the inner city, and the building specifications are sufficient. The structure of Rentam City is relatively complex, divided into 3 urban areas: inner city, outer city, and outside the city. The outer city is divided into east, west, south, and north, and orcs and humans live separately according to different groups. When Sha decided on 2 churches for the outer city, and the 2 cities should share one, but it is also possible. The area of the inner city is reduced, and 1 church is enough." Wu Heng thought for a while and said, "Orcs are tall, and the decoration drawings I gave you may not be suitable for orcs. You can arrange for local designers to adjust them. Orc women are more than 2 meters tall, and men are more than 3 meters tall. The design drawings of Treasure Island are suitable for Innertail City, but they are completely unsuitable for Rentam City with orc residents. Of course, it is not difficult to change it. Okay, I arranged for the designer to modify it." When Sha continued, "But it's winter in Rentam City, and it's still snowing outside. We can only wait until it warms up to decorate the church. Don't worry, use this time to make good preparations, and choose the location for the church in other cities." Wu Heng said, "I understand, I will definitely handle it for you." When Sha replied seriously. Wu Heng told her that after becoming a hero, the next step of promotion is related to the church. Therefore, the construction of the church must be done well, so as not to delay Wu Heng's business. Whether it is Wen Sha or her newborn daughter, the biggest support is Wu Heng. "Well, take your time, there's no rush," Wu Heng said with a smile. It was a bit noisy outside Wu Heng's side, and the 2 chatted for a few words before hanging up the phone. Leaning back on the chair, he began to think about this matter. Wen Sha's church site in Rentam City has also been selected. It should be easier to build and spread the doctrine than the 5th princess's side. After all, it is still quite chaotic over there. The orc ancestors of the orcs believe and do not have a church of the church. In addition to his foundation over there, it should not be difficult to spread the doctrine. Thinking of this, Wu Heng even felt that priests and nuns could be trained among the orcs. At least, he didn't have to worry that the other party was an undercover arranged by the church. No, the traditional orcs have huge mouths and fangs. According to the development direction that Shannara helped him set, the current church priests and nuns should be more casual in appearance. The aesthetics of orcs are different from those of other races, and some orc clergy can be used locally. It is difficult to use it outside, but the fox people or rabbit people, this half-orc race, can be arranged in. Andweir is the young patriarch of the fox people. She already has a trust foundation and a gentle personality. She is more suitable for the positions of priests and nuns. Those with higher ranks and higher cultural levels can be priests, and those with lower ranks can be nuns first. I didn't think of this before. It seems that the selection of my own clergy is not difficult." He picked up the teacup and took a sip. Wu Heng looked at the door. 2 or 3 seconds later, there was a knock on the door and a woman's voice. "Chief, are you in the room?" Wu Heng frowned, recalling the identity of the voice. "Come in." The door opened, and the priestess wearing a priest hat and robe walked in with a smile on her face. "Master Chief." The priestess who talked to him at the banquet. "What do you want to talk to me about?" Wu Heng gestured to her to sit down. He was curious. What did she, an ordinary priest of the association, come to him for? She actually came to him alone. "Thank you, Master Chief." The priestess came forward and sat down opposite. As he got closer, Wu Heng could smell the fragrance emanating from her body, the kind of fragrance that would appear on a noble lady. After the priestess sat down, she forced a smile on her face and said, "Master Chief, didn't you want to recruit a new priest just now? I admire you very much. and I also feel that Lingqi is more suitable for me. As she said this, a pair of bright eyes seemed to be observing his expression. Hearing this, Wu Heng suddenly felt a little surprised. At the banquet, he invited the priest Nasir, knowing that he would not come, and deliberately made a joke with him. The power of the priest comes from faith. If he betrays his faith, his power will disappear. Moreover, Wu Heng's relationship with the church is now rather rigid. The association is trying to ease the conflict between the two sides, and he has to arrange the construction of the church. He will not be stupid enough to poach people from the church. The priest in front of him is very young and has a high status in the church. Just because of a casual remark he made at the banquet, he wants to join the newly established sect? Is he really a fan of his book? But it feels a little wrong. Can the priest change sects? Various thoughts flashed through his mind, but he still didn't understand the other party's purpose. He shook his head and declined. The priest should still be firm in his faith. I refused directly, and then I saw the priestess suddenly take off her priest hat, and her long hair fell like a waterfall. The other party continued, I worship the leader, you can do anything to me, you can do it here, or I can come to you at night, as long as I can be with you, I am willing to redefine my faith for you. As she spoke, a faint fragrance came from her body, which made Wu Heng's heart sway. A solemn and serious priest suddenly said such words. Wu Heng suddenly thought of some movies he had watched before, where the serious priests on weekdays were unusually bold and private, looking up and opening their mouths, longing for the holy dew. Also, I rushed to Rantan City, and the nuns in the wild church wearing gauze. Various thoughts flashed through his mind. Wu Heng still looked at the other party, and said with a smile, I am a hero, your aphrodisiac means don't work on me, tell me your purpose, you are of a high level, you should know that you can't kill me. Oh! Lord Chief, you are not as lustful as the rumors say. The corners of the priestess' mouth slightly raised, revealing a smile that did not belong to a priest. Under the bright light, it seemed that she was not the same person as the priest at the banquet. And that look, there was no respect for the hero, but a look of hatred and revenge. You are not a priest? Wu Heng looked at the other party. The priestess took 2 steps back and said calmly, Wu Heng, I will stare at you until you are ruined and killed by other heroes. After that, she tore open her clothes with force, opened the door and screamed, Lord Nasir, save me. Crack. The clicks of dislocated bones exploded one after another. The priestess' neck and limbs were twisted into a knot in an instant. The body also collapsed straight on the ground. Wu Heng looked at the body on the ground, and his pupils shrank suddenly. Chapter 935. The overhead light casts eerie shadows on the corpse, and the twisted corpse lies on the ground without a breath. All the other party's movements are done in one go. Even if the neck is broken, there is no hesitation. His brows are still tightly furrowed. Wu Heng walked over and looked down at the corpse. The skin began to turn gray quickly, and corpse spots appeared on the skin. Putting his hand on the skin of the corpse, he can feel the residual undead energy. According to his understanding of the corpse, this body has been dead for a long time. A skill quickly flashed through Wu Heng's mind, the ghosts steal flesh. Grinda also has this skill, which can parasitize the dead body. After the parasitism is successful, he can have control of the body. This is because he learned that a banquet was held in the city lord's mansion, and he borrowed this body to frame himself. The idea quickly emerged from his mind. The footsteps at the door were getting closer and closer. The door was pushed open, and 3 ghost dolls were watching the fun on the 2nd floor. Entering the room, I saw the body of the priestess lying on the ground. Her hair was disheveled, her collar was violently torn open, and the pendant representing the church also fell at the door. Her head and limbs were twisted into a twist in an exaggerated way. It was obvious that she was dead. The ghosts looked at Wu Heng in surprise and suspicion. Glinda was the first to react. What's going on? Twisting the neck is obviously the ghost's way of killing. And the 3 of them were outside just now, so Wu Heng couldn't have a 4th ghost to kill. There is obviously something wrong here. Wu Heng said. After she came in, she committed suicide directly. I suspect that the ghost used the stealing body. Ghost? Didn't you see it? Wu Heng shook his head. Not yet. Granada, check if there are any ghosts in the sky above the city lord's mansion. Benny stares at the interior of the city lord's mansion. Xiao follows me. Okay. The 3 ghosts responded. They separated from the puppets and separated as ghosts according to Wu Heng's orders. Wu Heng put the puppets into the space ring. More footsteps came from the corridor, and the guests attending the banquet below were also attracted by the shouts just now. The 5th princess in the sapphire blue dress, who rushed and first saw the corpse on the ground, her eyes widened instantly, surprised, suspicious, and confused. Behind the 5th princess were Shannara, Elder Tapani, Old Mage Janvito, Priest Nasir, and many other guests. The people in front looked at the scene in front of them in horror, while the people in the back, some tiptoed to look around, and some whispered to ask what happened. Priest Nasir squeezed the people in front, and picked up the corpse on the ground. After a careful inspection, I felt a chill in my heart. She was completely dead. Even though the priestess was of a high rank, this injury was enough to kill her. He looked up again, his eyes full of resentment. Captain Wu Hung, what did she do to offend you? You actually want to kill her. At the banquet, the priestess clearly stated that she was a fan of Wu Heng's books. And now, she died here in dishevel. She is not a priestess. She followed me up, tore her clothes, and died here. Wu Hung said seriously. Suicide? Nasir said angrily. Wu Hung, do you think we are all fools? Can suicide break your own neck? Everyone looked at Wu Hung. How could a person break his own neck and limbs? Moreover, it was more like a common way of killing used by ghosts than suicide. In addition, the corpse's torn clothes and the call for help just now made it easy to guess what happened. Nasir, don't worry. Elder Tapani walked out of the crowd and said. Then, he looked at Wu Hung again and said, Leader Wu Hung, can the person be saved? In the Battle of Nidal City, some dead teammates were saved by Wu Hung using the resurrection technique. According to the current time, the body can still be saved. Everyone looked at him, waiting for his action. Wu Hung shook his head. I checked, the person has been dead for a while, and has been corroded by the power of the dead, and the resurrection technique has no effect. Nasir, who just felt hope, frowned again. And the crowd suddenly became noisy. The person died in the study, and the body could not be resurrected, corroded by the power of the dead. There is no way to even ask the corpse. This is obviously a problem. Even Wu Hung felt that he had done it after saying this. Humph! The priest Nasir snorted coldly. The leader is very clever. Now the person is dead and can't be saved. You can say anything. Wu Heng's expression was also serious, and he said, Aren't you a priest? I said I didn't tell the truth, can't you see it? The priest has the ability to distinguish lies. You are a hero, who can tell if you are lying? Nasir asked back. The guests in the back were also very nervous at this time. Attending a banquet, I originally wanted to make friends with heroes, but who would have thought that I would encounter such a thing? The hero killed the priest of the church. Can they listen to these things? Will he kill himself to silence him? For a moment, no one looked out, and even stepped back, keeping some distance. Listen to what you should listen to, and don't listen to what you shouldn't listen to. Hearing the sarcasm in Nasir's words, Wu Hung said, I have no reason to kill her. You should know this. I suspect she is possessed by a ghost to destroy the relationship between me and the church. So, you plan to push it to another necromancer? Nasir's eyes were full of disbelief and anger. Wu Hung narrowed his eyes, and said coldly, Nasir, calm down. I am a hero. Do you know what this means? I want to kill her, and you can't even see the body. Will I wait for you to come over, see this body, and then suspect me? As soon as these words came out, the scene fell silent instantly. For Wu Heng's identity, this is indeed right. There is no shortage of women around him, and the priestess in front of him is indeed not outstanding in appearance. The only thing that can be shown is the identity of a clergyman. In the crowd, a dwarf investigator said, It is not ruled out that the priestess shouted for help and killed her by mistake. Chanela said, Your idea is untenable, and the leader Wu Hung does not need to kill her because of this matter, and put himself in a passive position. The discussion was a bit chaotic. The old wizard Janvito said, Leader Wu Hung, can you please tell me the story again? He did not believe that Wu Hung would do such a thing. Wu Hung nodded, and told the whole story of the other party following him after he left. Everyone heard that the priestess wanted to join Wu Heng's sect, and tried to seduce Wu Hung, but committed suicide when she failed to achieve her goal. I felt even more confused. After Wu Hung finished speaking, he analyzed and said, The body is here. Those of you who know about the body can check it out. This body has already appeared corpse spots, and the death time is longer, which means that she was dead before the banquet started. This alone can prove that what I said is correct. The priest Nasir checked the skin of the body, narrowed his eyes slightly, raised his head again, and said, Whatever you say, can I take people away? No. Why? Leader Wu Hung, do you still want to kill all of us? Nasir's words were still hostile. It was completely different from his attitude at the banquet. He didn't take action directly because Wu Hung was the leader, and he had no chance of winning. Wu Hung said, I suspect that the person who framed me may still be here. I need to question him. After the questioning, you can leave on your own. Hearing Wu Hung agree to leave, Many people slowly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the conflict does not continue to intensify, just kill them all. No one spoke. Wu Hung continued, Brittany, gather everyone together and record their occupations and identities. Elder Tapani and Priest Nasir, you two will question them one by one and identify the lies. What do you ask? Tapani asked. There are mainly two questions. Whether the occupation is a necromancer, and whether it has anything to do with the matter of framing me. Wu Hung said directly. Master Leader, can we leave after cooperating? Someone in the crowd shouted. Wu Hung glanced at the other party and said, No problem, you can leave. Tapani nodded and said, The people of the association organize the order. Everyone returned to the banquet hall. No one is allowed to leave. Anyone who leaves without permission will be wanted tomorrow. Everyone had no choice but to go downstairs together. Nasir picked up the body and went downstairs without looking at Wu Hung. Everyone left, and Benny showed up. I didn't find anything special. Will it run away? After the other party framed me, they are not curious about the effect? You continue to stare at the people in the hall. If there is no necromancer, the ghost may still be attached to someone. Wu Hung said. Okay. Benny nodded and went downstairs to continue staring at those people. Wu Hung sat on the chair and began to think about this matter in his mind. At the banquet, he thought the other party was a fan of his book and asked him a lot of questions. Later, he went upstairs and mentioned that he wanted to join his sect, so he should be vigilant. The confidence after becoming a hero made him neglect some low-level professionals. After failing to throw herself into his arms, she died in front of him in this way. At this point, it seemed that the other party had achieved his goal. Knowing that she had no ability to kill him, and knowing that her relationship with the church was fragile, a priestess died here in an extremely humiliating way. Seeing so many people, the church would never let it go. In particular, the words she said before her death were to ruin her reputation and let others kill her. When did he have such an enemy? Why did the other party do this? Thinking quickly in his mind, he listed the enemies who might do this. Enemies who have a grudge against me, such as the Secret Order, the remaining pirates, and the members of the cult. Or, the people of the eldest prince. I supported the fifth princess and the second prince, so it is reasonable for the other party to do such a thing at the fifth princess's banquet. The Holy See restrained me, so I had no time to deal with his affairs. The third one, the Holy See. The Pope died on the Treasure Island. After investigation, it was found that the Holy See was completely wrong. The association intervened, and could not directly seek revenge on me. Arranging a clergyman to die here is a perfect reason. Using the sacrifice of the priestess in exchange for a reason to start a war, the Holy See should not go this far. Now that I think about it, I have quite a few enemies. Others say that I upgrade quickly. If I am slower, I am afraid I will die miserably. Uncle, are you okay? Xiao Xiao asked on the side. Wu Hung smiled and said, It's okay, just some insignificant trouble. Xiao Xiao nodded. Uncle, let's go back to Treasure Island. It's more comfortable there. This feeling of being slandered made Xiao Xiao feel very uncomfortable. Especially, I don't know who the other party is. All the evidence points to me. My uncle has obviously not done anything bad, but no one believes them. Don't worry, I'm also a little curious about the other party's purpose. Wu Hung comforted softly. Although I feel a little depressed about being slandered, it's nothing. I have seen a lot along the way, so this kind of thing is not lethal. Things that don't threaten life are insignificant. As she spoke, the fifth princess came back and said, Leader, Elder Tapani, has questioned all the people and found no suspicious people. Many people want to leave. Wu Hung also stood up and said, Let's go and take a look. If there's nothing wrong, let them go. The fifth princess followed behind her, saying with some self-blame, I'm sorry, if we hadn't held this banquet, this wouldn't have happened. She didn't believe that Wu Hung was the murderer of the priest. How could a person who was meticulous and solved various cases make such a mistake? Even if he killed someone, he wouldn't choose such a place and leave so many obvious clues. Wu Hung stopped, turned around and touched her head, saying, He is targeting me. If he doesn't come out this time, he will use other methods. It has nothing to do with you. Don't you blame me? Why blame you? It has nothing to do with you. Wu Hung said directly. The fifth princess nodded, with some tears in her eyes. The two went downstairs, and everyone stood anxiously in the hall. Seeing Wu Hung come out, the noisy hall suddenly became quiet. Tapani said, I asked everyone, including the maid and the cook, and no one had anything to do with this matter. Chief, it's getting late, when can we leave? A young businessman asked in the crowd. He lowered his head again, with a guilty conscience. Wu Hung glanced at everyone, took out a bronze bell, and dropped it to the ground with a thud. Holy bell, after ringing, it drives away evil and avoids disasters. The priest Nasir's eyes were all fixed, obviously recognizing this strange object. Wu Hung didn't say much, and directly rang the bronze bell. The huge bell sounded in the room, and everyone below was stunned, but there was no change. Arrange a carriage for them, and go back. Not seeing the ghosts being driven away, Wu Hung let these people leave. People showed joy on their faces, and walked out one after another. Wu Hung said to the people from the association, "Elder Tapani, I need the association to perform an autopsy to determine the time of death of the body to prove my innocence. The meaning is very simple. If the time of death of the body is before the banquet, it means that Wu Hung has no problem." Tapani said, "Okay, I will arrange it." Priest Nasir said, "Nothing, I will leave too, and this matter will be fully reported to the temple." "Well, let's go." Wu Hung nodded. The people from the association also left. Outside the city lord's mansion. On the second floor of the building across the street, behind the dark window, a pair of eyes watched the carriages leaving one after another. He quickly returned to the room and said to the magic soul pot, "My queen, the banquet is over." Chapter 936. The demon soul pot in the corner responded weakly, "Is there anything wrong?" The man looked out the window again and said, "It seems that nothing has changed. It seems that all the people who attended the banquet have left and are leaving in a hurry." The demon soul pot was silent for a while, and then said, "He will definitely conduct a thorough search. It is not convenient for me to go out. Find a way to take me out of the city tomorrow." "Yes, my lady." The man gritted his teeth and answered, "Framing a hero. This is something he never dreamed of, but it has happened and nothing can be changed. It can only be carried out according to the arrangements of the lady of the ancient kingdom." The demon soul pot fell into silence. The man closed the doors and windows and lay on the bed in the room with a tense mind. With his eyes open, he listened carefully to the movement outside. In the carriage leaving the city lord's mansion, the light stone hung on the top and swayed gently with the carriage. The elder Tapani, the old wizard Janvito, and the priest Nasir returned in the same carriage. They had to go to the association first to perform an autopsy on the body. The original intention of the banquet was that Wu Hung would come back to see his former comrades after becoming a hero. Tapani and others were naturally willing to have a good relationship with a hero, especially his way of becoming a hero quickly and solving the problem of reputation. But I didn't expect that this would happen. There was a little silence in the carriage, and Tapani said, "Nasir, what do you think?" Nasir raised his head, and under the light of the light stone, he could see the anger in his eyes. "It doesn't matter what I think, I will report this matter to the temple truthfully, and how to deal with it will depend on the temple's opinion." None of the three people in the car thought that Wu Hung would do such a thing after becoming the leader. The higher the level of the profession, the stronger the self-discipline and self-control. Just like he said at the scene, if they really wanted to kill someone, they couldn't even see the corpse. Moreover, they have become heroes, so why would they lack women? At the banquet they held, they raped a priestess? The possibility is very small. But the situation at the scene is there, the priestess's clothes are in disarray, and the corpse cannot be interrogated or resurrected. The evidence at the scene, and the profession of the murderer, all point to Wu Hung, who was present, which is also a fact. The old wizard Janvito habitually touched his beard, sighed and said, "You also know the relationship between Wu Hung and the Holy See. Before this matter is concluded, it may make the situation more. That is the association's business." Nasir interrupted the other party and continued, "The newly appointed priest died here. I can't delay it." Tapani and Janvito looked at each other and sighed softly. There were so many people at the scene, and they were all representatives of the Chamber of Commerce. The news would spread everywhere very quickly. It would be impossible to hide it. Delaying the reporting time would only make things more difficult. Janvito continued, "I mean, you should report after the autopsy of the body is confirmed. Is there any point in autopsy? The body is possessed by ghosts, and cannot be resurrected. Who can say that necromancy does not accelerate the decay of the body? You can do an autopsy if you want, but my first report must be sent out at night," Nasir said firmly. Tapani nodded, "You write 2 reports, one to the temple and one to the headquarters." "Okay, rest assured that I will report today's incident truthfully," Nasir continued. The two chatted while the carriage stopped at the door of the association. The local association has also been powered on, and the lights inside are bright. Walking into the hall, 2 waiting corridors came over and saluted, "Elder Dean." Tapani said, "There is a body here. You should perform the autopsy as soon as possible. I want to see the report before midnight." The priest Nasir took out the body, and when the carpet was opened, revealing the disheveled body of the priest inside, the eyes of the two coroners widened instantly. He looked at the body in disbelief, and then looked at the elders beside him. "Take it to the autopsy room, and perform the autopsy as soon as possible," Tapani said. "Yes." The two also reacted and started to act immediately. City Lord's mansion. After the guests left, some servants also went down to rest. In the study room on the second floor, only Wu Heng, Shannara, the fifth princess, and her little maid who was with her every day were left. Wu Heng recounted what happened in more detail, including the fact that he hung up the phone, the other party came to join his sect, and after being rejected, he failed to seduce and died directly in the study room. Even if you had listened to it roughly before, it was still surprising to listen to it again at this time. Shannara said, "The other party said that he would keep an eye on you until you were ruined and killed by other heroes. So the other party's purpose is very clear, and he intends to use the death of the priest to intensify the conflict between you and the church. I thought of this too. The other party is definitely not a hero. He knows that he can't kill me, so he deliberately arranged this plan," Wu Heng said. Shannara had thought of this idea when the other party died in front of her. Only this point is worth the other party's great effort to arrange this plan. So, the other party's goal has been achieved. Shannara's voice is serious. Wu Heng nodded and continued, "I want to catch the murderer in the next few days to prove my innocence, otherwise this matter will be pinned on me." Shannara took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. "If it is a ghost, you can lock the Necromancer, but you also have to consider props or strange objects. The possibility of props is somewhat low, but strange objects are indeed possible. If it is a strange object, either the effect is to kill people, or it has side effects, delaying death, or something like that. It's possible." Wu Heng looked at the fifth princess and said, "Brittany, do you have spies in the city?" The fifth princess and the little maid were also analyzing the ideas of the two. "It feels more exciting than the great detective story, slandering the hero, and causing Treasure Island and the church to go to war. What kind of shocking conspiracy is this? The person behind the scenes is so bold." "Brittany!" Shannara also shouted. "Ah!" The fifth princess reacted. Wu Heng asked again, "Are there any spies in the city?" "Two groups of spies have been recruited, one for black market information, and the other for information about shops and merchants in the city," the fifth princess replied. Wu Heng said, "Let these people collect some intelligence to see if there are any props in this area, or if there are any necromancers in the city." "Okay, I will arrange it tomorrow." The fifth princess agreed directly. Shannara continued, "There is another point. The news was notified this morning. In such a short time, the other party killed a priest. They should be familiar with the church or the local association. We can investigate this aspect." "Well, I go to the association tomorrow." Wu Heng nodded. The three of them sat together to discuss. After confirming that there was no problem, they all returned to their rooms to rest. Returned to their own bedrooms. Xiao Xiao floated aside in the form of a ghost and said, "Uncle, don't worry, we will definitely catch the bad guys." Wu Heng smiled, "We have seen all kinds of scenes." "That's right." Xiao Xiao also agreed with this statement. Before becoming a hero, they could solve all kinds of cases, not to mention that now that Wu Heng has become a hero, the three of them are all heroic spirits. The man and the soul chatted in the room for a while, and Grenda flew down from the ceiling and said, "No ghost was found. Either our guess is wrong, and the ghost's killing is just a way to frame you, or the other party is hiding directly. I feel that the second possibility is more likely. You are a hero, and the other party must be more careful." Wu Heng said, "The more cautious he is, the harder it will be for us to catch him." Grenda floated to the other side and said, "Being cautious can come up with this method to frame you." "That's right." Wu Heng nodded. Before becoming a hero, you need a ghost to follow you. After becoming a hero, your three ghosts have reached level 20, and they are not as cautious as before. In his heart, he believes that ordinary professionals do not have the ability and courage to pose a threat to himself. Obviously, he underestimated the courage of professionals in this world. How dare he come to mess with me? At this time, Benny also flew back. The body has been sent to the association, and the coroner is conducting an autopsy. The priest has already written a report. Perhaps he is afraid that you will kill and silence the witness, so he arranged for a Knight of the Holy See to leave the city overnight and send the letter through a nearby fishing village. Tapani and Janvito analyzed the incident separately and found nothing, but they didn't believe you did it either. Wu Heng nodded. In Nasir's mind, "I'm afraid he is determined that I am the murderer." Glinda said, "I chase him? Kill the messenger first, and we can delay for a while." "No need, This matter can't be concealed. Wu Hung said. What's your plan? Glinda continued to ask. Since the corpse has been controlled by necromancy, it means that the caster must have contacted her. Wu Hang's eyes were slightly cold, and the range of people who can contact the priests of the church is actually very small. Glinda raised her eyebrows and said, Now that you say that, could it be that the church deliberately arranged this, just to have a reason to start a war? It's unlikely. The church is still devout to faith, and there is no need to do this. Wu Hung said, Tomorrow, go to the association to investigate and see if there are any clues. Let's see the situation tomorrow. If there are still no clues, you can call Minnie first and tell Treasure Island to be careful. Glinda continued. Okay. The three souls of one person discussed for a while, and as the sky gradually darkened, Wu Hung lay down on the bed and prepared to rest. The possibility of the situation set by the church itself, as mentioned by Glinda, is not too great. The scale of the church does not require them to sacrifice their own people to find reasons, and the people of the church have a kind of paranoia about faith. It should not take this approach. Ding dong. The phone received a message from Shannara. Are you asleep? Wu Hung replied, Not yet. Come over, let's discuss it together. Okay. After sending it out, Wu Hung explained to the three ghosts, and then used teleportation to go to Shannara's room. The next day, the local association. Wu Hung read the autopsy report, and the information recorded on it was no different from his on-site analysis. The autopsy was not expected to find any new clues, but to record them. Then it will be reported to the association headquarters in the form of evidence. After this record is confirmed, it will be used as evidence, and other statements outside will not count. Tapani said, The autopsy is like this, but it still cannot directly prove that the body was dead before going to the banquet. After all, necromancy can change the state of the body. I understand, and I am also trying to find the person behind the scenes. Wu Hung nodded, and then said, I want to see the recent mission records of the death priest. Okay, I asked someone to prepare it. Tapani said. Not long after, various records were sent up. Wu Hung flipped through the records one by one, and the three invisible ghosts also hung in the air, and followed him to flip through the mission records. It can be seen that the city of Nidal is still relatively peaceful, and there is nothing too special. The most recent time was to go to the black market in the city to investigate a case of stowaways. But it was also 3 days ago. Not finding any big clues, Wu Hung took photos of the pages that he suspected might be problematic with his mobile phone. Then he returned the file to Tapani and said, I want to go to the residence of this priestess. She lives in the dormitory of the church. Let John Vito go with you to avoid any danger. Tapani opened the door and said to the outside. The staff called the old wizard over. After whispering something, he went straight to the church. At the church entrance. When the two arrived, the knights and priests gathered at the entrance. The leading priest said, Dean John Vito, the church is not open to the public today. Please forgive me. They didn't even look at Wu Hung. The others looked at him with resentment. It seems that the death of the priestess has been made public in the local church. Wu Hung had conflicts with the Holy See. After entering the city, he built a new church and killed the priest. He is obviously an enemy of the church. Jan Vito said, This is the leader Wu Hung of the association. This time, we need to check Adrian's residence to find the real murderer. The local bishop looked at this side and asked coldly, Wu Hung, where did Adrian offend you? You actually want to humiliate and kill her in this way. She is dead, what are you still doing here? The rest of the people looked even more angry. The church does not welcome. The other party wanted to speak, but Wu Hung waved his hand, and the local bishop's mouth disappeared immediately. You should think clearly about the consequences of slandering the leader, Wu Hung said coldly. The other members of the church drew their weapons, and prepared for battle. Enough, calm down. Nasir came out from the back and stood between the two sides. Leader Wu Hung, what are you doing here? Come to investigate the residence of the dead priest. You also want to catch the real murderer, right? Wu Hung looked at him coldly. The patience in his heart was almost exhausted. Okay, I take you there. Can you spare this bishop for once? Nasir said. Wu Hung glanced at him and said, Go to the association and kneel for 3 days. Kneel for 3 days. The local bishop's eyes condensed, and he became even more angry. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? He's just anxious. Nasir helped to plead. Wu Hung said, 1 less day, and you won't be able to keep your mouth shut. You're sitting in the position of bishop, but you're still so brainless when you speak. By the way, your pope can't remove the curse of a hero of the same level. The pope can't remove it either. At this time, the bishop's eyes turned into fear. Chapter 937. The bishop turned his head to look at the silver mirror hanging on the wall, and his strange face was reflected in the mirror. No lips, no teeth, the lower half of the face seemed to be smoothed by some force, leaving only smooth skin. When he heard that the Pope could not solve it. His hand touched his mouth in panic, and his eyes were full of fear and helplessness. Without a mouth, it would be fine if he didn't speak. But what about eating and drinking? Even if the Pope could remove this ability, he would starve to death and thirst to death if he rushed to the church. On the side, the other priests and knights, who had followed the bishop in indignation before, began to dodge their eyes. They seemed to have forgotten the other party's identity. Hero, the youngest hero of the human race, who dared to go against the entire church. Why did you want to provoke the other party just now? The local bishop looked at Nasir on the side for help. Nasir is also a 18th level priest, but he has not been appointed by the local church. He is a field envoy arranged by the association. Nasir saluted again and said, Chief Wu Hung, I apologize for the bishop's rudeness. It was also because of what happened last night. The language was inappropriate. Please forgive him once. Wu Hung glanced at the bishop. His expression was terrified, but his face still had a kind of hostile arrogance. He said directly, not killing him is also to prevent things from getting worse again. Don't think that your status is special. 3 days is already a short time. I will release him when the time comes. After this, Nasir had nothing to say. If it were any other time, or if he was not a bishop of the church, it might be far more than just 3 days. Wu Hung continued to look at Nasir, his voice serious. Now, take me to the room of the death priest last night. I am not here to discuss with you, but to execute the order of the leader. Nasir glanced at the bishop standing in the crowd, retracted his gaze and said, Leader, Dean, please come this way. As he said, he walked through many clergy of the Holy See, and went straight to the dormitory area at the back. The bishop stood there, and hesitated for a long time. He put on a hood again, and walked towards the direction of the association. Wu Hung followed the priest Nasir upstairs. He stopped in front of a room on the 3rd floor, and said, This is Adrian's room. She likes to be clean on weekdays. I hope you will try to keep it clean when investigating. What's the point of thinking about keeping the room clean when people are dead? Wu Hung pushed open the door, and walked in directly. The structure of the dormitory is somewhat like a private room in a tavern, with 2 areas, the outer hall and the bedroom. There are round tables, and wooden chairs in the outer hall, as well as some wooden cabinets. There were religious paintings and some religious items hanging on the walls. It was indeed very neat, and the faith was firm. Wu Hung looked around the room casually and asked, Nasir, the priestess of death, the last mission she performed was to investigate the smuggled people. Do you know about this? Nasir nodded. I know that there are many people from Netal City who have come to the island recently, among whom are some wanted criminals and mixed people who have smuggled in. Adrian is investigating this matter and arresting these people. You took her to the banquet? Wu Hung continued to ask. Nasir narrowed her eyes, but still answered calmly, She asked me to take her to this banquet. This priestess was not familiar with the 5th princess, and even less familiar with Wu Hung. She was supposed to not attend the banquet, but she still went with Nasir. Wu Hung glanced at him and asked, Did you find any problems? Are there any differences in her personality and way of speaking? Nasir pondered for a moment. She is also newly transferred here. I don't know her habits, and I didn't find anything different. I remember that the priests didn't have props to prevent ghosts from possessing them? Nasir replied, Normally, they would wear the corresponding props, but Adrian's pendant was damaged. Pendant, the one she broke on the spot. In other words, the pendant was broken before, and it was deliberately broken at the scene. Then it would be impossible to tell whether it was broken in advance or in the study. Does she have any enemies? There shouldn't be any in Natalia. Wu Hung casually opened 2 drawers, checked the contents, and then said, You said that you investigated the smugglers. Did you catch anyone? Not really. Those people had a private fight. When they arrived, they were all dead. So we stopped the investigation and strengthened the inspection of people entering the city from the port. Nasir answered. All dead? And now, the priest who was investigating is also dead. Without waiting for Wu Hung to continue asking, Nasir said first, Chief, do you think Adrian's death is related to the last investigation? The smugglers are generally low-level professionals. High-level professionals don't need to use smuggling to enter the city. Wu Hung did not deny it, but continued, What about the bodies of the stowaways? They have been destroyed. In this weather, the bodies of non-key cases will not be preserved. Have those bodies been autopsied? Wu Hung checked the paintings and the back of the paintings. Adrian directly announced the case was closed, and there was no autopsy. Nasir replied. In other words, the line of stowaways has basically been cut off. The people are dead, the bodies are destroyed, and these stowaways should not have any family members or companions to investigate. Wu Hung nodded, opened the door, and walked into the bedroom. The bedroom was still cleaned neatly. At the door, there was a simple dark wooden clothes hanger with priest robes, hoods, and hanging bags hanging on it. Inside was a wardrobe with the door closed. Opposite was the bed, and then the desk. On the table were neatly placed parchment, pens, and piled religious books and scrolls. The old wizard used a scroll to check for residual dead energy from outside, and then said, Wu Hung, how do you plan to check? Wu Hung took out the tracing pendant and said, let's use this item to see if there are any clues. As he said that, he dripped a drop of blood on the pendant, and brought a robe at the door close to the pendant's skull. The skull seemed to come alive, and began to bite the corners. On the other side, the city lord's mansion. The fifth princess hurried back from outside with the skeleton attendant. Before the city gate was opened, she had already gone out to reassign the tasks for the guards at the city gate. All people leaving the city must be strictly checked and questioned. The higher the level, the more detailed the questions should be. After making the arrangements, she rushed back from outside. She turned on the air conditioner, dried the sweat on her body, and then exhaled heavily. Until now, I still can't figure it out. How could such a big problem arise in the arranged banquet? Why did she, a poor princess, who was still learning management, get involved in slandering heroes? Thinking of this, she angrily hammered the coffee table, and with a bang, the skeleton guards around came to check. When he found that the princess was in a bad mood, he turned around and left. Princess, Mr. Carlos is here and is waiting outside. At this time, the little maid ran in quickly. The fifth princess nodded, tidied her clothes, became dignified and majestic, and said, let him in. The little maid left, and when she returned again, a lame, hooded man followed behind her and staggered in. Your Highness. The man saluted. I have a task for you. The fifth princess said in a serious voice. You say? The other person bent his body again. After taking over the city, the fifth princess arranged a spy, which was somewhat useful at first, but after Wu Hung became a hero, the intelligence he could get became some ordinary public security issues. The fifth princess said, I need to find a person, or maybe a team. The only clue is that the other side can control ghosts to kill people. It may be a necromancer, or it may use some props. I don't have any specific clues. As long as it is related to this aspect, you can collect it. Yes, Your Highness, I will give you news within 3 days. The man said directly. The fifth princess narrowed her eyes and said coldly, I want it before tonight, otherwise we will all be in trouble, you know what I mean? The lame man paused and said, Your Highness, intelligence gathering also takes time. But I don't have time, and neither do you. Do your best. If you have prepared news, I will give you a generous reward. The fifth princess said seriously. The lame man also realized the seriousness of the matter and said, I will give you news tonight. Go ahead, and notify me immediately if there is any progress. Yes. The lame man saluted again and left directly. Did I really kill him? After checking it out, Wu Hung had some doubts whether he had killed him. The effect of tracking pendant is to find the approximate location of the user. If the priestess was possessed by someone in advance, then the ghost used her body and lived here for a period of time. Wu Hung was trying to see if the tracking pendant would be judged as a possessed ghost as the target to be tracked. But in the end, it seemed. Jan Vito's scroll to detect the remnants of the dead did not respond, and his pendant to track did not respond either. On the contrary, he spent a lot of blood because of using the magic item. I didn't kill him. Some magic items with directional functions could not find the target's location. Your magic item has no effect? Jan Vito walked over. It didn't show any effect. Wu Hung shook his head. The priest Nasir glanced at the two of them, but did not speak, still guarding the door. Jan Vito glanced at the pendant, was silent for a few seconds, and said lightly, the magic item has no effect. There are only two possibilities. 1, the person is dead, and 2, the magic item or the environment is not within the range of the magic item. Wu Hung nodded. Jan Vito continued, the priestess is of a high level. She controlled her body, and concealed it from your perception. It is unlikely that she was dealt with. If she is really dead, the clues will be completely cut off. We have to consider the second point now. The other party has a method that is not detected by your strange object. Wu Hung said, is there any way to solve the second guess? Jan Vito said, at least Tapani, and I don't have such props. You can write an application to the headquarters. There must be corresponding props there for you to use. Write a letter to the headquarters. After all this time, I'm afraid the body is rotted and the murderer has disappeared long ago. Jianbichua glanced at the priest who was following him and said, Wu Heng, in addition to applying for props, don't you plan to write a letter to the headquarters and explain the matter in person? The murderer's purpose is to frame you and escalate the conflict between you and the church. You report the original matter to the headquarters, so that the headquarters will have time to mediate. In other words, it has been determined that the real murderer cannot be found in a short period of time. It is necessary to inform the headquarters in advance to avoid the deterioration of the situation. Wu Heng said, I will write to the headquarters. Yes. Jianbichua nodded. No clues were found in the priestess's residence, and the three of them walked out of the dormitory area. All the way back to the church door, there are still many clergy gathered here. After a few people came down, their eyes were angry, but a little evasive. Wu Heng and Jianbichua said hello and returned to the city lord's mansion. Returned to the city lord's mansion. The fifth princess and Shannara were also discussing this matter in the room. Seeing Wu Heng coming in, she asked, How is it? Wu Heng told her everything he had investigated today. Shannara said, It seems that the other party is very thoughtful. Indeed. The fifth princess frowned and said, The leader decided to come here at the last minute, so the time doesn't match. Shannara replied, The smuggling incident may not be related to this incident. If the priestess was possessed at that time, she also heard about the banquet by chance and arranged this opportunity. Moreover, the ghost level of the other party is definitely not low. Wu Heng also nodded in agreement, and then said, Brittany, do you have any news? The fifth princess replied, I have already given instructions, and will send the news later, but time is a bit tight, and I am not sure if there will be the information I want. Well, I go upstairs first. Notify me if there is any news. Wu Heng said, and turned to go upstairs. The fifth princess bowed slightly. Returned to the study upstairs. The third ghost appeared from the side. Xiao said, Uncle, the bishop is playing tricks. He is kneeling in a separate study, not in the hall. Glinda and Benny looked at each other. Glinda said, It's okay to put him in a separate study, just let him remember it. If he really kneels in the association hall for 3 days, it will have a bad impact on the association and the Holy See. Give Glinda face and let him stay in the study. Wu Heng said. Xiao nodded, then let him go. Glinda said unhappily, Xiao has learned bad things from you. Wu Heng sat down and continued, Write a letter to the headquarters. Glinda, help me write it, narrate the incident, and write down the results of today's investigation. Okay. Glinda agreed. After Wu Heng took out the doll, Glinda directly possessed it, and began to write. After finishing writing, he handed it to Wu Heng to take a look. There was no change in the content, just repeating the facts. After checking it once and confirming that there was no problem, put it in an envelope and send it out. Knock, knock, knock. Before Wu Heng could go out, there was a knock on the door. Then, the maid's voice said, Master, there is news. Princess, please go down. Wu Heng opened the door and said, Let's go. They went downstairs together. The fifth princess and Shannara were still in the living room. What's the news? Wu Heng sat down opposite. The fifth princess said seriously, I found out that someone was buying strange objects and props to nourish ghosts a few days ago. Wu Heng frowned instantly. Nourish ghosts. There are no necromancers, only ghosts. Chapter 938. When Wu Heng and Shannara heard the information collected by the fifth princess, they reacted immediately. There is no necromancer. Or, the other party has not found a suitable necromancer yet, and is in a ghost state. The direction of the previous investigation was deviated. Are there any more detailed information? Wu Heng continued to ask. The fifth princess replied, Male, about 1.7 meters tall, the voice sounds young. Wearing a hood to cover up tightly, no face can be seen, and the other party is very careful in doing things. In other words, the other party is deliberately hiding his identity. Wu Heng thought silently. Shannara took over the topic and continued to ask, Can this person be found? People have been looking for him, but according to the current information, it may take some time. The fifth princess said helplessly. 1.7 meters tall, male voice. Although this kind of information provides them with a direction, it is also a bit too ordinary. The whole street can meet this requirement. The only thing that can be confirmed is that the other party is buying props to nourish ghosts. This can be matched with the ghost killing. Shannara pondered for a moment and said, How about luring people out? For example, let out some news, saying that we have the rare items he wants. Under normal circumstances, this method is fine, but at this moment, The other party will definitely not be fooled. My ghost searched the whole city, but did not find any traces of other ghosts. If this news is released now, it will only let the other party know that I have found out about their acquisition of rare items, and they will only hide deeper, or directly escape from the city. In fact, under the current situation, it is not certain whether the other party has left today. Shawnera thought about it, and continued to ask, do you think that the ghost or the man who bought the rare items has a grudge against you? Now the two are separated. The ghost may have a grudge against Wu Hung, or it may be the man who helped the ghost to buy the props. Wu Hung thought about it and said, the high-level professionals I killed have no ghosts that can run away. The enemy may be that man, but the whole incident is connected, and the other party seems to be a vassal. It is also possible that the two people cooperated, one helped to take revenge, and the other helped to buy props. As for the ghost, Wu Hung is still relatively confident. All the professionals above level 18 killed, including the hero Pope, cannot escape after their bodies die. He may not be the top among the professionals, but his ghosts are definitely the top, not to mention there are 3. Those who are not threatening will be controlled by Granda, and put into the magic soul pot as ritual materials. Those who are threatening will also be swallowed directly. Therefore, I have not figured out which ghost would have a grudge against me, and the man's identity is uncertain, so it is possible that I have killed his relatives and friends. That makes sense. Chanela nodded. Putting aside the other possibilities, this is the only possibility based on the current situation. The two sat in the living room for a while. It's okay, don't worry. Wu Hung looked at the other party's worried expression and comforted him. Hey! Chanela sighed slightly. Things are always happening. Treasure Island has just shown the effect of the snake emblem auction, and no new tourists have been welcomed in various places. There are problems in Natalia's city again. I am afraid that the previous efforts will be hindered again. Wu Hung smiled and said, don't worry, I am a hero, and these things will not have much impact. Shawnera didn't have a good solution, so she stood up and said, I will go back to my room to take a shower first, and we will discuss it when I think of a solution. Okay. Wu Hung nodded. Shawnera got up and went upstairs, and Wu Hung still sat in his seat. He quickly sorted out the clues in his mind. It can be said that the clues provided by the 5th princess are still very important, but this clue is not very helpful in finding the target. What methods can I use to find the target based on this clue? Thinking in his heart, his eyes narrowed. I have channels for intelligence matters. How could I forget this matter? He picked up the phone and dialed Lilith's number. After 2 rings, the phone was connected, and Lilith's very textured voice came, well, tell me. Chief, what are you busy with? Wu Hung opened politely. If you don't call me, I'd just be resting. I heard you're out again. As Lilith spoke, there was the friction sound of the coffin lid being pushed open. Here in Nettle City, we're planning to build a second church, Wu Hung said with a smile. You're a little too impatient, Lilith said softly. The leader is right. Wu Hung agreed. Then, both of them fell into silence. Lilith asked doubtfully, do you have anything else to do? Yes, there are some things I want you to help me with, Wu Hung said awkwardly. Go ahead. Wu Hung thought for a while and said, I want to find someone in Nettle City, a male, about 1.7 meters tall, who bought a tool for warming ghosts in the market a few days ago. You want me to use the Whisperer to help you? Lilith asked back. A few days ago, Wu Hung wanted to build a database with the Whisperer's information, and now he wants the Whisperer's intelligence network. It always gives people a feeling of being targeted. Ah! It's quite serious. I can only think of you who can help me find the information, Wu Hung said directly. Lilith said helplessly, what happened? Tell me. She was quite curious. Wu Hung has become a hero. What serious things will happen when he goes to a coastal city? Wu Hung paused, but still said, I held a banquet in the city to entertain the members of the association who investigated the case together, including Elder Tapani. Be brief, Lilith interrupted. Wu Hung said, during the banquet, a priestess followed me into the study and broke her neck. The other side fell silent again. Then Lilith asked suspiciously, you mean, a priest of the church died in your study? Yes, Wu Hung said. You killed him? Lilith's tone was serious. How is it possible? I was framed, and I am looking for the murderer behind the scenes, Wu Hung said immediately. Lilith asked, who can kill a priest of the church in the hero's study? It is indeed my negligence. Wu Hung had nothing to say. Go on. Lilith asked him to continue. Wu Hung told the rest of the story in full, including the information collected by the 5th princess. After listening, Lilith took a deep breath and said, how come you can get into trouble wherever you go? It's not my fault, Wu Hung said. Lilith pondered for a moment and said, I know. Prepare 2 silver coins, cut the triangular notch, and go to the tavern in the city. Wu Hung listened to the other party and said directly, Okay, I will go back in 2 days, and tell you in detail then. Lilith continued, Have you written a report to the headquarters? I have, but it has not been sent out yet. You send it out normally, and I will also tell Hadalai in advance. Lily said. Hadalai is the hero of the elves and the sword of justice. Understood. After hanging up the phone, Wu Hung took out 2 silver coins and cut the notch with a sword. Put on the hood and said to the air, Xiao Xiao, go and tell Aunt Shannara that we will go out to investigate and let her not worry. Okay. Xiao Xiao agreed and went upstairs to pass the message to Shannara. After coming back again, Wu Hung took the 3 ghosts and left here directly. Treasure Island, Lilith's residence. After hanging up the phone, Lilith sat on the chair with a frown on her face. She couldn't understand why the other party always caused trouble every time he went out. And this time, a priestess died in a trip to Nataliai's city. Why can he always cause trouble? Lilith muttered. It felt like Wu Hung was someone's naughty child, the kind that couldn't be watched. But after thinking about it carefully, it seemed that there was nothing wrong. In the eyes of heroes like them, a hero in his 20s was really no different from a child. After thinking about everything in her heart, she felt that if this matter was not handled well, it would still make the situation worse. With a light sigh, she took out the brocade box from the space ring, and the shriveled black-haired crow was taken out. After piercing the tip of her finger, drops of blood dripped onto the crow's body, and her tightly closed eyes lit up one by one. Then she stood aside alive, staring at her. Lilith told the crow about Wu Hung in detail, and the crow disappeared into the void. After a long while, the crow appeared again, speaking in human language. Tell him to find the murderer as soon as possible. I will hold a meeting tomorrow, and don't let him have conflicts with the church again. After the crow finished speaking, his body stiffened and he lay back down. Lilith put the crow away. She looked out the window again. How could she control him? She couldn't even find him. Moreover, Wu Hung should be given a mobile phone to the headquarters, as it was too troublesome to communicate. Oak Barrel Tavern. Wu Hung walked into the tavern, and the noisy sound and the smell of food and sweat hit him in the face. There were many guests sitting in the tavern, drinking and chatting in a mess. He glanced around the tavern and walked straight to the front desk. The obese proprietress wiped the wine glass and glanced at Wu Hung, asking, Is the guest from out of town? How did you know? Wu Hung asked. I know all the regular customers, and you don't look like a local at first glance. The proprietress said with a smile, and then asked, Guest, what would you like to drink? Wu Hung glanced at the price written on the wooden board beside him, took out a few silver coins, put them on the table and pushed them in front of the other party, knocking on the table 3 times casually. The proprietress looked at the money pushed over and said with a smile, What would you like to drink? Honey wine. Wu Hung said. The proprietress put away the silver coins. You gave too much money? You also want honey wine? Add salt to the 2nd cup. Your taste is quite special. The proprietress said with a smile, and pointed to a seat in the corner. Please sit there and wait for a while, and I will bring it to you later. Wu Hung nodded, stood up and walked to a corner and sat down. A small voice also sounded at the shoulder. It's so troublesome. Can't we just say that Sister Lilith asked us to come? For these people, Lilith's level is too high, and no one will believe it if we bring it up here. Wu Hung said directly. Okay. Xiao Xiao nodded helplessly. While talking, a young maid came over from the opposite side. 2 cups of honey beer were placed on the other party's table, and then said, Your wine, guest. Wu Hung handed a silver coin to the other party, and the latter's happy subordinate said, The sea god will bless you who are kind-hearted. But beer is only for those who keep morning prayers. Wu Hung handed a glass of beer to the maid. The latter sat down, like a barmaid accompanying a chat. The maid smiled and said, My lord, what's going on? Wu Hung said, I'm looking for someone from out of town, a man about 1.7 meters tall, who was looking for items to nourish ghosts in the city some time ago. Unlike the 5th Princess's intelligence network, the Whisperer collects all kinds of intelligence. Especially a department under the association, which should pay some attention to someone buying ghost items everywhere. The maid still kept smiling, and to outsiders, it seemed like she was interacting with a generous drinker. She whispered in his ear, Please wait, I'll be back soon. After that, she stood up and left, walking quickly to the back kitchen. Wu Hung waited for a while, and after drinking a glass of wine, the other party came back and sat in his arms again, whispering in his ear, The brilliant hotel in the central area, the 3rd room on the 2nd floor. Is he still there? Wu Hung continued to ask. The other party said, "This is the latest information. Whether he has left or not, we have not received any relevant news." "Okay, thank you." Wu Hung took out 2 silver coins and stuffed them into the other party's hand. Then he stood up and walked out of the tavern directly. The maid began to clean up the wine glasses and tableware and sent them back to the kitchen. Walked out of the tavern. Benny whispered. The maid went to the basement, where someone was collecting intelligence. It should be a fixed intelligence base, with the highest level of 11. The maid has a prop for identifying lies in her hand. She confirmed that there was nothing wrong with you before connecting with you. What kind of prop? Wu Hung asked. Benny said, I don't know. I only heard her and the 11th level manager say that there was nothing wrong with the props. It was probably to detect lies. Wu Hung nodded and continued, Glinda, Benny, go to the hotel first. If you find the ghost, kill the man and control the ghost first. Okay. The 2 ghosts nodded and rushed out directly. Wu Hung nodded and walked quickly towards the central area. On the way, Glinda and Benny flew back. Benny said, the room is empty and has been cleaned. Glinda said, the window of that room is facing the street leading to the city lord's mansion. It should be deliberately chosen here. Wu Hung narrowed his eyes slightly. The room was empty. Did the other party leave so quickly? Soon he rushed to the hotel. A middle-aged man came over with a smile. Guest, you want to stay at the hotel? Wu Hung took out the association's emblem and said, I'm from the association, investigating a wanted criminal. Take me to the 3rd room on the 2nd floor. The middle-aged man didn't dare to delay, please. He took him up to the 2nd floor and into the room. It was indeed cleaned very cleanly, and the mattress was folded and placed aside. Wu Hung asked, when did he leave? This morning. Wu Hung continued to ask, do you know where he went? He said, he was a herbal merchant and was going to do business in the kingdom. When he left the store, he went to the north gate. The boss said while recalling. Wu Hung walked around the room, opened the closet, and looked under the bed. It was really clean. Go and collect all the things that have been cleaned here, and don't miss anything. The boss frowned, pondered for a moment, and said, okay. Chapter 939. After the innkeeper responded, he hurriedly called the staff to retrieve the discarded sundries. Apparently, the previous guest had done something very wrong. Don't let it affect your business. The boss led people to work outside, and Wu Hung began to act. He tore open the magic detection scroll, and the magic ripples spread like water halos. On one side of the bedroom, a faint gray-white energy emerged. The appearance of this trace proves that the necromancy remains, or that ghosts have wandered here. At this time, it can be basically confirmed that the person living in this room is related to the ghost possession in the city lord's mansion. Wu Hung continued to walk to the bed. The bed was cleaned very cleanly, and the bedding was neatly folded and placed on the inside. Only on the pillow could 2 remaining brown hairs be seen. Wu Hung glanced at the boss standing at the door and asked, tell me what he looks like. The boss recalled and said, he is less than 30 years old, wearing glasses, looks gentle, and doesn't seem to be a combat professional. What's his hair color? Wu Hung continued to ask. Brown, a very standard royal capital brown. The boss said, seeing him leaning over to check the bed, he asked carefully, sir, do you want to check the registration book? Go get it, Wu Hung said. Soon, the boss came back with the book and said, the registered name is Willen, a herbalist. He came to the store yesterday afternoon to book a room and checked out this morning and left directly. Wu Hung nodded. The time also matched the death of the city lord's mansion. As he spoke, the clerk came back with some things. The things are back, the clerk said carefully. You go out first. The boss sent the clerk out and came over with the things himself. Sir, the things are all here. Wu Hung found a pair of leather boots and a belt from inside. Is this what he left behind? The boss looked at the clerk, who immediately said, they were taken out of this room. Don't rent this room out for 2 days. The city lord's mansion will notify you when it will be restored. Wu Hung put the shoes and belt into the space ring. Okay, sir. The boss replied immediately. Wu Hung nodded, stood up and walked out of the room, going down the stairs. The boss and the clerk walked him to the door and watched him gradually go away. When Wu Hung walked away, the young clerk couldn't help but mutter, is he real or fake? The association team always has 5 people, but he is alone, and he is dressed so tightly. The boss turned around and glared at him. If it weren't for the fact that the whole city is under martial law, who would dare to pretend to be the association? The clerk said, I just doubted it. Seeing that the clerk was still talking nonsense, the boss became more severe. Watch your tongue. Be careful not to say the wrong thing one day and be cut off by someone. At this time, the sky was already dark. The street lights were bright, and many residents were chatting on the roadside, waving towels in their hands to drive away mosquitoes. Finally, we can catch them. A small voice came from my ear. I found this place through the information of the Whisperer, which can be said to be very fast. But the other party still left, and was quite decisive. It can also be seen that the other party had a complete plan, or it can be said that he knew the consequences of slandering himself, and had no intention of stopping and watching the fun. Benny's voice also came over, saying, "Thanks to Lilith's intelligence network. The secret whisperers are famous in this world, so it's no wonder that they have powerful intelligence." Wu Hung continued walking. Unlike the intelligence of his own treasure island, the secret whisperers have information from all over the world. In addition to the support of the association, it can also be seen that Lilith has a certain personal charm. She can make so many people from different classes work for her. "Uncle, where are we going now? If we don't catch people, we will run away in the future," Xiao Xiao asked. Wu Hung glanced at the direction of the City Lord's mansion. "Let's go back to the City Lord's mansion first, tell Shannara and the others, and then go to catch people." As he said, he walked directly into an empty alley on the side. Released teleportation, and the figure disappeared. Emerald Sea. At dawn, the passenger ship cut through the blue sea. "My queen, the passenger ship has left the scope of Nidal City, we are safe," the man with glasses said softly. In the magic soul pot in front of him, wisps of ghosts condensed into the image of a gorgeous woman, with her skirt fluttering like smoke. "Is there anything unusual?" "Everything went well. Even if the island owner found our residence, he would chase us north according to the things left behind." The man looked proud. Although he was nervous all the way, he felt excited and proud now that he was safe. He was such a small person, but he also made the great detective and the youngest hero recorded in the book run around. "Hero, that's all." The ghost floated over, patted his shoulder twice with his fingertips, and encouraged him, "You did a good job. The next step is to find a qualified necromancer. I can't maintain this state for too long." The man tried to say, "My queen, if I can get the job transfer scroll." The ghost smiled and said, "It's good to have this intention. Go ashore to buy some basic knowledge, and see if you have talent in this area. I will work hard." The man was a little excited. The ghost continued, "If you really have talent in this area, I still remember some good spells. No, now they are called skills. I can give them to you, and it is not impossible to catch up with that Wu Hung." "Thank you, my queen." The man thanked again. Dong dong dong. While talking, there was a knock on the door, followed by the sailor's voice. "Guest, breakfast has been delivered to your door." "I know," the man said directly. When he opened the door, he saw the grilled fish and pancakes on the tray at the door. After checking the corridors around him and confirming that there was no one, he returned to the room with breakfast. When he turned around, his pupils shrank. In the room, I don't know when there was a figure wearing a hood, a wizard robe inside, and black scale leather armor outside. "You." Crack! The sound of the neck bone breaking and the ghost shouting sounded at the same time. The man's neck was twisted into a dough twist in an instant, the breakfast scattered all over the floor, and the ghost queen was also fixed in midair. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't get free. "Who are you?" the queen guessed in her heart, but still asked doubtfully. "Didn't we meet at the banquet? How come you don't recognize each other so soon?" Wu Hung took off his hood. Wu Hung! It was indeed him, and the ghost still looked surprised. After saying that, he began to struggle violently again. Glinda's figure appeared. "Don't waste your energy, you can't escape at level 16. The ghost widened his eyes, and looked at another ghost that suddenly appeared. "That's right, you can't escape, bad woman." Xiao Xiao appeared. Benny said, "How to deal with her?" The ghost looked at the ghosts that appeared one after another in a triangle, and his expression became more surprised. Souls are sensitive to souls, and he didn't notice it at all. The youngest hero of mankind, with 3 high-level scary ghosts around him, what kind of monster is this? Wu Hung asked curiously, "Do we have a grudge?" The ghost said coldly, "A grudge of life and death. I killed you." Wu Hung looked at her again. After the ghost died, those who had intelligence retained their original appearance. He had no impression of the soul in front of him. Unless he was a member of the pirates, or died in the chaos, he didn't notice the other party. "But my friends and tribesmen died in your hands. Do you think I should kill you?" the ghost asked seriously. "From your perspective, you can indeed seek revenge on me. Similarly, it should be okay for me to kill you," Wu Hung asked back. The ghost narrowed his eyes, and glanced at the body with a broken neck on the ground. I made the plan. Now I admit that I have been caught by you. This person just obeyed my orders. You are a hero of the association. Save him and let him go. You can't survive either, so don't talk about conditions. Wu Hung picked up the magic soul pot on the side, and the power of the dead soul pulled the other party's soul directly into the magic soul pot. At the same time, he took out the quilt on the side, wrapped the body on the ground, and put it into the space ring together. Wu Hung continued to search in the cabin. Xiao Shufei was on the side and asked, Uncle, take her back and hand her over directly to the church. It may not be a good idea to hand it over to the Holy See. Wu Hung said. Glinda said on the side, I feel that it is better to hand it over to the association. The association is more fair, and will prove this matter for you. Benny also nodded, yes, I am afraid that the Holy See will not admit it at that time, and say that we did it, and then it will be over. That makes sense. Wu Hung searched the room, and confirmed that there was nothing special. He opened the door, and walked out directly. Took the flying carpet, and left the passenger ship. He found the nearest island reef, summoned the ghost train, and returned to the city of Netale. At noon, the bells of the city of Netale echoed in the city. Sayonara accompanied the fifth princess in the meeting room of the city hall, waiting silently. At this time, the phone rang. Chanela answered the phone. Hello? Wu Hang's voice came from the other side. Where are you? Chanela replied, the fifth princess and I are in the city hall, waiting for information from the north. Last night, Wu Hung came back from the tavern and told the two girls what he had found out. The boots and belt he got pointed to the north after using the tracking pendant. And the other strange item soul-chasing lantern pointed to the sea after burning the hair. After a little thought, he felt that the possibility of the sea was greater. After all, the ghost-disguised priestess had learned about his information, and she was very likely to know the effect of his tracking pendant. On the contrary, the soul-chasing lantern was not used after he got it back. Following this clue, Wu Hung chased to the sea, and the fifth princess arranged for people to chase to the north. Wu Hung said, the man has been caught, come back. Hearing that the person had been caught, Shannara's face showed joy. Really? The ghost was also caught? The fifth princess beside her also looked over with wide eyes. They were all caught. Wu Hung replied. Shannara said, then we will arrange people to call back the team that went out to chase, and we will go back later. Okay. Wu Hung replied. The two hung up the phone. The fifth princess still widened her eyes and asked expectantly, Master Island Master, have you caught the murderer? Shannara smiled and nodded. We caught it, and the ghost was also caught. Wow! Master Island Master is so fast. The fifth princess sighed. Shannara's face was full of pride. He has always been more efficient in doing things. The matter has been resolved. Arrange someone to notify the team that went out to come back. Okay. The fifth princess nodded and immediately sent someone out of the city to find someone. City Lord's mansion. Wu Hung sat in the study and poured himself a cup of tea. The three ghosts floated aside. After a break for tea, he took out the magic soul pot in the open space in the middle and opened the lid of the magic soul pot. The next second, the ghost peeked out again and was controlled by Granda again. The ghost looked at this side with resentment and snorted coldly. Wu Hung asked curiously, who did I kill you? We have met each other. There should be no need to hide it. His three ghosts also looked over curiously. The style of this female ghost is not like those pirates or family members. Pirates can't think of such a meticulous plan. The only way to revenge in their minds is to rush forward and fight desperately. The ghost didn't answer and glanced to the other side again. Wu Hung said, it doesn't matter if you don't say it. I send you to the Holy See next time. They won't treat ghosts as easily as I do. The ghost turned around suddenly, gritting his teeth. You sent me to the church, and I killed you too. You killed that woman. She was quite tough. But then, the ghost said, Slit Island, you forgot so quickly? Wu Hung and the ghost frowned. Xiao Xiao said in surprise, you are my aunt. The ghost was stunned. Wu Hung and Granda also looked at Xiao Xiao, and they immediately understood what she meant. At that time, Xiao Xiao thought that the three-eyed man was Chen Xiang's uncle in the cartoon, and now he mentioned his aunt. This is really a smooth saying. Wu Hung frowned instantly, feeling that things were getting complicated. Asked, are you talking about the association members who died on the way, or the three-eyed man on the island? It seems that you really killed him, the ghost said. Wu Hung fell silent. The ruins of the Rift Island, from the excavated items, have a very direct connection with the ancient times of his own world. And the ghost in front of him said that he had something to do with that place. Wu Hung said uncertainly, so he is your husband? Nonsense, he is the general guarding there. What does he have to do with your husband? the ghost said angrily. Wu Hung continued to ask, "You also came out of that ruins?" "Humph. Is this important? Anyway, I won't speak for you. Just wait for the Pope to take revenge on you," the ghost said viciously. Wu Hung did not continue to argue with the other party. Instead, he looked at her and remained silent. So, he really couldn't hand her over, even if she could prove her innocence. If the Vatican gets this ghost, they will understand her world. Not only the Vatican, but even the Association cannot know the existence of this ghost. Things are getting troublesome again. Chapter 940. The room fell into a strange silence. The ghost saw Wu Hung remain silent for a long time, and a trace of pride flashed in his eyes. He sneered, "What, are you scared? The iron cavalry of the church will flatten your treasure island and take away everything you cherish." Before he finished speaking, the three ghosts suddenly gathered together and whispered, "She is so fierce." Xiao Xiao shrank behind Benny. Benny protected her and said, "Is this what Wu Hung always said? What disease is it? Paranoia?" Grinda replied, "Yes, yes." Benny nodded immediately. "So she is sick. And she is quite pitiful," Xiao Xiao also said. The ghost's expression froze instantly, and her threat seemed to have no effect. She glared at the three souls fiercely, and found that the three opposite were still whispering about her. "I feel so uncomfortable." Holding his arms, he turned his face to the side, muttering, "What kind of people are you? Are you from the same tribe as that three-eyed general?" Wu Hung suddenly said, "Humph." The ghost squinted and leaned inward again. Wu Hung glanced at Grinda, who winked at Benny. Benny frowned, but still said, "She is definitely not. That general has 3 eyes on his forehead, but she doesn't have them, and she has a fox tail, which makes her look like a fox. The upper body is the clearest part of the soul, and the lower part is becoming more and more illusory. But a fox tail can still be seen." In addition, after having contact with Envil, he naturally thought of the fox people. "Countryside women, what do you know?" The ghost mocked. "Then do you dare to tell the truth?" Benny pinched her waist and approached, and the eloquence she had practiced in the tavern came in handy at this moment. "Or do you only know those little tricks behind the scenes?" The ghost suddenly smiled. "Provocation doesn't work on me, little girl." While speaking, the 5th princess's crisp laughter and Shannara's voice came from downstairs. Wu Hang's fingertips moved slightly, and he was sucked back into the magic soul pot amid the ghost's loud curses. "Dong dong dong." "Wu Hung." Shannara's voice sounded with a knock on the door. The 3 souls tacitly hid in the shadows. "Come in," Wu Hung said. When the door opened, Shannara strode in, followed by the 5th princess. "How did you catch it?" Shannara asked directly. "We caught up with a passenger ship all the way. The leather boots and belt were left behind to confuse us." Wu Hung finished speaking and continued to tell the story in general. The 2 women listened carefully, and Shannara continued to ask, "Who is targeting you?" There were 2 guesses before. One was that the ghost had a grudge against him, and the man was a vassal of the ghost. The second was that the man had a grudge and helped the ghost find props to nourish the ghost so that the ghost could frame him. Wu Hung sat down opposite the 2 women and said, "The ghost is also an old grudge. One of her friends died in my hands before." The 2 women exchanged glances and relaxed. It doesn't matter why the other party wants to harm Wu Hung. As long as we can find the person behind the scenes and prove that Wu Hung is innocent, and avoid the deterioration of the relationship between Treasure Island and the church, it is the most worrying thing. Now that the target has been caught, the matter will naturally be resolved. The 3 continued to chat in the study. Shannara and the 5th princess left again to do their own things. After dinner, the study. Ring. The phone rang, and the caller ID was Lilith. "Chief Lilith." Wu Hung answered the phone and said directly, "How is the investigation going?" Lilith asked coldly. "We have caught the target." Wu Hung answered directly. Lilith's tone was obviously much more relaxed. "So, the intelligence was effective?" "Thanks to the intelligence of the Whisperer," Wu Hung said. The reason why the target was caught was largely because the Whisperer provided the other party's location. Of course, the other party also made preparations in advance and left false clues to confuse himself. But it also proved that the Whisperer's intelligence was powerful. "Come back as soon as possible after catching him, before the Vatican receives the intelligence," Lilith said. "Okay." Wu Hung agreed. After the chat, the phone was hung up directly. Wu Hung glanced at the phone and put it away directly. Knock, knock. After 2 light knocks on the door, the voice of the 5th princess came timidly. "Captain?" "I'm here, come in," Wu Hung said. The girl in home clothes pushed the door open and stood opposite, clutching the corner of her clothes a little awkwardly. Seeing her appearance, Wu Heng asked curiously, "Did anyone bully you?" "No, no." The fifth princess raised her head and said, "Are you going back tomorrow?" "Well, the construction of the church still needs you to deal with it." Wu Heng's tone was gentle. The girl suddenly raised her head, with a stubborn look in her eyes. "You promised to support me. Do you still count on this matter?" The room was quiet instantly. Wu Heng looked at her immature and somewhat determined appearance and said, "This path may not be suitable for your personality. I'm not afraid. The kingdom can't be handed over to them anymore." The fifth princess knelt on one knee. "Please sign a contract with me." The moonlight shines through the window pane and shines on the fifth princess. It suddenly reminds Wu Heng of the first time they met. The fifth princess stood aside with an imposing manner and said that she would form her own team and invite Wu Heng to join and help her take back the kingdom. At this time, she still asked Wu Heng to help her, but in a different way. Wu Heng looked at her and said, "Once the contract is signed, you can't regret it. You have to think it through." "I have thought it through very clearly. Going to Treasure Island is my most correct choice, and I believe this choice is correct." The fifth princess' tone became more serious. "Okay, I promise you." Wu Heng took out a slave scroll. He took a drop of blood from the fifth princess' fingertips, and a ray of light penetrated into her brow. After a brief moment of weakness, the fifth princess stood up carefully, lowered her head and blushed. "Master." Wu Heng laughed. "You can still call me leader or island owner." Sanera must have told her a lot about maids, and she still called me master. She was trained to be a maid by the princess. "Then I call you Master Wu Heng," the fifth princess replied. "Okay, we just need to know about this, and you're still the fifth princess outside," Wu Heng continued. "Yes." "Then I go down first." The fifth princess also showed a relaxed expression on her face, as if she had completed an important task. "Yeah." Wu Heng nodded. The fifth princess retreated directly. "Go downstairs all the way." Sanera sat on the sofa and fiddled with her phone. Seeing her coming down, she smiled. "It seems that you had a good conversation?" Master Wu Heng said he would support me. The fifth princess jumped over and sat down opposite. "Have you signed the contract?" "Yes, the master said that I don't have to call her master like the maids. I can just call her master," the fifth princess said happily. Shannara patted the seat next to her and asked her to sit over, then whispered, "This is the first step. You are of the same race. You must know how to use your advantages." The fifth princess frowned, then her face turned red again, and she whispered, "I don't understand what you are saying, sister." Shannara said, "The mayor of Ratam City gave him a child. There are constant disputes with the Echo Kingdom. Both sides will become his territory in the future. Wouldn't you suffer a loss?" The fifth princess widened her eyes. She knew that there was a female mayor in Ratam City, but she didn't know that she had given birth to a child for Wu Heng. "The master promised to support me," the fifth princess said. "What about the next generation?" The fifth princess raised her head and said, "That's too fast." The next day, the association. In the elder's study, Wu Heng, Elder Tapani, and Dean Janvito were all sitting in the room. Wu Heng told the story of the arrest. The two people opposite him also slowly exhaled. Tapani asked, "What are you going to do with the body?" "I will take it back to Treasure Island and interrogate the body with Chief Lilith, so that the chief can help me testify," Wu Heng answered while sitting on the sofa. Gianvito stroked his beard and nodded in agreement. "It is indeed more credible with Chief Lilith following." Tapani continued to ask, "When will you go back?" "I leave in a minute." "I came here to say hello to you," Wu Heng said with a smile. Catching the murderer also made him feel much more relaxed. Otherwise, Wu Heng would have thought that he was the one who did it, let alone an outsider. Tapani said with a smile, "After you finish dealing with it, I will issue a notice in the name of the local association to the people attending the banquet to prove your innocence." "Okay." Wu Heng did not refuse. The attempt to rape the priestess at the banquet would have a bad impact on him if it got out, especially since the church was being built. The three of them continued to chat for a few more words, and Tapani said, "The bishop has been kneeling in the association for 2 days. Let him learn a lesson, but if he is not untied, it will be a trouble. If I didn't talk about this, I would have almost forgotten the other party. Let someone bring him here," Wu Heng said. Tapani stood up, explained to the staff outside the door, and came back to continue chatting casually. Not long after, the door was knocked again. The local bishop walked in with a hood on. When he saw Wu Heng sitting in the room, his eyes flashed with fear. Then he bowed slightly. Wu Heng waved his hand casually, and the bishop felt something and immediately touched his mouth with a happy expression on his face. The power of the hero was too terrible, and he was easily untied. Tapai reminded, "Why don't you thank the leader?" The bishop bowed immediately. "I was affected by my emotions before. Please forgive me, leader." Wu Hung nodded, and then said, "The murderer has been caught, and I will interrogate him with the leader of the association." The bishop still lowered his head, his eyes slightly condensed. There really is a murderer. He still doubted it in his heart, but with the lesson learned last time, he didn't dare to say more. Bowing respectfully, "Yes." "Go back," Wu Hung said. The other party bowed again and left the room. 3 people were left in the room again. Wu Hung said, "I have nothing to do, so I will go back first. If you have anything, write to me." "Okay." The 2 nodded. Wu Hung returned to the city lord's mansion and asked Shannara to enter the mansion spell. He said goodbye to the 5th princess again, and after a brief explanation, he put on the conductor's hat and boarded the train. The train arrived at Treasure Island, and it was almost dusk. After getting off the train, he released the teleportation spell and returned directly to the island lord's mansion. He released Shannara, explained to the maids, and took the body to the association. In the morgue, Zalagwi and Shiryali stood by his side, and behind them were 2 investigators in charge of records of the association. There was also a coroner inside, performing an autopsy and recording. Tap, tap, tap. Lilith's black skirt swept across the stone steps, and she came down the stairs and appeared in everyone's sight. "Captain Lilith." Zalagwi led the way in saluting. The investigators and coroners, who had never seen Lilith, also reacted immediately and followed suit in saluting. Lilith nodded slightly, with no expression on her cold face. "How is the body?" Zalagwi glanced at the coroner, who was recording, and the latter said, "Male, between 25 and 30 years old. The cause of death was a broken neck." Lilith looked at Wu Hung. "Didn't you say that there was a ghost?" "The ghost was the murderer who killed the priestess. During the battle, he was swallowed by my ghost. I can only rely on the corpse as evidence," Wu Hung explained. After careful consideration, he still didn't plan to tell anyone about the ghost. The zombie world was too important to him. Not to mention that there was still a corpse. Even if there wasn't, he would be framed as a murderer. This ghost couldn't fall into the hands of outsiders. Lilith glared at him without leaving a trace, and then said lightly, "Ask the corpse. The investigator will record it truthfully." "Yes." The investigator answered immediately. Wu Hung then released talk to the dead to the corpse. The rich power of the dead wrapped the corpse, and the next second the corpse suddenly sat up, with the head half drooping, looking over here with turbid eyes. Seeing that Lilith had no intention of speaking, Wu Hung asked directly, "At the banquet in the Lord's Mansion of Natalia's city, the priestess was killed by a ghost. Is this incident related to you?" The corpse replied, "Yes." Wu Hung continued to ask, "What is the purpose of the ghost controlling the priestess's corpse to attend the banquet?" The corpse replied, "The queen said that she had a grudge against the hero Wu Hung and planned to use this banquet to let the church kill him." "Queen, this title does not exist here, it is more on his side." The eyes of several people who did not know what happened before widened a little. "Frame the leader. These people are really brave." Zalagwi glanced at Wu Hung quietly, then turned back to look at the investigator and carefully confirmed, "Did you write it down?" "Wrote it down." The investigator nodded. Wu Hung then asked, "When did the priestess die?" The corpse replied, 3 days before the banquet. At this point, it was certain that he was framed. The 4th question, Wu Hung asked, "Has the ghost been controlling this body these days?" "No, I just thought of this priest when I learned about the banquet." The corpse answered. Wu Hung frowned. Some things are starting to make sense. But it has little to do with his own case, so he turned to look at Lilith. "Leader, there is one last question left." Lilith said, "Ask him if there are other people involved in this matter." Wu Hung asked directly, "Are there other people involved in the slander at the banquet?" The corpse answered, "No." After the 5 questions were finished, the corpse lay back on the iron bed with a bang. The investigators were still recording. Lilith said, "All the records will be collected tonight and sent directly to the headquarters tomorrow morning, and this corpse will also be sent there." "Yes." Zalagwi nodded. Lilith turned around and left directly. Wu Hung winked at the elf sisters and followed Lilith. "Walk out of the morgue area." "Chief, I know teleportation. Let's go back together." Wu Hung caught up. Lilith glared at him angrily. "Don't run around again next time. Don't blame me this time." Wu Hung smiled bitterly. "You are so old, but you cause trouble wherever you go." Lilith scolded, and then said, "Wait until the report is out, and see the attitude of the Holy See. The mediation of your affairs by this department has not been smooth. I didn't kill him, just see what his attitude is." Wu Hung was speechless. Lilith glared at him fiercely again. Wu Hung continued, Chief, there are still some questions in the interrogation of the corpse just now. What questions? Lilith asked as she walked. There is a priest named Nasir over there. He also took this priestess to the banquet. After the incident, I asked him about the priestess, and he concealed the fact that the priestess disappeared a few days ago. Chapter 941. Before the chill in the morgue had dissipated, Lilith frowned and said in a flat tone, Tell me more. Wu Hung followed and said, According to the statement made during the interrogation, this priestess died 3 days before the banquet and did not return to the Vatican's dormitory. She did not mention such an important thing, but only briefly mentioned that she had investigated the smugglers. Lilith slowed down. What else? Wu Hung continued, There is one more thing. When investigating the tavern, the other party deliberately left behind leather boots and belts, trying to mislead me to track them northward. There are not many people in Netale who know the effect of my strange item. They can be counted on one hand. The only person the other party can contact is Nasir. Before becoming a hero, when investigating Netale, Nasir and I were also comrades in arms. Although I don't want to believe it, these 2 points are indeed suspicious. I originally thought that the ghost had been in the Vatican and the association, and I heard that I had this strange item. But 3 days before the banquet, the priestess had disappeared. Nasir had no suspicion, and took her to the banquet directly. It is easy to be suspicious. Lilith narrowed her eyes. Do you suspect that Nasir is colluding with the ghost? She put on a dark blue hood and said, The priests of the church are a little paranoid about their beliefs. It is unreasonable to cooperate with the ghosts who killed the priests. I am also troubled by this. Wu Hung touched his chin. In the distance is the end of the corridor, where mercenaries walking and noisy sounds can be seen. Lilith stopped, adjusted her hood, and said softly, Since you have returned to Treasure Island, you don't have to worry about this matter. I will ask the inspector who lives nearby to inquire about this matter. You will stay in Treasure Island during this period, and you are not allowed to run around. When he said the latter part, his tone was a little harsh. Wu Hung smiled. I won't go out. I was scared this time. Lilith glared at him, then turned and left. The housekeeper behind him bowed slightly to Wu Hung and followed him out. He opened an umbrella for Lilith at the door and walked out of the association directly. Wu Hung continued to walk back, just as the Deacon Zalagui and Shiryali's sisters came up from below with the investigator. Is the leader Lilith gone? Zalagui glanced at the distance. Go back first. Wu Hung glanced at the investigator and said, Work harder and sort out the report tonight. Yes, leader. The investigator bowed again and walked towards his office. Wu Hung followed the L sisters to the office study, closed the door, hugged the sisters on both sides, and kissed each of them on the face. After a brief intimacy, Shiryali walked over to make tea for him, and Zalagui asked, Didn't you say you were going to build a church? How come you refrained? I could understand a little bit of what I just asked about the corpse. I was still quite curious. How could someone frame a hero? Shiryali brought the brewed tea over and sat down opposite. Wu Hung recounted what happened in Nataliai City, but still didn't mention the ghost to the 2 girls. After listening, the 2 sisters looked at each other with surprise in their eyes. The other party's mind was so meticulous that Wu Hung almost became the murderer. After the banquet, he tried to rape the priestess. If this matter got out, the Vatican would not let it go, and it would also be a good signal to the outside world. His profession was already controversial, and it would be even more difficult to spread his faith. Shiryali said, Leader Lilith said that you cause trouble wherever you go, and it's true. Wu Hung glanced at her unhappily. There are so many enemies, there's nothing I can do. Zalagui continued, The report will be compiled tomorrow and sent to the headquarters, which should prove your innocence. I'm not worried about the headquarters at all. It depends on the Holy See. Wu Hung picked up the teacup and took a sip. It should be fine. Zalagui comforted. The 3 sat together and chatted for a while. Wu Hung looked at the time, stood up and said, I go back first, there are still some things to deal with there. Shiryali asked, Will you come to dinner tonight? These 2 days, I will accompany you then. That's fine. Shiryali nodded. After saying goodbye to the 2 women, Wu Hung stood up and left the study, and entered the deacon's mansion from the back door. Use teleportation to return to the island owner's mansion. The figure appeared from the courtyard of the island owner's mansion. The 4 maids in the house, plus Philippa, came out from the building to greet him. Master, is everything going well? Wu Hung said, No, there is no problem with the result of the interrogation. This time, the interrogation of the corpse was indeed quite smooth. If the corpse cannot answer and prove Wu Heng's innocence, it will only be more troublesome later. Philippa hugged his arm and said, "Next time you go, take me with you. If I were with you, the person would have been caught long ago. As for you, it's good if you don't make trouble when you go." Catwoman Rogue complained on the side. "I was a captain, and I'm good at finding out who is making trouble." Philippa puffed out her chest. "Master is also a great detective," Rogue said unyieldingly. Envier separated the two noisy people and said, "Master, dinner is ready. Do you want to wait for Sister Chanella to come back?" "Where did Shannara go?" Wu Hung led a few people into the building. "She went to the 5 elders of the Wood Elves," Minnie replied. "Send her a text message and come back early for dinner." "Okay." Tap tap tap. As he spoke, Xiao Xiao appeared beside him and greeted the maids. "Hello, sisters." The noisy people also smiled. Xiao Xiao continued, "Uncle, give me the doll. I go play with Sister Lilith." Wu Hung took out the doll, and Xiao Xiao completed the possession. "I'm going to play," Xiao Xiao said, and was about to run out. Wu Hung instructed, "Xiao Xiao, don't forget what I told you before, don't let it slip." Xiao Xiao immediately replied, "Don't worry, uncle." After that, he ran out with a tap-tap. The few people continued to chat in the living room for a while. Shannara returned from outside, and the few people ate together. On the other side, Lilith's mansion. In the study, the butler brought tea and cakes, then stood upright and said with a smile, "Leader Wu Hung is as efficient as ever. Being energetic will cause trouble." Lilith said angrily, and then said, "Go downstairs first. I will call you if there is anything." "Yes, Mississippi." The butler walked out. After the door was closed, Lilith took out the stiff crow from the brocade box. Drops of blood dripped, and the crow's eyes also lit up. When the 6th eye also lit up, the crow seemed to come alive, jumped onto the table, and tilted its head to look at her. Lilith glanced at her finger, the wound healed instantly, and then said, "Wu Hung caught the murderer, the body, and the interrogation record will be sent to the headquarters tomorrow." The dead priestess had died in the previous mission, and attended the banquet to frame Wu Hung and let the church get rid of Wu Hung. After quickly recounting the incident, she waved to the crow. The crow turned around, flapped its wings, and flew into the void. Lilith's white fingers pinched the cake and ate it bite by bite, and waited for a while. Ripples appeared in the air, and the crow appeared again, standing on the table and speaking in human language. "The Holy See has also received news from the local church. The situation is gradually becoming serious. The report on the corpse should be sent as soon as possible. Don't let Wu Hung leave Treasure Island for the time being." After saying that, the crow's body stiffened and fell on the table. Lilith put the crow away and sighed softly. She couldn't keep an eye on him. Dong dong. There was a slight knock on the door, and the housekeeper's voice came from outside the door. "Miss, Xiao Xiao Miss is waiting for you in the living room." Lilith's lips slightly raised, her body gradually shrank, and she opened the door and went downstairs. Xiao Xiao immediately said, "Sister, let's go to the entertainment city to play the dance machine." "Okay." Lilith smiled on her cold face, and said to the housekeeper, "Go prepare the carriage." "Yes." The housekeeper left. Xiao Xiao stood up and took her hand and walked out. Lilith asked, "What level of the ghost that was killed was hidden from your uncle?" Xiao Xiao said, "Uncle doesn't let me say anything, sister, ask uncle." Lilith rolled her eyes at her. "I love you in vain. I spent money to play games at that time. I asked a lot of money from my uncle." "Okay." Lilith nodded. The two got on the carriage and rushed towards the entertainment city. Island owner's mansion. After dinner, Wu Hung returned to the study. Glenda was floating not far away and said, "Lilith used a crow to contact the headquarters. I think it should be a strange object that requires blood to use. She has already told the headquarters that you caught the murderer." Wu Hung had already guessed that Lilith had a prop connection with the headquarters. After all, Lilith had obtained some information from the headquarters in a quick way several times before. This time, she was seen by Granda, who confirmed that it was a crow-like strange object. But strange objects all have a price, and they are definitely not as useful as your own mobile phone. "What is the attitude of the headquarters?" Wu Hung asked. The headquarters said that the Holy See also got the news, and was very angry about this matter. They asked her to keep an eye on you, and not let you run around. Granda said with a smile. Benny on the side also smiled. The headquarters also knows where you go, and where you cause trouble. "It's over, I have another stereotype." Wu Hung sat down in front of the sofa, and continued to ask, "Where is Lilith now?" "She went to the entertainment city with Xiao Xiao," Granda said. Benny then asked, "What are your plans for that ghost?" Wu Hung sat in his seat, and thought for a while. "I plan to have a good chat with her, and learn some things about the past. She should know something. Then he said. Glinda said, you ask, give us the doll, and go downstairs to have a look. Wu Hung took out the doll, and the two ghosts completed the possession. After confirming that he didn't need help, they walked downstairs together. Poured himself a cup of tea. Then took out the magic soul pot, released the dead cage to surround the magic soul pot in the middle. The lid of the pot was opened, and the ghost of the image of a woman swirled out like smoke. The ghost looked around, then glared at him fiercely. Are you going to hand me over to the association? Wu Hung sat opposite, picked up the teacup and took a sip. The matter has been resolved. There is no need to hand you over to the association. The ghost narrowed his eyes. Are you trying to deceive me? The corpse has proven my innocence, so there is no need to hand you over. Wu Hung said calmly. Hypocrisy. The ghost's body fluctuated. Are you letting me out to humiliate me? On the contrary. Wu Hung put down the water cup. I killed the general you mentioned, and you framed me once, so we are even. How about it? The ghost showed a surprised expression and stared at him carefully, as if trying to determine whether he was playing a trick on him. After a long while he said, you want to let me go? That's not the case. The ghost immediately said angrily, you're kidding me. Wu Hung said, this is Treasure Island. What if I let you out and kill someone? And how long can your soul body last? The ghost said angrily, what do you want to say? Wu Hung leaned on his knees and looked at the ghost, saying, just chatting. How did you and that man know each other? Are you curious about me? The ghost suddenly calmed down and circled in the bone prison. I am indeed a little curious. Wu Hung looked at her. If you think it's a secret, you don't have to tell me. After Wu Hung said this, the ghost was not so resistant and said, it's okay to tell you. They are a group of tomb robbers, and he was the only one left in the end. Tomb robbers? Wu Hang's mind instantly remembered the group of tomb robbers who robbed the ghost ship. At that time, a dwarf's body was found on the ghost ship. After questioning the body, it mentioned that the tomb robbers found a clue about the princess in the tomb. The next step is to rob the princess's tomb. In other words, the lady in front of us was dug out from that tomb. But this time, the ghost ship was not as lucky as before. The princess became a ghost directly, and her level was not low. Killed the rest, leaving only one. What's your expression? The ghost asked back. Wu Hung explained. A ghost ship appeared before the Emerald Sea. It was a sea burial cemetery. A group of tomb robbers robbed the tomb, and then got the location of the princess's tomb, and continued to rob the tomb. The ghost's expression was choked. You mean, they found my clues in another tomb? Whose tomb? I don't know whose tomb it is, but there is a stone tablet that records that you deceived the king, the minister chopped off your head, and he escorted your body back to your hometown. Wu Hung recalled. Shut up. The ghost suddenly screamed and went back into the magic soul pot. Wu Hung scratched his face and said to the magic soul pot, are you still chatting? If not, I'm going to sleep. The magic soul pot did not respond, closed the lid, and put it into the space ring. Bedroom. After taking a shower, Wu Hung lay on the bed. After knocking twice, the door opened, and his 4 maids, plus Philippa, walked in pajamas. They stood in a row horizontally. Philippa said, Sayonara, let us take over you today. Minnie also smiled and said, Master, it's been a long time since I punished the little fox. Anwea rolled her eyes at her. Let me teach you a lesson first, you disobedient rabbit. Wu Hung waved his hand and said with a smile, come on. Master. The maids called out delicately, climbed onto the bed from the end and sides of the bed, and fell into his arms. The next day, in the morning, after breakfast, Minnie walked in from outside, holding a letter in her hand. Master, it was sent by the association. Wu Hung raised his eyebrows, took the letter and touched it. It seemed that there was something inside. He tore open the envelope and poured it into his palm, and a letter and a space ring fell out. Space ring? He unfolded the letter and read it, raising his eyebrows. A reply from the assistant to the leader of Hong Wenhui. And in the space ring, there is the information he needs. Information for building a database. Chapter 942. Return your gaze to the text of the letter. Dear Wu Hung leader, may you be bathed in wisdom and glory when this letter is delivered. On behalf of Leader Claudio, I present to you some of the publicly available information and files of Hong Wenhui, which have been properly sorted and delivered to you. The information and files are the result of many years of hard work by scholars of Hong Wenhui. I hope they will be helpful to you and put to good use. If you have any questions or need further assistance during reading, you can continue to write to Hong Wenhui, and we will respond to your needs as much as possible. Leader Claudio specifically asked that all your requirements must be met. This information can be made public, and the leader can teach it himself. May these words become a sharp sword in your hand, and you will be invincible. Hong Wenhui's deputy leader, Kelmick. Hong Wenhui is responsible for all textual affairs of the association, and the content expressed in the letter also looks very cultured. It looks more focused on verbal decoration than normal letters. But none of this matters, as long as the information is delivered. Wu Hung put on the space ring and waved his hand. Boxes of classics poured out like a waterfall, piling up a small mountain on the floor of the study. Unlike modern electronic versions, the piles of paper materials still give people a special sense of oppression. Wow! So many books! Minnie's exclamation attracted other maids. Philippa even stood on tiptoe to gesture, and the top scroll almost touched the ceiling. The island owner's mansion also has a study, but the number of books and scrolls in front of him has also reached an astonishing number. The information said by Hong Wenhui. Wu Hung explained, and picked up the latest information and read it one by one. There are poems of bards of various ethnic groups, alchemy formulas, and various written records. It seems that the content of the information is still very complicated, involving many fields. The letter also mentioned that these are all public content, and the real non-public content is not in it. After a rough look, he put it back into the space ring and asked, "Where is Shannara?" Minnie said, "Sister Shannara said that the alchemy of the Wood Elves has arrived, and I went there directly after dinner." The matter of the alchemist is an agreement signed by Wu Hung and the Wood Elves. Both parties set up a research room in Treasure Island to jointly develop and study potions. It has been a while since this matter, and those Wood Elf alchemists have finally arrived. The Wood Elves have a high level of attainment in potions, which is also of great help to Treasure Island and the other world. Wu Hung thought for a moment and said, "Wei Er, you will meet these people on behalf of Treasure Island and arrange all the facilities they need. I will then arrange a few alchemical skeletons to go there." "Yes, master." And Weir nodded immediately. Wu Hung stood up again and said, "I will go to the data center. You should train more at home. Especially Philippa, don't bother the parrot. It has been combed bald. I care about everything." Philippa muttered and let go of the parrot. She walked towards the training room with Minnie, and the others arm in arm. Database. Wu Hung arranged a mansion near the island, and could directly use teleportation to go there. Walking into the computer room, there were skeletons sitting in front of office computers, typing away on the keyboard. These skeletons were trained skeletons, and they were localizing some modern content. "Come here." Wu Hung waved at a skeleton not far away. A skeleton wearing a plaid shirt strode over. This skeleton was an investigator, and the highest level skeleton here. Wu Hung called him to the next room, took out all the information, and said, "These are the collected information, all entered into the database. I will use them in a few days." The skeleton pointed at the empty skull, called the other two skeletons outside, and carried them to the office area together. Then put the paper on the scanner and started scanning. Wu Hung stood behind, and his eyebrows were also raised. He didn't think of such a thing as a scanner. In a few seconds, a page of content was scanned, and the second page of content was replaced, and the speed was quite efficient. Wu Hung watched for a while, and then walked around the entire office area. The working state of skeletons is better than that of living beings. Each skeleton is doing his own work, and does not need to go to the toilet. If, in the previous modern world, professions were popularized, skeletons would definitely be a favorite labor force in major factories. Necromancers might be very popular. After staying here for a while, he could not help, so he used teleportation to return to the island owner's mansion. Association, headquarters. The heavy oak door of the conference room was slowly closed, making a dull thump. Around the round conference table, there were 5 high-back chairs, 2 of which were empty, and 3 of them were occupied. Sword of Justice Hadalai, religious leader Sayu, dwarf leader Bruno. After the servants brought tea to the few people, Sword of Justice spoke in a low voice. Lila sent back the news yesterday that Wu Hung had caught the murderer. After questioning the corpse, it can be confirmed that the other party used ghosts to try to frame Wu Hung. Glancing at the religious leader beside him, he continued, "It is to intensify the church and Treasure Island." Humph! Religious leader Sayu snorted coldly and interrupted the other party. These so-called evidences were all sent by Wu Hung. Sword of Justice raised his eyebrows. It was the murderer caught by Wu Hung, and Lilith accompanied him to question the corpse. "Can this be used as evidence?" the religious leader said coldly. "Do you think it's fake?" The interrogation of the corpse accompanied by Lilith can confirm the authenticity of the evidence. "True?" the religious leader sneered, tapping his fingers on the table. "The answers of the corpse are all recollections of inherent memories. Who knows if he used any means?" A necromancer hero was deceived by ghosts at the banquet. He would not notice it. Do you believe it? Anyway, I don't believe it. The dwarf leader crossed his arms in front of his chest, and his thick beard trembled as he spoke. Since he became the owner of Treasure Island, the leaders' meetings of this headquarters have never stopped. Wu Hung is indeed a little too restless. The meeting room was quiet for a while, and the Sword of Justice said slowly, "The corpse and the investigation results are on the way. We can further check them after they arrive." Check again? The religious leader looked more serious. The priest of the Holy See died in such a humiliating way at his banquet. What is there to wait for inspection? Since the association is unwilling to deal with this matter, the Holy See naturally has its own way. After saying this, the conference room became even quieter. The Sword of Justice's face changed, and the dwarf leader also realized the seriousness of the matter, and then advised, "Sayu, calm down, the matter is not as serious as you think." Bang! Sayu slammed the hammer heavily on the table and said, "Enough, Hadalai, you disappoint me too much. The church has made contributions for so many years, but you actually favor a necromancer. The church represents the will of God, and the authority does not allow him to humiliate like this. Treasure Island will no longer exist." After saying this, Sayu threw his robe and stood up, opened the door and walked out. The door was closed heavily, shaking the crystal chandelier. Everyone will be judged by the church. The roar of the religious leader echoed in the corridor. In the conference room, the dwarf Bruno touched his beard awkwardly. Will the church attack Treasure Island? The Sword of Justice glanced at the other party, but did not speak. After a long while he said, "We shouldn't attack Treasure Island. Lilith is on the island. The church won't do such an impulsive thing." "I think so," said the dwarf hero. The Sword of Justice glanced at him and said, "Wait for the body and the report to be delivered, and then check it again." In the afternoon, after lunch, Xiao Xiao came back from outside, hopping and waving the doll in her hand. "I won it in the casino." The maids all surrounded her and praised her lovingly. "Xiao Xiao is great. You won so much. What did you win?" Amid the praises, Xiao Xiao raised her head higher and higher, and generously distributed the dolls to several people at home. Then he said, "Dance machine, they can't dance better than me." After the dolls were divided, Wu Hung asked, "Are there many guests from outside the entertainment city?" "There are quite a lot. I know a few of them. They were there at the last auction and were defeated by me," Xiao Xiao replied. "The entertainment city is still quite attractive, and the prices are not so exaggerated. People who don't spend all their money at the auction have enough to play on the island for a while." "Is Chief Lilith good at dancing?" Wu Hung asked casually. Xiao Xiao answered seriously, "Not as good as me, but Sister Lilith loves to play the dance machine more than anything else. It seems that she likes dancing very much," Wu Hung said. Xiao Xiao nodded in agreement. After sitting in the living room and chatting for a while, Wu Hung took Xiao Xiao upstairs. Glenda and Bernie were also doing their own things in the study. Wu Hung said, "Let's go to the zombie world." The three ghosts went directly into the body. Wu Hung opened the door and walked in directly. On the other side of the door, there was still a monitoring room. He released the ghosts and went to see the situation of the zombies in the cell. At the same time, he turned on his mobile phone and called Li Yong. After 2 rings, the phone was connected, and Li Yong's voice came over. "Wu Hung? Well, why are you still questioning?" Wu Hung asked with a smile. Li Yong said unhappily, "Sister Zhao and I called you 2 days ago, but no one answered. I thought something happened. I'm resting. Don't worry if no one answers in the future. Nothing will happen here." Wu Hung comforted him and asked, "What's the matter with you calling me? Didn't you need cultural relics before? The main station has already sent them. Come and have a look when you have time," Li Yong said directly. Last time, Wu Hung got a skill book from the ruins. After returning, he asked the main station about the cultural relics. After this period of time, the cultural relics were also delivered. "Okay, I go there later." Wu Hung agreed directly. Li Yong nodded. "Okay, then I also notify Sister Zhao to tidy up the room." "Yes." After hanging up the phone, Grinda, who did not leave, asked, "Are you going to the central area?" "Yes, they said that the borrowed cultural relics have been delivered. It's a good time to see if you can get some skills," Wu Hung said. "If you get one more ancient skill, it will greatly increase your strength," Grinda said. "The effect of Xian is more exaggerated than the previous skills. At present, it is obviously impossible to break through the hero in a short period of time. It is still very helpful for him to get more ancient skills." Wu Hung nodded. While the two were talking, Xiao Xiao and Benny flew back and said, "Uncle, No zombies have reached level 20. Don't worry. It's snowing outside. Can we go out and play snowballs? Xiao Xiao continued to ask. Wu Heng took out a coat and put it on, saying, we are going to see your mother, and we will play there later. Okay. Wu Heng took the ghost out, rode the flying dragon, and flew towards the central area in the biting cold wind. Central area. The flying dragon fell from the sky. The main door of the central shopping mall was hung with a green windshield. There were not many people in the hall. Wu Heng went upstairs, knocked on the door of Li Yahong's office, and then opened the door and walked in. In the office, Li Yahong sat behind her desk, with a TV series on her tablet. Very leisurely, Wu Heng said with a smile. Li Yahong smiled. You have to find something to do. Xiao Xiao appeared beside her. Hello, Auntie. Hello, Xiao Xiao. Li Yahong greeted with a smile. Xiao Xiao continued, Uncle, where are the dolls? We are going to have a snowball fight. Wu Heng took out 3 dolls, Xiao Xiao possessed one, and Benny possessed one. Li Yahong looked at the other 2 dolls except Xiao Xiao, and her eyes were fixed. Wu Heng introduced, this is my other ghost, named Benny. Then he said to Benny, Li Yahong, the deputy leader of this base. Benny saluted slightly, and Li Yahong forced a smile, hello. Then Xiao Xiao took Benny, and walked outside together. And Glinda's ghost had not possessed, it seemed that he didn't want to go out, so Wu Heng put the doll away again. Li Yahong asked curiously, is Benny an old, foreign friend? Yes, a foreigner. You speak Chinese so well, Li Yahong said in surprise. And the one from primary school? Wu Heng asked, where are the cultural relics? I take you there. The 2 walked out of the office, and went to another room similar to a library. In the room, various types of cultural relics were placed on a long wooden table. There were stones engraved with words, bronze bells engraved with words, and bamboo slips assembled together. I look here for a while, and go out to find you later, Wu Heng said. Okay. Li Yahong left, and the door closed. Wu Heng picked up the cultural relics, and began to read them one by one. He carefully read the words on each cultural relic, and frowned slightly. Glinda appeared on the side. Don't you have any skills? I haven't found it yet, Wu Heng said. It's just a matter of luck anyway, don't worry, Glinda rarely advised. Wu Heng continued to look back. His eyes fell on a hollowed-out tortoise shell. The surface of the tortoise shell was covered with cracks, but inside, one could see densely engraved symbols and words. The words were engraved inside? Tortoise shell, special item. Effect, 3 talents positioning. Side effect, blood drip. Description, money is not money, armor is not armor, and all the good and bad things you see are bait from the way of heaven. Chapter 943. Strange objects? All along, all strange objects appeared in the other world. Even if there is a suspicion that the train is related to this world, there is no direct evidence. Now, a strange object has really appeared, and it was sent from the museum. Wu Heng frowned, feeling that his thinking was a little wrong. One of the formations of strange objects is that the hero wears it for a long time, and the other is that the strange object is formed under special circumstances. The 2 worlds can travel back and forth. Ancient ruins have been found in the other world, so it doesn't seem strange to find strange objects here. The eyes fell on the effect of the strange object again. 3 talents positioning. 3 hexagram coins are built in. Close your eyes, and shake them 9 times, thinking about the hexagram content in your heart. 3 coins facing up, great luck. 2 coins facing up, small luck. 1 coin facing up, neutral. No coin facing up, bad luck. Strange objects used for divination. The method used for divination is to shake the tortoise shell to see whether the stolen money is on the front or back. The more positive faces there are, the smoother the fortune-telling will be. If none of them face upward, it means bad luck. That means it will be dangerous or unsuccessful. This kind of fortune-telling with tortoise shells is often seen in TV dramas. It seems to be useful. If you do something and the result is not good, you can choose not to do it. It can avoid a lot of trouble. Glinda saw him holding the tortoise shell for a long time and asked, skill? No, it's a rare item. Wu Heng came back to his senses. Rare item. A tortoise shell can also be a rare item? Glinda was also a little surprised. In Treasure Island, tortoise shells are very common. The locals use it to make some tools. Wu Heng said, it's a rare item for divination. What is divination? Glinda looked puzzled. Wu Heng organized his words and said, some abilities similar to those of a prophet can be used to predict certain things. Glinda raised his eyebrows. So powerful? Can you use it to directly predict where to find a skilled book, or where to build a church? That's not what I mean. Wu Heng explained, You can't use it like that. For example, if we are going to a site, we can use it to predict whether there is any danger or whether there is any gain. Grenda raised his eyebrows, was silent for a while, and then said, the effect of this item is a bit special. You are a hero, and you don't have to worry about danger most of the time. As for the gain, you're already there, why use it to predict it? Indeed, for some things, divination is not very effective. Put the tortoiseshell aside, and continue to look at the remaining cultural relics. Carefully look at the text records on each cultural relic. But among the many cultural relics behind, there was no skill book, and no more rare items appeared. Among the things in the room, only the tortoiseshell was useful. Seeing him glance over, Grenda said, are the rest useless? No. Wu Hung shook his head. Grenda flew over the many cultural relics and said, did you look carefully? I looked, but there was really nothing. Wu Hung picked up the tortoiseshell and fiddled with it again. Whether it is a rare item or a skill, a panel prompt will appear. There is no need to analyze the above content carefully, so I read it quickly. Glenda floated aside and thought for a while, and said, I have thought of a way to acquire skills. Wu Hung asked curiously what method. Glenda floated closer and said seriously, that lady, she retained her original memory, and she can avoid your perception at level 16. Maybe she remembers some skills. Wu Hang's eyes suddenly lit up. There is a panel blessing for learning skills, but other professionals still need normal reading and study to learn skills. The other party must be an ancient professional, and must still remember the previous skills. Why didn't you say it earlier? Glenda said, I didn't remember it, and it's not too late now, isn't she in your hands? Wu Hung nodded, and said with some worry, the other party has a grudge against us. Glenda said unhappily, the fortress and her subordinates were all killed by you, and she must hate you to death. So how could she tell us the skills? If she did, it might be fake. Wu Hung said, you are not very good at dealing with women. Even if she is a ghost, she is still a woman. Grenda floated aside with arms folded. No, I just learned a skill, and I have to sell my body. Grenda rolled her eyes at him. What body can you sell? Use coercion and inducement. In her current situation, she will definitely compromise with you if she doesn't want to die. That's right. Wu Hung nodded. An ancient professional still seems to be of great value now. He is not very interested in those ancient histories, but ancient skills are indeed what he needs. Even if there is no mage skills, the original professional skills of the ghost should still be remembered. Anyway, they are all useful. After sitting in the room for a while, he put away the tortoiseshell and walked out directly. Returned to Li Yong's office. After knocking on the door, he walked in. You're back. Li Yong smiled. Wu Hung said, after reading it, I take a tortoiseshell and give them some food and send the rest back to them. No need to give them more. Many of them are given by us. Just tell them when the time comes. Li Yong said directly. Okay. Wu Hung didn't say much. Li Yong continued, Sister Zhao just called and has prepared dinner. If you don't have anything to do, let's go eat first. Let's go! Wu Hung nodded. The two walked out of the office together and went upstairs to Zhao Yanqiu's dormitory. Chatting casually, they had already arrived in front of the dormitory. The door opened. Zhao Yanqiu was wearing a long skirt, outlining her slim figure. Where's Xiao Xiao? Zhao Yanqiu prepared slippers for the two. Xiao Xiao is playing snowballs outside. She should be back soon. Wu Hung said. Li Yong followed behind and asked, what delicious food did Sister Zhao prepare? A few common dishes, go wash your hands, and then you can eat. Zhao Yanqiu said with a smile. Li Yong walked into the restaurant quickly. Zhao Yanqiu was still standing at the entrance, looking at Wu Hung with watery eyes. Wu Hung smiled, hugged Zhao Yanqiu directly into his arms, and kissed her lips heavily. Zhao Yanqiu looked at the direction of the restaurant with a guilty conscience, but still hung her arms on her shoulders, closed her eyes, and looked affectionately. In the early morning, Wu Hung woke up from his sleep. On the left and right, Li Yong and Zhao Yanqiu leaned on each other's arms. Li Yong was still sleeping soundly, but Zhao Yanqiu had opened her eyes, as if thinking about something. Wu Hung put his arm around her shoulders and held her chest to play with it. Zhao Yanqiu hit him unhappily and continued to get into her arms. The three of them lay on the bed for a while. Zhao Yanqiu made breakfast. After eating together, the two went out to do their own things. Wu Hung also took his ghost and rode the flying dragon back to the prison. Then, he returned to Treasure Island from the prison's monitoring room. Island owner's mansion. Wu Hung came down from upstairs, and Chanella and Andwire were sitting in the living room chatting. Master, Andwire greeted. Chanella also said, It's noon, and you're just coming down. Before Wu Hung could speak, Xiao Xiao controlled the puppet on the stairs and ran down in big strides. I'm going out to play. As soon as the voice fell, the person had already rushed to the courtyard and left the island owner's mansion. Wu Hung asked, "What are you talking about?" And Weir said, "We are talking about the Wood Elf Alchemist. The venue has been arranged, and the necessary equipment and instruments will be arranged in the next 2 days. Well, you guys can handle it." Wu Hung sat down. Sayonara continued, "Skeleton Alchemist, have you arranged everything? You can go there anytime, they are all upstairs." Wu Hung said, "Well, don't forget it when the time comes, after all, you came all the way here. Sayonara is still very caring for her people." "Don't worry," Wu Hung said. After talking about this matter, Wu Hung continued, "Let's go to the church together." "Okay." Sayonara nodded. Wu Hung pulled her arm and released teleportation to go directly to the church. The figure appeared again, and had already arrived in the courtyard of the church. Sayonara straightened her clothes, and the two walked into the building together. Gather all the priests who were not working. In a separate meeting room. Several priests saluted together, Chief Wu Hung, Elder Sayonara. Sayonara stepped forward and said, "Chief Wu Hung needs 2 priests to go to the church in Nettail City to spread the faith. Are any of you willing to go?" Below, many Wood Elf priests looked at each other. One of them said, "Elder, I have been to Nettail City, and am willing to go there." Then, the second person also came out, "I am willing to go there too." Sayonara nodded, "Just the 2 of you." Wu Hung glanced at the 2 priests, both of whom were young and beautiful, and said, "I have already greeted the 5 princesses, who are in charge of the local area. You can go directly there." "Yes, sir, we will definitely work hard to complete the work." The first Wood Elf, who took the initiative to go there, immediately said. Wu Hung also smiled, took out 2 space rings, and handed one to each of them. "There are some props in it, for you to use. If you need anything, go to the 5th princess, and pay attention to your own safety." The 2 priests held the space rings. Both of them were ecstatic. The leader really gave props as rewards. Even the space rings were worth a lot. "Thank you, Lord Leader." The other priests also felt a little regretful. They should have expressed their opinions earlier. After arranging things, he continued to encourage the others. He followed the priests and toured the church, and at the same time looked at the people praying in the hall. After staying in the church for a while, he took Sayonara back to the island owner's mansion. Dinner. Putting down the tableware, Wu Hung looked at the little fox Interville. "Wei, when you first came to Treasure Island, didn't you want to let some of your people come over?" "Yes." Enderville nodded directly. When she first came to Treasure Island, Enderville mentioned this matter. It was her first time to go far away, and she was reluctant to leave her people. Now that time has passed, life in Rentam City is not bad, so she didn't mention it. Wu Hung said, "The island is building a church, and various places need some priests and nuns. I need to choose some trustworthy people. I feel that the Fox people are quite suitable. I want to ask for your opinion." Enderville's eyes lit up and said, "This is an honor for the Fox people." It was only after she followed Wu Hung out that she knew that the outside world would be so exciting. At that time, she was captured and used as a slave in Rentam City, and she never thought of escaping. Moreover, it can be seen that Wu Hung trusts the Fox people. After saying that, he also glanced at Chanela opposite him. After all, the priests who were used during this period were all Wood Elves. Chanela smiled and said, "Wu Hung told me, and I also agree to arrange for the Fox people to enter the church." Wu Hung said, "Then you call Wen Manshaw later, and arrange some Fox people to come first, preferably female and higher level." "Okay, master, I will contact Sister Wen Manshaw later." And Weir said happily. Dinner is over. And Weir and Minnie made a video call to Wen Manshaw together, and had a happy chat. Wu Hung and the skeletons conducted spear training in the courtyard. After training for a while, he took the brute fruit tea, and went upstairs to the study. Glinda and Benny also controlled the puppets to go to the entertainment city, and the study was a little empty. Took out the tortoiseshell again, and looked at it for a while. Studying the method of use. The side effect is dripping blood, which is not a serious side effect for me. The tortoiseshell requires shaking coins inside, but the original tortoiseshell does not have it, and the introduction does not mention specific requirements. The coins in this world should also work. Thinking for a while, he took out 3 slightly smaller copper coins and looked at them. The wheat ear should be on the front. The currency in this world also has different patterns. On the front of the copper coin, the center is embossed with wheat ears, and there are crossed hammers and sickles. The outer circle is in the local language, which says that labor creates the world. The wavy pattern on the reverse side represents the wheat field. On the front of the silver coin, a raven with spread wings holds a scale, and on the reverse side is a sailboat. The front of the gold coin is a crown composed of 5-pointed stars, and the back is in the shape of a castle. I heard that it is the headquarters of the association. The 5-pointed star represents the 5-person team system that the association has retained, and it is also the characteristic of the 5-person ruling. Wu Hung took 3 copper coins, threw them into the tortoise shell, dripped blood on them, and thought to himself, talking to the ghost in the magic soul pot. After shaking 9 times, the copper coins fell to the ground. 2 reverse and 1 positive. Flat. In terms of communication, flat, it means no progress. How about the effect? Wu Hung took out the magic soul pot, and after releasing the bone prison, the ghost floated out. Seeing Wu Hung, he turned his face away. I checked some records, and there is no information left by the ruins. Did this kingdom exist? Wu Hung asked. The ghost turned his head and snorted coldly, and got back into the magic soul pot. Damn it. Aren't you bored? Let's chat. Go away. A dull roar came from the magic pot. Damn. The calculation was so accurate, the other party didn't pay any attention to me at all. Chapter 944. When I shook the tortoiseshell before, it turned out 2 reverses and 1 positive. Even, I thought the communication was not going well, but now it seems that the other party does not intend to communicate with me at all. Now it seems that the calculation is indeed accurate. Wu Hung stood in front of the magic soul pot and continued, You can't always be bored in it. Come out and talk. I will let you out for a walk. The magic soul pot still did not respond. I really hate myself to death. Now I don't want to talk to me, let alone let her talk about ancient skills. After standing in front of the magic soul pot and nagging for a while, the ghost still did not respond, so I put the magic soul pot away. Go back to the room to rest. Time flies, and 3 days have passed. Wu Hung, accompanied by the maid at home and the Alpha Ray Master, walked into the arranged training ground. The first thing that caught his eye was the lapis lazuli floor. The stone slabs were polished, retaining the original texture, reflecting a faint light. 4 sturdy stone pillars stand in the 4 corners of the room. The specific material is not clear, but it looks like a whole piece of granite, and the pillars are engraved with complex array patterns. When you step into the training ground, you can feel a special force filling the entire room, as if your movements are subject to greater resistance and your perception is beginning to be restricted. It was also the first time for the maids to come and see the layout of the training ground. They were discussing in a low voice at the back. The Alpha Ray Master stood straight, with one hand behind his back, and introduced, Master Leader, the reverse side of each floor tile is engraved with array patterns. Trampling and chopping in normal training will not have any effect, but you are a hero, so you should also pay attention and don't deliberately chisel the ground to avoid damaging the array pattern on the back. The price of this kind of training ground is charged by square meter. It's true, there are array patterns engraved under each floor tile. Are there any other precautions? Wu Hung continued to ask. These 4 stone pillars also have array patterns. Don't destroy them, the array master said. After the precautions were finished, Wu Hung nodded, Very good, let's go outside to talk. Wu Hung took the array master back to the living room, and the maids began to take out some training protective gear and weapons from the space ring and place them on the edge of the training ground. It can be seen that the maids are quite satisfied with the new training ground. Their faces were full of smiles. In the living room, Wu Hung looked at the array master and asked, Are we going back now? We were busy with the training ground before. We planned to stay on the island for a few days and visit the entertainment city and the cinema. The array master continued, I hope that array masters like you can stay on the island. You are too polite, sir. Entertainment city. Lilith and Xiao Xiao got off the dance machine, and a man and a woman walked up and started dancing to the rhythm. The two sat in the chairs at the back, watching the fat man twisting his body with difficulty. I wanted to laugh, but it was a bit impolite, so I tried to suppress the upturned corners of my mouth. At this time, the old housekeeper walked in quickly. After bowing to Xiao Xiao, he approached Lilith and whispered in her ear, Miss, something happened to Wudu. Lilith narrowed her eyes, glanced at the noisy entertainment city, and said, Let's go back and talk. They walked out of the entertainment city together, and the carriage sent Xiao Xiao back to the island owner's house. Lilith said, Xiao Xiao, I have something to do, you go back first. I'm going out to play in the evening and I call you. Okay, sister. Xiao Xiao agreed obediently, and then jumped towards the island owner's mansion. The carriage continued to return to the mansion. After returning to the residence, Lilith asked directly, What happened? The old housekeeper said seriously, the head of the Badley family, Regulus, returned to the Fog City. The letter he sent back said that he had gathered family members and supporters and seized control of the Fog City. Lilith's eyes instantly turned cold. Island owner's mansion. When Xiao Xiao came back from outside, she saw Grinda reading a book in the courtyard, and Bernie printing flowers on the side. Auntie, Sister Bernie. Xiao Xiao waved and greeted. The two women smiled. Xiao Xiao continued to run into the training ground, and said with curiosity, "Wow, this place has been decorated." Wu Heng said, "How is it?" "It feels like a square where grandmas dance." Xiao Xiao sat down on the side, then directly separated from the puppet and flew out as a ghost. Wu Heng asked, "Have you had enough fun with Lilith?" "No," Sister Lilith said, "she had something to do, otherwise we would still be in the entertainment city." Xiao Xiao answered, floating on the side. "You can read more books at home. I don't have to go to school again. Why should I read books?" Xiao Xiao said directly. Ring, ring, ring. When one person and one soul were talking, the phone rang. He glanced at the incoming call, Lilith. Xiao Xiao frowned slightly, just came back, and felt that the other party had something to do. He answered the phone, "Leader Lilith." Lilith's voice came from the other side. "Something happened in the capital of the Blood Clan. I need to go back and tell you in advance." "Sure enough, something serious happened." "Can you tell me what happened?" Wu Heng asked. Xiao Xiao also listened on the side. The other side was silent for a while, and said, "You still remember the Badley family, those blood exiles I asked you to kill? Basically all of them are members of the Badley family, or people who are closely related. Before, Lilith used Wu Heng's hand to clean up a group of exiles who were locked in the sarcophagus. This seems to involve a commandment of the blood family. The previous generations of blood families will not be executed for committing crimes, but will be punished and exiled. At that time, among the exiles killed by Wu Heng, there were people from the Badley family. For such things, you can arrange your subordinates to deal with it. As for you to go there in person?" Wu Heng asked. Lilith said, "This time it is Patriarch Badley, the last leader of the blood family, and also a hero." Another hero. It is true that heroes are more likely to appear in races with long lifespans. Listening to Lilith's words, and linking some past events, we can basically infer what happened to the Blood Clan. The ruler of the previous generation was the Badley family. After Lilith became the leader, she exiled all the people who committed serious crimes in this family, and also arranged the Emerald Sea area. Now the other party is back. He must be here for revenge. Wu Heng thought for a while, and said, "I will go with you. Let's go and kill him directly." Hearing Wu Heng say this, the other party's tone softened instantly. He whispered, "This is also what I suspect. Things are a bit too coincidental." Wu Heng narrowed his eyes. The leader suspects there is something wrong. Lilith's voice was still coming out of the phone. Exiling Patriarch Badley is not an ordinary way for vampires to exile. Ordinary people can't find a place to release him, let alone release him. Moreover, the hostility of the church towards Treasure Island has been growing recently. The headquarters also reminded me that the church might make some radical actions. Wu Heng's brows were tightly knitted. He had not received any news that the church would make radical actions. He glanced at the maids training in the training room, walked to the living room, and sat down. The phone was switched to a video call. Lowly Lilith appeared on the other side and asked, "What does the leader mean, the patriarch released by the church?" "It's unlikely, but it can't be ruled out," Lilith said. "That is to say, after letting you return to the vampires, the church will attack Treasure Island." Wu Heng continued to calculate, and came to this conclusion. Otherwise, it would be meaningless for the other party to let Lilith leave. Only by attacking Treasure Island would they want Lilith to leave here. "I'm just suspicious, so you can't leave. If you leave, Treasure Island will have problems. I can't stay here, otherwise the vampires will also be in trouble," Lilith said in a deep voice. "This is considered a famous brand. Both of them have to deal with two places." Wu Heng nodded and said, "With the current defense of Treasure Island, I'm not afraid of the church, but you, will there be any danger?" Lilith smiled coldly, "Don't worry, I still have the ability to protect myself. If it really doesn't work, I will live in Treasure Island forever." "Then don't go back," Wu Heng said. Lilith rolled her eyes at him. "That's not what I meant. You should be careful anyway." Wu Heng nodded. He hadn't come up with a good idea yet. "When are you leaving?" "I see you off." "I go by myself." "Don't make it too public," Lilith said, and then said, "Call me if you have anything." "Okay." Wu Heng nodded. "Hang up the phone." Xiao Xiao said, "Uncle, help Sister Lilith." Wu Heng thought for a while, and said, Let's go and take a look. After saying that, he said hello to Minnie, released teleportation and disappeared. When he appeared again, he had already arrived at the courtyard of Lilith's mansion. The housekeeper was already waiting at the door. Chief Wu Hung. Where is Chief Lilith? Wu Hung asked. In the room? As the housekeeper spoke, Lilith in her Lolita form came out, glanced at him and said, Why are you here? Xiao Xiao followed closely and said, Sister, are you in danger? No, I became a hero much earlier than your uncle. Lilith said. Wu Hung said, Come in, I have prepared some things for you, just in case, maybe they can be used. Entering the room, the two sat down in the living room. Lilith's eyes were a little curious and expectant. Wu Hung took out a box of grenades, detonating bombs made in the modern world, and a ticket. Under the other party's puzzled gaze, he introduced, This is a rolling thunder. It doesn't need to be ignited. Just pull the ring and throw it out to detonate. Remember to throw it far away. This is a detonating bomb. For example, you can hide the bomb in a lunchbox, send it to the other party, and then press the button to detonate it. Even if it is a hero, it can cause him to suffer considerable losses. This is a rare ticket. If there is danger, find an opportunity to tear up the ticket, get on the train and run back. Lilith listened to him carefully and raised her eyebrows. Do you think I will lose? If the other party dares to show up, they must be well prepared. We should naturally consider more. Wu Hung said, then thought for a while, and took out a few rockets. This is a rocket. Turn on the safety and fire it. It is very powerful. Use this to aim. Wu Hung told her how to use it. Lilith raised her eyebrows. Not really. You should keep these for yourself. I have my own arrangements. You should protect yourself. Wu Hung said seriously. Lilith avoided the other party's gaze and said, I know. After putting everything away. Lilith said, It's getting late. If you have anything, call me. Okay. Wu Hung sent her to the carriage and said, Be careful. Xiao Xiao said, Sister, you must come back. Lilith nodded, Okay. The door closed, and the carriage gradually went away. Lilith left, and Wu Hung also took Xiao Xiao back to the island owner's mansion. Back to the island owner's mansion. Wu Hung called Grenda and Benny to the study. He told the two souls the news he got from Lilith. Grenda frowned. Attack Treasure Island. The last time the Pope died here, they will definitely not make the same mistake. At least 2 heroes will come. Benny looked worried. Last time facing the Pope, it was actually a bit lucky. If there are too many heroes, wouldn't it be a bit dangerous? We have so many level 20s. Can we still be afraid of them? Xiao Xiao pinched his waist, his face full of dissatisfaction. We and the skeletons have reached level 20, and we can provide help in combat power, but we can't kill them. Benny said on the side. Wu Hung said, According to intelligence, the church has only 2 heroes. If we make good arrangements, it shouldn't be a big problem. Where are the missiles? Uncle, we have missiles. Xiao Xiao reminded. Yes, throw the missiles directly and overturn their temple. Wu Hung said. The 3 ghosts gathered together and began to discuss how to deal with the church. Wu Hung took out the tortoise shell, silently thinking about his relationship with the church, and began to shake the tortoise shell. After 9 times, 3 coins fell out. All 3 face down, fierce, dropped blood again, silently thinking whether the church will attack Treasure Island. 3 still face down, fierce, the 3rd time. Is he in danger? Fierce. Damn it. Sure enough, there is a problem. Wu Hang's face became even gloomier. In the city of Nidal, the setting sun cast mottled images of the holy image on the stone floor through the stained glass. The local Bishop Edmund knelt in front of the statue and prayed devoutly. At this time, the door knocked, and a priest came in holding a letter. Bishop, a letter from the church. The bishop paused, quickly took the letter, and looked at the content. To the bishop, the loyal servant of the Holy See. Now it is found that the people of Treasure Island are using the name of the oracle to commit blasphemous acts. I order all places to prepare for the holy war, to destroy the gods and destroy the religion. The Pope of the Church, Fernando. The bishop stared at the letter in his hand, for a long time without moving his eyes away. Destroy the gods and destroy the religion. This is to go to war with Wu Hung. No, the entire Treasure Island. To flatten the entire island. The situation has become so serious. Chapter 945. The bishop's fingertips gently stroked the golden wax seal on the letter paper. This is the unique emblem of the church's decree, and it also symbolizes the oracle that cannot be violated. We really want to attack Treasure Island. And this kind of order issued by the church is generally passed on to all the surrounding churches. After a long while, the bishop slowly raised his head and said, Let talk keep an eye on the church opposite, and the other priests and knights above level 15, and Nasir come here to see me. Yes. The priest replied and left quickly. The bishop walked to a chair nearby, his face gloomy. Soon, the high-level clergy of the church came in. They whispered about the reason why the bishop gathered them together. The bishop slowly swept his eyes over the priests in front of him, raised the letter in his hand, and said in a low and solemn voice, "The Pope's decree to prepare for the holy war, to destroy the gods and destroy the church." Just 8 words. But the air in the whole room suddenly solidified. Then, he uttered 3 words again, "Treasure Island." Deacon Nasir's pupils shrank slightly, and the knights of the church standing on the side also subconsciously tightened the hilts of their swords. Treasure Island represents Wu Hung. It's time to go to war with a new hero. Bishop. An elderly priest couldn't help but ask, is it because of Adrian last time? Adrian died at Wu Heng's banquet. Judging from the time, it should be this incident. The bishop's eyes swept through the crowd like a blade, and his voice was full of unquestionable majesty. The reason is no longer important. The decree has been issued. The holy war is inevitable. Treasure Island and Wu Hung will pay the price for their actions. Everyone looked serious. This means the church is determined to completely wipe out Treasure Island this time. Treasure Island, the island master's mansion. At dusk, Shannara and Philippa also came back from outside and sat at the dining table to prepare for dinner. After a few simple bites, Wu Hung said, "Something happened in the Blood Clan capital, and Chief Lilith went back for the time being." Shannara said, "Chief Lilith did stay on the island for a long time. Now that she has left, the association should be relieved of you and no longer need to keep an eye on you." Wu Hung glanced at the other party. Shannara raised her eyebrows. "Am I wrong?" Wu Hung repeated to everyone present what Lilith said to him before leaving. The faces of the people who were happily chatting also changed. Shannara said, "Didn't we send the evidence to the headquarters? How could this problem still occur?" Philippa said, "The church will definitely not admit it. If I have a grudge against someone, this is definitely a reason to start a war. Just kill Wu Hung and that's it." Swish, everyone in the room looked at her. Philippa paused and scratched her face. "Am I wrong?" Wu Hung took a sip from the wine glass and said, "Yes, Lilith said the same thing." The religious leader refused to recognize this result. "Look at it," Philippa said a little boastfully, not paying any attention to the serious atmosphere at the scene. Benny picked up a piece of meat and stuffed it into her mouth. "Shut up, don't make trouble." Philippa muttered, "You poke my throat." Shannara asked, "What are your plans?" "Everything is just my and Lilith's guess. We can't be sure whether the chief of the Blood Clan is related to this matter, or what action the church will take." Wu Hung continued, "If there is really an emergency, just like last time, use the ticket to leave here first." "Okay, master." The maids agreed happily. They were not of high level, and they knew that staying would only hinder them. Wu Hung glanced at Philippa. "Philippa, did you hear me? I have fighting power, unlike them," Philippa said unyieldingly. There was a wave of rolling eyes from all around. Wu Hung said, "In a battle between heroes, what fighting power do you have? If there is danger, take your mother away." Hearing that her mother was involved, Philippa nodded. "Well, I don't think heroes are that powerful." Wu Hung continued to talk to a few maids and ended the conversation. The maids went to the training room to train together, and Wu Hung went upstairs to return to the dormitory. In the study room. After Lilith left, Xiao Xiao did not go out either. He and Benny floated in the air as ghosts, watching the cartoons on the tablet. Grinda controlled the puppet, leaning elegantly on the chaise longue beside the bed, like a noble lady, flipping through the book in her hand. Seeing Wu Hung coming back, Grinda turned her eyes away from the book and said, "Have you told Minnie and the others? Leave as soon as possible if there is danger, just like last time." Wu Hung walked over and said, "There is no intelligence yet. If we really find out that the Holy See has any action, send them out in advance. Staying here will not help much," Glinda said. "Yes, I know." Wu Hung sat down on the side. Glinda continued, "Coax the queen. It may be helpful to learn 2 ancient skills in advance during this period of time." "Why do you call her the queen too?" Wu Hung was a little speechless. The title of queen was given by the corpse when it was asked. Glinda blinked at him, with an expression that he was optimistic about you in this regard. Wu Hung took out the magic soul pot. "I discussed this matter with Glinda. I still think that it is very important to ease the relationship with the queen's ghost. The most important point is to get the ancient skills. Secondly, whether their travel between the 2 worlds is related to the bronze key. Is the key a strange object or a special item? Take a deep breath and open the lid of the pot directly." The ghost floated out from the mouth of the pot like smoke, glanced at the other ghosts in the room, glared at Wu Hung fiercely, and went back into the magic soul pot. Wu Hung said to him, "Come out for some fresh air. No one will disturb you. Let me show you a movie." The ghost did not respond. Wu Hung took out a tablet and placed it opposite the magic pot, playing the translated Lord of the Rings movie. He sat not far away and took out a book to watch. After about 2 or 3 minutes, he saw some ghosts floating out of the magic pot, stared at the side, and then looked at the tablet curiously. He glanced at it twice, then concentrated. Wu Hung and Grinda looked at each other, but did not disturb each other, and looked at the book in his hand. Time passed by little. It was completely dark outside the window. Wu Hung stretched his body, and the ghost of the queen trembled and went back into the magic soul pot. He walked over and put away the tablet, saying, "This is the first part. I will show you the second part tomorrow. In fact, I have been reflecting on this matter these 2 days. Maybe I did go too far. In a few days, I will let Granda and the others take you to the island to visit the cinema and the entertainment city. Of course, the premise is that you can't hurt the people on the island." Wu Hung talked for a while, but there was still no response in the magic soul pot. "Okay, you are free to move around. I'm going back to rest. Goodbye, uncle." "Good night." Wu Hung said hello and walked straight downstairs. In the bedroom, Wu Hung leaned against the head of the bed and began to think about the affairs of the Holy See. The last time the Pope died, it was obviously suppressed by the association. The leader of the Hanlin Association went to the temple in person, and Lilith came to Treasure Island. The church had no reason and no spare energy to attack him. But this time, the church obviously used the death of the priestess as a reason to start a war. The association can no longer use the Pope's attack on Treasure Island as an excuse to restrict the actions of the church. The Pope died here, and there will never be only one person coming. If there is a new Pope and a religious leader, it must be the new Pope and the religious leader. The new Pope has just come up, so his strength may not be that strong. No, I just became a hero. Damn it, I just became a hero. Why do I feel like I have been a hero for a long time? Reorganize your thoughts. I am a hero. With 3 level 20 ghosts and a level 20 skeleton, my strength is definitely not bad. The attributes of the church suppress the undead, but with my configuration, I can still escape without any problems. Tomorrow, I will see if the zombies in the prison have reached level 20, and then long-range missiles. If the Treasure Island cannot be saved, the Holy Temple will not be wanted. Let's see who suffers the most. Thinking in my heart, the door opened, and Chanela walked in with the heat of her bath. Smiled and said, still thinking about the church. Wu Hung patted the bed and hugged the waist that leaned over. We could have developed the island well, but suddenly this happened. Chanela said, "Don't think too much. Even if this incident didn't happen, they would find other excuses. At least this time we got the news in advance and were able to prepare, which is a good thing." Wu Hung raised his eyebrows. "It feels a little wrong, and it feels a little reasonable." Chanela touched her little man's cheek. "Don't think too much, you have done a good job. It's great to have you." Wu Hung hugged the other's hand tightly. "Go to bed early. Minnie and I have an appointment for training tomorrow. If we level up a little more, we can help you earlier." "Yeah." Wu Hung turned off the light. The two fell asleep in each other's arms. The next day, early in the morning, after breakfast, the maids went to train early, and even Philippa came with her parrot early in the morning. Trained together. The completion of the training ground, coupled with the threat of the church, also made the maids more diligent. Not the kind of forced by Wu Hung in the past, but the kind of initiative. Wu Hung also had his own arrangements, so he did not go to the training room with them. Instead, he took the 3 ghosts back to the study and opened the boundary door. Zombie world. This is still the prison monitoring room. The 3 ghosts were released again, and Xiao Xiao said, "Uncle, I go see what level the zombies are at." After that, he flew out with Benny. Glinda floated aside and said, "If there is no church, we can live like this, which is actually pretty good." "Yes, but life is not so smooth." Wu Hung sat down in front of the monitor. Let the monitoring skeleton adjust the screen and check the situation in all the cells. The zombies didn't change much. After watching the monitor, Wu Hung picked up the phone and dialed Chi Hansai's number. After 2 rings, the phone was connected. "Hello. It's me. What are you doing?" Wu Hung asked. Chi Hansai said with a smile, "Reading documents and thinking about you." Wu Hung glanced at Granda here and said, "Let's talk about business first, and think about it secretly when no one is around. What instructions do you have?" Chi Hansai's tone became serious when he heard that there was business. "How many missiles can be mobilized from the South Korean base?" Wu Hung asked. 5 long-range ballistic missiles can be quickly mobilized locally. If there are more, they need to be transferred from other bases. Honkai replied. Can the skeletons operate it? Yes. The weapons are controlled by the skeleton army. Honkai continued to answer. Wu Hung thought for a while, and then said, I want to take 3 away. You prepare them for me, and I will take them when the time comes. Okay, I will tell you now. Honkai agreed. After a brief chat, he hung up the phone. He continued to call Li Yong and asked about the situation at the base, and to prepare a plane for himself. I explained everything. I hung up the phone and leaned back in my chair. Grenda said, Can the missile you mentioned really have such great destructive power? It's no problem to destroy a city in the world over there. Wu Hung replied. Grenda floated aside and thought for a while. It's better not to use it unless it's absolutely necessary. After all, the association is in charge of order now. If you kill a city of people because of the contradictions in the Holy See, you will really become the enemy of the world. I'm not a pervert, I won't do that. Wu Hung added, This is our trump card. If the Holy See causes me to suffer heavy losses, I don't mind turning their temple into ruins. The Holy See is so powerful that it also needs a reason to attack itself, and the death of the priestess this time is the opportunity that the other party has been waiting for. To put it bluntly, you still have to give the association face. If you really destroy a city of people, you may change your interest. Not only the 2 heroes of the Holy See, but also the heroes of the association will define him as a dangerous person. If they come together to attack me, I will be in trouble. And there are gods. I still don't know what kind of existence they are. Of course, if the situation really develops to a certain extent, missiles can destroy 1 or 2 cities and deter the other party. As they were talking, Xiao Xiao and Benny also flew back from outside. Xiao Xiao said angrily, Uncle, these zombies are too stupid. They haven't upgraded yet. Benny also said, the level light column has not changed much from last time, but it is estimated that they will be soon. The remaining zombies seem to upgrade more slowly. It has been a while, and it has not reached level 20 yet. Wu Hung thought for a moment and said, Xiao Xiao, call the alchemist skull over. Okay. Xiao Xiao flew out directly. When he came back again, the alchemist skull followed him in. Soul fire flickered in his empty eye sockets, and he saluted slightly to Wu Hung. Wu Hung nodded, show me the record book. The use of zombie cores is 2 per day, once in the morning and once in the evening. After reading it he said, I hope that there will be zombies reaching level 20 in the next few days. The number of cores can be appropriately increased, and 1 can be eaten every hour. Don't let them collapse and die. After listening carefully, the alchemist skull nodded. Go back and prepare, and start soon. The alchemist skull saluted and left. Wu Hung also stood up and said, Let's go to the airport and go to the Korean base in the afternoon. Treasure Island, port. The dusk is heavy, and the sea breeze has a salty taste. A merchant ship appeared at the port, with arrows stuck in its hull and bright sails, like tattered strips of cloth. On the deck, the sailors supported each other and walked down the gangway. Some of them covered their bleeding bandages and looked at the port vigilantly. Once the merchant ship docked, the captain with disheveled hair rushed up quickly with several injured crew members. The captain pulled off his bloody tricorn hat, threw it hard on the ground, and cursed loudly, the robbers raised by the association. They hung the flag of the search warrant and killed half of my brothers. The noisy port suddenly became much quieter. The workers who were carrying the goods froze in place, and the patrolling guards also looked over. And this sentence continued to spread to the back through the crowd. The association raised robbers? Chapter 946. The sea breeze was sobbing, and the wooden planks of the dock creaked under everyone's feet. The captain ripped open his blood-soaked collar, revealing a hideous arrow wound on his collarbone. The voice was hoarse, as if it was squeezed out of his lungs. I have sailed in the Emerald Sea for more than 30 years, and this is the first time I have seen a pirate who can take out a search warrant from the association. The crowd exploded. One person said, the fleet that docked yesterday also said that half of the spices were seized, but it seems that there was no fight. I heard about that too. Another leather-armored man said, I heard that even 2 pieces of the cargo hold floor were pried off. You are exaggerating. How could they pry off the floor? Some people still asked, what is the association search warrant he mentioned? I know this. The order issued by the Emerald Sea flag bearer seems to be that associations in various places can issue search warrants to private ships and search other ships. Isn't the flag bearer the island owner? He has been replaced long ago. At this time, the dwarf deputy deacon of the association hurried over with the team. He glanced at the injured crew and shouted, Shut up. He grabbed the captain's wrist with a clamp-like hand and said, I take you to the association. If what you said is true, the association will make the decision for you. Okay, who is afraid of who? The captain picked up the hat that fell on the ground, dusted it off, and put it on his head. He raised his head and shouted to the surroundings, if I don't come out, tell other caravans not to come to Treasure Island again. After that, he followed the dwarf to the central area. Zombie world. The plane landed at the Korean base. Chi-Han Kai, wearing a white down jacket, stood in the distance with the backbone of the base to greet them. Seeing Wu Hung coming down, Chi-Han Kai took the lead in saluting, Leader? Not far away, some people from other bases were looking from afar. This base also serves as a world market, and all bases exchange the materials they need through it. Wu Hung nodded, well, let's go in first. A group of people walked into the building, and the heating dispelled the chill. The heating here is still good, and the quality of life is basically not much different from before the end of the world. Several people walked into the conference room. Wu Hung sat on one side, and Chi-Han Kai sat opposite with the others. How are the preparations going? Wu Hung asked directly. Chi-Han Kai replied, the missiles I gave you are vehicle-mounted, which are more convenient to transport and operate. Positioning and attacking, the skeletons can do it independently. Wu Hung continued to ask. Chi-Han Kai did not speak. Minister Jean, who was in charge of military technology, said seriously, all can be done. The learning ability of skeletons is very high, and they will not be disturbed by external factors. As long as the order is given accurately, they can carry out precise strikes. After that, he did not forget to add, satellite positioning and some special positioning methods are required. After that, he took out several square electronic devices from the ground and continued to introduce, this is an electronic locator. In some special environments, the signal can be sent out by pressing the switch. The satellite will capture the location of the signal in the first time and carry out precise strikes. Wu Hung raised his eyebrows. This kind of locator sounds quite suitable for the other world. He took them all and took a look, then said, during this period, this base has performed very well. We will add resources to you after the spring. Except for Chi-Han Kai, everyone else showed joy. Seeing that the matter was finished, Chi-Han Kai said, you go, and do your own things first. The leader will not treat everyone unfairly. We must also work hard to do things well. Yes. Everyone stood up, bowed and left. After leaving, they still talked about the allocation of resources. Wait until the door is closed. Chi-Han Kai came over, sat on his lap, and said, I haven't come here for a long time. Sister Zhao and Li Yong, you must have your heart hooked there. Why are you jealous? Wu Hung put his arm around her waist. Eat. Who told you to come less and less often? Chi-Han Kai said unhappily. Wu Hung smiled, I come over when I have time. I miss you too. Chi-Han Kai smiled even more, held his cheek, kissed him gently, and continued, Stairway to the Sun Shelter, remember it? That large shelter in South Africa? What happened to them? Wu Hung nodded. Chi-Han Kai continued, nothing, their leader sent 2 black girls as a gift to you. Black girls? Literally, they have black skin and are known as the most shining black pearls there. Chi-Han Kai introduced with a smile. Wu Hung frowned, I don't like this kind of aesthetics. They have been living here for half a month, since they were sent here. Do you want to take a look first? Chi-Han Kai continued. Wu Hang's mouth twitched. I don't have time to look at this now. Take me to see the missile vehicle first. The threat from the Holy See was imminent, so he didn't have the heart to accept this gift. Moreover, his aesthetics did not include black skin. Seeing that he was more anxious, he stood up. Let's go, over here. The two of them went to the heavily guarded area together. 3 missile launchers were neatly arranged. 3 skeletons sat in each cab, with blue soul fire in their empty eye sockets. Positioning, loading, and launching are all automated. Chi-Han Kai introduced. Wu Hung took a look and confirmed that there was no problem, then said, you go back first. I find you later. Okay. Chi-Han Kai nodded and turned to leave. After Chi-Han Kai left, he used the garage door to open the boundary door. After adjusting the locations on both sides, let the missile vehicle slowly drive into the light gate and head to Treasure Island. With these missiles, it can be regarded as an additional means to deal with the Holy See. After the vehicle mobilization was completed, Wu Hung left the arsenal area. Before leaving, Chi-Han Kai whispered, don't stay for one night. If I really have something to do this time, I will come to accompany you next time. Wu Hung said directly. Chi-Han Kai nodded, okay. Waving goodbye, Wu Hung boarded the plane back to Shinfu City Prison, opened the gate, and returned to Treasure Island. Back to Treasure Island, the sky had darkened. The women in the family were training together in the training room, and the sound of snoring came from time to time. Wu Hung sat down in the living room. Minnie came over to make tea for him, and then said, "Master, Mrs. McIntosh called you in the afternoon." "What did she say?" Wu Hung took the tea and took a sip. "No, she just said that when you come back, she asked you to call her, but I heard that something happened at the port during the day," Minnie said casually. "Port? I know." Wu Hung nodded. Minnie smiled and said, "Master, I'm going to train. Call me if you have anything. Don't get too tired." "Got it, Master." Minnie smiled and left, while Wu Hung took out his cell phone and called McIntosh's cell phone. After 2 rings, McIntosh's voice came from the other side. "My lord." "You called during the day?" Wu Hung asked. "There are 2 things I need to report to you." McIntosh paused and said, "Someone on the island has started to spread rumors, saying that you killed the priests of the church at the banquet, and there are dead soul experiments in various places, and Treasure Island is about to go to war. We have locked on several targets, and can arrange guards to arrest them at any time." Wu Hung listened and narrowed his eyes. The church arranged people to spread it. "What about the second thing?" Wu Hung continued to ask. McIntosh said, "The second thing is that a fleet docked today. The people on the ship claimed that the fleet was robbed by a ship holding a search warrant from the association. Both property and personnel suffered serious losses. They were later brought to the association. Deacon Zalogwi should handle it." Wu Hung nodded, thought for a while, and said, "Catch the people who spread the rumors tonight and interrogate them to confirm their purpose." "Understood, I will arrange it now," McIntosh said directly. "Okay, call me if you have anything," Wu Hung said. After hanging up the phone, Wu Hung took another sip of tea. The spread of rumors is likely to be arranged by the Holy See. Of course, it may not be arranged directly by the Holy See, but the root cause is definitely related to the Holy See. Create public opinion or let Treasure Island fall into chaos. The second thing is the port matter. The search warrant was made by the new flag bearer, and he had long guessed that there would be problems. And it was earlier than expected. When I go to the association tomorrow, I can remind Zalogwi and the others about the church. After sitting for a while, I returned to the study. I played the second part of the Lord of the Rings in front of the magic pot, and wisps of ghosts floated out of it, and looked at the content on the tablet. Wu Hung talked to Glinda and Bernie about what happened on the island. The night was as dark as ink, and several shadows shuttled silently on the streets of Treasure Island. McIntosh led the team in person, followed by a team of fully armed skeleton guards. He glanced at the list in his hand and said in a low voice, "Catch them alive." The skeleton moved quickly, and was caught in the dungeon amid the noise and shouting. On Wu Hang's side, after receiving a call from McIntosh, he returned to his room to rest. The next day, Wu Hung went to the association, stood in front of the deacon's study, knocked on the door, and walked in directly. In the study, the 2 elf sisters were looking at documents at their desks. Seeing Wu Hung come in, they forced a smile on their faces. Zalogwi said, "I just happened to find you for something." "What about the port?" Wu Hung sat down beside him. "Yes, a merchant ship was inspected by the other party on the route and then attacked," Zalogwi said with a serious expression. At this time, Shiryali brought some elf cakes and placed them in front of him. Without interrupting the conversation between the two, she sat back in her seat. "Do you know which fleet was robbed with the help of a search warrant?" Wu Hung asked. "The other party can clearly tell the characteristics of the fleet's flag. It should not be difficult to find it by checking the fleets that have issued search warrants in various places." Zalogwi continued, "The main thing is what should we do next? The things we are worried about have already happened. If we don't curb it, I'm afraid it will become more serious." After Wu Hung came to Treasure Island, the sea route became the golden road for all places, which accelerated the speed of trade and increased the income of all places. In Zalogwi's mind, she never wanted this to happen. Wu Hung said, "Go and call the flag bearer." Shiryali nodded and went out directly. When she came back again, she was followed by the elf flag bearer. She walked into the room with her chest and head held high. Seeing Wu Hung sitting here, she was stunned at first, then saluted and said, "Meetings, Chief Wu Hung." Wu Hung also looked him up and down. Although Zalogwi had heard about him several times, it was the first time he saw this person. A very standard elf image, upright and elegant. Wu Hung nodded and said, "Now there are caravans saying that private fleets are holding search warrants and are starting to rob fleets at sea. You issued the search warrant. Do you have a plan for this situation?" The flag bearer touched his cuffs with his fingertips and said, "Chief, the robbery is indeed regrettable, but reform always comes at a price." As he spoke, he He unfolded a piece of paper and handed it over, saying, I suggest that local associations increase the deposit for ships holding search warrants, hold those who violate the regulations accountable, and increase the patrol range of the Treasure Island fleet. It can be seen that the other party has been prepared. Wu Hung glanced at the document handed over, and then looked at the other party. You want Treasure Island to increase the patrol range to reduce the probability of robbery by ships holding search warrants? Yes, the flag bearer said. Shilagui said directly, according to what you said, just let the island ships patrol directly. Why issue a search warrant? And even if all the ships on the island are arranged, it will not be enough to patrol the Emerald Sea. It is also to ease the current predicament. In the future, all places will still focus on search warrants. The flag bearer continued. After listening to the other party, Wu Hung folded the document and said, I will discuss this matter with Shilagui, and give you an answer then. The flag bearer glanced at Shilagui and nodded yes, then I will take my leave first. After the other party left, Shiryali stroked the teacup. Shilagui and I don't like him. Although we are both elves, we just feel disgusted. Shilagui asked, want to arrange the ship of Treasure Island? Spread across the Emerald Sea? How is it possible? Of course not. Wu Hung said, I will tell you another thing. The sisters calmed down and looked at him curiously. Wu Hung said, the Holy Sea may attack Treasure Island. Lilith has been sent away. We must also be prepared to deal with the possibility of possible danger. The faces of the sisters suddenly changed. Again? Why? Shilagui said, and immediately reacted, the priestess incident? I suspected, and this time, they must have made plans to kill me. I have already arranged with Minnie and the others that the Holy See should not take action against the members of the association, but you must be careful. If there is danger, use the tickets I gave you to escape. Wu Hung said quickly. Shiryali continued, then you can't arrange the ship to leave at this time. Wu Hung raised his eyebrows and glanced at the sisters, saying, besides, isn't it a bit too coincidental to let the fleet leave at this time? You mean? Shalagui's face became even uglier. Shiryali cursed. No wonder all the orders are weird when they come. Wu Hung said, don't spread the news first. Okay. Netale City, City Lord's Mansion. The little maid ran back quickly and said anxiously, Your Highness, the bishop of the church has left the port with most of the clergy, and there are many warships following. The fifth princess frowned and asked, do you know where they are going? I don't know, I haven't found out, but judging from the supplies leaving the port, it seems that they are going to participate in some battle. The little maid said. The fifth princess narrowed her eyes for a moment and immediately said, you continue to inquire, I will report to the leader. Yes. The little maid turned around and was about to leave. The fifth princess continued, be careful, I always have a bad premonition in my heart. Okay, princess. Island Lord's Mansion, study. I see that you are also from a famous family. Why did you follow that bastard? The ghost floated out and said to the guard beside him. Grinda raised his head and said calmly, not bad. Apart from being a bit lustful, I don't find any other shortcomings. Humph. If you can't control such desires, it's hard to achieve great things. Grinda retorted, you should get to know him. Maybe he has accomplished the great things you mentioned. The ghost narrowed his eyes and looked at Grinda repeatedly. He has accomplished them all. What a big tone. Chapter 947. There are some newspapers sent from Treasure Island in coastal cities. She went to learn about it in order to deal with Wu Hung, so she naturally knew some things. Within 2 years, he quickly became a hero. After arriving at Treasure Island, he annihilated pirates, published newspapers, and sold various best-selling products such as pens and watches. Although it is different from what I thought, sitting firmly in the hall and making decisions on major events in the world. He has indeed achieved a lot, and he is still so young. Thinking about it, I admire this kid a little bit. I'm curious, why did your attitude suddenly change? Ghost Lady asked directly. When I just caught her. Wu Hung said that he would hand her over to the association to prove his innocence. Later, not only did he not hand himself over, but he also tried to ease the conflict between the two sides based on the other party's attitude. Grinda still looked at the book in her hand and said, guess what? The ghost looked at her again and said, no matter what your purpose is, even if I die, I will not help you do anything. Grinda shrugged indifferently, her eyes still on the book in her hand. Humph! The ghost snorted, and Frodo in the movie was climbing the volcano with difficulty. Deacon study. Gila Rose glanced at the door and whispered, should we catch him first? Looking at her, she seemed eager to try. It sounded a bit strange that the local deacon wanted to catch the flag bearer. Wu Hung said, don't worry, the Holy See doesn't know that we have noticed this, so don't rush to do it. He stays on the island, and just keeps an eye on him. Another reason is that the church has not shown any signs of taking action. It will be difficult to explain to the association later if they arrest the local flag bearer directly for this reason. Sure, Yali said on the side. Listen to Wu Hung, he is a hero. Shi Logui also nodded. Okay, if there is danger, I will help you stop them. I am the deacon of the association, and they will not do anything to me. This time is different. Wu Hung smiled. I can handle it myself, and you must also protect yourself and show a neutral attitude. Okay, I know. Shi Logui glanced at her sister, and said that she understood. Then she asked, what should we do about the search warrant? Sure, Yali, help me write a leader's order, and all parts of the Emerald Sea will check the ships that issued the search warrant. The rest of the matter will be dealt with after this period of time. Wu Hung said. Okay. Sure, Yali nodded in response. After chatting with the two sisters for a while, he got up and left. With ghosts following him, he didn't feel comfortable getting intimate with the two sisters. Leave the study, release teleportation to return to the island owner's house. The figure appears in the courtyard. Walk into the room, and sit down in the living room. The maid Minnie brought tea, master. Is everything okay? Nothing. There was a problem with the flag bearer. It's not a big deal. Wu Hung nodded. A new flag bearer? Minnie thought for a while. He's so low-key. I haven't seen what he looks like in such a long time. He's from the elf tribe, and his manners are very elegant. Wu Hung said. He's from the same tribe as Deacon Zalogui. Yes. Wu Hung nodded. While the two were chatting, Benny appeared on the side and smiled and nodded at Minnie. Then he said, the flag bearer has been reading the information since he returned to the study. Minnie saw the two talking, so she didn't disturb the man and the soul, and walked towards the training room. Wu Hung asked, did you find any problems? If you mean whether it is related to the Holy See, nothing was found. He went back to work normally. Benny continued, but you can see that he was very nervous and sweating when he came out of the deacon's study. He is already level 19, so he shouldn't be so weak. That means he did something bad. Xiao Xiao also appeared on the side. Benny also said, I feel the same, and he is very cautious at first glance, afraid that we will stare at him. The two souls gathered together to analyze as if they had found a clue. Wu Hung said, then keep an eye on him. Okay. The two ghosts nodded. While talking, Shawnera walked over while talking on the phone. He looked up and said, the fifth princess called and said that the local Vatican bishops gathered a fleet to go out to sea. It is not clear what they are going to do. It should be to join the Vatican's large forces. You should tell the fifth princess about this and let her be careful. Wu Hung said. Shawnera nodded and continued to talk on the phone. Wu Hung also received a call from Macintosh's number. After the call was connected, Macintosh's voice came from the other side. Sir, the interrogation has been carried out. 4 of them were hired by a strange man to spread the news. 2 of them spread the news on their own after hearing the news. We are looking for the news of the hired man. Continue the investigation. Let the guards lock up these people first. Wu Hung said. Yes. Nitail City, the capital of Kelu City. In the palace, the eldest prince, wearing a purple and gold robe and a crown, sat on the throne on one side with a majestic temperament. And on the chairs below, high-level professionals from various sects sat. One of them said, Clifford has rarely appeared, and there are still some reports that he has been killed. Clifford is the name of the second prince of the Yeko Kingdom. Another man in a robe, with his hands crossed in front of him, said, I arranged some people to go, but the defense of Rentam City should have been increased, and there is no news about the people who went there. Wu Hung is a hero now, don't anger him. The man at the beginning spoke. The expressions of several people in the room were all solemn. Wu Hung, the real ruler of Rentam City. Originally, there was still a plan to counterattack, but the association suddenly announced the news that the other party had become a hero, which completely calmed down the eldest prince's camp. Can only make some tentative small moves. The eldest prince, who was sitting in the main seat, looked at the people in other seats, and finally fell on the woman in a blue robe. Viola, you have met Wu Hung many times. What do you think of him? Viola, the witch of the Divine Punishment Church. Viola's eyelashes moved slightly, and she answered respectfully, Wu Hung is insidious and cunning, and he holds grudges very much. I think we should not provoke him when dealing with such a person. The others looked at him, and their eyes changed. Tap tap tap. At this time, a servant walked in quickly and said, Your Majesty, Archbishop Dylan is here to visit. The eldest prince narrowed his eyes, glanced at the door, and winked at everyone below. Everyone stood up, and walked quickly to the room on the side. "Please come in, Archbishop," the prince said. The attendant saluted and left. When he returned again, he was followed by a human archbishop, wearing a dark blue robe and an archbishop's crown, and walked into the hall with steady steps. After entering the room, a pair of eyes first glanced at the prince, and then looked at the room next door. After retracting his gaze, he performed a religious ceremony, "Your Highness." Although he used a respectful title, his tone was only superficially respectful. "Archbishop Dylan." The prince stood up and smiled in return. "Please sit down." Dylan sat down on a seat beside him, and the waiter brought tea. The prince asked, "Lord Dylan, what are your instructions?" The archbishop got straight to the point. "How do you plan to arrange those scattered sects?" "Lord Dylan, the investigation team should not have direct evidence pointing to me." The prince's face remained calm. The archbishop smiled and continued, "The Holy Church wants you to do something. As long as you can do it, the Holy See will help you keep this position." He glanced at the seat under the eldest prince. The eldest prince's eyes narrowed. "Oh? What do I need to do for the Holy See?" "It's very simple. It's what you always want to do." The archbishop looked at him directly. "Just say it. Send troops, march north, and take back all the land occupied by Rentam City," the archbishop said. The eldest prince's eyes narrowed and said seriously, "Wu Hung, leader Wu Hung. Don't worry, the Holy Church has issued a holy war, and he has received the sanctions he deserves. The rest is up to you. Even if you occupy Rentam City or the Orc territory to the north, it is the land of your Yak kingdom, and your achievements will surpass your father." When the archbishop said this, his voice seemed to be magical. Let the prince see a wider land, and the achievements of other kings. In the next room, people from various sects also widened their eyes, with some disbelief. Is the church finally going to kill Wu Hung? After all, it cannot tolerate a necromancer to become a hero, and it is more serious than imagined. Directly starting a holy war means that any forces and relationships related to the other party will be completely eradicated. Even if Wu Hung is a genius, he can't compare with the powerful church. He's finished. This young hero is indeed too arrogant. The Witch of the Gods Punishment Church stood at the back of the crowd, her heart pounding. The kid who almost killed her several times is finally going to die. Although she has no chance to kill him, he will still die before her. In the hall, the prince quickly calmed down and said, "Rentam City is on the border, and has a large number of skeletons. This type of undead soldier is difficult to kill." The archbishop continued, "I will arrange for clergy from cities along the way to help you. The kingdom of Yeko has always obeyed the Holy See. Since it is the instruction of the Holy Church, I will definitely follow it," the prince said seriously. "When can you start the attack?" the archbishop continued to ask. The prince said, "The troops have been assembled at the border. As long as a little adjustment is made, the attack can be launched." "Okay, then it's settled, Your Majesty." The archbishop stood up and saluted. The prince said seriously, "Afterwards, please ask the Holy See to keep its promise." "Of course," the archbishop said with a smile. At dusk, in the study room, Wu Hung had a conversation with the ghosts. The phone rang, and when he saw that the caller ID was Lilith, he raised his eyebrows. After answering, he switched to a video call, and Lilith's appearance in a Lolita state appeared in it. "Chief, have you arrived?" Hearing Wu Hung say Chief, Xiao Xiao controlled the puppet and ran over, shouting into the phone, "Sister Lilith." "Yes, Xiao Xiao." Lilith forced a smile on her cold face. "Sister is home?" Xiao Xiao leaned on Wu Heng's back and asked curiously. "Not yet, but soon," Lilith said, looking at Wu Hung, and said, "There is news from the Holy See, I tell you." "What news?" Wu Heng's expression became serious. When Xiao Xiao heard that they were talking about business, he sat aside obediently and didn't say anything. Lilith said, "The Pope led his team away from the temple, and the religious leader also left the headquarters. If their goal is Treasure Island, then you will face two heroes. I suggest you hide first and wait for the headquarters response." The two heroes were what Wu Hung and Granda had thought of long ago when they discussed together. "I can kill the previous Pope alone. If the Holy See wants to deal with me, it will definitely not arrange one. At least two, if no external aid is requested. In addition, the transmission of normal intelligence at this time is delayed." Lilith received this information, and the Holy See's team is estimated to be almost at the Emerald Sea. If the two hadn't had a phone call, it might have been transmitted to me after the war was over. "What is the attitude of the headquarters?" Wu Hung asked. "Hadarei asked you to go to the headquarters first, and then continue to negotiate with the Holy See," Lilith said. Wu Hung narrowed his eyes. Go to the headquarters. He had to face 2 heroes of the church in Treasure Island, but there were more heroes in the headquarters. Judging from the attitude of the headquarters in the past, they were indeed trying to be fair. But if there was a slight deviation, it would be more dangerous in the headquarters. I have arranged everything for Treasure Island. If we are really defeated, we will escape. Lilith rolled her eyes at him and continued, this time the church has issued a holy war to destroy the gods and the religion. Except for your sect in Treasure Island, everyone is a sinner, so if you want to stay, you must win. Defeat the gods and destroy the religion. Wu Heng's eyes became more serious. This is to clear everything related to him. Okay, I understand. Wu Heng nodded. I have nothing else to do, Lilith said. Wu Heng smiled again and said, Chief, I would ask you to help me stop the church first, and then we can go back to kill your blood clan members. Lilith glanced at him and said, if the Treasure Island is gone, I will arrange a place for you to hide, but of course you will have to hide your identity at that time. Then I will go to you when I am desperate. Wu Heng did not refuse. After chatting with Lilith for a while, he handed the phone to Xiao Xiao. The two began to chat back and forth. Wu Heng sat aside and began to think about what Lilith had just said. Destroy the gods and destroy the religion. This time, not only will they kill me, but also the sect. It may even affect the entire Treasure Island. The church hates me to the core. The other side has 2 heroes, and I am already struggling to face 2 heroes, and I may not have time to take care of the Treasure Island. I don't know how much effect the skeletons and modern equipment will play by then. Knock, knock, knock. While thinking, there was a knock on the door. Wu Heng looked up, but he didn't hear anyone talking. He opened the door and saw the skeleton alchemist standing outside, holding a bottle of potion on a tray in his hand. Grandmaster Strength Potion. Chapter 948. Seeing the name of the potion, Wu Heng raised his eyebrows. This potion has never appeared before. In other words, this is a level 4 corpse core potion. Thinking of this, he was instantly happy. It was made at the right time, and it was completed before the upcoming battle. Even if it is just an attribute enhancement, it will be helpful for the subsequent battles. Is this a new potion? Granada asked through the wall. Xiao Xiao also asked, what level of corpse core potion is this? I have been researching it for a long time, and I have forgotten what level it is. Wu Heng said, level 4. Made with the corpse core of the Corpse King. As he said, he held the potion under the light to take a closer look. The light blue liquid flowed in the glass bottle, and occasionally a silver light flashed. It seemed to contain special energy. Xiao Xiao muttered to the side, we just made the Corpse King, and we all have a level 20 corpse core. The Corpse King is the name given to each shelter in the modern world, representing a level of 18. But in the prison, level 20 corpse cores have begun to appear one after another. It seems that level 18 is a bit slow. It's okay, don't ask for too much, Wu Heng said. Level 18 is so slow. Xiao Xiao leaned on his shoulder. By the time you research level 20, you will be an old man. Glinda said, like that old wizard with a big beard. Benny also smiled and said, if Wu Heng grows a beard, he should look good. You are thinking too far ahead. And you underestimate the lifespan of heroes. Wu Heng said, and put the potion into the space ring. He looked at the alchemy skeleton waiting on the side and said, let's go to the alchemy room. I see how many level 4 corpse cores there are. The alchemy skeleton led the way, and Wu Heng and 2 ghosts went to the alchemy room together, entered the door, and turned on the light. The whole room was instantly bright. In the spacious room, all the skeleton alchemists were busy with their own things. Wu Heng walked to the constant temperature cabinet on the side. There were still 3 level 18 corpse cores. He remembered that he had obtained a lot of corpse cores of this level, but they were still being consumed during the experiment. It seems that he also needs to kill some level 18 zombies to allow the potion to continue to be made. Retracting his gaze, Wu Heng continued to ask the accompanying skeleton, is there any opportunity this time? How did you make a new potion? The soul fire flashed in the skeleton's empty eye sockets, and then made a gesture of invitation. Wu Heng followed it to the inside of the room. The skeleton stopped in front of the dazzling crystal. Moonlight crystal, a naturally formed crystal that absorbs moonlight and condenses dew crystals, with special effects. This is the item I bought at the auction. The dew crystal condensed by absorbing moonlight can be used as a kind of alchemical material. Wu Heng raised his eyebrows. Is the potion made because of this rare item? The skeleton nodded. Wu Heng and the accompanying ghost were a little surprised. Glinda said on the side, you are really lucky. Yes, you really bought something useful. Benny also said. At the auction, Wu Heng's way of buying is more like a nouveau riche. Hearing that the things introduced are better, he bought them all, with an urgent sense of urgency to convert money into combat power. Glinda and Benny, most of the time, do not agree with this way of consumption. But I really bought something useful, and it also directly accelerated the process of making the potion. Otherwise, I don't know how long it would take. I admit that there was an element of gambling, but I made the right bet. Wu Hung straightened his chest. Xiao Xiao said, "This is a line from a movie, I know." Wu Hung continued to say to the alchemy skeletons, "Continue to make this potion, and at the same time, divide more skeletons to develop the 5th level corpse core." The alchemy skeletons nodded again, and Wu Hung left the alchemy room with the ghost. Return to the study. The 3 ghosts continued to chat about potions and zombie evolution. Wu Hung first took out the magic soul pot of the queen, placed it on the opposite side, and then put a tablet on it to play the movie. For several days in a row, although they were still unwilling to communicate with Wu Hung, they would look at the content on it by themselves when the tablet was put on. Wu Hung walked back to his position, and the ghost queen turned into a ghost and flew out, stared at this side, and then watched the movie by herself. I took the potion. If there is any change, remember to give me the antidote. Wu Hung took out the potion and several bottles of antidote. 3 ghosts possessed the dolls. Granda said, "It's already level 18 potion. It's really dangerous. The antidote is useless." Xiao Xiao said, "Uncle, you forgot that you are a hero, and you won't die." "I didn't forget, I was afraid of problems." Wu Hung said. "Xiao Xiao was afraid that you would waste the potion." Benny said. "I didn't." Wu Hung opened the bottle stopper, "Drink first." After saying that, he tilted his head back and drank it. The cool and slightly sour liquid flowed into the abdomen, along the throat and chest. Then, the severe pain swept through his body like a tide. Wu Hung fell from his seat, his knuckles turned white due to the effort, and he curled up on the ground and struggled. Grinda's puppet knelt on the ground, his arms tightly wrapped around his trembling shoulders. Benny held the antidote in her hand, and Xiao Xiao wiped his sweat with a towel. Not far away. The ghost queen looked at this side dully. "I don't understand why he drank the poison, and the side effects are so great, causing such a strong pain for a hero." His eyes looked at the 3 ghosts guarding the side. It seems that they have a good relationship. He is not the kind of necromancer who uses ghosts as tools or experimental results. "Humph! Stupid. You can't accomplish anything great," he whispered, but his eyes still glanced over here from time to time. After the pain, consciousness regained. Immediately afterwards, there was a system prompt. Strength +2, Constitution +5, Agility +3. Unlocked feature, Gene Furnace. Hearing the system prompt, Wu Hung was happy again. The attributes increased by 10 points in total, mainly in Constitution, which can also make his physical fitness higher. In addition, new features were awakened. In the modern world, it can also be called superpowers. Wu Hung sat up from Grinda's arms. Xiao Xiao wiped his sweat. "Uncle, are you feeling better?" "It's okay, the side effects of the potion." Wu Hung sat back in the chair. Benny brought him a glass of water. "Fortunately, I almost wasted a bottle of antidote." "You are too much. I earn so much money. What's wrong with drinking a bottle of potion?" Wu Hung said unhappily. Granda smiled and said, "I'm mainly worried about weakening the effect of the potion." "How is it this time?" Wu Hung said, "Not bad, it feels much stronger." He opened a panel and looked at the newly unlocked features. Gene Furnace. By consuming its own vitality, cells are fused into the gene chain of any known organism to obtain its physiological characteristics. Gene! It sounds like something very scientific. Read the introduction above carefully. His brows were slightly wrinkled. Recombining cells, consuming its own vitality, and fusion of cells into the gene chain of any known organism to obtain its physiological characteristics. Meaning, I can fuse the memory chain of other organisms? Thinking about it this way, he also thought of the Zombie King level zombies. The body began to develop in the direction of the rhinoceros beetle. It should be that the genes began to undergo obvious changes, not just the influence of the zombie virus. What's wrong? Seeing him in a daze, Granda asked again. Wu Hung came back to his senses and said, "I got a new ability." "Wow! Uncle has another ability. Since you have taken the corpse core of the Corpse King level, the chance of having a superpower is definitely higher." Benny continued to ask, "What superpower?" "You can fuse the genes of a creature and possess the characteristics of that creature. The details are not clear yet," Wu Hung said. Glinda asked, "What is a gene?" Benny looked at Xiao Xiao, who shook his head. "I haven't learned it, but I seem to have heard of it somewhere." Wu Hung explained, "It's the basic structure of a living being. It roughly means blood type, physique and the like. Just like the characteristics of a corpse king are like insects, but they have insect wings and a horn. I understand the general meaning, but some of the explanations are unclear. Grinda thought for a moment and said, you mean, you can also have similar characteristics like those corpse kings? It feels like a good ability. You can move underwater like a fish, or fly, very practical. Benny said, forget about insects, it feels a bit scary. Xiao Xiaopiao thought to the side and asked, does it have to be a living being? Can't ghosts do it? Do ghosts have genes? Wu Heng asked back. If they haven't been discovered, does that mean they don't have them? You make sense. Wu Heng said. Xiao Xiao flew half a circle in the air again, and then said, I told Sister Lilith to ask her for genes. Can you fly too? Instantly, one person and 2 souls were stunned. On the other side, the Emerald Sea. The night is like a curtain, covering the sea. The moonlight struggled to penetrate the clouds, casting countless broken silver lights. Letelai stood quietly on the deck in a brown gown and a shawl, with a few strands of golden hair flying in the sea breeze. A servant came out and said, Miss Letelai, it's windy outside, go back and rest early. Letelai said, I have been running Lopez City for more than 20 years, and I am reluctant to leave suddenly. The servant whispered, you have spent so much effort, is it worth it? You mean to go to Treasure Island? Letelai smiled and said, this is my chance, I don't want to miss it, it's nothing more than spending some money and saving it later. This auction was very successful, and it's okay to apply to go to Treasure Island directly after the new year. Why give him so much money? The servant still felt a little sorry. Letelai glanced at him, after all, he has been in Treasure Island for so long, let him feel more respectable, and avoid any trouble. What I want is to enter Treasure Island quietly. Perhaps you have a point. Tilly did not say anything more. Just as she was about to return to the cabin, the lookout suddenly shouted, ship spotted ahead. The captain hurried out of the cabin. Tilly also followed to the bow, her eyes locked on the end of the sea level. A few faint flames were slowly moving in their direction. It's the Vatican's fleet, many ships, warships. The lookout shouted. Tilly's brows were tightly furrowed, and a sense of uneasiness rose in her heart. Mississippi. The servant's voice was serious. Should we force our way in? Let them come over. I'm also curious about what they're going to do with so many ships, said Tilly. With so many ships, forcing them in might lead to a direct war. The Snake Emblem Consortium still has a certain deterrent power. Even the Vatican will not attack rashly unless it is necessary. A ship of the Vatican approached. 3 clergymen stepped onto the ship, and more people were ready to board the ship one after another, looking like they were going to search. Letelai glanced at the captain, who stepped forward to greet her and saluted respectfully, meet the lords. The leading clergyman nodded, glanced at the ship, and asked, where is this ship going? Sir, it's a ship of the Snake Emblem Consortium, doing some shipping. Snake Emblem Consortium? The clergyman narrowed his eyes, and looked up at the flag on the top of the mast. The flag is not hung. If you need it, I show it to you. He took out the flag. The clergyman glanced and said to the back, no need to search. The others retreated. The clergyman continued, where is this ship going? Go to Treasure Island. Go back. This road is blocked. The clergyman said solemnly. The captain narrowed his eyes, and continued to ask, sir, what happened? I have an explanation when I go back. The clergyman sneered, no need to explain, Treasure Island will no longer exist in the future. The clergyman left. The captain relayed what he had just said. Letelai widened her eyes, and looked at the church ships that were gradually separating in the distance, her face constantly changing. The church is going to attack Treasure Island. Damn, what happened during this period of time? What should we do next? Asked the captain. Letelai looked at the dense ships in front and said, turn around and go back. Yes. Island owner's mansion. Shishia's suggestion was like a flash of lightning that split the fog. Yes, in the modern world, when it comes to breaking through genes, people will think of other creatures. But there are many races in this other world. Can it work? Xiao Xiao asked curiously. Wu Heng said, if the flying ability of the blood race comes from their genes, it is indeed possible. If the blood race can fly, mermaids can breathe underwater, and there are various other races. Even if they don't have special characteristics, the lifespan of these races is higher than that of humans, which is still helpful to me. The new brain is useful. Glinda smiled and praised, Xiao Xiao is still smart. It's okay, I just thought of it when the holy light flashed. Xiao Xiao said modestly. It was a flash of inspiration. Why mention the holy light, it's so unlucky. Wu Heng said. Inspiration? Why do I remember it was the holy light? Xiao Xiao flew over and continued, It's a pity that Sister Lilith is not here, otherwise I would ask her for it. By the way, uncle, what is a gene? How can I give it? Blood or some body structure will do. Wu Heng explained. He reached out and flipped in the space ring, and took out an organ jar with a note on the outside blood race organ. Granda raised his eyebrows. It seems that the organs collected before are all useful. Let's try again tomorrow. The side effects of the medicine have not completely disappeared. Wu Heng said. Okay, you should rest early too. Granda said. Wu Heng stood up, and Xiao Xiao and Benny waved goodbye to him. The next day, early in the morning, Wu Heng took out the emerald sand table and took a look, and his eyes were fixed. All around the Emerald Sea, ships flying the flag of the church rushed towards the treasure island like a flock of swallows returning to their nests. And many of the other ships along the way were also added to the fleet of the church, and it seemed that they were requisitioned. He looked around. He locked onto the largest fleet. The fleet of the Holy Church.